Chiba traversed the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the Hyuga branch family. The Gentle Fist is a sophisticated martial art reserved solely for the main family. Consequently, Chiba had no choice but to self-educate, developing a mutated form of the Gentle Fist. Ding acquired the power of the Ashura bloodline through copying from Naruto Uzumaki. Ding acquired the power of the Indra bloodline through copying from Sasuke Uchiha. Upon awakening the bloodline replication system, Chiba began to glean power daily from Naruto and Sasuke, propelling his mutated Gentle Fist to an extraordinarily terrifying level. With a mere punch, he could shatter mountains and obliterate tailed beast bombs. Naruto declared, "Chiba, you are my best friend, and you will always be." Sasuke remarked, "Chiba, your strength is terrifying. Please, spare us some dignity." Hinata expressed, "Brother Chiba, I wish to be with you forever, never to part again. I, Hyuga Chiba, shall ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, becoming a being even more formidable than the Sage of Six Paths." In the Hidden Leaf Village, within one of the classrooms of the Ninja Academy, Irika and Mizuki sat side by side at their desks, each holding a form. Irika called out, "Next, Sasuke Uchiha." A young boy clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, with black hair, walked confidently onto the stage amid the cheers of the girls. He was none other than the prodigious Sasuke Uchiha, known as the Two Pillars in the Naruto world. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a flourish of his hands, a loud bang echoed as white smoke erupted, revealing a perfect replica of Sasuke. Irika nodded in satisfaction. Very good. 98 points qualified." Next, Sakura Haruno. As Sasuke returned to his seat, hands in pockets, he maintained an air of prestige amidst the adoration of the girls, inciting envy from several male classmates. Ding! Copy successful. Acquired a small amount of Indra Chakra. Would you like to fuse it with the Gentle Fist explosive? The system notification resonated in Chiba's mind. He silently thought, "Fuse. Fusion successful. Your Gentle Fist explosive has been elevated to level 5. Chiba was a transmigrator who had arrived in the ninja world 5 years ago, becoming a member of the Hyuga branch family. Fortuitously, he awakened a replication system, granting him 2 opportunities for replication each day. The subjects eligible for replication were limited to those possessing bloodline limits or special bloodlines. The replicated bloodline chakra could be fused with his mutated Gentle Fist or gradually accumulate within Chiba's body until it became his own power. When it came to enhancing his strength, the Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra were undoubtedly the most beneficial compared to other bloodline limits. Over the course of 5 years, Chiba diligently replicated from Sasuke and Naruto each day. Having successfully elevated his variant soft fist technique to the 5th level, Chiba now possesses formidable prowess. According to the system's elucidation, with his current capabilities, a single punch from him could cleave mountains and rend the earth, comparable to Tsunade's immense strength. Upon reaching the pinnacle of level 10, he would be able to effortlessly shatter the tailed beast balls with a mere swing of his fist. At that time, should he acquire the dual abilities of Indra and Ashura, perhaps Chiba could ascend to the heights of the Sage of Six Paths. Over the span of 5 years, Chiba has cultivated a commendable rapport with Naruto and Sasuke. While Sasuke maintains an aloof demeanor, often shunning interactions with others and dedicating most of his time to training, Chiba considers him merely an ordinary friend. Conversely, Naruto has long endured disdain from his peers, harboring a profound yearning for acceptance. Thus, when Chiba took the initiative to approach him, Naruto's joy was boundless, as he finally found his first friend. After 5 years of camaraderie, they have become inseparable companions. Next, Hyuga Chiba. Irika's voice rang out once more, signaling that it was finally Chiba's turn for the graduation assessment. "Yes, Irika-sensei," Chiba replied, rising to stride confidently to the podium. Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical Chiba. 98 points, excellent. Irika acknowledged with a satisfied nod. Chiba and Sasuke were both outstanding students, and such a score came as no surprise. As Chiba returned to his seat, the infatuated girls in the classroom erupted in applause. "Wow, Chibikin is so handsome and his grades are exceptional. Indeed, it's quite a dilemma. How do I choose between the 2 remarkable gentlemen, Sasuke-kin and Chibikin?" Sasuke-kun is far too aloof. I prefer the gentle warmth of Chiba-kun. Hey, Chiba-kun is mine. Don't even think about competing with me. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika's voice echoed again. Naruto, feeling somewhat insecure, instinctively glanced at Chiba. Upon seeing Chiba's encouraging gaze, he resolutely nodded and approached the podium. It's just a shadow clone, nothing remarkable. Haha, Naruto chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Due to the chaotic nature of the Nine Tails chakra, the shadow clone technique was indeed his weakest skill. Yet, faced with the graduation assessment, he had no choice but to press on. Shadow clone technique. With another loud bang, a cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing a clone with crooked eyebrows and a wobbly stance, which promptly fell to the ground with a thud. This spectacle left everyone in astonishment, and the classroom erupted in laughter. Sure enough, Naruto is a fool. He can't even execute the simplest shadow clone technique. In dying of laughter, he must be a complete idiot. Irika's lips twitched, and with hands braced against the edge of the table, he rose, unleashing a roar of frustration. Naruto, you failed the exam. What on earth are you doing? The mocking laughter from those around him grew increasingly brazen, a crushing blow to Naruto's spirit. To become a ninja, to stand out, to earn the recognition of all this had always been Naruto's fervent aspiration. Now, having failed the exam and becoming the subject of ridicule, the facade of strength he had maintained began to crumble, and he could not restrain the tears that welled in his eyes. Damn it, what's so great about this? I will succeed, I will. In the midst of his weeping, Naruto turned and dashed out of the classroom. Irika sighed softly, feeling a twinge of guilt within. He did harbor some sympathy for Naruto, but the thought of the Nine Tails sealed within him, the very force that had taken his parents, ignited a flicker of disdain. At that moment, Mizuki, who had remained silent until now, felt a spark of mischief illuminating his eyes. A devious plan began to take shape within his mind. He recognized that Naruto's emotional defenses were fragile, making it the perfect opportunity to entice him into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. If he could acquire the scroll and successfully escape from Konoha, his life would undergo a monumental transformation. Mizuki rose and patted Irika on the shoulder. Irika-sensei, Naruto seems to be struggling emotionally. I'll go check on him. You can handle the rest of the assessment. All right, go ahead, Irika replied, already feeling a sense of guilt and concern. Having Mizuki take a look aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Mizuki's array of expressions and actions did not escape the notice of Chiba. As a time traveler well acquainted with the original story, Chiba understood that Mizuki was about to stir trouble, intending to manipulate Naruto into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. How Mizuki had come by this information remained a mystery to Chiba. Yet, he was aware that a document as crucial as the Forbidden Scroll would be kept in an exceedingly secure location. The guards would undoubtedly be vigilant, possibly accompanied by various restrictions and seals. Surely, it would not be a trivial matter for someone like Naruto, an ungraduated child, to pilfer it at will. The third Hokage had orchestrated this arrangement for two reasons. Firstly, to uncover the traitor Mizuki. Secondly, out of a newfound sense of conscience, to offer Naruto some form of compensation through the jutsu contained within the Forbidden Scroll. Chapter 2. The temporary mission. After all, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Following the demise of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage seized all of his assets and took possession of the Grand Estate, relegating Naruto to a dilapidated little house, indifferent to his well-being. Nonetheless, a lingering sense of guilt resided within him. As for the contents of the sealing book, how much Naruto could learn depended solely on his own fortune. Ding! A temporary mission has been triggered. Would you like to accept it? The system's notification echoed suddenly in Chiba's mind. Temporary missions were a rare occurrence. The rewards for completing such tasks included a doubling of the bloodline or Kekkei Genkai chakra copied that day. This was also the reason why, within just 5 years, Chiba had elevated his mutated soft fist technique to a remarkable 5th level, attaining a prowess comparable to Tsunade's. In his heart, Chiba inquired, "System, what is the mission's content?" Ding. Mission content. Assist Naruto Uzumaki in defeating Mizuki without revealing your identity and perform a seal of the Flying Thunder God technique. Assist Naruto in defeating Mizuki? According to the original storyline, after Naruto learned the Shadow Clone technique, defeating Mizuki shouldn't pose much of a challenge. This hardly seemed to require Chiba's assistance. Was there an unexpected twist? Moreover, As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto was perpetually monitored by Umbu operatives. Chiba had sensed this even before he approached Naruto, and had subsequently undergone an extensive investigation by the Umbu. Once it was revealed that Chiba's parents had perished and that his ancestors had never produced a traitor, the matter was quietly laid to rest. Naruto's ability to learn the shadow clone technique from the sealing book was due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's willingness to permit him to study it, having already informed the Umbu. Were Chiba to attempt to access the sealing book, the hidden Umbu operatives would undoubtedly intervene immediately. System, are you certain that I can learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Chiba pondered with some trepidation. It would be rather awkward to risk being mistaken for a traitor, only to fail in mastering the technique after perilously acquiring it. From his recollections, the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was notably challenging. Why hadn't Hiruzen learned it? Why hadn't Danzo or Orochimaru pursued it? It was not for lack of access, but rather a deficiency in the requisite capabilities. Ding. To learn the Flying Thunder God technique, 2 conditions must be met. First, a formidable perception ability. Second, extraordinary reflexes. After system evaluation, the host's reflexes barely qualify. The enhancement of perception ability can be achieved through the system's replication capability, allowing the replication of ninjas possessing that ability from their bloodline limits. Is it really possible to do that? Chiba was taken aback. This implies that after replicating a ninja with a keen perception ability, he could also acquire that very ability. However, upon realizing the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Chiba found himself brimming with enthusiasm for this mission. After all, it was the Flying Thunder God technique. The risk was absolutely worth the reward. Without hesitation, Chiba accepted the task. All right, today's assessment concludes here. Everyone, please return home and await further notice. The list of those who have passed will be released tomorrow, and group divisions will commence the day after, Irika announced as he closed his lesson plan and stood up. The students dispersed in a flurry, rushing out of the classroom towards the school gates. Most of the participants successfully passed the triple assessment of the clone, transformation, and substitution techniques. However, this did not imply that all who passed would become a genin. The team synergy assessment conducted by the leading instructor was the true key to advancing to the rank of genin. As a time traveler, Chiba was well aware of this information. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on it at the moment. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to smoothly participate in the operation to steal the Book of Seals. Chiba-kun, wait for me. A soft and delicate voice called out. Shortly after, a small girl hurriedly caught up, walking alongside Chiba. With her pure white eyes, short light blue hair, and rosy cheeks, she was none other than Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, I'm sorry. I was just lost in thought and forgot to call you, Chiba replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Hinata clasped her hands in front of her, her fingers drawing circles as she responded. It's all right, Chiba-kun. Should we eat outside or return home to eat and practice? At the school gate, Chiba prepared to part ways with Hinata, as he had a mission to complete. He gently patted her shoulder and said, Hinata, you should head home. I have some matters to attend to today, so I want to accompany you back to practice. Oh, okay. Hinata nodded in agreement, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. She refrained from asking further questions and obediently turned towards the direction of the Hyuga clan. Be careful on your way. Chiba waved goodbye, watching until Hinata was out of sight before making his way towards the Hokage Rock. In his memory, Naruto had hidden atop the Hokage Rock, crying, until he was discovered by Mizuki, who revealed the secret of the Book of Seals. It was then that Naruto was manipulated into stealing the book. If he hurried, he would certainly arrive in time. In Irika's class, only Chiba and Hinata hailed from the Hyuga clan. The other branch members were scattered across different classes. Throughout these 5 years, Chiba had built a solid friendship with Hinata, thanks to his boldness. Hinata, with her timid and shy nature, struggled to express herself and had few friends. Much like Naruto, she was inherently a lonely individual. No one wished to remain in solitude. And Chiba's initiative to approach them and forge friendships brought them immense joy. Perhaps Hinata initially felt a bit out of place, with a strange elder brother from her own clan trailing closely behind her every day. However, as time passed, she came to realize that Chiba was quite a remarkable individual. Not only was he handsome, but he also selflessly cared for her, guiding her in her training. Gradually, their relationship blossomed into one where they attended school together, shared meals after class, and practiced side by side. In essence, they grew exceedingly close. Hinata had long since come to regard Chiba's presence as a natural part of her life. Just like earlier, When Chiba mentioned he could not accompany her home for training due to some personal matters, she felt a tinge of disappointment, even if she was not fully aware of it herself. To outsiders, Chiba and Hinata might merely appear as siblings with a strong familial bond. Yet, Chiba held a different perspective. He always viewed Hinata as his future wife. His intentions regarding her were transparent, akin to a nurturing plan for a young girl. He dismissed any notions of disrupting existing relationships, believing that the joys of life could be found in delightful companionship. Chiba merely intended to take care of Hinata on behalf of Naruto, who, in his eyes, failed to appreciate such a wonderful partner, constantly chasing after Sakura like a devoted admirer. Thus, Chiba resolved to look after Hinata properly. At worst, he could later assist Naruto in finding a more suitable partner, or even help him win Sakura's affection if he so desired. Chapter 3. The Quest for the Sealing Scroll. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon. To maintain his anonymity, Chiba activated his transformation technique in a secluded area. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted. The charming youth Chiba vanished, replaced by a burly man in simple, coarse clothing. A common sight among the villagers of Konoha, ensuring he attracted no undue attention. Disguised as a villager, Chiba entered a ninja tool shop and purchased several scrolls specifically designed for sealing techniques, arousing no suspicions whatsoever. 10 minutes later, Chiba arrived beneath Hokage Rock, hiding in a narrow alleyway as he activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes throbbed, and his vision transformed into a gray-white haze, allowing him to see through the surrounding buildings towards Hokage Rock. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Mizuki was animatedly tapping Naruto on the shoulder while explaining something. Naruto, upon hearing what seemed to be astonishing news, lit up with excitement, wiping away the traces of tears from his face. He leaped directly from Hokage Rock and dashed towards the Hokage's office area. Mizuki also rose, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he turned and departed. It has begun, and the timing is just right, Chiba murmured to himself. He chose not to follow Naruto, but instead trailed behind Mizuki at a distance. The objective of the mission was Mizuki, who sought the Book of Seals. Thus, shadowing Mizuki was undoubtedly the right course of action, as it would mitigate the risk of early detection by Anbu personnel. Whoosh. An hour later, within the vicinity of the Hokage office building, shadows flitted between rooftops. Clad in silver vests and adorned with masks, they were unmistakably members of the Anbu. Whenever they paused, they anxiously scanned their surroundings, as if searching for something. That rascal Naruto has made off with the Book of Seals. We must locate him swiftly. Curse it, there is no trace of Naruto. We need to alert the other ninjas to collectively search for his whereabouts. Naruto, burdened with a massive scroll, had followed Mizuki's earlier instructions and arrived at the rear mountain of the Ninja Academy. He paused outside a small wooden cabin, eagerly unfastening the ties of the Book of Seals, eager to peruse its contents. This tome contains powerful ninjutsu. I am certain I can master it. Only then can I graduate. Creak. The door of the cabin swung open, and a man with long silver hair emerged, the very Mizuki who had been waiting. Upon catching sight of the Book of Seals, excitement and greed illuminated Mizuki's face. He beckoned to Naruto, exclaiming, "Naruto, did you bring it? Quickly. Hand over the Book of Seals." "No, I cannot give you this," Naruto replied, his expression wary as he clutched the scroll protectively to his chest and took a few steps back, though perhaps not the sharpest. Naruto soon deduced Mizuki's intentions were far from benevolent. Moreover, he had yet to learn the ninjutsu contained within the scroll. Without it, graduation would be impossible, thus making him even less inclined to relinquish the Book of Seals. "Naruto, if you wish to live, obediently hand over the Book of Seals to me. I lack the patience to waste on you." Mizuki's expression morphed into a grotesque mask of fury as he produced a kunai, charging directly at Naruto. "Mizuki-sensei, you Naruto." Frightened by that terrifying visage, crumpled to the ground. Instinctively, he tried to scramble away. However, before he could rise, a figure clad in coarse fabric darted from behind the cabin, positioning itself in front of him. It was a villager, an elderly man whose face was obscured by a black cloth, rendering his features indistinguishable. Clutching the Book of Seals tightly, Naruto stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. "Who are you?" Mizuki bellowed, consumed by rage, desperately yearning for the Book of Seals. In a frenzy, he hurled the kunai toward the elderly man's chest. Stealing the Book of Seals is the only escape for Mizuki. Anyone who dares to obstruct him shall meet their demise. "I am here to take your life," a deep voice resonated. Chiba swiftly sidestepped the thrust of a kunai and grasped Mizuki's wrist. Mizuki felt as if a powerful claw had seized his wrist. He struggled mightily, but could not free himself. Bastard! Mizuki cursed, swinging his other fist towards Chiba's face. You dare to compare strength with me? You seek death. A cold smile crept across Chiba's lips as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The hidden force of level 3 soft fist surged forth. Bang! The dull sound of the clash was accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. Mizuki's anguished scream pierced the air as he was sent flying. He crashed into a large tree, breaking it in half, and rolled several meters before finally coming to a halt. As Mizuki cradled his injured left arm and assessed his wounds, terror gripped him. His entire arm was grotesquely twisted, with the bone protruding through the skin from his shoulder. An alarming sight. Bastard! Who are you? The delayed pain finally hit him, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Over 10 meters away, behind the dense foliage of a great tree, 2 Umbu agents witnessed the entire event unfold. Who is this person? Why is he aiding Naruto? Don't concern yourself with that. He approaches the Book of Seals, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Act swiftly. From the moment Chiba appeared to the instant he sent Mizuki flying. No more than 10 seconds had elapsed. The 2 Umbu, sensing something amiss, leapt from the trees and sprinted towards the wooden cabin. Their usual duty involved monitoring Naruto. But today, the 3rd Hokage had entrusted them with an additional task, to ensure the safety of the Book of Seals and Naruto. Naruto, come with me. The arrival of the 2 Umbu had been anticipated by Chiba. He had no intention of engaging with them. During his skirmish with Mizuki, he had refrained from using his full strength, wishing to keep his identity concealed. Chiba retrieved a kunai he had prepared in advance, holding it between his fingers, and hurled it towards the Umbu. Boom, boom. The explosive tags attached to the kunai detonated, releasing a dense cloud of smoke and fire that obstructed the Umbu's advance, sending them tumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Chiba grasped the still-dazed Naruto and plunged into the wooden cabin. Chapter 4. The Flying Thunder God Seal Uncle, you, Naruto. Still bewildered by the series of unfamiliar faces that had emerged, struggled to comprehend the situation. However, the man before him did not exude a sense of threat. Rather, there was an inexplicable familiarity about him. Time is of the essence. Let us put aside these thoughts for now. Naruto, quickly hand me the Book of Seals. Chiba swiftly snatched the sealing book from Naruto's hands, unfurling it on the ground with a swift motion. The scroll was substantial and thick. Merely opening it halfway revealed several training methods and techniques of ninjutsu, including the multiple shadow clone technique, the Reaper Death Seal, the Impure World Reincarnation, and the Flying Thunder God technique. Chiba retrieved a specialized sealing scroll, quickly placing it over the section pertaining to the Flying Thunder God technique. In mere seconds, wisps of azure smoke emanated from the scroll, imprinting the characters with remarkable clarity. However, despite Chiba's frantic efforts, 2 Umbu operatives swiftly followed, bursting through the entrance. Chiba and Naruto were situated in a side room on the left. Adhering to their premeditated strategy, Chiba once again hurled 2 shuriken. With a sharp thud, the shuriken embedded themselves into the ground at the doorway. The ends of the shuriken were affixed with explosive tags, igniting into flickering flames. Not good. Another explosive tag. Retreat. One of the Umbu, sensing the danger, urgently grasped his companion's arm and rolled backward. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending a wave of fire surging forth. A sizable crater formed in the ground, and the wooden door was blown apart, a section of the roof torn away, and debris scattered chaotically. Due to their proximity to the blast, the 2 Umbu ninjas were also struck by numerous splinters. Chiba swiftly reclaimed the imprinted scroll and patted Naruto's shoulder, advising, Naruto, the multiple shadow clone technique is essential for your successful graduation. You must learn it quickly. With that, Chiba dashed forward, crashing through the back screen of the wooden house and swiftly disappearing into the woods, leaving Naruto momentarily dazed, pondering the uncle's intentions. At that moment, the 2 Umbu finally entered the side room, disregarding the sealing book on the ground. They seized Naruto's shoulders and inquired loudly, Naruto, where did that person go? Instinctively, Naruto pointed towards the shattered screen. Without hesitation, the 2 Umbu sprang through the window, pursuing the direction Chiba had taken. Regardless of whether the villager was an enemy spy or not, one thing was certain. Approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the sealing book constituted a grave offense that demanded swift apprehension. With a rush, Chiba leaped across the tree trunks in the forest, sprinting forward. The Flying Thunder God technique had been acquired, and the water would have been vanquished. The mission was declared complete. The only remaining task was to evade the Umbu's pursuit and conceal his identity. However, for Chiba, endowed with the Byakugan. This proved to be exceedingly simple. Activating the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged, transforming his vision into a gray-white hue, expanding outward in a complete 360-degree radius. Gazing through the towering trees that surrounded him, everything within a kilometer radius was captured in his sight. Two injured members of the Umbu, approximately 500 meters away, were following the trail, yet it was evident that they lacked the skills of adept trackers as the distance between them and Chiba continued to widen. Inside the wooden cabin, Naruto astonishingly mastered the technique of shadow clone jutsu in a remarkably brief period. He successfully created 10 clones, all of whom were joyfully embracing and rolling about in celebration. A few dozen meters outside the cabin, Mizuki, whose arm had been broken by Chiba, had recovered somewhat from the pain. He retrieved a vial of crimson potion from his belongings, bit off the cap, and consumed the liquid, instantly feeling a surge of chakra coursing through him, as if he had activated a cheat. However, as Chiba sprinted forward, the 1-kilometer area of his enhanced vision moved along with him, allowing him to witness this spectacle just as Mizuki slipped out of his sight. That fool Mizuki must have consumed the potion given to him by Orochimaru. Has he lost his mind, drinking that concoction at this juncture? Chiba muttered to himself, accelerating to his maximum speed to escape. In the forest outside the wooden cabin, Mizuki had indeed lost his sanity. With his left arm rendered useless, he was desperate to seek revenge on Chiba, which prompted him to drink the potion that would amplify his strength. To be precise, he had no alternative. The act of inciting Naruto to steal the Book of Seals was a grave offense. He had to retrieve the book in the shortest time possible and make his escape. It was his sole opportunity. With a furious kick, Mizuki shattered a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist. At that moment, his height nearly reached 2 meters. His body sprouting tiger-like fur, transforming him into a half-man, half-beast creature. "Where have you taken Naruto, you bastard?" Mizuki roared, propelling himself forward like a blur, racing toward the wooden cabin. At that instant, another group had already arrived, landing deftly at the cabin's entrance, blocking Mizuki's path. The trio leading the charge consisted of Irika, Might Guy, and Kakashi. Among the more than 10 ninjas trailing behind them were also members of the Hyuga clan, which explained their swift arrival at this location. Kakashi. "What manner of creature is that?" Might Guy inquired, perplexed, gesturing toward the half-beast Mizuki. Kakashi shook his head. "I am uncertain, but judging by his condition, he appears to be a human who has consumed some form of special drug. It's Mizuki. He must be the one who incited Naruto to steal the Book of Seals," Irika said gravely. He had been friends with Mizuki for many years, and despite the drastic change in Mizuki's appearance, he recognized him instantly. Shuemu lingered in place for a moment, before suddenly tilting his head back and erupting into a sinister laugh. "Irika, you truly arrived with remarkable speed. Since you are all here, I shall dispose of you all in one fell swoop." As his words echoed, Shuemu transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging directly at Irika. However, there was someone faster among them. Might Guy vanished from his spot and reappeared before Shuemu in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce kick. "Leaf Hurricane." Bang! Shuemu's head took a heavy blow, and he let out a cry as his body was sent flying. He had overestimated the enhancement granted by the potion. In the presence of Might Guy and Kakashi, Shuemu still fell short of their prowess. Might Guy chose not to pursue further, but turned back with an air of nonchalance. Inquiring Shuemu, "Who is this half-human, half-beast creature? I was unaware that Konoha had such a being." Chapter 5. The main house and branch house. The crowd's lips twitched, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down the back of their heads. It seemed that Might Guy had yet to grasp the situation. Kakashi had to reiterate, "Guy, Shuemu is human, but he has consumed a special drug, which has altered his appearance." "I see. Then allow me to defeat him," exclaimed Might Guy, raising his thumb and flashing a radiant smile. He then charged towards Shuemu, re-engaging in battle. "Irika-sensei, I have mastered the shadow clone technique." At that moment, Naruto burst forth from the wreckage of the wooden house, a dozen shadow clones trailing behind him. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the 10 Naruto clones encircled Irika, tugging at his clothing and asking, "Irika-sensei, can I graduate smoothly now? Irika-sensei, may I undergo the evaluation once more?" Kakashi's expression shifted in surprise as he mused quietly. "So this is the child of Minato-sensei, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who has successfully mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. Truly remarkable." Irika, momentarily bewildered by the commotion, sighed in relief upon seeing Naruto unharmed. In the next instant, he furiously raised his fists and struck the heads of the surrounding shadow clones, roaring, "Naruto! Who allowed you to steal the sealing book? Who caused this enormous ruckus? Where's the sealing book now?" This whack-a-mole style of attack promptly dispelled one of the shadow clones into smoke. A large bump appeared on Naruto's head as he cradled it in pain. Looking pitiful as he said, "Irika-sensei, I'm sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out this way." It was Shuemu-sensei who said. Naruto recounted the details of how Shuemu had enticed him, including Chiba's recent appearance. However, Chiba had disguised himself as a villager and obscured his face. Thus, Naruto could only describe him as a masked villager who had assisted in injuring Shuemu, providing no further information. "All right, I understand. Naruto, come with me to retrieve the sealing book." Subsequently, Irika guided Naruto towards the dilapidated wooden cabin. Naruto nodded vigorously, sensing a subtle shift in Irika's demeanor. There was an added layer of tenderness that had not been present before. Upon entering the cabin, Irika's gaze fell upon the sealed book lying quietly on the ground, and a sense of relief washed over him. He carefully secured the book and approached Naruto, a look of contrition on his face as he gently patted Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, I apologize. I should not have treated you so differently in the past. It was a mistake on my part, and I shall rectify it henceforth." Under the guidance of the third Hokage, Irika had come to understand the importance of embracing Naruto. He removed his ninja headband and placed it in Naruto's hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Naruto, on your successful graduation." Tears streamed down Naruto's face, overwhelmed by the profound emotion. Apart from his experiences with Chiba, this marked the second time he truly felt someone treating him with sincerity. Since the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan had emerged as the de facto strongest clan in Konoha. Whether they were indeed the most powerful is a matter for another discussion. However, in terms of ancient lineage and financial resources, the Hyuga undoubtedly held the upper hand. Such a clan maintained stringent family regulations, with a clear delineation between the main and branch families. Members of the main family enjoyed the finest treatment and access to advanced ninjutsu, while those of the branch family were relegated to remote quarters, forced to rely on their own efforts for training. Moreover, within the expansive Hyuga estate, no servants were employed to perform tasks. Instead, a selection of branch family members was designated to manage the daily affairs of the clan, which included serving as bodyguards for the main family members, cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the property. The nature of the assignments given to branch family members depended on their age and level of strength. At the entrance of the Hyuga estate, 2 branch family members stood guard, performing their duties. Both were on the night shift and occasionally exchanged hushed words. At that moment, a young boy dressed in a white kimono and sporting short black hair approached the estate at a leisurely pace. "Look, it's Chiba, that sycophant, returning," Hyuga-Q remarked, gesturing towards Chiba's direction. Hyuga Kagami smirked disdainfully and nodded. To seek protection at such a young age, what a cowardly, timid fellow. From a distance, Chiba sensed their scrutinizing gazes. Since his friendship with Hinata had blossomed, he had become the subject of much gossip among the branch family. In the eyes of many, Chiba was perceived as a shameless sycophant, forever clinging to Hinata and seeking favor with the esteemed daughter of the main family. Behind their backs, they would stab him in the back, uttering harsh words, and Chiba was certainly aware of it. However, he chose to feign ignorance. After all, one cannot engage in disputes with every member of the branch family. Furthermore, Chiba understood that the reason these branch members spoke so unkindly was primarily rooted in jealousy. It was not so much that they despised Chiba for his closeness to Hinata, but rather that they envied his ability to seek the protection of the esteemed heiress. The branch family members harbored a deep-seated fear of those from the main family, a fear akin to that of a caged bird under a curse. Although they outwardly complied with the main family members, their submission was often a fade, born from the dread of the punitive curse that loomed over them. After all, should any branch family member dare to exhibit even the slightest insubordination, the main family would need only to invoke the curse's incantation to render the branch member's existence a living hell. Chiba's close relationship with Hinata naturally provided him with considerable relief from the torment of the curse. As Chiba approached the entrance, Hinata Sho could no longer contain his scorn. "Oh, isn't this the little follower of Miss Hinata? Why aren't you trailing after her today?" Hinata Sho had long harbored disdain for Chiba. Previously, he refrained from being overly brazen with Hinata by Chiba's side, but with Hinata absent today, he seized the opportunity to mock Chiba. Hinata Kagami, wearing a look of contempt, chimed in. "Needless to say, he has probably been abandoned by Miss Hinata. no longer needing this little lackey. Chiba halted, a flicker of irritation igniting within him. While he could tolerate whispers behind his back, being openly insulted in front of him was a different matter. He retorted, "Perhaps you two should restrain your babble. Your incessant clamor only serves to make you appear as foolish jesters." With that, Chiba disregarded the disgruntled expressions of both and strode purposefully into the clan grounds. "Stop right there." The countenance of Hinata Sho and Hinata Kagami darkened as they intercepted Chiba's path. Hinata Sho sneered. "What gives you the right to act so haughty in our presence, Chiba? You're merely a useless parasite clinging to connections." Hinata Kagami echoed, "Indeed, Chiba. Do not forget your place. No matter how you fawn over Miss Hinata, you remain a member of the branch family, and an orphan one at that." Chiba's patience finally reached its limit. In a flash, he struck both of them across the face with 2 resounding slaps. Sometimes, the more one endures, the bolder others become. Without demonstrating a modicum of strength, one risks being perceived as easy prey. Hinata Sho and Hinata Kagami were momentarily taken aback, feeling the forceful impact upon their faces before they could fully comprehend what had transpired. He was sent flying, crashing against the edge of the flower bed in the courtyard, clutching his face and back, letting out a series of agonizing wails. "Do I possess the right to harbor arrogance now? Should you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I shall not hesitate to shatter your limbs." Chiba advanced slowly, casting a cold glare upon the two. Should they dare to utter a single negative word, Chiba would unflinchingly ensure they experience excruciating suffering. Hinata Yao, nursing his swollen cheek, felt anger welling up within him, ready to hurl insults at Chiba. Yet, upon meeting Chiba's icy gaze and recalling his elusive prowess, he was utterly intimidated. The profanities that had been on the tip of his tongue now remained unspoken. "What do you intend to do?" Hinata Mirror appeared even more cowardly, his eyes filled with terror as he continuously retreated. He was genuinely frightened by Chiba. "Do you comprehend fear now? If you do, refrain from speaking nonsense. I shall not be so lenient next time," Chiba coldly remarked before turning towards the eastern courtyard. In the past, Chiba had been perplexed by Hinata Niji's deep-seated disdain for the caged bird seal afflicting the branch family. It was only after experiencing the twisted psyche of the branch family members and their profound fear of the caged bird that he truly grasped the abhorrence of such a concept. Fortunately, Chiba had previously consulted the system regarding methods to break the caged bird seal. For Chiba, the endeavor was rather straightforward. He merely needed to employ his replication ability daily to enhance his mutated soft fist, thereby continuously augmenting his physical resilience. When his mutated soft fist reached level 6, the system would assist Chiba in shattering the caged bird seal. Only after observing Chiba's retreating figure did Hinata Yao and Hinata Mirror manage to struggle to their feet. Hinata Mirror, filled with trepidation, remarked, "How could that guy Chiba be so formidable? I didn't even see how he struck." At the age of 16, Hinata Mirror had honed his soft fist technique to an impressive level through diligent training. He was merely a step away from becoming a Chunin. However, he had barely grasped the situation when Chiba had sent him sprawling with a single slap, leading him to doubt the efficacy of his years of hard work. "How would I know?" Hinata Yao's eyes brimmed with resentment. His strength was comparable to Hinata Mirror's, and he too was bewildered by the sudden defeat. However, being humiliated and threatened by Chiba, a junior, filled him with a sense of shame and frustration. "Just wait, Hinata Chiba, I shall make you pay dearly." The Hinata clan boasted a population of approximately 300 to 400, occupying a substantial area within Konoha. The clan's territory was surrounded by a wall, with members of the branch family stationed at the entrance. Both inside and outside the walls, branch family members conducted patrols to safeguard the premises. The buildings located in the eastern section were generally old and dilapidated, housing the members of the branch family. Due to the tragic loss of their parents on the battlefield, the Konoha government provided subsidies. The residence of the Chiba family, while situated in the eastern part of the village, is quite commendable. It is a 2-story independent house, enclosed by a wooden fence that forms a modest courtyard. To the left of the courtyard lies a vegetable patch, while a few orange trees flourish on the right. As Chiba eagerly unlocked the gate and entered the house, he retrieved the Flying Thunder God Sealing Technique scroll from his system bag and laid it out on the table. The contents were largely in accordance with what the system had previously indicated. It outlined 3 primary requirements. First, a formidable personal reaction capability. Second, an acute perception ability. And third, a substantial amount of chakra. The remaining portions detailed the artistic depiction of the Flying Thunder God Seals along with some insights on training. While the material was undoubtedly valuable, Chiba found himself unable to learn it at present. His chakra reserves were ample, and his reaction capabilities were barely adequate. Yet he lacked the essential perception ability. Such bloodline limit ninjas possessing heightened perception were exceedingly rare to find. After careful consideration, Chiba realized he could not identify a suitable candidate within Konoha village, thus he decided to temporarily set this matter aside. The training for the Flying Thunder God technique would have to wait for another opportunity. Once he had concluded his tasks and allowed his mind to relax, Chiba suddenly realized he had yet to have dinner. He harvested a handful of vegetables from the garden and prepared a simple bowl of vegetable and egg noodles to satisfy his hunger. After a brief wash-up, he retired to bed early. In the Hokage office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed in concern. In the office, Irika, Kakashi, Might Guy, along with two Umbu members tasked with protecting Naruto, stood nearby. Sarutobi had initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by the elimination of Mizuki to impart some of the jutsu from the sealing book to Naruto for his education. However, the revelation of Mizuki as a traitor had now led to the emergence of a mysterious villager who was likely a spy for a rival nation. There was even uncertainty as to whether the contents of the sealing book had been compromised. This predicament left Sarutobi feeling quite unsettled. Gripping his pipe, he rapped the table and inquired solemnly, "Kakashi, Irika, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Irika responded, "Third Hokage, based on my inquiries with Naruto, it appears that this mysterious villager has indeed utilized the sealing technique scroll to replicate the jutsu from the sealing book." Kakashi added, "Whether this individual is a spy for the enemy is currently of secondary importance, Third Hokage. We must now reinforce the village's defensive checkpoints and conduct thorough searches of every individual leaving the village." Sarutobi sighed deeply. This was a course of action he had already contemplated. The ninjutsu inscribed in the Book of Seals has been illicitly traced away, presumably by a rogue ninja from within the village. However, should it turn out to be the work of a spy from a rival nation, the consequences could be dire. The secret techniques of Konoha falling into enemy hands, potentially to be wielded against its own people, is a thought that stirs great indignation. Chapter 7. Multiple shadow clones. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, issuing commands, reinforce the patrols, and increase the scrutiny at checkpoints. Any suspicious individuals must be apprehended and interrogated without delay. He promptly summoned the heads of the prominent clans for an urgent meeting. The fact that the Book of Seals was copied under his very nose was entirely unforeseen by Sarutobi. Now, all he could do was implement remedial measures to mitigate the loss as much as possible. The gathering of clan leaders served a singular purpose: to convey the gravity of the situation. It was imperative for everyone to be acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter and to closely monitor the movements of their clan members. Any suspicious behavior must be thoroughly investigated. This night would undoubtedly be restless. Most ninjas in the village would likely find it difficult to sleep, as they would be dispatched to seek clues about the enigmatic villager. Little did Sarutobi know that this mysterious villager was, in fact, a mere child who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Knock, knock, knock. "Chiba-kun, are you awake?" The following morning, a series of knocks roused Chiba from his slumber. A familiar voice reached his ears, delicate and somewhat soft, unmistakably belonging to Hinata Hyuga. After spending several years together, Hinata had grown accustomed to rising early to summon Chiba for their morning exercises. Only after their training would they share breakfast before heading off to school. Given Hinata's status as a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, her daily visits to the branch family's residence to wake Chiba could be seen as a diminishment of her own stature. However, Hinata remained unfazed by such considerations. Within the vast Hyuga estate, where strict traditions reigned, her presence had always been rather inconspicuous. Years prior, her mother had tragically passed away during the difficult birth of her younger sister, Hanabi. Following Hanabi's ascension to the position of clan heir, their father's affection for Hinata had waned significantly, often going days without exchanging a word. The title of Hyuga heiress had not afforded her much advantage. Instead, it distanced her from others, provoking disdainful glances from branch family members. Hinata was largely unaware of the familial rifts between the main and branch families, yet she could readily discern the subtle aversion reflected in their gazes. This perception only deepened her naturally gentle and timid disposition, leading her to become increasingly reclusive and reluctant to engage with outsiders. That was until Chiba's arrival shattered her solitude. His affable nature and genuine concern for her well-being profoundly touched her heart. She felt fortunate to have a brother in her clan, like a radiant star illuminating her otherwise colorless life. Hinata often pondered what her existence would be like if one day Chiba were no longer by her side. Would her life lose its essence, reverting to its original monotonous trajectory? Wake up, Hinata, just a moment, Chiba murmured in response. Having had a restful night. He stretched and sprang out of bed. Descending the stairs, he opened the door to find Hinata standing at the threshold, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Today, Hinata had forsaken her signature long attire and trousers for a delicate, pale pink floral dress, adorned with a small red flower in her hair. She looked both adorable and somewhat elegant. Last night, Chiba had suddenly been reluctant to accompany her home, leaving the sensitive little girl with a sense of misunderstanding that robbed her of a good night's sleep, resulting in faint dark circles under her eyes. She worried that perhaps she had upset Chiba in some way, prompting her to dress up in hopes of bringing him a breath of fresh air. As Chiba gazed at her, transfixed, she felt a flutter of nervous excitement within her. Habitually, she clasped her hands in front of her, her fingers tracing circles. Chiba, why are you staring at me like that? Snapped back to the present, Chiba chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. You simply look exceptionally beautiful today. The sight of the bashful little girl was undeniably charming. Unable to resist, Chiba stepped forward to ruffle her hair gently and invited her inside. Hinata, come in and sit for a moment while I freshen up. Chiba, Hinata's face reddened further, her cheeks burning. His compliment filled her heart with joy, making her early morning preparations worthwhile. Previously, when Chiba had first shown such affectionate gestures, she had been so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly fainted. Despite having grown accustomed to their interactions over time, her inherent shyness remained ever present. 2 hours later, both Chiba and Hinata were panting, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Chiba, I can't go on any longer. I feel like I'm at my limit. Hinata, just hold on a little longer. Let's push through a few more rounds. But Chiba, I'm completely spent. My limbs feel weak. Listening to your brother is never wrong. Perseverance is key in the path of training. Their fists and palms collided in a flurry, the subtle waves of chakra expanding and creating a symphony of sounds. This was a unique combat training method inherent to the gentle fist style. Although Chiba was not particularly adept at the Hyuga gentle fist, his strength had long surpassed that of a mere genin, making it feasible for him to guide Hinata through her training. Very well, I will heed your words. Though exhausted, Hinata found the strength to surpass her limits, encouraged by Chiba's unwavering support. They continued their practice, their palms meeting once more in a harmonious exchange of gentle fist techniques. Strictly speaking, this should be considered a training session for Hinata under Chiba's guidance. This conventional gentle fist technique offers little benefit to Chiba himself. After approximately half an hour of continued practice, Hinata could no longer endure, prompting Chiba to relent and assist her back to the house for rest. Today was a day free from classes. After having lunch, Chiba and Hinata made their way to the Ninja Academy to check the list of those who had passed the graduation assessment. As anticipated, both Chiba and Hinata passed successfully. Several of their peers, including Naruto, also appeared on the list of successful candidates. Just as Chiba and Hinata were preparing to leave the academy, they fortuitously encountered Naruto at the school gate. Having recently mastered the shadow clone technique, Naruto was brimming with confidence and insisted on persuading Chiba to demonstrate. Eager to showcase his newfound prowess, he also challenged Chiba to a duel, claiming he would defeat him using this ninjutsu. After all, he had occasionally trained alongside Chiba in the past and had issued challenges numerous times, albeit with consistently dismal results. For Naruto, Chiba was not only a dear friend, but also a motivating rival in his journey of growth. By the small river outside the Ninja Academy, Chiba acquiesced to Naruto's request and engaged in a match with him. Along the way, they encountered Ino and Hinata, who stood to the side as enthusiastic spectators. Multiple shadow clones. Naruto initiated the battle with a flurry of clones, creating several hundred that encircled Chiba. However, upon activating his Byakugan, Chiba established a flawless defensive formation. As a single clone surged forward, Chiba effortlessly dispatched it. After being overwhelmed by Chiba's prowess, Naruto quickly formed new hand signs to summon another wave of clones, seemingly intent on exhausting Chiba. With Chiba's abilities, a mere punch could unleash devastating force capable of dispersing a multitude of shadow clones. Yet, Chiba refrained from such displays, opting not to reveal his true strength prematurely. After nearly an hour of this contest, Naruto's chakra was entirely depleted, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. At which point he finally conceded defeat. TCH, Naruto, you're so pathetic. Will you forever rely on that one technique? Ino exclaimed, gesturing playfully at him. Her gaze then shifted to Chiba, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gushed, "Indeed, Chiba-kun is the most handsome and remarkably strong. I simply adore him." Hinata, with her small hands drawing circles nervously, glanced at Ino and felt a twinge of insecurity. Uncertain of what this unease signified, she hurried over to Chiba, positioning herself to obstruct Ino's line of sight. "Chiba-kun, you've worked hard." "Not at all," he replied, habitually ruffling her hair. He then approached Naruto, helping him rise from the ground. "Naruto, while your chakra is plentiful, using the shadow clone technique merely for brawling is quite wasteful. I see that you should pay more attention to the coordination of your shadow clones and the timing of their use." "Timing, you say?" Naruto scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend what Chiba was saying. However, in the past, every time Chiba provided him with training guidance, he always managed to pinpoint the essence of the matter. This made Naruto hold Chiba's words in high regard. He believed that by remembering what Chiba had said and reflecting on it, he would surely improve. He nodded gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Chiba, for teaching me." Chiba thought to himself, "No need for thanks. I am counting on reaping benefits from you and Sasuke. The power of the Ashura and Indra bloodlines must be acquired." "No worries, Naruto. If you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to approach me anytime," he said with a friendly pat on Naruto's shoulder. Subsequently, Chiba utilized his replication abilities on Naruto twice that day. "Ding. You have acquired a small amount of Ashura chakra. Would you like to fuse it with the gentle fist, explosive?" Chiba silently declared, "Fusion." The fusion was successful, resulting in a slight enhancement of the mutated gentle fist. He was encouraged to keep up the effort. By this time, the sun had set, ushering in the evening. Chiba proposed that they all go out for dinner. Both Naruto and Ino eagerly agreed. Naruto was thinking about how poor the usual meals were and was finally able to enjoy a good meal. Ino was hoping to get closer to a handsome guy like Chiba. As for Hinata, she was simply a considerate little follower, willing to accompany Chiba wherever he went. Thus, the group headed to a nearby barbecue restaurant to indulge in a feast. The four of them ate to their heart's content, and Ino, eager to demonstrate her generosity, rushed to pay the bill. Chiba felt somewhat helpless. With his handsome face, he naturally attracted the propensity to rely on others. Nevertheless, among the four, the two girls were quite affluent. Ino was the daughter of the Yamanaka clan, and her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, spoiled her without reservation. Hinata, as the daughter of the Hyuga clan, although replaced as the heir by her sister, had never lacked for wealth. Thus, only Chiba and Naruto were the impoverished ones. Naruto lived on welfare, while Chiba relied on the subsidies from the Hyuga clan, supplemented by the inheritance left by his parents. The following morning, Chiba and Hinata arrived early at the ninja school. It was the day for class assignments, and all the students who had passed the graduation assessment were present. Everyone was chattering excitedly, most discussing their aspirations for life as ninjas. Only Chiba knew that the majority of those present would be eliminated and have to return to the ninja school for further studies. With a creak, the classroom door swung open, and Irika entered, holding his lesson plan. "Everyone, please quiet down," he said, tapping the podium with an eraser. And the students obediently closed their mouths. Irika surveyed the room, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed your graduation assessment. However, I must remind you not to be complacent. Do not assume that becoming a ninja is a simple endeavor. You still have a long journey ahead." His words carried an underlying message, subtly hinting that further evaluations awaited them. Yet, Irika could only provide such veiled suggestions, as he believed the students understood that the ninja groups would consist of 3 members each. He continued, "Next, you will undergo group assignments, and shortly, a supervising teacher will arrive to escort you." With that, Irika opened his lesson plan and began to announce the prearranged groups. Team 7 consists of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping from his seat. "This is fantastic. I'm in the same class as Sakura-chan." However, upon hearing that she would be grouped with Naruto, Sakura's expression soured, her anticipation swiftly replaced by dismay. "What? I'm in the same class as Naruto? He is always trailing behind me. It's utterly exasperating. I can't stand him." Yet, when she learned that Sasuke was also in Team 7, her mood transformed instantaneously. "Yay, this is wonderful. I'm in the same class as Sasuke-kun." She then shot a challenging look at the other girls in the room, her pride evident on her face. Regrettably, Sasuke paid her no heed, leaving her to wonder what joy she derived from her triumph. Sakura's taunting gaze also fell upon Ino. who rolled her eyes in response, dismissing her with a scoff. Humph, what's so impressive about that? It was that Ino held any disdain for Sasuke, rather. She found herself torn between two beloved male figures in the class, both of whom captured her infatuated heart. With her hands clasped before her chest, Ino gazed upwards, as if in prayer. Oh, heavens, please grant that I am placed in the same class as CHG-kun. Yet, the very next moment, Irika's announcement shattered her hopes. Teammate consists of Akimichi CHG, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. Shikamaru, seated beside Ino, had overheard her musings. He offered her a sheepish smile, hands cradling his head. Sorry, Ino, it seems your wish won't come true. CHG, munching on chips, turned to the pair with a grin. Ino, Shikamaru. It seems we three are meant to be together. Perhaps the groupings reflect the legacy of our families. Ino burst into tears, utterly disheartened. She found herself grouped with a slacker and a chubby kid, while her beloved Sage Jikun and Sasuke-kun remained out of reach. Chapter 9. On dreams amidst the minor commotion among the students, Irika remained focused on his task, continuing with the group assignments. Team 9 consists of Hyuga CHBA, Inazuka Chiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Chiba was somewhat astonished to find himself assigned to the reconnaissance team. Where would Shino be placed? That's wonderful, Chiba-kun, Hinata whispered softly. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she glanced at Chiba, her fingers fidgeting together. Deep within her heart, she yearned to be placed alongside Chiba, the one she was closest to and trusted the most. Inazuka Chiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, turned back to look at Chiba and Hinata, waving a friendly greeting. Oh, so it's you two siblings? How intriguing, he remarked, as Akamaru barked twice in a friendly manner towards Chiba. Chiba reciprocated the greeting with a wave to both the boy and his dog. Having spent 5 years in the same class, they were quite familiar with one another. As one of the notorious truants, Chiba's academic performance was rather lackluster, yet his inherited reconnaissance skills were undoubtedly impeccable. The trio of Class 10 consisted of Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. All right, the class assignments conclude here. Everyone should wait patiently in the classroom for the team leader to arrive shortly. After providing all the necessary instructions, Irika closed his lesson plan and exited the classroom. Each team comprises 3 members, forming a total of 10 teams, amounting to 30 students. Various teachers would come to lead them. The original narrative primarily focused on the 9 elite students, mainly due to their backgrounds in prominent clans, marking them as key candidates for training. Nevertheless, there were also children of common lineage with commendable talents who would also be assigned teachers, albeit less distinguished than those of the 9 elite. 10 minutes later, the classroom door swung open, and the clamorous chatter within abruptly ceased, all eyes turning towards the entrance. A woman clad in a white striped bodycon dress entered with a smile. With her long black hair, oval face, large eyes, crimson irises, and fair complexion, she was undeniably beautiful, her figure accentuated by a prominent chest. She was none other than one of the most captivating figures in the Naruto universe, the master of various genjutsu, Yuhi Kurenai. Wow, this sister is stunning. If only she were my team leader, I could admire her beauty every day. I've made up my mind. She shall be my fantasy subject for rewarding myself, some precocious male classmates murmured, harboring rather mature thoughts about Kurenai. Kurenai stood at the podium, surveying the students with a warm smile. Hinata Chiba, Hinata, and Izuka Chiba stepped forward from Class 9. I am your team leader. Yes, Sensei, Chiba responded first, rising from his seat. Chiba and Hinata followed closely, the 3 forming a vertical line as they trailed behind Kurenai out of the classroom. Kurenai exuded a gentle and amiable aura, particularly attentive towards Hinata, as if she could instantly perceive her character flaws, showing her special care along the way. Before long, the 4 arrived at the small riverbank outside the Ninja Academy. As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of red, Yuhi Kurenai turned to face her students and began her formal introduction. Greetings, I am Yuhi Kurenai, and you may call me Teacher Kurenai. From this day forth, I shall be your lead instructor, guiding you as you familiarize yourselves with the tasks of a ninja. She then encouraged the 3 of them to share brief introductions, including their names, ages, interests, and aspirations. Chinatsu felt a twinge of nostalgia. It was indeed customary for first meetings to unfold in such a manner. It seemed that these traditions had been passed down from the older generation, not merely a requirement of Kakashi. The notion of sharing dreams felt somewhat juvenile. Yet there it was. In a moment of eagerness, Inazuka Chiba raised his hand. I'll go first. My name is Inazuka Chiba, hailing from the Inazuka clan. I am 12 years old. He gestured towards the red-furred dog perched atop his head. This is Akamaru, my most loyal companion. My greatest joy lies in training alongside Akamaru in the mountains and wandering through the fields, breathing in the fresh air. My dream is to become Hokage. Akamaru responded with a couple of enthusiastic barks, seemingly in agreement. Kurenai smiled with satisfaction and turned her gaze to Hinata. Very well, next. Hinata, feeling shy, fidgeted with her fingers, a subconscious habit when she was nervous. I am Hyuga Hinata from the Hyuga clan. I'm also 12 years old, and my favorite food is strawberry cake. She stumbled over her words, her cheeks flushing deeper. She wished to express that her happiest moments were when she trained with Chinatsu. But those words felt too vulnerable to voice. She was uncertain whether Chinatsu harbored romantic feelings for her. Kurenai, being considerate of Hinata's feelings, refrained from pressing further. She turned to Chinatsu. It's your turn. I am Hyuga Chinatsu, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, just like Hinata. As for my interests, I suppose enjoying life would suffice. And my dreams? To remain with Hinata for a lifetime, and to stand atop the ninja world, those would be my aspirations. Hinata's heart soared at the mention of spending a lifetime together, her cheeks aflame like a ripe tomato, her eyes swirling in disbelief as she felt lightheaded. Was Chinatsu subtly confessing his feelings to her? Doubt crept in. Chiba clapped Chinatsu on the shoulder, feigning maturity. Chinatsu, I've heard tales of your close bond with Hinata, but I didn't realize it ran this deep. Wanting to be with her forever? That's quite something. His words doused Hinata's heart with a splash of cold water, bringing her back to reality. That nagging self-doubt reasserted its grip. Was it merely sibling affection? Perhaps it was just that. Kurenai raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Chinatsu's seemingly casual dream appeared rather grandiose upon reflection. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world? That is an aspiration even more unattainable than becoming Hokage. To stand atop the ninja realm, one must first earn the recognition of the 5 great villages' leaders. Could it be that Chiba harbors ambitions of unifying the ninja world? However, Yuhi Kurenai merely smiled faintly, refraining from further commentary or discouragement towards Chiba. It is commendable for the youth to have dreams. With the passage of time and the trials of life, they will gradually mature and find their footing. All right, young ones, let us conclude our self-introductions here. Today marks our acquaintance. From this moment forth, you are tasked with a challenge, to seize these 2 bells from me before lunchtime. Only those who successfully acquire a bell shall be deemed to have truly graduated. Those who fail will be sent back to the Ninja Academy for remedial training. Chapter 10. Hyuga Renfeng. The bell-snatching assessment mentioned by Kurenai resembles the examination faced by Team 7 in the original narrative. Its purpose is to instill in Chiba and his companions the importance of teamwork. The strength of an individual is limited, whereas the combined power of 3 can be magnified exponentially. Chiba comprehended this fundamental truth from the outset. He called upon Hinata and Chiba to strategize together in their quest for the bells. They successfully passed this final graduation assessment with remarkable ease. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. These 3 months have served as an orientation period for the newly graduated genin, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the rules of ninja missions. This phase, colloquially known as the novice protection period, involves carrying out only D-rank missions. Only after surmounting this initial stage and becoming acquainted with the regulations can they begin to accept C-rank missions. C-rank tasks encompass activities such as cat catching, dog walking, and assisting in weeding agricultural fields. Once they transition to C-rank missions, their engagements become markedly more varied. These missions often require them to venture outside the village. Common tasks include aiding lost owners in the recovery of their possessions, driving off or exterminating troublesome bandits, or serving as bodyguards for employers, among other similar endeavors. The first 3 months of the novice period have proven to be rather tedious. It is exceedingly mundane for Chiba, a shinobi of elite caliber, to be occupied with tasks suited for novices. Fortunately, he has Hinata by his side for companionship, and with the lively presence of Chiba, the days have passed swiftly. According to Kurenai, upon the completion of today's final task of assisting villagers with fertilization, they will be able to commence with C-rank missions tomorrow. At just past 5 in the evening, Chiba and Hinata returned to their clan's compound and headed straight home, rushing into the bathroom to cleanse themselves. A day spent toiling in the fields and handling fertilizer left them with a particularly distinct odor. Chiba couldn't help but reflect that the original narrative had indeed only showcased the more favorable aspects of their endeavors, neglecting to mention the less glamorous tasks such as fertilizing the fields. In the words of the setting sun, this is a test of the will and temperament of a ninja. If one cannot endure this modicum of hardship, they are surely unfit to be a competent ninja. After applying body wash 3 times and cleansing for half an hour, Chiba finally felt the lingering scent dissipate. Dressed in a bathrobe and drying his damp hair, he emerged from the bathroom and made his way directly to the vegetable garden. Having spent the entire day engaged in physical labor, his stomach was hollow, and hunger gnawed at him. Fortunately, having lived alone for 5 years, Chiba had grown accustomed to preparing his own meals. While his culinary skills were not particularly exceptional, they sufficed for sustenance. After 40 minutes, 2 fragrant dishes were ready and laid out on the dining table, and Chiba began to indulge heartily. Less than 30 meters from Chiba's courtyard lay a sprawling pond, adorned with lush lotus leaves, where fish occasionally leaped from the water's surface. This was the private fish pond of the Hyuga family. On leisurely days, Chiba would occasionally go fishing, hoping to procure some fish to enhance his meals. Between the courtyard and the pond ran a wide concrete road, a necessary thoroughfare for members of the branch family to access the clan grounds. Many wooden houses lined either side of the road, serving as residences for other branch family members. In one such wooden house, a youth of about 15 or 16 was pacing anxiously within, awaiting something with great anticipation. He was Hyuga, the very boy who had been slapped by Chiba 3 months prior and had been nursing a grudge since that day. Aware of his own inadequacies, he knew he posed no threat to Chiba. However, you had a 20-year-old brother, Hyuga, a distinguished jonin who served as the captain of the guard stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire. While the border was primarily secured by regular troops, it was also supplemented by some leaf ninjas to thwart potential attacks from enemy ninjas. On the day he was struck, Yao had written to his brother, hoping Lingfeng would return to exact vengeance on his behalf. Alas, those stationed at the border were required to serve for 6 months before they could be rotated. Orphaned at a young age, the 2 brothers shared a deep bond. Although Lingfeng was pained to see his brother bullied, he could not easily disregard regulations by returning abruptly to defend him. Fortunately, the 6-month term was now over, and today marked the day Lingfeng was to return to the Hyuga clan. Yao was beside himself with excitement, unable to sleep a wink last night at the thought of finally having the opportunity to confront Chiba. Knock, knock. Yao, are you home? I'm back. A familiar, rough voice echoed through the door, reaching Yao's ears. Brother, Yao exclaimed as he opened the door. Standing outside was a tall man, a scar marring the left side of his face. Upon beholding that familiar visage, Hinata could not contain his excitement and rushed forward to embrace his brother, tears streaming down his face. Brother, you have finally returned. I have endured so much injustice these past days, he wept. Hinata Lingfeng, filled with concern, gently patted his younger sibling's back and reassured him. Sho, it is my fault that you were subjected to such mistreatment. Please, tell me what transpired. With a determined nod, Hinata recounted in detail the events of that day when he was assaulted while on gate duty. Hinata Lingfeng's fury ignited as he cast aside the burdens from his shoulders, exclaiming, This is utterly outrageous. How dare that scoundrel, Hinata Chiba, bully us? Even the clan leader would not dare treat us in such a manner. He had the audacity to strike my brother. The brother's father was a cousin of the clan leader, Hinata Hisashi. Although their family belonged to a branch of the clan, the respect garnered from their relation to the clan leader commanded a degree of reverence from the clan members. Now that his brother had been so wronged, Hinata Lingfeng could hardly contain his wrath. Grabbing his brother, he shouted, Sho, lead me to that scoundrel Chiba's dwelling. I shall make him pay dearly. Understood, brother. The voices of the 2 brothers boomed, catching the attention of the surrounding branch family members, who were now keenly aware of the unfolding drama. The atmosphere around the branch family residence grew lively, as a throng of members poured out of their homes, eager to follow the Hinata brothers and witness the spectacle. What exactly happened? Who provoked that force of nature, Hinata Lingfeng? One inquired. You don't know? A few months ago, that Chiba kid struck Sho. Now, his brother seeks vengeance. Another responded. That Chiba, the sycophant, dared to strike Sho? He certainly deserves whatever he gets today. Indeed, I too harbor no fondness for that Chiba fellow. If it weren't for his closeness with Miss Hinata, I would have relished the chance to confront him myself. Chapter 11. Gentle fist technique. As most of the branch members surged away, the door of a wooden house adjacent to Hinata's abode swung open. A youth, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, emerged, clad in the signature white kimono of the Hinata clan, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. It was Hinata Niji. Niji's father was Hinata Hisashi, and his uncle was the clan leader, Hinata Hayashi. Thus, Niji and Sho were indeed cousins. Did Chiba truly strike Sho? Niji pondered. His arms crossed over his chest, casting a scrutinizing gaze toward the direction of the Chiba household, his eyes narrowing slightly. Niji was well aware of Sho's capabilities. It was clear that, upon participating in the Chunin examination, his transition to Chunin would be a mere formality. To everyone's astonishment, Chiba effortlessly defeated Hinata Sho, indicating that his prowess far surpassed that of his adversary. The more Niji contemplated this, the more alarmed he became. Could a 12-year-old truly vanquish someone on the cusp of becoming a Chunin? He questioned whether he, Hinata Niji, could ever achieve such a feat thus. He felt compelled to investigate the nature of Chiba's abilities. Hinata Chiba, show yourself. The boisterous call resonated outside the Chiba household. Hinata Rinfeng forcefully kicked the gate, splintering it into pieces. He then seized his younger brother, Hinata Sho, and marched directly toward the Chiba residence. A throng of onlookers from the branch family gathered behind them. Though they halted at the wooden fence, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Who dares to cause such a ruckus in my courtyard? Chiba emerged from his dwelling, having just finished his dinner and still occupied with washing the dishes. Hearing the commotion outside, he was taken aback to find his gate in ruins. Prompting a frown to crease his brow, he fixed a frosty gaze upon the two figures standing in the courtyard and inquired, "Did you break my gate?" Having been intimidated by Chiba on a previous occasion, Hinata Sho instinctively recoiled at Chiba's penetrating stare. However, emboldened by the presence of his older brother, he mustered his courage and declared, "Indeed, we broke it. Hinata Chiba, today will be your end. My brother will surely teach you a lesson." "Your brother? Is this hulking brute supposed to intimidate me?" A smirk curled on Chiba's lips, for the figure beside Hinata Sho was a towering mass of muscle, with nostrils nearly the size of fingers. His current irate demeanor, with nostrils flaring, resembled that of an enraged gorilla, a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor typically associated with the Hinata clan. This remark incited a wave of laughter from the crowd gathered outside. Hinata Rinfeng, incensed, trembled with rage. Known for his volatile temper, he could hardly tolerate such mockery. Striding forward with heavy steps, he charged at Chiba. "You little brat. Are you seeking your demise? Allow me to teach you the respect you clearly lack." As he ran, Hinata Rinfeng activated his Byakugan. This was the hallmark of the Hinata clan's combat style, Byakugan combined with gentle fist, primarily targeting chakra points to incapacitate opponents. Despite his imposing stature, his mastery of gentle fist was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have attained the rank of special jounin. "Teach you respect? You are not worthy," Chiba scoffed, leaping from beneath the eaves and charging toward Hinata Rinfeng. He had no desire to damage his home further during their confrontation. After all, his parents had left behind only a modest inheritance, and he had no intention of becoming homeless. "Here I come, gentle fist." The two individuals stood less than 2 meters apart. Hinata Rinfeng called out sharply, thrusting a palm toward Chiba's chest. Unflinching, Chiba clenched his right hand into a fist and retaliated with a powerful strike. The concealed force of his second-level soft fist technique was unleashed. The collision resounded with a loud bang. In that moment, Hinata Rinfeng felt an intense pain radiate from his palm, swiftly followed by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. He rolled several times on the ground before finally regaining his balance. Startled, he quickly inspected his right arm. It remained intact, although pain throbbed through the bones and muscles. Thankfully, his arm was unbroken. "What kind of martial art is this?" he exclaimed, rising to his feet, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Chiba. "It's the gorilla fist technique, specifically designed to counter someone like you," Chiba replied with a mocking grin. The onlooking members of the Hinata branch gaped in disbelief, staring at Chiba as if he were a creature from another world. What on earth is Chiba? Is he some sort of freak? Isn't Rinfeng supposed to be a special jounin? How could he be sent flying by a single punch? Murmured the spectators, their astonishment palpable. "I always knew that kid was exceptional, but I never imagined he was this formidable. Is he even human?" Hinata Niji, being somewhat shorter and having arrived later, found himself on a tree branch outside the Chiba estate, where he could only observe the unfolding battle. Despite his position, the sounds of the fight and the discussions around him were clear. Niji's expression mirrored the astonishment of the others, his eyes filled with incredulity. Could it be that Hinata Chiba is indeed a monster? Defeating a special jounin at the mere age of 12, how is that even possible? Chiba had refrained from shattering Hinata Rinfeng's hand, not wishing to escalate the situation unnecessarily. After all, Rinfeng was no Shimizu, having committed no heinous crime. Moreover, Chiba himself was a member of the Hinata clan. They would inevitably encounter one another in the future. To take matters too far would be unwise. In Chiba's view, the incident could be resolved if the two brothers simply acknowledged their mistake and compensated for the damage to his family's door. He declared, "Big guy, hurry up and pay for the repairs to my door. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here on your feet today. You bastard." Hinata Lingfeng gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede to Chiba's demands. Being sent flying by a younger opponent left him feeling humiliated, his rugged face flushed with embarrassment. The whispers of the surrounding branch members only intensified his sense of shame. Chiba's words felt like an outright provocation, stoking his pride and pushing him to the brink. Ignoring the persistent ache in his right hand, he sprang to his feet and charged directly at Chiba. However, this time, he refrained from recklessly closing the distance. Instead, he positioned himself nearly 5 meters away, spreading his feet apart and extending his arms in an unusual stance. At their feet lay a bagua pattern, radiating outward in a circular form. Chinya was also encompassed within this intricate design. Surrounding them were members of the Hyuga clan, who, upon witnessing this initial stance, instantly recognized that Hyuga Lingfeng had unleashed the bagua palm. Chapter 12. Bagua palm. In an instant, the spectators erupted into fervent discussions. Goodness! Lingfeng has even resorted to the bagua palm. He must be genuinely incensed. Some argued that, considering Chinya was of their own kin, employing such a technique against him seemed rather inappropriate. What do you know? Do you see any hint of panic on Chinya's face? He appears utterly unperturbed. Observers, adept at reading the mood, discerned that Chinya remained composed. The bagua palm, indeed, presents an excellent opportunity for me to learn, thought Hyuga Niji, perched upon a tree. He promptly sharpened his focus. In terms of gentle fist techniques, Niji had diligently honed his skills to a commendable level. However, he had yet to master the bagua palm and heavenly spin. This opportunity was perfect for him to observe and compare. With a thunderous shout, Hyuga Lingfeng proclaimed, "You little brat, you are now within the range of my bagua palm. Prepare to meet your demise." Within the confines of the bagua palm's reach, his speed would escalate exponentially. With a whoosh, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Chinya in the blink of an eye, his palms striking in unison. Bagua two palms. Regrettably, it seemed Chinya had anticipated his assault. Just before Lingfeng's palms made contact, Chinya swiftly swept his hand to the side, effortlessly lifting a knife-grinding stone over a meter in length and positioning it before him, effectively shielding his slender frame. Lingfeng's palms collided with the heavy stone, producing a series of dull thuds. The stone remained unscathed, yet his own hands throbbed with pain. Once the bagua palm momentum commenced, it could not be easily halted until all 64 strikes were executed. However, Chinya denied him the opportunity to complete his onslaught. Preempting the 4th strike, Chinya gently thrust his palm forward, sending the heavy stone hurtling towards Lingfeng's chest. With a resounding thud, Lingfeng expelled a spray of blood, propelled backward several meters, the stone pinning him beneath its weight. He felt a searing pain in his right foot, accompanied by the ominous sound of a bone snapping. His right foot's bone appeared to have been fractured. Is this Chinya truly that formidable? He effortlessly countered Lingfeng's bagua palm. What an anomaly! How can he possess such strength? That stone must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. And he lifted it as if it were a mere trifle. The surrounding commentary grew increasingly animated, their gazes fixed upon Chinya as if he were a rare creature to be scrutinized. They had entirely forgotten their disdain for Chinya, the so-called sycophant who relentlessly pursued Lady Hinata, having come merely to witness his humiliation. The spectacle was indeed lively, yet the embarrassment of Chiba was not witnessed. Instead, the terrifying prowess of Chiba was revealed. "Big brother, how are you?" Hinata Yoshu's eyes were filled with sheer terror, nearly causing him to soil his trousers in fright. His elder brother, a particularly formidable Jainin, bore a scar on his face, a remnant from years past when he had vanquished 2 enemy Jainin at the border. To see such a powerful figure unable to gain any advantage against Chiba, not even grazing the hem of his garment, deepened his dread. He feared that Chiba might charge at him and effortlessly send him flying with a mere slap. This was no longer the situation it had been 3 months prior. A sizable gathering of branch family members now observed. Should he be struck and sent flying once more, it would be a disgrace too profound to endure, leaving him with no face to show within the clan. "I am fine," Hinata Rinfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his broken leg as he pushed the grinding stone off him. With his status as a Jainin, he would not be easily dispatched by a stone weighing over 100 pounds. The might of the 8 trigrams 64 palms was more than sufficient to shatter such a stone. The sole reason for his grievous injury and broken leg lay in Chiba's overwhelming strength, which had propelled the stone with such ferocity. The stark disparity in their power had led to his utter defeat. Supported by his brother Yoshu, Hinata Rinfeng staggered to his feet. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Chiba. Hinata Chiba, today I concede that I am inferior. Indeed, I am not as skilled as you. But do not think this matter is settled. I shall return to confront you again. With that, without awaiting Chiba's response, Hinata Rinfeng signaled to his brother to help him return home. Yoshu, let us depart. Wait, Chiba called out, halting the two. Hinata Rinfeng turned back, furrowing his brow. I have already admitted defeat. What more do you desire? Chiba replied coldly. Your admission of defeat is of no consequence to me. However, you have damaged my gate and left my courtyard in disarray, thus you must compensate me. Do you not know I am an orphan? My parents left me this house. Do you possess no sense of public morality, coming here to demolish my courtyard? Chiba's lamentation left the Hinata brothers momentarily bewildered. Yet they understood that Chiba was not jesting. If they failed to remit the payment today, it was likely Chiba would not allow them to leave unscathed. Hand it over. Hinata Rinfeng instructed as he retrieved a pouch of coins, extracting 3,000 taels and offering them to Yoshu. Trembling, Yoshu accepted the pouch, hesitant to approach Chiba for fear of receiving another beating. Nevertheless, despite his trepidation, he recognized the necessity of delivering the payment. Fortunately, Chiba did not further complicate matters. Upon receiving the money, he began to count it to himself. Yoshu, let us go, Hinata Rinfeng urged his brother. Deeply intimidated by Chiba, Yoshu dared not linger, supporting his brother as they hastily departed. Until he stepped outside the courtyard, he quietly remarked to Hinata Rinfeng, brother, that fellow is truly abnormal. Even you are no match for him. Hinata Rinfeng replied coldly, he is indeed rather peculiar. It seems the only option now is to seek assistance from the clan leader. He understood that Chiba's strength was exceedingly enigmatic. With his leg now broken, it would take no less than 3 to 5 months for recovery, let alone any thought of confronting Chiba again. However, swallowing his pride was not an option for Hinata Rinfeng. Thus, he resolved to approach the clan leader, Hinata Hisashi, to seek their intervention. Everyone disperse, return to your homes and attend to your own matters. The show is over, he declared. As he pocketed the money, Chiba lifted a whetstone larger than himself and returned it to its rightful place. With no entertainment left to behold, the crowd began to scatter. They buzzed with discussions, speculating on the peculiar strength of Chiba. Unbeknownst to them, while their disdain for Chiba lingered, there emerged an undercurrent of fear that restrained them from speaking ill of him. After all, they had all witnessed the fate of the Hinata brothers. Even someone as notably resilient as Hinata Rinfeng found himself at a loss against Chiba. To gossip about Chiba would be tantamount to inviting trouble for themselves. Chapter 13. Hinata Niji Chiba scanned the courtyard, relieved to find no signs of destruction among the orange trees and vegetable garden. However, the courtyard gate lay in ruins, splintered wood scattered across the ground. He gathered the debris, carrying it back inside. Since his home still relied on firewood for cooking, these remnants could serve as fuel. As for repairing the gate, that would have to wait for another opportunity. Wait, Chiba. A voice called from outside the courtyard. Chiba turned to see Hinata Niji leaping down from a tree, jogging towards him. Niji? What brings you here? Surely you aren't looking for trouble as well? Chiba inquired. Both he and Niji belonged to the branch family and lived in close proximity. After years of passing each other frequently, they were somewhat familiar with one another. However, Chiba was acutely aware that Niji had never held him in high regard, primarily due to Chiba's association with Hinata. I'm sorry, Chiba. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to cause any trouble, Niji said, sensing Chiba's impatience. Though they were acquaintances, they were not truly familiar, and opportunities for conversation were rare. In the past, Niji, like many other branch family members, regarded Chiba as merely a cowardly sycophant of the main family's heiress. Even though Chiba excelled at the ninja academy, ranking among the top students, Niji did not pay much attention to him, as he himself had also been a distinguished graduate the previous year. In his eyes, Chiba was at most comparable to his own innate talent, but he believed that Chiba's prowess was significantly inferior. However, witnessing Chiba effortlessly vanquish Hinata Rinfeng completely transformed his perception. How could there exist such a formidable individual among the members of the Hyuga branch family? The ease with which he defeated a special jonin transcended the mere labels of genius or anomaly. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Chiba placed the firewood he was holding beneath the eaves and inquired, "What do you wish to know?" "I seek your guidance," Niji ventured hesitantly. "Was the technique you just employed the gentle fist?" With this question, a sense of unease washed over him. He understood that prying into another's secrets was rather impolite. Yet his curiosity compelled him. What kind of training could Chiba have undergone to attain such extraordinary strength? Indeed, I practice the gentle fist as well, Chiba replied candidly. However, my application of it primarily focuses on physical conditioning and explosive power. He discerned that Niji, a martial arts enthusiast, had approached him solely to inquire about his training methods but was too shy to voice his intentions. Nonetheless, Chiba's variant of the gentle fist was exclusively suited for his own practice. Thanks to the system's replication of bloodline abilities, he had reached such a terrifying level of power. Even if he divulged the methods to others, they would be incapable of mastering them. Physical conditioning and explosive power? Niji mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Yet he remained perplexed by the underlying principles. The gentle fist emphasizes precise manipulation and application of chakra, channeling it through the palms to transform chakra into a sharp blade that penetrates the enemy's body, sealing their chakra points in close combat. This concept seemed entirely at odds with Chiba's notions of conditioning and explosive force, leading Niji to completely re-evaluate his understanding of the gentle fist. Chiba elaborated, Niji, I believe you are aware that the members of the branch family rely solely on their own comprehension and insights for their practice of the gentle fist. Your approach to the gentle fist likely stems from emulating the clan members' techniques. However, my method is derived purely from my unique understanding. Therefore, my training regimen may not be suitable for you. Is that so? Niji replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment, aware that he had overstepped his bounds. Each individual's training methods are their most guarded secrets. It is unlikely they would divulge them freely. Nonetheless, Chiba continued, even if my approach may not suit your practice, I can still share my training methods, which might prove beneficial to you. A look of delight spread across Niji's face as he gazed at Chiba with gratitude. He had not anticipated Chiba's generosity in revealing the secrets of his training. Unfazed by Niji's emotional shift, Chiba spoke on. You may interpret my practice of the gentle fist as an instantaneous explosion of power. I believe your method involves concentrating chakra within your palms, transforming it into a sharp chakra blade that pierces your opponent's vital points. This is a unique training method exclusive to the members of the Hyuga branch family, which I can feel every day while sparring with Hinata. My approach to training involves condensing and compressing the chakra within my body into a single point on my fist, allowing this force to erupt instantaneously. The principles behind the gentle fist's explosive energy are, in fact, quite akin to Tsunade's monstrous strength technique. The two are remarkably similar. Niji, possessing a sharp intellect, grasped the underlying principles immediately after Chiba's detailed explanation, his heart brimming with excitement. However, Niji's aloof demeanor is comparable to Sasuke's. Though he felt grateful to Chiba for revealing a new path of cultivation, he struggled to articulate any heartfelt words. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his thanks. Chiba waved dismissively, saying, No need to thank me. If you wish to attempt my training method, you are welcome to, but I cannot guarantee its efficacy for you. Niji nodded again, appreciative. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward as the two stood in silence, unsure of what to say next. You should head back. I need to get some rest, Chiba finally said, gesturing for Niji to leave. He then gathered some firewood and strode towards the kitchen. The next morning, after having breakfast with Hinata, Chiba headed straight toward the Hokage's office building. Yesterday, Yuhi Kurenai had already informed them that Team 10 would begin taking on higher-level missions starting today. This signified that their rookie period had ended, allowing them to venture beyond the confines of Konoha. At 8:20 a.m., with only 10 minutes remaining until assembly, Chiba and Hinata arrived at the base of the building. Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba had already arrived ahead of them. The four exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Kurenai waved her hand and proceeded toward the stairs of the office building, saying, Let us go, youngsters. A new day of missions begins. Yes, I've been looking forward to this, Kiba replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Akamaru barked in agreement. Chiba himself felt a twinge of anticipation about undertaking missions outside the village. Having lived in Konoha for so many years without ever leaving, he harbored a certain yearning for the world beyond. Is it too much to ask for the third Hokage to assign us a more challenging mission? These mundane cat-catching and dog-fetching tasks hardly befit my caliber, Chiba thought as they reached the second-floor corridor. Just then, they overheard Naruto's disgruntled complaints from inside. Is that Naruto causing a ruckus again? Kiba scoffed. Over the past 3 months, Kurenai's Team 9 and Kakashi's Team 7 had encountered Naruto's antics in the office multiple times. and everyone had grown accustomed to his mischievous behavior. The door to the second-floor office stood ajar, and as Chiba and the others approached, they prepared to enter. At a glance, one could see Naruto seated on the ground, arms crossed, with an expression of defiance plastered across his face. Kakashi let out a soft sigh as he stowed away his beloved book, gazing at Naruto's back with a sense of resignation. Sakura, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful punch upon Naruto's head. Naruto, how dare you speak to Lord Third in such a manner? In truth, she too was somewhat eager to embrace new challenges. However, she had grown accustomed to bullying Naruto. He had become her venting mechanism, someone she could pummel whenever she pleased. After all, Naruto would always remain like a devoted puppy, circling around her. Why is Sakura-chan hitting me? Naruto lamented, clutching his swollen head and weeping profusely. Observing this scene, Chiba couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was evident that Sakura viewed Naruto as her punching bag, yet he remained blissfully unaware. He willingly accepted his role as a sycophant, and surprisingly, he seemed quite content with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe thoughtfully and turned to the entrance. Ah, is that Team Kurenai arriving? What a fortunate coincidence. Lord Third, Kurenai greeted with a nod, leading Chiba and the others into the room. Kakashi's team turned in unison, their gazes landing on Kurenai's group as they exchanged greetings. Chiba, what a pleasure to see you again. The frown on Naruto's face vanished as he rushed over to give Chiba a bear hug. His joy was genuine, for Chiba was his closest friend. Indeed, the bonds among the members of Team 7 paled in comparison to his friendship with Chiba, as he was the first to truly penetrate Naruto's heart, an affinity that even Iruka couldn't rival. Naruto, you must understand that being a sycophant has its limits. Sakura is merely using you as a punching bag. If you continue down this path, you may end up with nothing. Chiba gently patted Naruto's back and whispered in his ear. Naruto understood the meaning of sycophant, a term Chiba had introduced to him before. Although he recognized that Chiba had his best interests at heart, he felt a twinge of discontent at the thought of disparaging Sakura, the goddess of his heart. Chiba, you are my best friend, and I wish you wouldn't speak ill of Sakura-chan. She simply has a fiery temperament. She doesn't use me as a punching bag. She is the most adorable girl I've ever met. She is my goddess. Chiba buried his face in his hands, feeling utterly exasperated. This devoted sycophant is truly relentless. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. This mindset is common among all sycophants, who believe that sincere devotion will win over their goddess. In reality, most are merely treated as backups, and in Naruto's case, he wasn't even regarded as that. What more could he say? He decided to let Naruto continue in his folly. Like countless others, he would eventually learn from his suffering. You hopeless fool, he thought, patting Naruto on the shoulder with a mix of frustration and amusement before jogging back to join Kurenai's team. Sasuke, with his arms crossed, maintained his aloof demeanor, remaining silent throughout. Upon the arrival of Chiba, he suddenly spoke. Chiba, it has been quite some time since we last engaged in a contest. I hope there will be an opportunity for us to do so again. In their days at the Ninja Academy, Chiba and Sasuke were tied for first place. Given Sasuke's competitive spirit, it was only natural that he aspired to be the sole victor. Thus, he had challenged Chiba on multiple occasions. However, with the enhancement of his gentle fist technique, Chiba's overall prowess had long surpassed that of many ninjas. To Chiba, Sasuke's challenges were merely trivial skirmishes, akin to an adult indulging a child in a game of make-believe. To avoid prematurely revealing his true strength, Chiba never allowed Sasuke to suffer a devastating defeat. He merely bested him by a slight margin each time. This led Sasuke to erroneously believe that his abilities were comparable to Chiba's, perceiving him as a worthy rival. It was precisely this dynamic that fostered a friendship between the aloof Sasuke and Chiba. Had it been a weaker individual seeking friendship with Sasuke, the latter would not have wasted a moment of his time. Sasuke, the formidable one, was certainly not one to entertain such trivialities. Chiba nodded, nearly letting slip a word. But fortunately, none were aware of the novel term formidable one, and no one paid it much heed. With a pipe in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed a benevolent smile. Naruto, cease your sulking. Today, both Team 7 and Team 10 will receive a mission of A rank or higher. Naruto, stroking his chin with an air of arrogance, retorted, is it merely A rank? Can't there be super missions of S rank and A rank? Only then would it be worthy of my esteemed identity as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, be quiet. Sakura delivered a firm punch to the top of his head. Sakura-chan, I was wrong. Woe is me. Naruto commenced his antics, determined to persist. Hiruzen chuckled heartily, remarking that youthful exuberance is a good thing. But one should not aim too high. Now, everyone, please wait a moment. The clients for your two teams' missions will be arriving shortly. As he spoke, he cast a glance toward the entrance. The two green-vested guards stationed at the door promptly nodded in understanding and turned to leave the corridor, likely descending to fetch the clients. While they waited, Chiba activated his replication abilities twice for the day, targeting Sasuke and Naruto. Ding! Congratulations. You have replicated a small amount of Indra's chakra. Congratulations, you have obtained a small amount of Ashura's chakra. Would you like to fuse them? Chiba silently contemplated. Fuse. The fusion was successful. Congratulations, your gentle fist, explosive, has been upgraded to level 6. The system then prompted, it is now possible to begin unraveling the caged bird seal. Would you like to proceed? At last, level 6 had been attained. Chiba felt a surge of happiness within. Truth be told, he had awaited this moment for a considerable time. The caged bird seal upon his head was a binding for the branch family members, and it constrained Chiba as well. With this seal in place, should a member of the main family invoke the incantation, they could take Chiba's life at any moment. Throughout the years, Chiba has felt his life precariously held in the hands of others, which has perpetually instilled a sense of unease within him. This discomfort has been the impetus for his consistent caution and restraint. Finally, the caged bird has managed to break free, and Chiba, without hesitation, chooses to shatter his confines. Congratulations, you have successfully broken the caged bird curse seal, announces the system. As these words resonate, certain unique markings within Chiba's mind are completely erased. A gentle warmth radiates from his forehead as the green cross symbol dissipates entirely. At this moment, Chiba has attained true freedom, liberated from all constraints. For a long time, Chiba refrained from utilizing his replication abilities to acquire other bloodline limits, primarily due to his desire to eliminate the caged bird curse seal. Now that it has been dispelled, he can begin to replicate other bloodline limits, thereby diversifying his offensive strategies. After all, as the soft fist explosive continues to evolve, the number of replications required to gather energy will proportionately increase. For instance, he could replicate the Moonlight Gale's phasing bloodline limit or perhaps combine Sasuke's Sharingan with a Byakugan. 10 minutes have elapsed. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoes down the corridor of the second floor. Two ninjas clad in green vests usher two men into the Hokage's office. Both employers are in their 50s, yet their attire starkly contrasts. One man, with graying hair, dons a tattered gray vest complemented by a straw hat. Most notably, he clutches a bottle of liquor, swaying slightly as he walks, unmistakably inebriated. This individual is Tazuna, the employer for Naruto's Team 7's inaugural mission. As for the other man, he is rotund and dressed in an elegant black silk kimono, exuding an air of affluence. However, Chiba cannot identify him, as he does not appear in the original narrative. Lord Third, we have brought them, the two green-vested ninjas bow and report. Sarutobi Hiruzen nods and gestures for the two employers to enter. Welcome, gentlemen. The ninjas assigned to escort you have been selected. Kakashi's team will escort Master Tazuna back to the Land of Waves, acting as his bodyguards for 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Kurenai's team is responsible for safeguarding Mr. Kenjiro and ensuring the safety of a gold transport convoy en route to the daimyo's estate in the Land of Bears. Subsequently, Sarutobi introduces the members of the two teams to the employers. Upon seeing how beautiful Kurenai is, Kenjiro's eyes light up, and he seems eager to fixate on her. Learning that she is also a jonin only amplifies his delight, leading him to express no objections. As for Chiba, Hinata, and Kiba, Kenjiro doesn't even cast a glance in their direction. Kiba tugs at Chiba's arm and whispers, Chiba, why do I feel that old man is a lecher? Isn't he afraid of teacher Kurenai's wrath? Moreover, he doesn't even acknowledge us. It's as if we three are invisible. Hinata nodded repeatedly in agreement. Chienya whispered, Shoo, don't let him hear. After all, he is the employer. The escort of the gold transport convoy was, in essence, approaching the level of an A-rank mission, as the journey could potentially encounter bandits or rogue ninjas attempting to ambush them. The difficulty of this task far exceeded that of escorting Tazuna. Consequently, the remuneration for the mission was considerably higher. After all, who cares what an ignorant employer thinks as long as there is money involved? As for his desire for Tsunade, let him be infatuated. If he truly provoked her anger, a subtle illusion could easily teach him a lesson. Humph, what are these kids even doing calling themselves ninjas? They seem utterly unreliable, Tazuna scoffed, taking a swig of his drink. He scrutinized Naruto and the others, expressing his dissatisfaction. despite appearing drunkenly boisterous from the cheap liquor. He was merely trying to bolster his own courage. Deep down, he understood that confronting the ruthless Kato would require more than just the few young ninjas. The exaggeration of the mission's difficulty stemmed from Tezuna's financial constraints. He could only afford a C-rank mission's payment. His overt reluctance was a ploy to secure stronger ninjas for his escort back. "Hey, old man, who are you calling unreliable?" "Humph," Naruto retorted indignantly. His expression contorted in frustration. "I want to change the mission." Escorting a drunken old man was far less challenging than safeguarding a gold transport convoy. He immediately expressed his desire to Hiruzen Sarutobi to switch tasks. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, yet internally, they shared Naruto's sentiments. Indeed, escorting the gold convoy would prove far more thrilling than acting as Tezuna's bodyguards. If Naruto's outburst could lead to a mission change, they would welcome it. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in Chinya's mind. White is a bloodline limit ninja skilled in ice release, possessing perception abilities, making him a suitable target for the completion of the Flying Thunder God technique. A wave of excitement surged within Chinya. Could there truly be such a fortunate opportunity? The system seemed to suggest that he should complete the escort mission for Tezuna before attempting to replicate the ice release from White. The prospect of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique sent shivers of anticipation through him. He felt inclined to pursue the task of escorting Tezuna. Hiruzen tapped the ash off his cigarette, patiently advising, "Naruto, missions are allocated based on the chosen candidates. One cannot simply request a change." The red team consisted of reconnaissance-type ninjas, which would better ensure the safety of the gold transport convoy. Before he could finish, Chinya raised his hand to interrupt. "Lord Third, I believe Naruto has a valid point. I too support the idea of changing the mission." "Oh, do share your thoughts," Hiruzen replied, momentarily taken aback but intrigued by Chinya's input. He held a favorable impression of Chiba, recognizing the latter's exceptional talent and potential for greatness. Previously, when Chiba was close to Naruto, he had even arranged for Umbu members to monitor Chiba for several months. Upon discovering that Chiba's background was unremarkable and that he exhibited no unusual behavior towards Naruto, he felt completely reassured. Chiba remarked, "To my knowledge, Kakashi's team is not lacking in strength. Mr. Kakashi possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, which is not at all inferior to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, the notion that the reconnaissance team has an advantage in escorting the gold transport convoy seems unfounded." Upon hearing this, the reactions of those present varied significantly. Naruto, Sakura, Chiba, and Hinata appeared puzzled, unable to grasp the significance of the Sharingan. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai were somewhat surprised, not expecting Chiba to be aware of this matter. However, it was not a closely guarded secret, so it was not entirely surprising that he had learned of it. Only Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Gripping Kakashi's arm as he inquired, "Kakashi, what is the meaning of this? Is what he said true? Why do you possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi patted Sasuke's shoulder, reassuring him, "Sasuke, do not be alarmed. I will explain everything to you. For now, let us focus on the task at hand, and we shall discuss it during our journey." The reason why Hiruzen Sarutobi assigned Kakashi to instruct Team 7 was precisely to teach Sasuke the usage of the Sharingan. It was simply not the right moment yet. Chiba had initially worried that his comments might reveal ulterior motives, appearing too conspicuous. However, Hiruzen paid little heed to it. He nodded and smiled at Chiba, assuming that Chiba was merely supporting his friend Naruto due to their close relationship, without considering any other implications. "Thank you, Chiba. Truly a good brother," Naruto expressed, giving a thumbs up in gratitude, which inadvertently alleviated Chiba's concern. "You're welcome," Chiba replied with a smile directed at Naruto. Hiruzen turned to Kakashi and Kurenai. "What are your thoughts? Do you agree with the proposed task exchange?" "Lord Third, I have no objections," Kurenai affirmed with a nod. Kakashi similarly nodded in agreement, indicating that he had no issues with the change. However, at that moment, the client, Kinjiro, interjected, somewhat disgruntled, "What is this? Wasn't it agreed that this beautiful lady would escort me? Why has that changed?" The others present rolled their eyes, well aware that Kinjiro's interest lay in Kurenai's beauty. Hiruzen, with a polite smile, reminded him, "Mr. Kinjiro, the assignment of task personnel is determined by Konoha, and you have no standing in this matter. You can rest assured regarding the safety of the gold transport convoy. In the event of failure, we will refund your commission and provide compensation." This statement was already quite tactful, refraining from outright labeling Kinjiro as lecherous. Kinjiro understood that he had overstepped and chose not to press the issue further. Indeed, Tazuna harbored some reservations regarding the escort personnel, desiring to enlist more adept ninjas for his protection. However, mindful of Kinjiro's previous misadventure, he refrained from voicing further objections. After Saratobi Hizashi elaborated on the mission's particulars, the members of Team Kurenai and Team Kakashi bid their farewells and returned home to prepare their belongings. An hour later, the 4 members of Team Kurenai gathered at the gates of Konoha, where they met Tazuna before embarking towards the Land of Waves. In the Hyuga clan, within the branch family, a disheveled Hinata Lingfeng lay bedridden, his leg encased in plaster. Upon entering the room, the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, was taken aback by the sight. Since the previous day, following Lingfeng's beating, Hyuga Shao had sought out Hizashi, but regrettably, he had been absent from the clan grounds until now. Upon receiving the news, Hizashi hastened to the branch family's residence to offer his condolences to his nephew. "Uncle, you must advocate for me," implored Lingfeng, tears brimming in his eyes. His sorrow was genuine. Having been bested by a mere child named Chiba, he felt both humiliated and aggrieved. Hizashi seated himself at the bedside and inquired, "Pray tell. Recount the events leading to this situation." Subsequently, the brothers, Lingfeng and Shao, recounted the incidents beginning from the day Lingfeng was assaulted. However, they conveniently omitted any mention of Zhao's derogatory remarks towards Chiba. Such was their small-mindedness, only extolling their own virtues while denigrating others. Yet, as the clan leader, Hizashi possessed his own discernment and was not easily misled by their simplistic narrative. Though often preoccupied with clan affairs, he was acutely aware of the burgeoning friendship between Hinata and Chiba. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding Chiba's intentions towards Hinata. However, as time progressed, he observed Hinata's once timid demeanor blossoming into a more vibrant disposition, allowing their interactions to continue unimpeded. In truth, Hizashi had devoted his energies to nurturing Hanabi, often neglecting his elder daughter Hinata, an oversight that weighed on his conscience. He was not so cruel as to forcibly strip his daughter of her rightful place as heir. Nor did he turn a blind eye to her. The companionship of Chiba brought joy to Hinata, which in turn alleviated his feelings of indebtedness towards her. Ultimately, although Hizashi had yet to engage in a formal conversation with Chiba, he had silently come to accept him in his heart. The prospect of Chiba and Hinata eventually uniting did not seem unwelcome to him. Upon hearing the brothers' account, Hizashi's most profound surprise lay in Chiba's remarkable strength. Having bested Lingfeng, a special jonin. Indeed. It appears I must seek an opportunity to further assess this young man. Haha, he mused. The emergence of a prodigious talent within the Hyuga clan filled Hizashi with elation. Moreover, this prodigy happens to be the future son-in-law he has tacitly acknowledged. Lingfeng, take good care of your injuries and recover swiftly. I shall ensure that the compensation is dispatched to both you and your brother. As for Chiba, do refrain from provoking him any further. He is an exceptionally rare talent. After patting Hinata Lingfeng on the shoulder, Hinata Nichizu turned and departed, leaving the 2 brothers in a state of bewilderment. Hinata Shao inquired, "Elder brother, why was the clan leader so delighted? What did he mean by that?" Hinata Lingfeng shook his head. "I am uncertain, but it appears he holds Chiba in high regard." The brothers felt disheartened. They had sought the clan leader to exact revenge. Yet it seemed that after this commotion, the leader had developed a fondness for that young man, Chiba. This narrative was entirely askew. In the Land of Fire, amidst a dense forest, the 4 members of Team Yuhi, accompanied by Tazuna, had been traveling for nearly 3 hours. There had been no signs of unusual occurrences along the way. However, Chiba was acutely aware that this path should have encountered 2 incompetent ninjas by now. Kato had indeed hired a mercenary group led by Zabuza, specifically to assassinate Tazuna. Inuzuka Kiba, balancing Akamaru atop his head, leisurely asked, "Teacher Yui, doesn't the Land of Waves have its own ninjas? Why come to Konoha to hire them?" Yuhi Sakura nodded. Indeed, the ninja world is comprised of numerous countries, many of which lack their own ninja villages and must hire ninjas from neighboring lands for missions. Inuzuka Kiba remarked, "So, does that mean the Land of Waves is a neighboring country to our Land of Fire?" Yuhi Sakura smiled. "You could say that, but it's not entirely accurate." As she spoke, she turned to Hinata. "Hinata, you understand the situation, don't you?" Yuhi Sakura seemed to have a particular fondness for Hinata, often seeking her out for various matters. Hinata softly replied, "Kiba, this was covered in history class. The Land of Waves is an island nation, surrounded by the sea, and is closest to the Land of Fire. It is precisely due to its isolation that transportation is inconvenient, leading to some backwardness. Is that so?" Inuzuka Kiba's face flushed. He was reluctant to admit that he had been dozing off during class and hence remained unaware of these details. Tazuna, who had been drinking throughout the journey, finally seized an opportunity to interject. He gave Hinata a thumbs up, saying, "Young lady, you seem quite knowledgeable, but you are mistaken on one point. The Land of Waves is currently constructing a magnificent bridge to connect with the Land of Fire. Once this bridge is completed, it will open up pathways for the Land of Waves to engage with the outside world. I firmly believe that the Land of Waves will prosper more and more." Without a doubt. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. "Is that so? This wasn't mentioned in our history books, but I wish you all the best in completing the bridge soon." Upon hearing Tazuna's words, Chiba could not help but smirk. Was the bridge in the Land of Waves truly so easy to construct? The completion of the bridge will undoubtedly impact the performance of Cardo's transportation company, thereby depriving Cardo of the means to exploit the villagers. That bridge has been under construction for nearly several decades, yet it remains unfinished. The crux of the matter lies in Cardo's obstruction. As long as he is present, the bridge will never be completed. Continuing forward for less than 10 minutes, a large puddle suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. A slight curve formed at the corner of Chinya's mouth, indicating that the two inept ninjas who attempted to assassinate Tazuna had set an ambush. As Kakashi had warned in the original text, it had not rained for several days, rendering the sudden appearance of such a large puddle utterly illogical. The most plausible explanation is that a ninja employed a transformation technique to create a disguise. Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brows, immediately sensing the anomaly, but chose to remain silent for two reasons. First, to avoid alarming the enemy, and second, to assess the vigilance of her three students. Inuzuka Kiba sniffed the air, detecting a peculiar scent. He cautioned, "Kurenai-sensei, Chinya, Hinata, be careful, something feels off here. I can smell something that doesn't belong to the four of us." "Is that so?" Yuhi Kurenai smiled with satisfaction, then turned to Chinya and Hinata, instructing, "Chinya, Hinata, activate your Byakugan." Hinata understood immediately and activated her Byakugan, while Chinya pointed directly at the puddle a few meters ahead, stating, "It's right there. Such a disguise is truly pathetic." The Byakugan possesses the ability to see through illusions, rendering even the best disguises ineffective. Within Hinata's field of vision, the puddle transformed into two figures clad in black cloaks and masks. She was taken aback but nodded. "Chinya is right. There are two ninjas over there." Yuhi Kurenai nodded in approval. "You three are doing very well. Your reconnaissance skills are commendable." Hearing their conversation, the two inept ninjas were drenched in sweat. What on earth were these individuals doing? They had seen through the disguise from the very beginning, yet continued to converse casually, which was a blatant insult to the two of them, stirring their anger. "Akamaru." Inuzuka Kiba signaled for Akamaru to prepare for battle. He then sprinted a few steps forward and shouted at the puddle, "Hey, stop pretending. Didn't you hear, Chinya? Your disguise is terrible." Before he could finish, the two cloaked ninjas sprang into action, wielding a thick iron chain connected between them, adorned with sharp serrations, which they swung menacingly toward Inuzuka Kiba's face. "In that case, we must deal with these Konoha ninjas and eliminate that old man." "Akamaru, be careful," Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in shock, quickly producing a red pill and tossing it into Akamaru's mouth. He then rolled to the side just in time to evade the attack of the iron chain. Akamaru, being small in stature, was well outside the range of the chain's assault and thus did not need to dodge at all. Upon consuming the crimson pill, Akamaru's entire body was instantly enveloped in a vibrant red hue, his form expanding to the size of an adult canine, baring his teeth menacingly at the two inexperienced ninjas. "Akamaru, prepare to unleash that technique," Inuzuka Kiba commanded, lowering himself onto all fours. With a sharp bark, Akamaru leaped onto Kiba's back. A resounding crash echoed as a plume of white smoke erupted, merging Akamaru with another Inuzuka Kiba, creating a formidable duo. At that moment, two unidentified objects suddenly soared past Akamaru, crashing heavily against the foreheads of the two novice ninjas. "Ah!" They screamed in unison, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. It was only after the object ceased rolling that everyone discerned they were two black stones. Inuzuka Kiba whirled around to face Chiya, who was still in the act of throwing stones, his expression one of vexation. "Hey, Chiya, that was rather inconsiderate of you. Couldn't you let me finish my new technique?" Akamaru turned back, whimpering in agreement, also expressing his dissatisfaction towards Chiya. Chiya scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "Sorry, Kiba, I just thought it would be more efficient to resolve this quickly." Beside them, Yuhi Kurenai's face was adorned with astonishment. This little rascal, Chia, appeared to be quite extraordinary. Had he been concealing his abilities all along? She muttered to herself, with her keen eye as a Janine. She could easily discern that the technique of throwing stones was quite remarkable. It required precise control of strength to achieve such an effect. Merely using 2 small stones to incapacitate the enemy was no small feat. Chia, you're truly impressive, Hinata remarked, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with admiration. Habitually ruffling Hinata's hair, Chia humbly replied, don't say that. We each have our unique paths in training. I specialize in strength, so naturally, I possess greater power. Tazuna was equally astonished by Chia's prowess, secretly elated to have such a formidable ninja escorting him. However, he dared not speak too freely. Feeling guilty about the possibility of his exaggeration regarding the mission's difficulty being exposed. Well, since everything is fine now, let us hasten our departure, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert everyone's attention as he moved forward. Yet, such a feeble attempt to deceive could hardly fool a perceptive ninja like Kurenai. Furrowing her brows, Kurenai spoke sternly. Wait, Mr. Tazuna, don't you think we deserve an explanation? Tazuna stubbornly deflected her inquiry. What are you talking about, Miss Kurenai? I have no idea. Kurenai's voice turned cold. These 2 ninjas clearly targeted you. Our team of 4 has been in Konoha recently, with no prior entanglements with them. It is evident you have misrepresented the mission's difficulty. If ninjas are involved, the difficulty of the mission would exceed a certain level, Mr. Tazuna. You have breached our agreement by going online. If you fail to elucidate this matter, we have grounds to abandon you and return to Konoha immediately. With the truth unveiled, Tazuna realized he could no longer maintain his facade. Sighing softly, he began to play the victim. Miss Kurenai, I acknowledge my mistakes, yet I have my own hardships. As he feigned wiping away tears, he recounted the plight of the Land of Waves, suffering under the exploitation of the unscrupulous merchant, Kato. He expressed his desire to repair the bridge of the Land of Waves, restoring a connection with the outside world and leading his people to resist Kato's oppression. This, he claimed, was why Kato had hired ninjas to assassinate him. His story was delivered with great emotion, and coupled with Tazuna's convincing performance, it successfully garnered sympathy. Miss Kurenai, that is the truth. I assure you, I am not fabricating anything. I acknowledge my error in misrepresenting the mission's difficulty. You all should return and allow this poor old man to fall victim to that merciless merchant. Sob sob. The lethal blade of fate loomed ahead. Being a woman, Kurenai was somewhat swayed by her emotions and had thus been persuaded by Kato. However, when it came to confrontations involving ninjas, the mission's difficulty would soar to an entirely new level. Concerned for the safety of her 3 students, she refrained from making unilateral decisions and chose to consult Kato instead. She turned to Chiba and the others, asking, Chiba, Hinata, Kiba, what are your thoughts? Shall we continue with the mission or return to Konoha? In response, Inuzuka Kiba thumped his chest, nonchalantly declaring, Teacher Kurenai, Uncle Tazuna seems rather pitiful. Why not proceed with the escort mission? Although the enemy might also hire ninjas. Team Kurenai was no pushover. In fact, there was something Kiba withheld. He wanted to express that with Kurenai and Chiba backing them, their team could withstand significant challenges. Kiba had a modest understanding of Chiba's capabilities, despite not having the complete picture. Hinata gently nodded. I agree with Kiba. Let us continue to escort Uncle Tazuna. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Chiba. I have no objections. I will follow your lead, Chiba replied, nodding. What objections could he possibly have? His earnest efforts to facilitate this mission were driven by the desire to encounter Haku, hoping to replicate the ice-release bloodline limit from him, as well as to acquire sensory abilities to lay the groundwork for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, Chiba was unwilling to return without having seen Haku. Very well. It is settled then. We shall depart shortly, Kurenai said with a satisfied smile. Her inquiry into the opinions of Chiba and the others was also a test of their empathy. As a ninja, it is essential to balance adherence to rules with a touch of humanity. Clearly, Kurenai was quite pleased with the 3 young ones. Tazuna once again buried his face in his hands, weeping profusely as he bowed to the 4 members of Team 10, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much. Everyone from the Hidden Leaf, you are truly benevolent souls, and I am profoundly moved. Chiba could no longer bear the sight and said disdainfully, Old man, stop the theatrics. Everyone has already promised to help you. There is no need for this performance. Rest assured, we will assist you to the very end. In a similar vein, Inuzuka Kiba teased, Uncle Tazuna, your tears are rather unconvincing. There are no actual tears at all. Tazuna, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled, "Is that so? My apologies. I suppose my acting skills are lacking, haha. However, if I can deceive such kind-hearted ninjas into continuing their support, it signifies that my performance has been quite successful." His candidness elicited knowing smiles from everyone, as they understood that Tazuna's actions stemmed from his awareness of their good nature and willingness to help him. Chiba silently resolved that this journey to the Land of Waves would not only lay the groundwork for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, but also rectify certain disappointments from the original narrative. The deaths of Haku and Zabuza were indeed tragic. If only the emotional barriers between them could be unraveled and the matter concerning Gato resolved, there would be no need for their demise. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yuhi Kurenai formed the hand seals for the technique. With a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical clone of Yuhi Kurenai. "I'll leave this to you. Take these two back to the hidden leaf for interrogation." Kurenai instructed her clone. The clone nodded, producing a bundle of rope from its person to bind the two unconscious ninjas before dragging them towards the direction of the hidden leaf. The shadow clone technique was one that many ninjas were familiar with. As a descendant of the Yuhi clan, Kurenai naturally possessed the ability to utilize it. However, due to the requirement of expending an equal half of one's chakra to create a shadow clone, it was seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. Consider the scenario where one engages an opponent of equal strength. Suddenly dividing one's chakra results in a significant reduction in power. Additionally, the shadow clone may not always provide substantial assistance and could be easily overwhelmed by the enemy. Thus, for ordinary ninjas, relying on shadow clones as a primary means of combat could be rather disadvantageous. Only someone like Naruto, with an abundance of chakra, could effectively wield the shadow clone as a formidable weapon. "All right, little ones, let us take a break and have something to eat before we continue our journey," Kurenai commanded again. Chiba and the others nodded in agreement, settling down under a large tree by the roadside with Tazuna to consume their rations and drink water. Shortly after noon, the group resumed their journey, and by the time they reached the border of the Land of Fire, it was already past 9 in the evening. The sky had succumbed to utter darkness, and the ferry traversing back and forth to the Land of Waves had long ceased operations, returning home. This signified that the members of the Red Team would have to camp amidst the woods. In truth, the distance from Konoha to this coastal area was not particularly far. However, the group had been mindful of Tazuna's pace, trailing behind him at a leisurely rate, which consumed an entire day. At the break of dawn the following day, the group embarked on a small boat, guided by a ferryman who sang melodious tunes as they advanced towards the Land of Waves. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally disembarked, arriving within a thicket of the Land of Waves. "Yamato, Hinata, be cautious. I sense something amiss in our surroundings," Chiba warned his companions. Yamazaki's expression shifted with surprise as he sniffed the air, detecting no abnormalities. "What is it, Chiba? Do you sense something? There is no unusual scent here." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive blade emerged from the thicket, soaring through the air with a menacing hum, aimed directly at the Red Team. "Chiba, Hinata, Yamazaki, protect Mr. Tazuna." Asuma's countenance turned grave. She retrieved a kunai from her thigh pouch and twirled it deftly on her index finger. With her other hand, she grasped Tazuna by the nape and yanked him downwards, bringing him to the ground. This action was not an assault on Tazuna, but rather a desperate attempt to save his life by forcing him to lower his stature. After all, given Tazuna's reflexes, he would be unable to evade the colossal blade, resulting in a swift and fatal consequence. "Understood, Asuma-sensei." Hinata and Yamazaki, their faces etched with concern, quickly retreated a few steps, positioning themselves protectively beside Tazuna, bending low to the ground. Yet, in that moment, Chiba did not obey the call to defend. Instead, he charged boldly towards the incoming blade. Gentle Fist Explosion. The 5th level of the Gentle Fist technique was unleashed. A radiant layer of golden chakra enveloped Chiba's fist, colliding forcefully with the oncoming decapitating blade. A resounding clang echoed, a harsh metallic sound reverberating through the air. The blade hesitated momentarily before snapping with a loud crack, cleaving into 2 segments. The tremendous force propelled the broken halves of the blade back towards the thicket with accelerated speed. 19. Zabuza Momochi. What? He actually shattered my decapitating blade with a single punch. From behind the foliage, Zabuza's pupils dilated in astonishment. Peering through the gaps in the branches at the approaching fragments of his blade, he had little time to ponder, rolling swiftly to the side. The blade severed a multitude of branches as they whizzed past him, slicing through 2 robust trees behind him before finally embedding themselves into the earth. Yamazaki, his eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at Chiba's figure, marveling at the sheer power he had just witnessed. What kind of strength does Chiba possess? It's utterly terrifying. Tasuno wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, marveling. Could this little fellow be a giant among men? Hinata, having spent many years with Chiba, was well aware of his formidable prowess. Yet, she had not anticipated that his strength would reach such terrifying heights. This realization filled her with a blend of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from Chiba's remarkable abilities, which boded well for everyone. The sorrow arose from the vast chasm between her and Chiba, making her hesitant to voice her feelings for him. Chiba, is this truly your strength? I will strive diligently to catch up to you, Hinata murmured softly. Though she harbored doubts about her own resolve, her determination to match Chiba's pace remained unwavering. Chiba, this little rascal, caught the attention of Yuhi Kurenai, who frowned slightly. Despite knowing that Chiba concealed his abilities, she had not expected them to be so extraordinarily profound. The force behind that last punch reminded her of only one person, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Could it be that Chiba was a secret apprentice of Tsunade? Kurenai could not help but ponder this possibility. It seemed a suitable moment to seek an opportunity to probe Chiba's secrets. However, with the imminent threat at hand, Kurenai refrained from further inquiries and promptly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Chiba, Hinata, ascertain the identity of our adversary. Understood, Teacher Kurenai. Chiba and Hinata replied in unison. They then activated their Byakugan simultaneously. Veins around their eyes bulged, transforming their vision into a grayish hue. Their field of vision expanded outward in a 360-degree sweep, rendering the towering trees ineffective as cover. The moment they recovered the decapitation blade, Zabuza, who had been lurking behind a tree preparing for a sneak attack, was swiftly detected by Chiba and Hinata. Teacher Kurenai, the enemy is over there. Hinata pointed towards a large tree more than 10 meters away, reporting to Kurenai. Meanwhile, Chiba remained focused on scanning the surroundings, searching for the elusive figure of Haku. Haku was his ultimate target. Zabuza's tactics posed little hindrance to the reconnaissance team. At last, he spotted Haku, who was indeed quite vigilant. A smile crept across Chiba's face. Haku was currently concealed behind a rock over 100 meters away. Logically, with such a distance and the cover of trees, Haku should have been unable to see clearly. However, he possessed a unique technique that allowed him to control a white rabbit, which he had hidden among the bushes to observe the unfolding battle. Through the rabbit's perspective, Haku monitored the movements of Chiba and his companions. Suddenly, the bushes rustled as Zabuza leaped from behind the tree. With the broken decapitation blade resting on his shoulder, he cast a disdainful gaze at Chiba and Hinata, sneering, "Humph, so it is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I have heard of the penetrating abilities of such ocular techniques. No wonder you were able to locate me so quickly." The executioner's blade gleamed under the twilight, and the figure before them, clad in brown suspenders with a bare torso, elicited a momentary shock from Yugao. In an instant, she recognized the identity of the man before her, Zabuza Momochi. This was perfectly aligned with the bounty issued by the Hidden Mist Village to the various ninja clans. She exclaimed, "You are the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi?" A flicker of pride coursed through Zabuza at being recognized, as he smirked and thought, "Humph. I never imagined the ninjas of Konoha would know my name. Indeed, I am Zabuza." Inuzuka Kiba swallowed hard. Zabuza's presence brought an overwhelming sense of pressure upon him. It was a unique aura of menace that only a seasoned killer like Zabuza, who had taken countless lives, could exude. He stammered, "Teacher Yugao, who exactly is this demon of the mist? I've never heard of him." Yugao's expression turned grave as she replied, "Zabuza Momochi is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The blade he wields, the executioner's sword, is a weapon unique to the 7 ninja swordsmen." The notoriety of the 7 ninja swordsmen had emerged during the Third Great Ninja War. Despite Kiba's penchant for dozing off in class, he had retained some knowledge of this crucial historical information. Puzzled, he scratched his head and asked, "The executioner's sword belonging to the 7 ninja swordsmen? But that blade doesn't he seem particularly formidable? Didn't he get shattered by Chiba with a single punch?" A wave of confusion washed over the group, their faces reflecting uncertainty. Indeed, aside from Chiba, everyone else had been so intimidated by Zabuza's presence that they had failed to notice the sword had already been broken. Yet Zabuza still clutched it like a prized possession. Noticing the strange glances directed at him, Zabuza's forehead pulsed with veins as he growled, "You brat, what do you know? Even if the executioner's sword is broken, it can still absorb the blood of enemies to regenerate." Pointing at Tazuna, he continued, "Let me be clear, my target is that old man. Hand him over, and you may leave unscathed. Otherwise, your blood will be the means by which my executioner's sword is revived. What? Chiba and Hinata gasped in unison, instinctively taking a step back. The oppressive aura Zabuza emitted was indeed formidable. However, for Chiba and Hyuga, it held little sway. I'm sorry. We cannot acquiesce to your demands. Chiba shook his head. Turning to Hyuga. Am I right, Teacher Hyuga? Hyuga nodded resolutely. Indeed, I, too, wish to test the might of the demon Zabuza. Mr. Tazuna will never be handed over to you. Zabuza's expression turned cold as he swung the executioner's sword toward Chiba and his companions, declaring, Then I shall take your lives instead. With that, the executioner's sword was plunged into the earth. He began to weave hand signs with rapid precision. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. As the final sign was completed, a thick fog enveloped Zabuza, quickly expanding outward. In less than 5 seconds, Chiba and his companions found themselves enveloped in a shroud of white mist, with visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. Chiba, Hinata, how about it? Is your Byakugan affected? Asked Yui Kurenai, gripping her kunai with vigilance. Caught in the bushes, Zabuza, astonished, had no choice but to reveal himself. Furious, Chiba and Hinata shook their heads simultaneously. No. We can still see his location. The hidden mist technique can be pierced even by the Sharingan, not to mention the Byakugan, which excels in visual assistance. However, Zabuza's use of the hidden mist technique was not without its merits. It effectively restricted the movements of Kurenai and Chiba. Zabuza, though initially arrogant upon his entrance, was genuinely intimidated by Chiba's formidable power and dared not approach Team 7 recklessly. Within Chiba and Hinata's grayish-white perspective, they observed Zabuza, after completing the hidden mist technique, leap onto a large tree. His hands danced as he formed intricate hand seals, evidently preparing to unleash a water-release ninjutsu. Hinata's small face was taken aback as she quickly warned, This isn't good, Kurenai-sensei. He is forming seals. He must be about to release a ninjutsu. The group's expressions turned grave. Kurenai, momentarily flustered, recognized that their side lacked any long-range ninjutsu users. Chiba and Hinata excelled in close combat, while Chiba was also adept at melee attacks. As for herself, she specialized in jinjutsu and had little proficiency in other types of ninjutsu. Yet, as a special jonin, Kurenai maintained her composure and began to issue commands with seriousness. The target of the enemy's attack is Mr. Tazuna. Hinata, Chiba, and I will form a protective triangle around Mr. Tazuna. Everyone, retreat slowly together. Chiba, you act freely and look for an opportunity to counterattack Zabuza. After witnessing Chiba's display of strength, Kurenai had already regarded him as an equal to her own rank of jonin. Furthermore, in their team, only Chiba and Hinata could clearly discern Zabuza's position. Allowing Chiba to act freely was the wisest choice. Understood, Kurenai-sensei, Chiba replied, and immediately clenched his right hand into a fist, striking a nearby tree with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered, and Chiba embraced it. With a fierce shout, he hurled the massive tree towards Zabuza. The enormous trunk and branches rustled loudly, dispersing some of the dense mist along its path, propelled by its sheer weight. The intent behind this action was merely to interrupt Zabuza's hand seals. However, Zabuza had long anticipated this maneuver. He leapt high into the air, allowing the approaching tree to pass beneath him, his hands continuing to weave the seals without the slightest pause. With a resounding crack, the massive tree soared through the air, indiscriminately snapping countless smaller trees along its path, creating a whirlwind of dust and chaos. Alas, as he descended, the completion of his ninjutsu hand seals had already been achieved. He leapt toward the edge of the ocean, a sardonic smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, You possess quite a terrifying power, young one. I shall not engage you in close combat so easily, but this remains my battleground. Water release, great waterfall technique. The ocean behind him surged violently, producing a cacophony of sound. A colossal wave erupted skyward, hurtling towards Chiba and his companions. Red Sensei, prepare to ascend the tree, Chiba shouted, bending his knees slightly before springing onto a neighboring large tree. Understood. The team, hindered by the obscured vision, followed Chiba and Hinata's lead without hesitation. Grasping Tazuna's arm and leaping up onto a sturdy tree, the tumultuous waters swept forward, inundating the ground to a height of 4 to 5 meters as it charged into the depths of the forest. Numerous smaller trees, insufficiently rooted, were uprooted by the relentless tide, floating and tumbling along with the current. Fortunately, the group stood atop a robust tree, untouched by the surging waves. The thick mist surrounding them was further thinned by the winds generated by the torrent. Their line of sight expanded. As Zabuza's hidden mist technique was unwittingly unraveled by his own water release technique. However, do not be misled into thinking Zabuza was foolish enough to negate his own jutsu. Each of his attacks was meticulously interconnected. The hidden mist technique was initially designed to restrain the team, while the water release, great waterfall technique served merely to afford him additional time for hand seals and advantageous positioning. Only in the presence of water could the true might of the water release be unleashed. Now, with the entire forest inundated, this was Zabuza's true domain. Ha ha ha. It's over for you leaf ninjas. Water release, twin water dragon bullet technique. Unbeknownst to them, Zabuza had closed the distance to within 10 meters of the team. He stood atop a cresting wave, his body undulating with the rhythm of the surf. As he completed the final hand seal, two colossal whirlpools materialized before him, rapidly spinning and giving rise to two massive water dragons, each 8 meters in length. They spiraled gracefully through the air before barreling toward the treetop where Team Asuma stood. Red Sensei, be careful, Hinata urgently warned. At that moment, Asuma also sensed the imminent danger. Seeing the two water dragons swiftly approaching, there was no time for escape. Asuma made the fateful decision to sacrifice himself. He suddenly turned, pressing his palms against Hinata and Kiba's chests, forcefully pushing them backward. Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba were both sent flying backward. Tazuna, who was standing atop a large tree and was grasped by their arms, was also propelled backward. The two ferocious water dragons, infused with violent chakra, struck heavily against the back of Hyuga. Blood spurted from her mouth as she was hurled forward several meters, ultimately crashing into the raging waters below. The trio of Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Tazuna gasped in astonishment, crashing through branches and leaves before plunging into the water. Humph. A bunch of fools. Do you really think this meager strength can hinder me? It is but a pipe dream, Zabuza sneered with a triumphant chuckle. Water clone technique. He formed a series of hand seals, causing the water around him to surge, and 3 identical clones of Zabuza emerged, without the need for further commands. The 3 water clones surged forward, racing toward the direction where Hyuga and the others had fallen. Suddenly, Zabuza felt the sunlight above dim, enveloped by a looming shadow. Looking up, he beheld a boy in a white kimono plummeting rapidly toward him. This is that strong kid. Zabuza's pupils dilated in astonishment, his expression filled with shock. Oh no. A wave of regret washed over him. He had let his pride blind him. In his focus on attacking Yugao's group, he had completely overlooked the formidable Chiba. Zabuza, how dare you bully Hinata and teacher Hyuga? You shall pay. Chiba roared. His fist clenched tightly as he struck down towards Zabuza with tremendous force. 21. Ice release copy. Zabuza's eyes widened, realizing too late that he could not evade the attack. Instinctively, he drew his decapitating sword and raised it in defense. With a resounding clang, the golden-tinged fist crashed against the blade, shattering it in an instant. The remaining length of the sword, now less than a meter, slammed brutally into Zabuza's chest. With a sickening gasp, blood erupted from his mouth as the sound of cracking ribs echoed through the air. Zabuza let out a pained scream, transforming into a deep water bomb as he plummeted into the depths below. Concerned for the safety of his companions, Chiba refrained from pursuing Zabuza further. After all, the water was Zabuza's domain. It would be foolish to engage him in his element. As time passed, the water, which had previously surged to a height of 5 or 6 meters, was now rapidly receding to a depth of only 2 or 3 meters. Turning back, Chiba saw Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Akamaru, and Tazuna emerging from the water, gasping for air and coughing violently as if they had swallowed a considerable amount of water. Hyuga, a true elite Genin, despite enduring the impact of the water dragons and suffering internal injuries, was the first to leap from the water, charging toward Zabuza's 3 water clones. After several confrontations wielding shuriken, all of water clone were vanquished by Hyuga. Chiba shouted, Hyuga-sensei, Hinata, Kiba, how are you? Hinata wiped the water from her face and shook her head. I'm fine, Chiba. Hyuga wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, I'm all right, Chiba. What about Zabuza? The seawater beneath them receded rapidly. In the brief moment of their conversation, the water level had diminished to a depth of 1 meter. Just as Hyuga finished speaking, the ground began to gradually emerge. Although she did not turn back, Chiba, with his Byakugan's 359-degree vision, could clearly see Zabuza's position. He lay in a mud pit, clutching his chest and coughing violently, blood spurting from his mouth. This pit had been created by the punch Chiba had just delivered. Even with the water pressure alleviated, Zabuza had still managed to create such a large crater underwater, highlighting the overwhelming power of Chiba's blow. Cough, kid. How do you possess such terrifying strength? Are you truly a natural-born powerhouse? Zabuza raised his head, coughing continuously, gazing at Chiba with a hint of reluctance. He had faced defeats in his ninja career before, but never had he been defeated so swiftly and so absurdly. The oppressive feeling from Chiba's approach still haunted him. Chiba turned around coldly and replied, "You may think so, Zabuza. I had no intention of injuring you so severely. It was you who insisted on attacking my comrades." "Is that so?" Zabuza's face twisted with bitterness. It dawned on him that this boy had never regarded him, the formidable Zabuza Momochi, with any respect from the very beginning. Nevertheless, Zabuza felt aggrieved. What did it mean that he insisted on injuring his comrades? They were adversaries. Was it not normal to harm one another? Hyuga and her companions approached slowly, their eyes filled with astonishment upon seeing Zabuza lying in the mud pit. When Chiba had made his move, they had all been submerged and had not witnessed the encounter. Chiba patted Chiba's shoulder and inquired, "Chiba, he is a Nin. You defeated him single-handedly like this. You don't happen to possess the strength of the third Hokage, do you?" Though spoken in a half-joking manner, Chiba's words sent a jolt of concern through the others. Chiba was right. For Chiba to have so thoroughly incapacitated someone like Zabuza suggested that, even if he hadn't reached the level of the third Hokage, he had likely surpassed many Nin. Chiba scratched his head, modestly replying, No, it was just that you all managed to divert his attention, allowing me to land a successful sneak attack." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure swiftly approached from a large tree behind them. It was a woman clad in a green robe, her face obscured by a distinctive mask. Before anyone could react, she waved her hand, and several shuriken flew from between her fingers, striking Zabuza in the neck. "Who is that?" As the setting sun cast a crimson hue, Hyuga displayed a sense of vigilance. Brandishing a kunai to shield Hinata and Tazuna behind her, Chiba felt little surprise. Despite the mask obscuring the figure's face, the attire alone revealed the identity of the visitor, Haku. The sole companion of Zabuza, Haku had arrived with the intent of facilitating Zabuza's escape by feigning his death. "Finally, you have arrived. I am relieved I did not give up." Chiba's heart raced with excitement as he swiftly activated his duplication ability. Ding. Acquired a fragment of the ice release bloodline limit. Ding. Acquired a fragment of perceptive ability comprehension. The same notification echoed in Chiba's mind twice. As anticipated, the system had indicated that he could also replicate perceptive abilities. "Everyone from Konoha, please remain calm. I am an operative from the Hidden Mist," Haku greeted with a wave. Just as Chiba had surmised, Haku promptly revealed his affiliation with the Mist's Umbu. The Umbu of the Mist? Hyuga furrowed her brow and, upon scrutinizing the mask adorning Haku's face, began to accept the notion. Nonetheless, she maintained her vigilance and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Haku gestured towards Zabuza, stating, "That individual is our village's most wanted rogue ninja. I have just eliminated him, and I wish to take his body back for reporting. Would you be willing to hand him over?" "Is that so?" Hyuga nodded gently, and then cast a glance towards Chiba. Understanding her silent cue, Chiba rushed to Zabuza's side, probing for breath at his nostrils and checking for a pulse at his neck. Remarkably skilled, Zabuza exhibited neither breath nor the rhythmic pulse of life. Although aware of the pretense of death, Chiba chose not to reveal it. Chiba's objectives for this encounter were twofold: to replicate Haku's ice release and to convey the bond between Haku and Zabuza, urging them not to perish here. Given the complexities of the situation, it was not the moment for verbal sparring. Rather, guiding Haku and Zabuza towards understanding was paramount. Such discussions would be best conducted in the absence of the entire Red Team to avoid any misconceptions regarding Chiba's loyalty. "Hyuga-sensei, he is indeed deceased." "There is no breath or pulse," Chiba affirmed. Hyuga nodded, her tension easing. She held no particular interest in Zabuza's corpse. Turning her gaze to Haku, she stated, "You may take him. We will not impede your departure." "Thank you," Haku replied succinctly, then leaped from the tree. He draped Zabuza's arm over his shoulder, grasping the shattered sword in his other hand, and bounded deeper into the woods. Ding. A temporary mission has been initiated to catch up with Haku and Zabuza, and to unravel the emotional knots binding them, allowing them to comprehend the connections they share. A system notification echoed suddenly in Chiba's mind. It had been quite some time since he had received a temporary mission. Naturally, he was eager to accept a task that offered double rewards for completion within the same day. Moreover, Facilitating an understanding between Zabuza and Haku would also serve to strengthen their relationship. Chiba desired to replicate Haku's ice release, necessitating further interaction with him. The power of bloodline required daily replication, a gradual process rather than a swift resolution. In every conceivable aspect, this course of action represented the optimal choice for Chiba. He silently affirmed, except. As he observed the departure of Haku and Zabuza, the members of Team 10 and Tazuna collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It felt as though they had just awakened from a vivid dream. Tazuna, patting his forehead in a gesture of apprehension, addressed the group. Thank you all. Had it not been for your presence, I might have faced death several times over just now. Inuzuka Kiba remarked, Uncle Tazuna, you should thank Chiba and Lady Kurenai instead. I hardly did anything. He then turned to Kurenai. By the way, Lady Kurenai, how are you feeling after being struck by that person's ninjutsu? Kurenai's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Although the water dragon bullet was not an overwhelmingly powerful technique, its impact was considerable. She had sustained significant internal injuries, enduring discomfort while continuing to fight. Even at this moment, in an effort to alleviate her students' worries, Kurenai steadfastly maintained her composure. I'm fine. There's no need for concern. However, it was clear to everyone that something was amiss with Kurenai. Lady Kurenai, you don't look well. Are you truly all right? Hinata approached her with a gentle, supportive hand. Rest assured, Hinata, I am fine, Kurenai replied with a tender smile, affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair. She then issued instructions to the group. Everyone, please organize your belongings and address your drenched clothing. We shall depart in 10 minutes. Yes, Lady Kurenai. Hinata and Kiba responded in unison. Yet, Chiba had no intention of lingering for any preparation. His mind raced as he contemplated a suitable excuse to temporarily extricate himself from the group and pursue Haku and Zabuza. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed dramatically, Oh no! Lady Kurenai! The group halted their activities, startled by his outburst, and turned their attention to Chiba. Kurenai inquired. What is it, Chiba? There is something wrong with that person. Chiba declared. Something wrong? The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his meaning. Chiba elaborated. Do you think the Umbu of Konoha would act alone if they were dispatched to capture an escaped fugitive? Hinata and Kiba remained confused, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment at Chiba's implication. However, the setting sun had already revealed some clues to Yuhi Kurenai. Though she had never been part of the Umbu, her father, the former Akatsuki, had once served as a captain in the Umbu and had since retired. She possessed a certain understanding of the operational protocols of the Umbu. It was inconceivable that, if it were Konoha's Umbu, a rogue ninja of Zabuza's caliber would be apprehended by a single individual. Rather, it would entail a joint effort from multiple squads. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, Chiba, are you suggesting that the person we just encountered is problematic? But did you not say that Zabuza is already dead? Why would he rescue a corpse? Chiba shook his head, explaining, No, Kurenai-sensei, Zabuza is likely not dead. I just recalled having read a book on acupuncture points that described certain special points on a person's neck. If these points are struck, it can induce a state of suspended animation. The group's pupils widened, comprehending Chiba's implication. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, Chiba, are you saying that the individual we just saw is Zabuza's companion? Precisely, Chiba affirmed, glancing at Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, I believe you should escort Mr. Tazuna home while I pursue the two fleeing individuals alone. That's out of the question, Chiba. You cannot take such a risk alone, Hinata said. Her small face filled with concern as she grasped Chiba's arm. Chiba gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Hinata, rest assured. Zabuza is gravely injured and poses no threat to me. I am also confident in dealing with the individual masquerading as an Umbu. Kurenai opened her mouth, initially intending to voice her thoughts, yet considering Chiba's recent display of strength, she swallowed her words. The current Chiba felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, not in terms of personality or appearance, but due to the overwhelming power he had consistently exhibited, leaving her with countless questions. She yearned to ascertain whether Chiba was truly a prodigy or had secretly become Tsunade's apprentice. After all, the ferocity of his might bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's combat techniques. Nevertheless, she recognized the urgency of the situation and refrained from inquiring further, simply nodding at Chiba. Very well, proceed with caution and do not overextend yourself. Understood, Kurenai-sensei, Chiba replied, nodding back at her and giving Hinata's shoulder a comforting pat. Without further ado, He hastened in pursuit of Haku in Zabuza's direction. Swish, swish. Haku, carrying Zabuza, had been fleeing for nearly 10 minutes, despite his utmost speed. The combination of Zabuza's adult stature and the weight of the executioner's blade impeded their distance. Glancing at the gaping wound on Zabuza's chest, concern etched across his face. He murmured softly, "We can't delay any longer. We must administer treatment to Mr. Zabuza as swiftly as possible." Leaping down from the tree, he selected a rock that was a head taller than a person and positioned Zabuza at an angle against it. Suddenly, Bai's fingers danced delicately upon Zaibujan's neck. Several slender silver needles emerged from his skin, which Bai deftly extracted. "Once again, you have saved me," Zaibujan murmured, his voice frail. The grievous wound on his chest, compounded by significant blood loss, left him as pale as a specter. As Bai retrieved a hemostatic bandage and began to tend to Zaibujan's injuries, he remarked, "Mr. Zaibujan, you were fortunate this time. Had that boy's punch landed on your heart, I fear you would not have survived long enough for my intervention." Zaibujan coughed lightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Who could argue with that? I never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, especially one so young. His words betrayed a hint of helplessness. Due to the tyrannical policies of the Fourth Mizukage, children graduating from the Mist Village Ninja Academy were required to eliminate all their comrades to become the sole graduate. Zaibujan was, indeed, that individual who had slaughtered all his peers. With his extraordinary talent and prowess, he had become a fearsome jonin after years of struggle within the ninja world. Yet now, he found himself bested by a mere child of 10. Your assumptions are misguided. It is not that you are fortunate. I merely chose to hold back. A voice resonated from above. Both Zaibujan and Bai were startled, instinctively reaching for their weapons as they looked up. Perched upon a great tree was a youth clad in the distinctive white garb of the Hyuga clan, his short black hair framing a confident smile as he gazed down at them. "It's you. How did you follow us here?" Bai exclaimed, astonished beneath his mask. He had not anticipated that his deception would unravel so swiftly. "Indeed, it is I. I saw through your lies long ago, and today, you shall perish here. None shall escape." With a leap, Chinya descended to the ground, his face alight with assurance as he approached the two. Was he truly there to kill them? Certainly not. Chinya merely sought to convey the bonds that intertwined their fates. With someone as cold-hearted as Zaibujan, mere words would not suffice to sway him. Zaibujan's ruthless demeanor towards Bai, treating him as a mere tool for assassination, stemmed from the harsh environment of his upbringing. Even though Bai had consistently stood by his side, gradually warming his icy heart, Zaibujan remained oblivious to this transformation. It would only be after Bai's demise that he would grasp the significance of their bond, the essence of what Bai represented to him. If that were the case, then let Bai experience death before Zaibujan's eyes. The challenge lay in orchestrating Bai's simulated death, a test of Chinya's ingenuity. "You young one, it appears that my battle with you is far from over." Zabuza, gripping the shattered executioner's blade, struggles to rise and continue the fight. However, the excruciating pain from his chest wound causes beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and his entire body trembles violently. "Zabuza-sensei, allow me to take over this fight. Your current condition renders you unfit for any action." Bai stands resolutely in front of Zabuza, his expression grave as he gazes at Chiba. "Very well. It would be prudent to let you handle this." A faint smile graces Zabuza's lips, for he knows that perhaps Bai's ice techniques could restrain the Byakugan. In a swift motion, Bai releases several shurikens from his sleeves, deftly pinched between his fingers, launching them toward Chiba. Within the Byakugan's field of vision, Chiba accurately assesses the distance and position of the incoming attacks. The silver needles, no matter when they approach, fall precisely within Chiba's calculated range. With agile maneuvers, Chiba effortlessly evades them. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water surge. Bai's foot strikes the ground, sending a splash of water into the air, which coalesces into a multitude of ice-shaped shurikens, hurtling once more towards Chiba. "Such an attack cannot touch me," Chiba taunts, slipping behind the cover of a large tree. Thud, thud, thud. The pursuing shurikens embed themselves into the trunk of the tree. With a sudden force, Chiba unleashes a punch, causing the tree to splinter and crash towards Zabuza and Bai. Secret technique, Ice Rock Hall. Bai forms a hand seal with one hand while raising the other above his head. From his palm, a thick mass of ice spreads forth, solidifying into a sphere 4 meters in diameter. The tree crashes onto the ice sphere, creating a network of cracks, yet it remains unbroken. Bai expends a significant amount of chakra to conjure this jutsu, solely for the purpose of safeguarding Zabuza, who stands behind him, incapacitated. "Zabuza-sensei." Bai turns to support Zabuza, Leaping to a safer position further back, he gently sets Zabuza against the tree without pausing, then rushes back towards Chiba. However, after covering a mere 10 meters, confusion washes over Bai's face. Chiba has vanished from sight. Above you. Bai, watch out. Zabuza's warning echoes as Bai looks upward. Indeed. Chiba has somehow scaled the tree and is now leaping down from above. Soft fist strike. A golden-tinged fist comes crashing down, although Bai desperately dodges. Evading the direct impact of the blow, the force exceeds his expectations. Even when it lands on the ground, the impact creates a massive crater. Dirt and debris scatter, striking Bai and leaving multiple gashes on his skin. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backward, his back colliding heavily against another tree. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spills forth as Bai suffers internal injuries, momentarily blinded by darkness. As he regained his sight, Chiba rushed towards him with alarming speed, unleashing another punch. Damn it! Was there no way to evade it? Bai's pupils dilated in terror as he felt the overwhelming pressure of Chiba's fist. Just when he believed he was about to have his skull shattered, Chiba's fist grazed past his face, crashing heavily into a large tree. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered and toppled backward. Simultaneously, as the tree broke, Chiba's other hand darted out like lightning, forcefully pushing against Bai's face, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through several smaller trees along the way, ultimately collapsing to the ground and succumbing to unconsciousness. Chiba had calculated the force and direction with utmost precision, ensuring he struck with just enough power to knock Bai out. Bai, how infuriating. However, from Zabuza's vantage point, the entire scene appeared drastically different. Due to his angle, he witnessed Bai being struck squarely on the head by Chiba's fist, which not only broke Bai's skull but also sent him and the tree flying over 10 meters away. Zabuza had personally experienced the terrifying might of Chiba's punches. With such a devastating blow, Bai was undoubtedly doomed. Zabuza felt a jolt in his heart, as if a vital part of him had been ripped away. Sadness and fury consumed his thoughts. Bastard! Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, Zabuza's face contorted with rage as he grasped his beheading blade and forced himself to rise, staggering toward Chiba. Indeed, that was the expression he sought. His objective had been achieved. Chiba snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Observing Zabuza's face, filled with a tumult of sorrow, rage, and profound hatred, Chiba understood that his goal had been fulfilled. What does this mean? Zabuza halted, gasping for breath, the bandages around his chest soaked in blood. Despite the fury propelling him to take a few steps forward, the pain from his wounds rendered him increasingly numb. Calm down, Zabuza, Chiba said with a hint of mockery. He is not dead. Don't let your anger consume you. If you die from rage now, my plan will be in vain. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, leaping swiftly to retrieve the unconscious Bai, placing him before Zabuza. Bai. Zabuza's eyes widened with anxiety as he collapsed to the ground, trembling hands reaching out to check for Bai's breath. Upon confirming Bai was indeed alive, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, causing his body to slacken. Overcome with emotion, tears threatened to spill from his eyes, yet he was acutely aware of his identity as a cold-blooded assassin and wished to conceal this vulnerability from Chiba. Lowering his head, he discreetly wiped away a tear from his arm. See, I told you he wouldn't die. I am very precise in my actions, Chiba remarked, arms crossed over his chest. Zabuza looked up and asked, what is the meaning of this? What do you intend to accomplish? Chiba Dao, my intentions are quite straightforward. I aim to help you comprehend your innermost feelings and gain clarity regarding your emotions towards Bai. To you, Bai is far more than a mere tool for killing. He is your most vital companion. What? Although I am reluctant to acknowledge it, Zabuza understands the essence of Chiba's words. Indeed, the despair and rage he felt upon believing Bai had perished were emotions he had never experienced before. Zabuza is acutely aware that he should not harbor such feelings for a mere instrument of death, and thus, he strives to conceal them. However, now that Chiba has unveiled this truth, he is engulfed by a myriad of questions, increasingly perplexed by Chiba's intentions. How do you know his name is Bai? Why do you wish for me to confront my inner self? What exactly do you intend to achieve? He bombards Chiba with these inquiries. Chiba, rubbing his forehead, contemplated where to begin. Never mind, I shall refrain from over-explaining. You need only to understand that I will not harm you, and I shall assist you. That is sufficient. Assist me? Zabuza scoffed. A stranger, making peculiar gestures and claiming to offer help. Who would readily believe such a thing? Chiba, perceiving his skepticism, remained unfazed. He understood the reasons behind Zabuza's seclusion in the land of waves. pursued relentlessly by the Mist Village Umbu and sought after by all major ninja villages. He could only hide in this small region, undertaking ninja missions to earn a meager income. His ultimate goal was to recruit allies and return to the Mist Village to vindicate himself. After all, the reason Zaibujan became a rogue ninja was due to the assassination of the fourth Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage, known for his tyrannical policies, was widely despised. Throughout, Zaibujan believed he had done nothing wrong. Chiba recounted all this information, leaving Zaibujan in a state of bewilderment. Yet, Chiba still refrained from providing full clarification and asked, "Zaibujan, do you believe your current existence resembles that of a true ninja?" Zaibujan was taken aback by the question. Over the years, he had been evading capture, now subjected to the whims of that good-for-nothing Kato. Where was the former glory of the infamous Zaibujan? He felt akin to a stray dog. Observing Zaibujan's wavering resolve, Chiba seized the moment. "Zaibujan, I have a splendid idea that could fulfill your desire to return to the mist. Would you be willing to entertain it?" "What idea?" Zaibujan's interest was piqued. Chiba replied, "It's quite simple. Eliminate Kato and seize all his assets. This way, you will acquire sufficient capital to realize your plan for recruiting ninjas." The scheme was indeed enticing to Zaibujan. However, regardless of the allure, Kato remained his employer, and betraying him would irrevocably tarnish his reputation in the ninja world. He shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "No, although Kato is no saint, I cannot take his life merely for the allure of his wealth." Chiba, exasperated, pressed on, "Are you foolish? I never suggested you confront him openly. Isn't assassination your forte? You could eliminate Kato discreetly and then assume his identity using transformation techniques. Subsequently, you could transfer all of Kato's assets to a trustworthy individual. Wouldn't that serve both purposes? Kato's company would continue to operate, but under your control." Enlightened by this revelation, Zabuza felt a wave of relief. Chiba's plan was indeed feasible. Eliminating a tyrant like Kato would bear no moral weight. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that he had merely been unable to conceive such a solution. Nonetheless, the inexplicable assistance from Chiba filled Zabuza with questions. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "While I am inclined to believe you are aiding me, I still wish to understand your motives." Chiba replied, "Consider it a means of rectifying past regrets. Also, I do not offer my assistance without expectation. Remember to share some of the wealth from Kato's accounts with me. I, too, have faced financial hardships over the years." With a sigh, Chiba lamented his struggles since his arrival in this world. "Very well, I agree to your terms," Zabuza nodded. Since Chiba was intent on keeping the true nature of his motives concealed, Zabuza chose not to press further. However, Chiba's desire for his share of the spoils eased Zabuza's mind somewhat. Being bested by a mere child and receiving unsolicited guidance left Zabuza with a complex mix of emotions. Even feeling a sense of indebtedness to Chiba. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Zabuza, the tough warrior, was indeed amenable to advice. "Then it is settled. I will stay at Tazuna's house for a while, awaiting your good news." Waving goodbye to Zabuza, Chiba turned and departed. Navigating through the forest, he reached a village. Querying the villagers for directions. After nearly an hour's journey, he finally arrived at Tazuna's home. Chiba surveyed his surroundings. The house was constructed on stilts above a pond. Crafted entirely from wood, exuding a warm and rustic charm. Smoke lazily billowed from the chimney atop the thatched roof, accompanied by a faint aroma of cooking. A winding wooden bridge stretched across the water, leading from the road to a spacious platform, likely an outdoor area for the Tazuna family. However, one must ponder whether living in such a place year-round could invite rheumatic ailments. As dusk settled, the savory scent of salt-ed meat wafted through the air, compelling Chiba to swallow hard. He realized he had yet to eat lunch and felt quite hungry. Crossing the winding wooden bridge, I arrived at the entrance of Tazuna's residence. At a glance, Chiba noticed that the members of Team Sunset Red were gathered in the living room. Inuzuka Kiba was seated on the sofa, playfully engaging with Akamaru and a small black dog. In the center of the living room stood a large dining table, where Sunset Red and Hinata were busily serving dishes. "Chiba, is everything all right?" Hinata exclaimed with joy, spotting him at the door and rushing over, her concern for his safety evident. Chiba affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair and smiled, saying, "What could possibly be wrong? I told you I would be back soon." "Chiba, we were just talking about you," Kiba said as he stood up, bringing Akamaru with him. "What about those two?" Sunset Red inquired. As Chiba entered the house, he plopped down at the dining table. "Let us sit and eat while we talk. I haven't had a meal all day, and I'm quite hungry." "All right," Sunset Red nodded, and the others expressed no objections, taking their seats around the table. The last to emerge from the kitchen was a woman in a light red dress, in her 30s and quite lovely. Though it was their first meeting, Chiba recognized her immediately as Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami. Behind her was a timid little boy, around 6 or 7 years old, clad in suspenders and wearing a flat cap. Tazuna introduced everyone to one another before they began their meal. Chiba explained that he had successfully persuaded Zabuza and Haku to defect. He believed that soon Kato would face assassination, and his company would be taken over by Zabuza's arrangement. Inari, who had been quiet until now, suddenly scoffed. Humph. It sounds so simple when you say it. If it were truly that easy, our land of waves wouldn't have been oppressed by Kato for so many years. And my father wouldn't have been beaten to death by his men. The others paused in their eating, feeling the awkwardness that Inari's words had created. Sunset read. Hinata and Chiba had not been involved in persuading Zabuza to defect, and they were at a loss for how to respond. Tsunami frowned slightly and reproached Inari. You mustn't be so rude to our guests. They are our saviors. Without them, your grandfather would have perished long ago. Inari lowered his cap and began to sob. So what? They can't stay here forever. Once they leave, Kato will send people to kill us. With that, Inari set down his utensils and walked out of the room. Chiba chuckled softly to himself, continuing with his meal. He understood the source of Inari's reaction all too well. He had been so thoroughly oppressed by Kato that fear had become ingrained within him. Not merely him, but Kato looms like a shadow over the hearts of all villagers in the land of waves, an inescapable specter akin to a demon. In due time, once Zabuza's assassination plan reaches fruition, the truth shall inevitably unfold. For now, there is no need for extensive explanations. Jinami sighed softly and addressed Chiba. I apologize. Please do not blame him. That child Inari's faith has shattered. He was once a valiant boy, but ever since the demise of my husband. At this juncture, Jinami appeared to recollect a poignant memory, her voice choked with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. Tazuna interjected, Jinami, what purpose does this serve at such a moment? Since young Chiba has asserted that Kato will perish in a few days, I choose to place my trust in his words. I have witnessed his prowess firsthand. Ahaha. I too believe. Hinata and Inuzuka Chiba echoed in unison. Yui Kurenai gazed at Chiba, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I believe as well. However, Chiba, might you elucidate why you have been concealing your strength? This was a question Kurenai had long wished to pose. Yet the events of the past few days had left her without an opportunity. Of course, I had intended to reveal it to you, Chiba nodded. The source of my considerable strength derives from a book I once read. He began to fabricate a tale. In essence, the Hyuga branch lacks the qualification to practice gentle fist. Everything must be gleaned through personal insight. Chiba had drawn inspiration from the text and embarked upon a unique method of gentle fist training, which involved concentrating chakra at a singular point on the fist. This explanation mirrored Niji's prior elucidation. Yet, this indeed constituted Chiba's offensive technique, impervious to scrutiny. Even Tsunade would be at a loss. For the gentle fist of the Hyuga and Tsunade's monstrous strength share a fundamental similarity. After their meal, the group lingered in the living room, watching television for a while. Subsequently, under Jinami's guidance, they ascended to the second floor to select their respective rooms. After freshening up, Chiba lay upon his bed, suddenly struck by a thought. He had not inquired about the whereabouts of Zabuza and Haku, which implied he would be unable to locate Haku tomorrow for the purpose of ice release replication. It seemed he would need to spend time tomorrow searching for their residence. The more he pondered, the more troublesome it appeared. The time the red team would remain in the land of waves was, at most, half a month. Even if Chiba sought Haku daily for replication, it was uncertain whether he could complete the ice release replication within that span. He queried the system. Hey, system, is there no other method to expedite the replication process? This is quite cumbersome. Ding. While there is no rapid method, a slower one does exist. The host may forfeit one replication opportunity to retain a sample of the ice release bloodline limit. Once preserved, the sample can be replicated daily within the system's storage space. Although the efficacy of such replication would diminish by 2/3, Chiba nodded thoughtfully, this isn't too bad. Since there is such a compromise, there is no need to rush in search of Bai and Zaibujan's whereabouts. After all, it's not often we get a chance like this. We should take a couple of days to rest first. Indeed, the situation unfolded just as Chiba had anticipated. The group had spent 2 days at Tazuna's residence. By the afternoon of the third day, a bustling crowd gathered across the street. At the forefront was a figure clad in a striking green kimono, his fair and exquisite face reminiscent of a woman's. He was none other than Bai, Zaibu-jan's assistant. Following by were over a dozen burly men, each pushing a cart laden with mysterious burlap sacks. Chiba, what are those people up to? Hinata, who was lounging in the front yard with Chiba under the sun, asked with a hint of caution in her eyes. I'm not sure. They must be here to deliver good news, Chiba replied as he rose from his lounge chair. At that moment, Bai led his entourage to the entrance of the wooden bridge over the pond. However, the bridge could not withstand the weight of the carts. So Bai halted at the road's edge and waved cheerfully, Chiba-kun. It's wonderful to see you again. His face radiated with a bright smile, and his voice carried a distinctly feminine tone. Had Chiba not been aware of Bai's true gender, he might have found it difficult to suppress certain thoughts. 26. Bai has brought 200 million Rio. Chiba exclaimed. How has everything unfolded? Why have you brought such a large group with you? He waved back at Hinata and stepped onto the wooden bridge, making his way toward the street. From a distance, Chiba activated his duplication ability on Bai. Ding. Duplication successful. A small sample of ice-released bloodline power has been stored in your system space. Ding. Duplication successful. A small amount of ice-released Kekkei Jinkai bloodline power has been obtained, along with a minor enhancement in perceptive abilities. At that moment, Tazuna's family, along with Kurenai and Kiba, heard the commotion and emerged from their home. However, they merely observed from afar, not approaching the scene. Chiba-kun. It truly brings me joy to see you again, Bai said, his gaze toward Chiba filled with gratitude. Mr. Zaibu-jan sent me with this group. Leaning closer, he whispered, the assassination mission has been completed. Oh, really? That's splendid. Chiba's eyes lit up. He understood that the assassination mission Bai referred to was the elimination of Kato. The reason for not stating it outright was that this information could not yet be made public. Zaibu-jan still needed to impersonate Kato to gradually transfer all the funds and operations of Kato's company into trustworthy hands. Undermining Kato's company would undoubtedly require time. Indeed. Chiba-kun, we owe this success to your strategic guidance, Bai nodded enthusiastically. As he spoke, he gestured towards the carts pushed by the burly men, saying, Chiba-kun, those sacks are filled with silver. I have roughly counted the amount. It should be 200 million taels. This constitutes 2/3 of the liquid assets in Kato's possession, which Mr. Zaibu-jan specifically requested me to bring to you. He mentioned that after some time, once Kato Company has fully divested, he would bestow upon you half of the company's remaining wealth. 200 million taels. How could one possibly accept such a sum? Upon hearing this figure, Chiba couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, rubbing his hands together. Oh my goodness! Hinata gasped, covering her mouth, as if she had just heard something utterly astonishing. The Hyuga clan is indeed affluent, yet she recalled hearing from Hyuga Hizashi that the total assets of the Hyuga family amounted to merely several tens of millions of taels. Now, Chiba had someone presenting him with 200 million taels. He would instantaneously transform into a high-rolling magnate, richer than the entirety of the Hyuga clan combined. White discerned that Chiba was merely feigning reluctance. However, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Chiba and smiled, saying, Chiba-kun, you needn't decline. This is rightfully yours. Without you, Mr. Zaibu-jan and I would still be under the tyrannical thumb of that scoundrel Kato. Kato was indeed a bully, and White felt no remorse in ridding the world of such a character. There was one matter that White did not articulate explicitly over the past few days. Zaibu-jan's demeanor towards him had undergone a noticeable transformation. Previously, Zaibu-jan regarded him solely as a tool for assassination, his most capable assistant. Now, there was an added tenderness in Zaibu-jan's treatment of him. Although this warmth was skillfully concealed, White could sense it. The current Mr. Zaibu-jan was truly different from before. White understood that this change stemmed from Chiba's influence on Zaibu-jan. Thus, he felt profound gratitude and respect for Chiba. Despite Chiba being younger than he, Chiba scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Please, there's no need to say such things. It's only right. He then exhibited a pained expression, adding, But White, you shouldn't have so ostentatiously brought 200 million taels here in a cart. It's not that I wish to keep this matter hidden, but the adage wealth should not be flaunted holds true. Moreover, I had originally intended to store the 200 million taels in a secure space. Now, with so many witnesses, how am I to manage this? White nodded. Is that so? I apologize, Chiba-kun. It was my oversight. Please tell me how you suggest we proceed, and I shall follow your guidance. Chiba pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and replied, How about this? You go near the Tazuna residence, find an unoccupied house, and pile all these sacks inside. Then, assign a few individuals to guard the place until I can retrieve them later tonight. White nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Chiba-kun. He then began directing the burly men to return the cart along the same route. After exchanging a few words with Chiba, he joined the procession. Hinata inquired, Chiba and I, how will you transport such a vast sum? Chiba smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, I possess my own methods. The two individuals returned beneath the eaves of the Tizuna residence. A group of onlookers, their expressions brimming with curiosity, awaited Chiba to elucidate the situation. Kato was dead. Naturally, Chiba had nothing to conceal and conveyed the truth. What? The crowd gasped in unison. Tizuna, in a fervent state, stepped forward and grasped Chiba's arm, his voice trembling as he inquired, Is it truly so, young Chiba? You are not deceiving us, are you? The news of Kato's demise was akin to the lifting of a dark cloud for the villagers of the Land of Waves, allowing them to behold the sun once more. Nothing could bring them greater joy than this revelation. Chiba nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. What reason would I have to mislead you? However, the situation is somewhat intricate. Before Chiba could finish, Inari scoffed dismissively and turned to stride indoors, muttering, How could Kato possibly die so easily? He is the most fearsome tyrant in this world. Halt. You little brat. Chiba called out to Inari. Inari turned back, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. What do you want? Chiba replied, Young one. Whether the matter is true or not will be revealed tomorrow when you accompany your grandfather to inspect the bridge construction. The bridge in the Land of Waves was, in fact, largely completed. Yet, Kato had commanded the destruction of a section at the center using explosives, and had stationed guards at the site to prevent any villagers from approaching. Just moments ago, I had informed Chiba that the ruffians at the destroyed bridge had been withdrawn, allowing repairs to resume. Fine, I'll go, who is afraid? Inari still exhibited signs of fear. However, upon hearing Chiba's words, Tizuna felt assured that the matter was likely true. Thank you, young Chiba, he expressed gratefully, casting a thankful glance at Chiba. Then, he seized Inari's small hand and dashed across the wooden bridge, exclaiming, Inari, I shall gather the old comrades and venture to the bridge to take a look. The endeavor of repairing the bridge had consumed Tizuna's lifetime of effort, and he could not afford to wait any longer. Chiba cautioned, Uncle Tizuna, let us keep Kato's death under wraps for now. The time is not yet right. As Tizuna ran, he looked back and assured, Rest easy, young Chiba. I, an old man, would never speak of it, lest I jeopardize your plans. The farewell was poignant as they returned to Konoha. No one found it astonishing that Zabuza had assassinated Kato. Chiba had mentioned this a few days prior. Yet, none anticipated the swiftness of Zabuza's actions, nor that the wealthiest merchant in the ninja world would indeed meet his end. That very evening, Chiba made his way to a nearby wooden cabin, signaling to a few bodyguards before entering and transferring 20 trillion Ryo into his system space. Half a month swiftly passed. During this period, Chiba had visited Kato's company and interacted with Zabuza and Bai on several occasions. Zaibujan continues to impersonate Kato, albeit reluctantly, yearning for the day he can shed this guise. However, the Kato company is burdened with numerous enterprises, and transferring all of them at once is no simple task. It will certainly require at least half a month to accomplish. As the deadline approaches and their return to Konoha looms, Chiba gestures to Zaibujan and Bai, indicating that the assets he has acquired can be temporarily stored with them until he has the opportunity to retrieve them later. Naturally, Zaibujan and Bai have no objections, for Chiba has altered the course of their destinies, making them view him as their savior. They heed his words with unwavering trust. Red Sensei, our belongings are packed. We can set off now, Inazuka Kiba announces, shouldering his luggage and balancing Akamaru atop his head as he leaps down from the second-floor window of the Tizuna household. He is the last to gather his things. Chiba, Waihai Kurenai, and Hinata are already prepared, waiting on the sofa in the living room below. Let us depart. My little companions, it is time to return home, Kurenai commands, now fully recovered from her injuries, as she rises and waves her hand. Indeed, Chiba and Hinata nod in agreement, rising to follow her outdoors. The Tizuna family hastens to the door, watching the departing figures of Chiba and his companions with heavy hearts. Chiba-kun, Kurenai-san, everyone, take care on your journey. Tizuna calls out, waving. Farewell, Uncle Tizuna. Chiba replies with a smile, turning back to wave. Kurenai and the others follow suit, bidding their farewells. Inari's tears brim in his eyes as he breaks free from Tsunami's comforting grip, dashing toward the edge of the wooden bridge, calling out, Chiba and I. You must promise to come back and visit us. Grandfather and everyone have agreed to name the bridge in the Land of Waves the Chiba Bridge. How vexing. I swore I would no longer cry willy-nilly, Yet here I am, unable to control myself. Tears cascade down his cheeks as Inari chastises himself. After half a month together, they have all grown close. Free from the shadow of Kato, Inari has reverted to his brave self. He vows to protect his mother, safeguard his grandfather, and defend the land of waves, pledging never to weep frivolously again. Chiba, having overheard Inari's heartfelt words, waves back and shouts, "Inari, it's perfectly all right." Happy tears are acceptable. As a young man, one should not be overly concerned with trivialities. Yes. Inari nods vigorously, his sobs intensifying and becoming unabashed. Tazuna and Tsunami approach with gentle smiles. Tsunami embraces Inari, whispering, "Do not worry, Inari. There will be opportunities to meet again." Tazuna gazes at Chiba's retreating figure, marveling. What a miraculous young man he is. I believe his future achievements will be boundless. Nami nodded. Acknowledging the resolution of a problem that had plagued the land of waves for many years, accomplished by Chiba in just a few days. There was an inexplicable strength within him. As they spoke, Chiba and his companions gradually distanced themselves, vanishing from sight at the fork in the road. 2 afternoons later, the Red Team, consisting of 4 members, successfully returned to Konoha. Though the journey was not particularly long, their leisurely pace, filled with exploration, had delayed their arrival. They first reached the Hokage's office to report the completion of their mission to the 3rd Hokage. After receiving their mission remuneration, they parted ways to head home. The 3rd Hokage had mentioned that the Yuhi Kurenai squad would enjoy a respite of 2 to 3 days, and only in the event of an urgent mission would they be summoned again. Hinata, holding the 200 ryo she earned from the mission, couldn't help but think of Chiba's staggering sum of 200 million ryo, causing her to feel a sense of dissatisfaction with her own reward. "Chiba-kun, what do you plan to do with such a large sum of money?" she inquired curiously, tilting her head, aware that Chiba preferred to keep his affairs private. She had not even mentioned it to Yuhi Kurenai or Kiba. Chiba teased, "Of course, it's for the dowry when I marry you." "Ah, Chiba-kun, you always know how to tease me," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Since their first encounter, Chiba had often made such jokes, leaving her blushing every time. Although she had begun to take his words seriously, she remained uncertain about their authenticity. "Where's the teasing? Little Hinata, you must promise to become my wife in the future," Chiba chuckled mischievously. He found great amusement in teasing the adorable little girl, especially one as shy and soft-spoken as Hinata. "Chiba-kun, you're incorrigible." Unable to withstand his playful advances, Hinata quickened her pace towards the Hyuga clan's residence. Her heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed by excitement, fearing she might faint from the sheer embarrassment. "Hinata, don't run away. I'm just joking," Chiba called out, waving his hand. But the little girl was already far ahead. 10 minutes later, humming a merry tune, Chiba leisurely arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. "Wait, Chiba." He was once again intercepted, this time by Hyuga Kagami, the same individual he had previously bested in a confrontation. Chiba furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it, Kagami? Are you still afraid from our last encounter? Do you wish to be beaten again?" Hyuga Kagami's eyes widened in fear as he took a step back. No. Please don't hit me again. I know you're formidable," he pleaded, waving his hands in protest. Chiba inquired, "Then why do you still block my way?" Kagami shook his head vehemently. "It's not me who is blocking you. It's the clan leader's orders. He instructed that upon your return, you must pay him a visit. I'm merely conveying the message." Chiba's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "The clan leader wishes to see me? Did he mention the reason?" Hinata Hazashi is known for his aloof demeanor, rarely engaging in conversation with his clan members. His attendance at family meetings is so sparse that it is almost pitiable, and he has never exchanged a word with Chiba, a member of the branch family. Of course, it is possible that Hazashi is genuinely overwhelmed with responsibilities, leading Chiba to form such a rigid impression of him. Nonetheless, Chiba truly cannot fathom what Hazashi might want from him. Hinata Kagami shook his head, responding with a simple no. "All right, thank you," Chiba said, giving Kagami's shoulder a gentle pat as he made his way toward the branch family's residence. This gesture startled Kagami, who feared that Chiba might strike him again. As Chiba reached the entrance of his home, he was greeted by the sight of a dark-haired youth, none other than Hinata Niji. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Niji's eyes upon seeing Chiba, and he jogged forward to greet him. "Chiba, it's been a while." "Indeed," Chiba replied, somewhat taken aback by the noticeable shift in Niji's attitude. Could it be that their previous discussions regarding the gentle fist training had yielded some results? Niji's subsequent words confirmed Chiba's speculation. "Chiba, thank you for your earlier guidance. I have successfully learned to concentrate chakra at a single point, allowing for a momentary explosive release in my gentle fist technique. Is that true? Chiba exclaimed, utterly astonished. While he recognized Niji's prodigious talent, this seemed an extraordinary feat. Had he truly mastered what had taken Chiba years of system replication in just over 20 days? Absolutely. Allow me to demonstrate, Niji replied, his excitement palpable as he dashed toward a tree of considerable girth, eager to showcase his newfound skill. Hiya! With a firm stance and a commanding shout, Niji unleashed a punch upon the trunk. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the impact caused the tree to tremble, shedding numerous leaves. Niji's fist embedded itself into the bark, creating a small dent, and as he withdrew, fragments of wood scattered into the breeze. Chiba exhaled softly in realization. Niji's success lay not in fully mastering the gentle fist, but in enhancing the explosive power of his strikes. After all, the gentle fist's intricacies were not something an ordinary individual could easily grasp. They required the gradual accumulation of bloodline abilities through the system. However, Niji's accomplishment was indeed impressive. The scars and calluses on his hands spoke volumes of the dedication and effort he had invested in his training. True genius is never merely a product of birth. It is often the result of relentless toil and perseverance that others cannot begin to comprehend. Sensing Chiba's slight dissatisfaction, Niji offered an awkward smile, saying, Chiba, I know my gentle fist still lags far behind yours. However, achieving such progress in such a short time has left me quite satisfied. Thank you for your guidance. It has been immensely beneficial. Chiba gently patted Niji's shoulder and remarked with a smile, Niji, do not speak so modestly. I merely shared the method with you. It is your indomitable spirit that truly aids you. Furthermore, I do not perceive your gentle fist technique as inferior. You are already remarkable. Thank you. Encouraged by Chiba's words, Niji felt a surge of happiness. Though he struggled to articulate his feelings, he had come to regard Chiba as a true friend, particularly since that day when Chiba had imparted the techniques of the gentle fist to him. No need for thanks, Chiba replied with a nod. The two, not particularly adept at conversation, fell into an awkward silence. Chiba gestured towards his home and inquired, would you like to come in for a while? Or do you have other matters to attend to? No, I have no pressing engagements. I originally intended to practice, but since you have returned, I would like to consult you further about some points of power application. Niji quickly waved his hand, his delight evident. Then let us proceed. The two entered the courtyard together. Chiba set down his belongings and invited Niji to take a seat in the living room. They sipped tea and conversed for about half an hour, with Niji posing questions and Chiba patiently providing answers. There was nothing concealed about the evolution of the gentle fist technique. After all, the essence of it could not be replicated by others. If Chiba could assist Niji in developing a unique martial art, he would be more than willing to help. Niji, someone just mentioned that the clan leader wishes to see me regarding some matters. Would you like to accompany me? As the time approached, Chiba rose to ask. Though the statement carried a hint of dismissal, it was also a genuine invitation. Upon hearing the term clan leader, Niji's brow furrowed slightly, his emotions becoming conflicted. His father's death at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi was inextricably linked to Hyuga Hizashi. Moreover, the curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead was a persistent torment in his heart. He harbored a deep resentment towards the main family, including the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi. Despite this, Niji did not decline. He had come to regard Chiba as both a mentor and a friend, and Chiba's sincere approach had profoundly touched him. Very well, I shall accompany you, Niji affirmed. Then let us go? Chiba nodded and stepped outside. The members of the branch family resided in the front courtyard, while the main family occupied the rear. As Chiba traversed the central courtyard towards the back, many branch family members pointed and whispered about him. Although Chiba had previously endured such scrutiny due to his close association with Hinata, he sensed a notable difference this time. The gazes he received were imbued with astonishment and envy. Perceiving Chiba's puzzlement, Niji explained, Chiba, do not be concerned about their curiosity. The news of your victory over Hyuga Renfeng has spread throughout the clan. They are astonished by your talent and envious of your prowess. Chiba nodded. I suspected as much. That is indeed my thought. Niji was left speechless. I never expected that Chiba would possess such a thick skin. Had I known, I would have refrained from praising him. His conceited demeanor is truly insufferable. Before they could reach the residence of Hinata Hayashi, Chiba and Niji spotted Hayashi in the open courtyard of the back garden, surveying some members of the main family as they trained. Approximately 40 to 50 individuals were practicing the gentle fist technique. although there were also branch family members coming in and out to assist with cleaning and other tasks. They were unperturbed by the possibility of their techniques being learned through mere observation, without proper instruction on the true methods. One could never master the gentle fist merely by watching, for the intricacies of chakra manipulation and release could not be comprehended that way. Patriarch, I heard you were looking for me. I have arrived. From a distance, Chiba waved in greeting. He had no desire to approach the courtyard and be accused of covertly learning the main family's techniques, despite his intentions. He still drew the ire of those main family members present, who cast disdainful glances in his direction and murmured amongst themselves, "Look, that is the one who defeated Hinata Rinfeng, isn't? So rude, greeting the patriarch in such a manner. Many branch family members lack decorum. What is so impressive about defeating Rinfeng? He is just a branch family member himself and has never learned the authentic Hinata gentle fist. Indeed, if it were me, I could easily knock that Hinata Chiba down a peg. And look at that Hinata Niji. His gaze is truly irritating. As if the members of the main family owe him money. Hinata Hayashi turned around, surprised to see Chiba and Niji together. After a brief moment of hesitation, he smiled and waved them over, saying, "Chiba, Niji, come here." The hushed discussions among the main family members were audible to Hayashi, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. As the head of the Hinata clan, he genuinely wished for harmony between the main and branch families. However, this animosity had been passed down through generations. Despite being the patriarch, he could not silence the opinions of others. As long as the curse of the caged bird existed, disputes within the family would be an inevitable reality. Chiba observed the disdain in their eyes. The main family truly despises us. And that is why I prefer not to associate with them, Niji whispered, tugging at Chiba's arm. Chiba scanned the courtyard and, as Niji had noted, saw nothing but contempt and exclusion reflected in their gazes. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, for his purpose was to meet with Hayashi. And he had no need to argue with those individuals. One must still maintain respect for one's future father-in-law. Let it be, Niji. There is no need to bother with them. Let us proceed, Chiba reassured, making his way toward the center of the courtyard. Niji, resigned, followed suit. What is it that you require of me, patriarch? Chiba inquired. Hinata Hizashi scrutinized Chiba with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, Chiba, the last time we met. You were but a child, and now you've grown into quite the young adult, he remarked. Turning his gaze towards Niji, he added, Niji. It has been some time since we last saw each other. Niji merely responded with a curt nod, his expression cold, unwilling to engage further. The truth was, it had not merely been a short while since they last met. Ever since Niji's father passed away, he had not acknowledged his uncle. Had it not been for Chiba's invitation, Niji would have never set foot in the back courtyard. In fact, Chiba found Hizashi's exuberance somewhat disconcerting. In his recollection, the last time Hizashi referred to a meeting was during the funeral of their parents. Chiba's memories were tinged with sorrow, as his parents had tragically died when he was just 5, having fallen in battle while on a border mission, and were posthumously honored as martyrs. Chiba offered no verbal reply, merely a nervous smile, silently awaiting Hizashi's next words. Seemingly sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Hizashi chuckled lightly and continued, Well, I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard about your victory over Hyuga Rinfeng. This news has spread throughout the clan. To alleviate any potential misunderstandings, Hizashi hastily clarified, Chiba, I have also heard that you have mastered a unique form of gentle fist. The purpose of inviting you here is to showcase your skills before everyone. With the clan gathered, I would like to serve as your opponent, allowing everyone to witness the true power of your special technique. Why was Hizashi so elated upon hearing of Chiba's triumph over Rinfeng? His true intention was to demonstrate to the main family members that even those of the branch family, without relying on the ancestral gentle fist, could achieve remarkable prowess. This would serve to undermine the inflated pride of the main family, compelling them to recognize that the branch family was not without merit and should not adopt an air of superiority. Furthermore, it would elevate Chiba's standing within the clan, laying a more solid foundation for his future with Hinata. I am to spar with you? Chiba pointed incredulously at himself. It was not a matter of fearing Hizashi's strength. Rather, he was bewildered by the rationale behind the challenge. Before Chiba could voice his consent, a boisterous member of the main family stepped forward, thumping his chest. Leader, there is no need for you to engage with a mere child like Chiba. I, Hyuga-kun, am more than capable. The surrounding members of the main family regarded Chiba with disdain, echoing in agreement. Indeed, you are the leader. How could you lower yourself to spar with such a young brat? They dismissed Chiba's abilities, asserting he is hardly a formidable opponent. Surely, he cannot even match Koen with one hand. They continued to belittle him. He lacks the mastery of the authentic gentle fist. How impressive could he possibly be? He has merely been elevated by empty praises. The members of the Hyuga clan around them held a shared belief. Hinata Koen was regarded as the strongest among them, having already ascended to the rank of Jonin. Although he was significantly inferior to Hinata Hizashi, achieving the Jonin status at such a young age was indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression grew cold. The self-righteous demeanor of these clan members made one feel quite nauseated. Niji clenched his fists tightly, his shoulders trembling with barely contained fury on the verge of erupting. Having witnessed Chiba's prowess firsthand and benefited from his guidance, he was acutely aware of Chiba's strength. Enough! Hinata Hizashi's voice thundered, his eyes surveying the clan members with regal authority. I have stated that I will compete with Chiba. Are you incapable of understanding? Or do you believe you can defy my words as the clan leader? The clan members glared defiantly, many casting resentful glances toward Chiba and Niji. They attributed the reason for their chastisement solely to the two of them. At that moment, Chiba stepped forward and addressed Hinata Hizashi. Leader, let us accommodate their request. I am willing to battle that fellow, Hinata Koen. Hinata Hizashi was taken aback. In his mind, he believed that Chiba could defeat Hinata Lingfeng, suggesting that Chiba was only slightly stronger than him. Engaging in a match himself with Chiba would allow for a controlled outcome without inflicting significant harm on Chiba. However, if Chiba were to duel Hinata Koen, the situation would be entirely different. Hinata Koen often clashed with the branch family members and harbored a deep disdain for them. He would not hold back against Chiba and would surely aim to inflict severe damage. Initially, Hinata Hizashi intended to use his position to quell the clan members and allow Chiba to showcase his talents before them. Now, however, Chiba had voluntarily requested to face Hinata Koen, leaving Hizashi in a predicament regarding how to protect Chiba. This is what you suggested, Hinata Koen exclaimed with delight, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He then turned to Hinata Hizashi, saying, Leader, since he has made such a request, you should grant it. The other clan members looked on with mocking expressions, eagerly awaiting the moment when Hinata Koen would unleash his fury on Chiba. They loudly echoed, Indeed, grant him this request. We also wish to witness Chiba's unique gentle fist technique. Let us see just how formidable that boy truly is. Very well, Hinata Hizashi sighed in resignation, conceding to their wishes. Subsequently, the entire central area of the plaza was cleared. The clan members stood to the right alongside Hinata Hizashi, preparing to watch the contest. The branch family members began to gather on the left, anticipating the unfolding spectacle. In the center of the plaza, Chiba and Hinata Koen stood facing each other, a mere 5 meters apart. Noticing the distance between them, Hinata Koen curled his lips into a cold smirk and maliciously taunted Chiba. You dare challenge your elder brother Koen? Watch as I break your legs and show you what true gentle fist is all about. In a moment of confrontation, Chiba playfully toyed with his ear while beckoning Hinata Koen with a finger. Koen, why do you have so much to say? Come at me, and witness how I will shatter your confidence. Hinata Koen, incensed, instinctively shielded himself. Yet, recalling his prowess as a jonin, he quickly regained his composure, an air of confidence adorning his face. You insolent wretch, you court your own demise. He activated his Byakugan, spreading his feet apart and assuming the stance of the gentle fist. With a slight bend at the waist, he charged towards Chiba. A flurry of strikes ensued. His palms blurred as they struck multiple vital points on Chen Fan's body. A single hit would seal one of Chen Fan's chakra points. However, Chen Fan's shadow-level strength surpassed that of Koen by a significant margin. With no frills, he unleashed a single, mighty punch. Bang! The collision of fist and palm echoed through the air. Koen let out a pained cry, the sound of bones cracking resonating from his arm as he was sent hurtling backward. Ah, my hand, my hand. Koen's eyes filled with terror as he gazed upon his grotesquely twisted arm, the delayed agony eliciting a chorus of wails. The smug expressions of the clan members froze instantaneously. Was Chiba even human? How could a mere punch from him shatter the arm of a jonin? The branch family members, brimming with excitement, momentarily forgot about Chiba's entanglement with Hinata. In that moment, Chiba, as a branch member, had triumphed over the main family's Koen, instilling pride in all branch members for having someone like Chiba among them. Many who had suffered at Koen's hands felt a profound sense of vindication, their spirits soaring. Niji, arms crossed over his chest, remarked coolly. I anticipated this outcome. Confronting Chiba head-on would only lead to this. Chiba turned to Hinata Hizashi, inquiring, Leader, is it time to declare the results? Snapping back from his astonishment, Hinata Hizashi swallowed hard before proclaiming, Hinata Chiba is victorious. Quickly, take Kuin to the infirmary for treatment. Two members of the main family rushed forward to carry Kuin away. Hizashi strode to the center of the square, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Chiba. Chiba, you have truly astonished me. Can you enlighten me on the nature of your formidable power? Chiba replied, Certainly. I have already explained to Niji and Teacher Hong that I cultivate the mutated gentle fist. Interestingly, according to Teacher Hong, my technique bears similarities to that of Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Hizashi nodded, having discerned the nuances himself, echoing the thoughts of Yuhi Kurenai. Initially, he had intended to thoroughly assess Chiba's strength to see if he was suitable for Hinata. Now, it was evident that he was more than a match for her. Yet, he felt a stirring in his heart, a longing to engage in a duel with Chiba. He inquired, Chiba, would you be willing to accept another match with me? Of course, Chiba replied, sensing the hint of challenge in his eyes. Very well, let us prepare to begin. Hinata Hyuga nodded in satisfaction. Just as the two positioned themselves, ready to commence their battle, two girls, hand in hand, trotted towards them. The girl in front was Hinata Hanabi, while the one being pulled along was Hinata Hanabi. Hanabi, around 7 or 8 years of age, sported long black hair and bore a striking resemblance to Hinata, making her an adorable little girl. She pointed at Chiba and exclaimed, Sister, look, it's your beloved, and it seems he is about to spar with father. Her daily schedule was tightly constrained, allowing only scant moments for anything other than training, which typically involved dining with her father and sister. Hanabi was quite aware of Hinata's feelings for Chiba. Although she had not interacted much with Chiba, she had seen him from a distance while residing in the same clan territory. Hanabi, don't speak so recklessly. Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment. However, her concern for Chiba's safety quickly overshadowed her shyness. She understood just how formidable her father was, and she feared that Chiba would likely stand no chance against him. Upon reaching the outskirts of the plaza, Chiba and Hinata Hizashi had already begun their confrontation. Chiba, I am aware of your explosive power. I will not allow you to approach me easily. Be cautious, Hizashi warned as he activated his Byakugan. 8 trigrams air palm. He unleashed 2 successive strikes, sending 2 transparent, palm-shaped blasts of air hurtling toward Chiba. Byakugan. Chiba activated his own Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging. With his ocular prowess, he swiftly predicted the trajectory of the air blasts. Dodging with agile flips to the side, he effortlessly evaded the incoming attacks. Clan leader, you must know that evading such strikes with Byakugan is quite effortless, he remarked. Well done, lad, you're quite nimble, Hizashi chuckled lightly. Prepare yourself for an even more powerful 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams air slashing palm. Hizashi announced as he leapt into the air, his palms moving in rapid succession. Each strike generated a fierce gust of wind directed at Chiba, accompanied by air blasts as thick as a barrel. Goodness. This must be the 8 trigrams palm capable of sending a tailed beast flying, Chiba recalled from the original storyline, where Hizashi had employed this technique against the Ten-Tails. Astonished, he continued to dodge left and right, evading the barrage of air blasts. Boom, boom. Each palm strike against the concrete plaza left a handprint-shaped indentation, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the attacks. As the concrete crumbled, a cloud of choking dust rose in the center of the plaza. With a swift and electrifying burst, Chienya surged forth from the dust, charging towards Hinata Hizashi, who had just landed. Sensing his opponent's intention to unleash the Hack KSH once more, Chienya resolved not to grant him that opportunity. With a powerful shout, he swung his fist downwards with tremendous force against the ground. The earth splintered with a resounding crack, fissures sprawling across half the expanse of the square. As the ground trembled, Hinata Hizashi struggled to maintain his balance, making it nearly impossible for him to execute the Hack KSH smoothly. Instead, he was compelled to dodge and leap, seeking a stable footing. Seizing this moment, Chinya dashed forward, closing the distance to within 3 meters of Hinata Hizashi, and launched another fist aimed directly at his face. Be cautious, Chinya. Hack, Kaiten. Hinata Hizashi called out just before initiating his counterattack, clearly wishing only to repel Chinya rather than inflict harm. Yet, Chinya defied expectations, showing no signs of retreat as he intensified the force behind his punch. Soft fist explosion. With a mighty roar, Chinya struck with a fist that shattered the Kaiten. Hinata Hizashi stepped out, his body spinning rapidly, creating a swiftly rotating, semicircular sphere of chakra around him, an ultimate defense known for its invulnerability within a 2-second window. Anyone caught within the sweep of the Kaiten would suffer severe repercussions. Soft fist explosion. Chinya bellowed as golden light surged from his fist, crashing into the chakra sphere. This was the 6th level of the soft fist explosion technique, marking Chinya's inaugural use of it. With a thunderous boom, the collision of golden energy and Kaiten resonated throughout the square, stirring a tempest. The blue chakra emanating from the Kaiten twisted and dissipated under the impact of Chinya's fist. Hinata Hisashi's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated that the Kaiten, famed for its absolute defense, could fall to a single blow from Chinya. The overwhelming pressure of the impact forced Hinata Hisashi's spinning motion to a halt, distorting his features grotesquely as the force pressed upon him. The gale was so fierce that it rendered him unable to open his eyes. In that instant of the Kaiten's collapse, both Hinata Hisashi and Chinya were propelled backward. Blood gushed from Hinata Hisashi's mouth as he tumbled over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Chinya was swept back about 5 or 6 meters by the residual force of the Kaiten, though he emerged relatively unscathed. Silence enveloped the arena for a full 5 seconds. Onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, mouths agape, gazing at Chinya as if he were a creature of legend. Was this truly a mere human? After all, he had just bested the Kaiten, the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan, renowned for its capacity to annihilate all foes within a 10-meter radius. What is the current situation? How is it that such formidable strength as Kaiten could not withstand a single blow from Chiba? Has that fellow Chiba's prowess truly surpassed that of the clan leader? Father. Hanabi's face was etched with panic as she hurriedly rushed over to check. Chiba, are you all right? Hinata, equally concerned for Chiba's safety, hurried to support him. Chiba took a moment to steady his breath and shook his head. I'm fine, Hinata, though I seem to have struck a bit too hard and injured the clan leader. Chiba felt a sense of frustration, having not anticipated that the 6th level of the Gentle Fist would possess such formidable power. Initially, he had merely hoped to seize a rare opportunity to test the might of the Gentle Fist against Hyuga, Hisashi's Kaiten. Hyuga Chiba, how could you strike the clan leader so harshly? You scoundrel! Look at what you have done to him. The members of the main house began to reprimand Chiba, with some rushing to assess Hyuga Hisashi's injuries. For years, the branch family had been suppressed, and with the emergence of a genius like Chiba, they had begun to see him as their beacon of hope. It was only Chiba who could provide them with a chance to rise. Therefore, the branch members could not remain silent and began to argue back at the main house. In battle, circumstances can be chaotic. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Indeed, the clan leader even resorted to Kaiten. Chiba had no other recourse. Upon hearing this, the main house members became irate. What do you mean? That Chiba fellow harmed the clan leader, and he still has a reason to defend himself? In an instant, the two factions were embroiled in a heated dispute. Chiba, standing alongside Hinata and Niji, was at a loss as to how to mediate this turmoil. Father, how are you? Hanabi's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Coughing up blood, Hyuga Hisashi propped himself up from the ground. In truth, his injuries were not severe. The force of the Gentle Fist had been largely neutralized by Kaiten. The blood was merely a result of the intense impact and the internal injuries sustained from rolling on the ground. The cacophony of voices caused him to frown. As his gaze swept across the crowd, he noticed that Hinata, instead of checking on her father's condition, had rushed to Chiba's side. A wry smile crossed his face. How swiftly a daughter forgets her father when she has a young suitor. Yet, he kept this thought to himself. Over the years, he felt he had neglected Hinata too much, so her reaction did not surprise him. Enough of this uproar. Have you all shouted enough? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hyuga Hisashi's thunderous voice startled everyone into silence. The bickering between the main and branch families ceased, and all eyes turned towards him. What is all this noise? Am I not still alive? He glared at the members of the main house. Everyone disperse. Return to your duties. Upon realizing the patriarch's genuine fury, no one dared to utter another word. The members of the clan departed with their heads hung low, while the branch family gradually dispersed, retreating to their respective tasks. Chiba stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Hyuga Hisashi, and said, Patriarch, I apologize. I shouldn't have struck so forcefully. Hyuga Hisashi sighed softly, filled with helplessness. He thought to himself, thankfully my strength is formidable enough. Had your punch struck me directly, I might have been reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Nevertheless, as the patriarch, Hyuga Hisashi still valued his dignity. Even though he felt defeated in his heart, he would not concede verbally, stating, Chiba, your technique is quite impressive. It's not that I truly lost to you. I merely let my guard down. Indeed, Patriarch, you are correct. Chiba was well aware of Hizashi's thoughts. Letting your guard down? I barely used my full strength in that last punch. However, out of respect for his future father-in-law, Chiba chose not to expose the truth. Hyuga Hizashi smiled, pleased with Chiba's demeanor. He appreciated Chiba's humility and his ability to save face for others. With such extraordinary strength, having him as a son-in-law would be undeniably advantageous. Hanabi, Hinata, Niji, you three should attend to your own matters, he instructed. I have some things I wish to discuss privately with Chiba. Father, are you certain you don't need to see a doctor? Hanabi asked with concern. Hyuga Hizashi shook his head. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Now, run along with your sister. Very well, but I still worry. Hanabi, albeit anxious, waved her little fist at Chiba, playfully threatening, bad brother-in-law. You mustn't strike my father again, or I shall not let you off easily. Chiba scratched his head awkwardly. Being addressed as brother-in-law by Hanabi brought him a certain joy, though it felt somewhat strange to be threatened by someone he had yet to properly meet. Unbeknownst to him, Hanabi had been familiar with Chiba for years, influenced by Hinata. Hanabi, do not speak so carelessly, Hinata admonished, her face flushed with embarrassment. She glanced between Chiba and Hyuga Hizashi, unable to withstand such teasing, and bashfully covered her cheeks as she fled. Sister, wait for me. Hanabi quickly chased after her. Chiba. I shall take my leave as well, Niji said, nodding at Hyuga Hizashi, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead bidding farewell to Chiba. Understood. Chiba said little more. Watching Niji depart until he could no longer see his daughter and nephew. It was then that Hyuga Hizashi shed his facade, his features contorting in pain as he donned a mask of agony. He clasped his chest, beckoning Chiba with a hand, whispering urgently, quickly, Chiba, assist me to the Konoha hospital. Chiba, bewildered, replied, Patriarch, did you not just claim you were fine? Hyuga Hizashi grimaced, playfully striking Chiba on the head. Enough with your prattle. You try enduring that punch. I was merely trying to maintain my dignity in front of everyone. Well, all right then. Chiba, feeling somewhat helpless, placed his hand on the elder's shoulder, assisting him as they made their way out of the clan grounds. To his surprise, the usually stern clan leader revealed an unexpectedly charming side. It seemed he was concerned about maintaining his dignity and did not wish to appear foolish. The more Chiba pondered this, the harder it became to suppress a smile that began to curl at the corners of his mouth. Hyuga Hizashi, noticing Chiba's struggle to contain his laughter, resignedly remarked, if you wish to laugh, go ahead, my boy. I find myself in a rather helpless situation. You cannot fathom the immense pressure and burdens that accompany being the leader of such a large clan. I cannot afford to display any weakness before my kin. Chiba's smile faded, for in those few simple words, he discerned the depths of the clan leader's frustrations. The discord between the main family and the branch family was already a considerable source of distress. Moreover, Hizashi had to manage the family's enterprises, navigate the responsibilities of the ninja department, and oversee Hanabi's training. With so many obligations, it was no wonder that others perceived him as serious and unyielding. Why the silence? Hizashi inquired. You may laugh, young one. I grant you permission. Chiba shook his head. I no longer wish to laugh, clan leader. I hear your helplessness and understand your reasons. Hizashi sighed deeply and patted Chiba's shoulder, adding, no wonder I felt an affinity with you upon our meeting today. Though generations separate us, I sense a camaraderie akin to that shared among men. Sometimes, words are unnecessary. We can grasp each other's struggles. Yet, as he spoke, Hizashi felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't Chiba merely 12 years old? How could he seem so mature? Clan leader, Chiba interjected, that simply won't do. I cannot be your brother, for I intend to marry Hinata. You shall be my father-in-law. Hizashi playfully chastised him, giving Chiba a light tap on the head. You cheeky boy. You seek to have it both ways. As they exited the clan grounds and made their way to the Konoha hospital, their conversation flowed freely, each eager to learn more about the other. Hizashi posed numerous questions, inquiring about Chiba's training in the gentle fist technique, whether he could share his methods with other clan members, and the seriousness of his feelings for Hinata. Chiba answered candidly, explaining that there was nothing preventing him from teaching the modified gentle fist. Just as he had instructed Niji before, it ultimately depended on each individual's talent and effort. The essence of the modified technique, however, was something that could not be easily replicated. As for his feelings for Hinata, Chiba immediately swore his sincerity, even going so far as to refer to Hizashi as his esteemed father-in-law. The two continued their engaging conversation, both feeling a strong connection. Chiba, Hisashi remarked, I gather that your relationship with Niji is rather good? In the hospital's second-floor ward, as Hisashi received his 4-drip, he inquired further. Chiba nodded, it's going well enough. I have already taught him the modified gentle fist. It is this training that has drawn us closer. Hinata Hisashi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, I perceive your capabilities, my boy. However, Chiba, would you be so kind as to persuade Niji to release his grudges against the main family and myself? It has been many years since that child last spoke to me. Chiba shrugged, responding with a hint of helplessness. Leader, this is beyond my influence. As his uncle, you should understand how stubborn his character is. Hisashi sighed. You have a point. Chiba continued, to unravel his heart's turmoil, it must come from you, leader. You must reveal the truth of the past to Niji and sincerely apologize. I believe the misunderstandings between you can be resolved. The truth of that time. Hisashi murmured, gazing out the window, seemingly recalling events from days gone by. Indeed, Niji was already 13, and in 3 years he would reach adulthood. It was time to disclose everything regarding his father. Time flew, and 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the 4 members of Team Yuhi executed several standard missions, such as assisting lost owners in reclaiming treasures, capturing thieves from a certain village, and rescuing young masters and mistresses kidnapped by criminal organizations. Aside from missions, the replication of ice release and sensory abilities had been thoroughly accomplished. Occasionally, when encountering Naruto, Sasuke, and the other members of Team 9, Chiba also activated the replication of their bloodline powers. Now, Chiba's system storage contained various samples of bloodline abilities. Indra's Chakra Bloodline Sample, Ashura's Chakra Bloodline Sample, Uchiha Sharingan Bloodline Limit Sample, Uzumaki Clan Bloodline Sample, Nara Clan Bloodline Sample, and Yamanaka Clan Bloodline Sample. This was the entirety of his collection. As for Choji's Akimichi Clan Bloodline and Shino's Aburame Clan Bloodline, Chiba chose not to replicate them, as he had no desire to become a large, cumbersome figure or to host a multitude of insects. In fact, within the village of Konoha, there were other clans possessing unique bloodline powers. But Chiba had yet to engage with them. Moreover, the samples already stored in his system were sufficient for several years of replication, and he did not wish to expend further effort in pursuit of more. At 7:30 a.m., in the rear mountains of the Hyuga clan, Chiba planted a Flying Thunder God mark on a large tree before distancing himself by about 10 meters. Activating his sensory ability, he pinpointed the precise location of the mark and focused his intent to initiate the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Chiba vanished from his previous location and reappeared beside the tree. Success at last. Haha. Since successfully replicating ice release and sensory abilities, it had been a full month dedicated to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, a period during which he practiced diligently every day. Even the time spent training daily with Hinata was entirely devoted to this endeavor, yet success eluded him time and again. The complexity of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had just achieved it once. Chiba promptly closed his eyes, striving to etch that sensation into his memory. As the Chunin exams approached, a melodious voice resonated from the foot of the mountain. Chiba, are you up there? Although he could not see the speaker, Chiba immediately recognized it was Hinata. Hinata, I'm here, he called back, yet he lingered in his meditative state, reluctant to open his eyes just yet, still savoring the feeling he had just experienced. Moments later, Hinata parted the bushes and appeared a few meters away. What are you doing? She asked, her eyes narrowing slightly in surprise at the sight of him with his eyes closed. In truth, over the past month, Chiba had not accompanied her in training, leaving the young girl a bit disheartened. However, being considerate of others, Hinata rarely expressed her discontent. Nothing much. Just practicing a new jutsu, Chiba replied candidly, stepping forward to affectionately ruffle Hinata's hair. She squinted her eyes slightly, evidently enjoying this gesture of affection. It was a tender display, and she relished the sensation. Despite her silence, Chiba could easily discern her recent melancholic demeanor. He offered her reassurance, Hinata. I've nearly perfected the new technique. Soon we can resume our regular training sessions. No, our paired training. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Chiba nodded affirmatively, of course. Would I deceive you? Yes, I believe you, Hinata replied with a vigorous nod, her enchanting smile illuminating her face. Chiba's gaze wandered over Hinata, noticing her recent development. From a modest contour to a more pronounced silhouette, she was clearly blossoming. It seemed she had officially entered her adolescent growth spurt. Indeed, girls like Hinata, who were meant to mature, had already begun to do so. In the future, during hot spring visits, she would effortlessly float on the water's surface, unlike Ino, who was a late bloomer but still retained her allure. Only Sakura remained perpetually flat, rendering her unable to enjoy the buoyancy of the springs. "What are you looking at?" Hinata asked, her cheeks flushed upon noticing Chiba's unabashed stare. Snapping back to reality, Chiba cleared his throat awkwardly. "Nothing. I merely thought you seemed more feminine lately." Hinata's face turned even redder. Femininity? Was Chiba complimenting her? She pondered this, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, and quickly shifted the subject. "By the way, Chiba, I came to remind you that Teacher Kurenai said we need to gather by 8 o'clock. The time is nearly upon us." Chiba smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I nearly forgot. Let us hasten our departure." The two raced down the mountain, with Chiba neglecting to have breakfast as he led Hinata towards the woods outside the ninja academy. This was the traditional gathering place for Yuhi Kurenai's class. Both Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba were notorious for their punctuality, often arriving early. When Chiba and Hinata arrived at the meeting spot at 7:53, the two had already been there for some time. Kiba was playfully engaging with Akamaru, while Kurenai donned her signature black and white form-fitting skirt. Although her attire had become somewhat visually monotonous, her long, elegant legs paired with her alluring figure were captivating, embodying a mature charm that starkly contrasted with Hinata's youthful innocence. "Good morning, Kurenai-sensei Kiba," Chiba called out, waving from a distance. Kurenai smiled in response. "Good morning, Chiba, Hinata." Kiba teased, "Chiba, you've been acting quite mysteriously lately, arriving late and departing in a hurry. Honestly, are you preoccupied with pursuing a certain girl, busy with romance?" In a show of solidarity, Akamaru barked in agreement. Chiba scoffed, rolling his eyes. "With my looks rivaling even the illustrious Sasuke, do I truly need to chase after girls? There are plenty of girls pursuing me. I simply lack the time to entertain them." Before Chiba could elaborate, Hinata interjected, "That's not it, Kiba. You've misunderstood. Chiba-kun has been diligently training in a new technique." Kiba, intrigued, leaned closer. "What new technique?" His perception of Chiba was that of brute strength, solving everything with sheer force. He had yet to witness Chiba utilize any other ninjutsu. "A secret I cannot disclose," Chiba replied, shaking his head. Kiba pouted, "Humph, how stingy." Kurenai beckoned, "All right, little ones. Gather around quickly, I have something important to discuss." "Yes, Kurenai-sensei," the trio responded in unison. Kurenai continued, "I wonder if you have heard the news. The triannual Chunin exams are approaching swiftly. Yesterday, the third Hokage summoned many Jonin to consult on whether they would be willing to register their students for the exam. Given your combined abilities, I believe you all should have no issues, so I have already signed you up. However, the final decision to participate rests with you." As she spoke, Kurenai retrieved 3 forms from her ninja tool pouch and presented them to the trio. Chiba accepted the form, nodding, "Of course, I will participate. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be missed." Kiba chimed in, "I have no objections either. Akamaru and I are ready." Hinata added, "I also wish to take part. I have been training diligently and will not hold anyone back." Kurenai smiled with satisfaction. From the very beginning, she was aware that this would be the outcome and felt immensely satisfied with the capabilities of her 3 subordinates. Particularly, Chiba had quietly concealed his strength, only revealing it when the team faced a crisis, thereby rescuing everyone from peril. She was truly grateful and held a deep trust in Chiba. "Well done, my little ones. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all in advance for your upcoming promotion to CH Nin," she said. "Thank you, Teacher Kurenai," the trio replied in unison. Kurenai nodded. "The CH Nin exams will take place in 2 weeks. During this fortnight, you shall not undertake any missions. Instead, take this time to diligently train and enhance your individual strengths." The 3 nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Kurenai was indeed thorough in her arrangements. It was unclear when she had set up numerous kunai traps in the great trees of the forest. She instructed Chiba and the others to stand outside the thicket while she leapt onto the tree, severed the ropes, and triggered the traps. Instantly, a barrage of kunai shot forth, launching an assault on Chiba and his companions. Each of them grasped a kunai and commenced their formal training for the morning. Had they completed the evasion drills? No matter, there were still drills for evading wooden posts and explosive tags. There seemed to be no limits to what Kurenai could devise. Chiba even harbored doubts that Kurenai might have stayed awake the entire night to prepare these traps. With such an exceptional teacher, what reason was there not to train diligently? Of course, for Chiba, These exercises held little significance, as he primarily served as a sparring partner. However, having trained alongside Hinata for many years, he had grown accustomed to it and felt no discomfort. 34, trying to show off in front of me? I'll take you down, he thought. All right, my young ones. That concludes our training for now. You may continue with your own practice this afternoon. The morning passed swiftly. By noon, Kurenai called Chiba and the others out of the woods. Understanding her cue, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba nodded, both drenched in sweat and visibly exhausted. Chiba, however, appeared far more relaxed, with only a few beads of sweat on his forehead and his clothes completely dry. For him, this level of exertion was trivial. Dismissed. Kurenai, feeling fatigued herself, formed a hand seal. With a resounding pop, white smoke erupted, and she vanished from sight. Then I shall take my leave as well, Kiba said, limping away with Akamaru. Hinata, let us head home. I want to take a shower first. I've sweated so much, Chiba suggested. Ah, Chiba-kun, how about we go together? I could use your help with my back, he teased. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Such playful banter was overwhelming for her, and fearing she might faint, she quickly covered her face and dashed away. Hinata, I was just joking. I want tea shower after all, Chiba called out, waving goodbye. Such a bashful little girl can tease 10 people in a single day. He turned and strolled towards the street. Feeling rather cheerful today, he decided against returning home to prepare his own meal. After all, he had ample funds at his disposal, more than enough to indulge without concern for frugality. When it comes to extravagance, one must embrace it. After a moment's contemplation, Chiba resolved to first visit the dango shop for a delightful treat before heading to the barbecue restaurant for some grilled delicacies. He intended to replenish the energy he had expended that morning. Ding! The replication of the bloodline limit sample was successful. The power of the Sharingan bloodline had been acquired, granting him a small portion of the Uchiha clan's lineage. Having utilized his 2 replication opportunities for the day, it wasn't long before Chiba arrived in a bustling district. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about Konoha today. The streets were filled with unfamiliar faces, most of whom traveled in groups of 3, adorned with the forehead protectors of other villages. Chiba understood that this signified the commencement of the Chunin exams. It seemed that Hinata's notification had come a bit later than expected. Is that Naruto? Continuing on his path, Chiba unexpectedly spotted Naruto and Sakura. In front of them, 3 children, around 6 or 7 years old, were playing soccer: Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. Konohamaru kicked the ball, sending it soaring away. The ball rolled a few meters before colliding with a figure clad in a black jumpsuit. The man's face was adorned with strange patterns, and he carried an unusual object wrapped in cloth on his back. With a forehead protector from Sunagakure, he was none other than Kankuro. Hey kid, you've dirted my clothes with your ball, Kankuro exclaimed, crushing the soccer ball beneath his foot. Hey, give me back my ball. Give it back, Konohamaru protested, refusing to relent. As he charged forward, flailing his little legs in a futile attempt to strike Kankuro. Irritated, Kankuro seized Konohamaru by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. Do you wish to perish, child? He threatened. Behind Kankuro stood a woman clad in ninja trousers and a light green vest, a massive fan strapped to her back. She possessed striking features, her golden hair tied into 4 playful pigtails, none other than Temari. Sighing, Temari placed a hand on her forehead, her expression filled with exasperation. Konohamaru, the little troublemaker, had always been following Naruto around, often referring to him as Big Brother. Witnessing Konohamaru being bullied, Naruto could hardly stand idly by. He pointed an accusatory finger at Kankuro, shouting, Hey, you with the painted face, let Konohamaru go at once. Kankuro glanced at Naruto, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Oh, so we have a short gourd here. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? Do you wish to stand up for this little brat? Fuming, Naruto retorted. You're the short gourd. If you don't release Konohamaru, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Naruto began forming the hand signs for the shadow clone jutsu. Short gourd, come at me. Kanjiro remained unfazed, casually beckoning with a finger. Wait, Naruto and Sakura exclaimed anxiously. She had already sensed that their opponent's strength was formidable. Just as she intended to caution Naruto against acting impulsively, he erupted in fury, forming the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. Damn it! Shadow clone technique. 10 clones sprang into existence, rushing towards Kanjiro. This method of combat genuinely astonished both Kanjiro and Temari, although their surprise stemmed solely from Naruto's abundant chakra, rather than fear. This could be interesting, Kanjiro mused, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to hold Konohamaru by the collar, showing little concern. As Naruto and his 10 clones approached within 5 meters of Kanjiro, the latter suddenly produced a small bamboo tube from behind and hurled it forward. With a crack, the tube exploded in midair, releasing a flurry of tiny steel needles that fanned outwards. The 10 clones were instantly pierced, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. Naruto's original form collapsed onto the ground, shielding his face with his arm, which bore multiple punctures from the needles. Naruto. Sakura gasped, but she remained rooted in place, hesitant to engage in battle. She was acutely aware of her own limitations if she couldn't even contend with Naruto. She stood no chance against the two formidable ninjas before them. What should we do? Sasuke isn't here. Will Naruto and I be in danger? Kanjiro scoffed derisively. So this is the prowess of the leaf ninjas? Truly pathetic, unable to evade even my fishbone needles. Fortunately, I didn't poison those needles, otherwise you'd be facing a far graver fate. Enraged, Naruto sprang to his feet, preparing to launch another assault. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. It was Chiba, who had been observing the battle for some time. Stop, Naruto. You're at a disadvantage against him. Relief washed over Naruto's face. Chiba, you're just in time. Quickly deal with that strange guy and rescue Konoha. Chiba nodded. Leave it to me. You should retreat and tend to your injuries first. All right. Naruto agreed, shooting a glare at Kanjiro before turning to retreat. Kanjiro sized up Chiba, sneering once more. What's this? Are we to engage in a tag team battle? Those eyes of yours must be the legendary Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. I hope you don't disappoint me. Chiba's face was filled with disdain. You can flaunt your bravado before others, but in my presence, I will end you. 35. Ice release, freezing control. Release Konoha at once. As he spoke, Chiba approached Kanjiro with an air of nonchalance. TCH. Another pretentious fool, Kanjiro scoffed lightly. He employed the same tactic once more, retrieving a small bamboo tube from behind him and hurling it towards Chiba. The bamboo tube exploded mid-air, releasing a flurry of silver needles that shot towards Chiba. Ice release. Without even attempting to evade, Chiba merely raised his left hand slightly. Chakra surged from his palm, swiftly coalescing into a towering ice mirror that stood protectively before him. The multitude of silver needles struck the solid surface of the ice mirror, failing to penetrate even a third of its thickness. What manner of ability is this? A bloodline limit? Kankuro's expression was one of astonishment. It truly seemed to be a power exclusive to a bloodline limit. Yet, to conjure such a robust ice structure with a mere wave of the hand, without the need for hand seals, was utterly outrageous. That young man is remarkably handsome. And his strength appears formidable as well, thought Temari, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. From the moment Chiba appeared, her gaze had been unwaveringly fixed upon his face. Incredible. Has that fellow Chiba acquired new abilities? Both Naruto and Sakura wore expressions of disbelief. However, Chiba's assault was far from over. With a gentle flick of his hand, the chakra from his palm stirred a fierce wind that surged towards Kankuro. What? Kankuro instinctively took 2 steps back, closing his eyes to shield himself from the gust. In the next instant, the wind ceased. Yet, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from his right arm, the one that had been gripping Konoha. Startled, he glanced at his right hand, only to discover that a layer of ice had formed upon it, rapidly spreading and thickening. If he hesitated for a few more seconds, his arm would be completely encased in ice. Damn it, this bastard. Kankuro was genuinely frightened now, promptly releasing his hold on Konoha. He swung his arm to shatter the ice and quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Chiba. There was no doubt, Chiba exuded an aura of extreme danger. Indeed, this was the ice release technique that Chiba had replicated. Unlike the ice release employed by Haku, which required various ninjutsu hand seals for assistance, Chiba's ice release was devoid of such embellishments. His sole ability was ice manipulation. The formation of ice could stem from the moisture in the air or from Chiba's own chakra. Given the scant moisture in the air, he could at most create a few ice shuriken to launch at his foes. However, using his own chakra allowed him to generate ice in limitless quantities, as evidenced by the method he employed to freeze Kankuro's arm. In truth, this technique was derived from a consultation with Hinata, modified according to the principles of the 8 trigrams palm. The theoretical framework of the 8 trigrams palm involves compressing chakra into a sphere and then unleashing it as an offensive strike against the enemy. Similarly, Chiba's remote freezing technique involves projecting chakra and utilizing surrounding moisture to create ice. The further one attempts to manufacture vast ice blocks from a distance. the more substantial the chakra consumption for Chiba will become. Alas, Konohamaru landed on the ground with a thud, letting out a cry of pain. "Thank you, Brother Chiba." Konohamaru, sensing the tense atmosphere, expressed his gratitude and hurried back to Naruto's side. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Naruto, you were utterly weak just now. Look at how impressive Brother Chiba is." He frightened that masked man into fleeing. Sakura was busy extracting fishbone needles from Naruto, already grimacing in pain. Naruto felt even more embarrassed upon hearing Konohamaru's words. However, had Konohamaru praised Sasuke, Naruto would have certainly retorted. Yet, since the commendation was directed at Chiba, Naruto merely offered an awkward smile, holding back his objections. "Konohamaru, it's unavoidable. Chiba is indeed far superior to us." Sakura nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chiba always gives off an enigmatic aura, even Sasuke pales in comparison to him. Under Chiba's manipulation, the ice blocks swiftly transformed into puddles, soaking a large area of the ground. With his Byakugan activated, veins bulging around his eyes, Chiba mockingly gazed at Kankuro and said, "What's the matter, little chick? Are you already intimidated and retreating? Bring out that puppet you carry on your back. It should be your marionette, right?" Kankuro seethed with anger, clenching his teeth. Originally, the crow was not meant to be revealed until the Nin exam competition. However, it had been seen through by Chiba's Byakugan, and Kankuro realized that concealing it any longer was futile. Indeed, the Byakugan possesses the ability to see through everything, proving to be quite a troublesome eye. It felt as if every secret had been laid bare, leaving no room for privacy. With a swift motion, Kankuro yanked the strings off the crow. As the bandages unwrapped, a humanoid puppet was revealed in Kankuro's grasp. "Phew, Kankuro, you've truly had a stroke of bad luck." Temari sighed, feeling somewhat helpless over the crow's exposure. However, this momentary detachment from admiring the handsome man served merely to offer comfort to her brother. In the next instant, Temari's eyes sparkled with hearts, her hands cupping her chin, transforming into a lovesick girl once more. From this angle, he still looks quite dashing. Indeed, Kankuro began to respond, but upon witnessing Temari's infatuated expression, he could only facepalm in exasperation. This was a recurring trait of Temari. Her tendency to swoon over handsome men was exacerbated by the lack of attractive individuals in Sunagakure. With a light chuckle, Kankuro confidently declared, "Kid, now that I've revealed the crow, are you still certain you want to fight me here? The terror of the crow is beyond your imagination. If you get injured or worse, I want to be held accountable. I've warned you before. Don't act tough in front of me." Chiba slightly bent forward and charged directly at Kankuro. His speed was astonishing, leaving Kanjiro visibly shocked. This rascal, what an impatient fellow. In truth, from the moment they first encountered each other, Kanjiro had begun to feel a sense of trepidation towards Chiba. His earlier remarks were merely an attempt to find a way out, to halt this pointless confrontation. However, he erred in elevating his stance too high. Had he offered a sincere apology to Naruto and Konohamaru, Chiba would undoubtedly have shown him mercy. But now, such thoughts were out of the question. One must face the consequences of arrogance. Only through submission would he be allowed to depart. Kanjiro, wary of underestimating his opponent, swiftly moved his hands, launching 10 strands of chakra that connected to the joints of the crow's body. The crow flapped its wings, producing a series of cawing sounds. Suddenly, the distorted figure of Gaara materialized, exclaiming the secret technique, "Kunai from the mouth." The crow opened its beak wide, releasing 3 kunai that soared directly towards Chiba. Chiba dodged nimbly, the kunai embedding themselves in the earth with a soft thud. Poison needles from the mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, a barrage of densely packed poison needles shot forth from the crow's maw towards Chiba. Leaping into the air, Chiba evaded the onslaught of needles. A smug smile crept across Kanjiro's lips. "Humph, this is precisely the moment I awaited." Main body 6 blades. The crow's abdomen expanded, unveiling a series of crescent-shaped scimitars that extended outward like the legs of a centipede. The crow's limbs and head detached from its torso, revealing sharp blades glistening ominously. Each blade dripped with a deep blue liquid, signifying the lethal poison they contained. Each weapon was tethered by a chakra thread, propelled towards Chiba under Kanjiro's command. Ice release. With a swift flourish of his sleeve, Chiba summoned several kunai made of ice, formed by the surge of chakra flowing from his palm, sending them hurtling downward. The ice kunai collided with the crow's bone blades, sending them scattering in opposite directions. Only the crow's head and torso remained, continuing their advance towards Chiba with a cacophony of caws. Chiba clenched his fist, delivering a straightforward, yet powerful blow. as his fist met the crow's blades. The tips shattered with a crunch. The entire wooden head of the crow splintered into fragments, and the body followed suit, reduced to mere debris. In an instant, splintered would rain down from the sky. Kanjuro watched in anguish as his crow was destroyed, his features contorting in pain, brows furrowed. Damn it! Yet, Chiba had no intention of granting him time to mourn. With chakra surging from the soles of his feet, he executed ice release once more. A solid ice platform materialized beneath him, serving as a foothold for his aerial maneuver. With a sudden stomp, the sole of the foot struck the ice block. Whoosh! Chiba shot downward like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards Kanjuro. Startled, Kanjuro had no time to evade, as his body could not keep pace with his mind. He watched, helplessly, as Chiba's fist loomed larger before it struck the side of his face. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Kanjuro was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wooden wall of the alley, creating a human-sized hole, before continuing to soar over 10 meters, tumbling onto the opposite street, rolling uncontrollably. Kanjuro. Hanamaru was thoroughly alarmed. Initially captivated by Chiba's handsome visage, she only realized the gravity of the situation when her brother was sent flying like a mere punching bag. She swallowed hard, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Chiba. Brother, was that a bit too harsh? After all, we are guests of the Sand Village. You wouldn't have killed Kanjuro, would you? Despite her concern for her brother's safety, Hanamaru understood that she was no match for Chiba. From his earlier display, it was evident he possessed the prowess of at least a Nin. The abilities of the younger generation of Konoha ninjas were indeed varied. Chiba shook his head. Rest assured, he is not dead. At worst, he'll require a couple of days in the hospital. Chiba had exercised restraint, employing merely the first level of his mutated gentle fist technique. Hanamaru swallowed again, relieved. Is that so? That is good to hear. I apologize on behalf of Kanjuro for what just transpired. Before she could finish, another voice interrupted her, cold and devoid of emotion, yet youthful. Stop, Hanamaru. Everyone turned in unison. A red-haired boy, bearing a gourd on his back, appeared atop a tree, hanging upside down, arms crossed, his icy gaze scrutinizing Chiba. It was Gaara, and Chiba recognized him immediately. Gaara, what brings you here? Hanamaru's expression was complex. She knew that Gaara's arrival would surely stir up further trouble. Her intent to apologize to Chiba had been prompted by his softening expression, suggesting the matter might have been resolved. Now, it seemed, deeper conflicts were on the horizon. As anticipated, Gaara provocatively addressed Chiba. Hey, what you just used must be the ice release Kekkei Genkai, right? Are there any from the Hyuga clan in Konoha who excel in ice release? It's merely a trivial ability. Chiba's lips twitched in irritation. This audacious redhead had a sharp tongue, trivializing such an impressive technique. Was he deliberately trying to provoke Chiba into a fight? Though annoyance bubbled within him, Chiba quickly discerned Gaara's intent. Think it's trivial? Would you care to test that? I can certainly oblige. It was just what he desired. Gaara revealed a sinister smile as he leapt down from the tree. Beside him, Temari recognized that smile and understood that Gaara was once again contemplating murder. She intended to intervene, but Gaara commanded, Temari, quickly fetch that fool Kankuro. He cannot lie there on the street, especially with so many pedestrians around. We cannot allow Sunagake here to be embarrassed. Reluctantly, Temari complied and sprinted towards the adjacent street. Gaara remained confidently stationary, arms crossed. Yet the sand at his feet began to surge and leap with fervor. You seem quite self-assured, bloodline limit ninja. What an extraordinary ability you possess. My greatest delight is in exterminating those who consider themselves exceptional. To see your proud techniques fall before me. Ha ha ha. With a grotesque expression, Gaara emitted a chilling laugh. As he swiftly swung his arm, the sand before him morphed into a colossal hand, reaching out towards Chiyo. Chiyo stood still, quietly observing Gaara without uttering a word. To revel in murder and derive pleasure from stripping others of their cherished possessions, what a perverse value system. This twisted psyche is the consequence of the Jinchuriki's ostracization. He cast a glance at Naruto. Were it not for the Ashura bloodline within Naruto, granting him the ability to maintain a positive outlook on life, given Naruto's suffering and torment, he might well resemble Gaara. With a forceful punch, Chiyo struck out. The massive sandy hand, which had been reaching for him, shattered under the impact, scattering grains of sand through the air. Chiyo navigated through the debris, advancing towards Gaara. A twisted creature like you deserves to feel the weight of my fist. While I do not expect to awaken you, it will at least bring me some satisfaction. Is that so? Come then. Gaara's excitement intensified. The more formidable Chiyo appeared, the more his blood surged with exhilaration. Nothing pleased him more than the thought of eliminating those so-called geniuses. With a swift motion, Gaara raised his right arm. The sand beneath surged, obediently coiling around him like an arm, encircling Chiyo. In an instant, the light around Chiyo dimmed as he found himself engulfed by the rising sand. Die. Sand-binding coffin. Gaara bellowed, his visage twisted with malice. As he clenched his right palm, the sand rapidly constricted around Chiyo, enveloping him entirely. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of Chiyo being crushed and bloodied did not unfold. With a light flick of his wrist, Chiyo dispersed the surrounding sand. In a swift motion, he burst forth from the sandy prison, charging directly towards Gaara. What? That bastard! Gaara's expression was one of astonishment. The last time he had encountered someone who could so effortlessly counter his sand attacks was Master Maki. Maki, a Jonin adept in wind techniques, could easily slice through his sand. Yet, Chiba, seemingly lacking proficiency in wind techniques, astonished Gaara by achieving such a feat. What Gaara could not fathom was that Chiba's mutated gentle fist could effortlessly breach his so-called absolute defense of sand. Furthermore, with the flying thunder god technique at his disposal, Chiba had merely concealed his true power until now. With a whoosh, Chiba transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing before Gaara. Gentle fist explosion. With a seemingly weightless punch, Chiba unleashed a second-level dark energy. Useless. Gaara retorted, disdain etched across his face. Crossing his arms defiantly, he had no intention of adopting a defensive stance. His sand autonomously formed an absolute defense, requiring no manipulation on his part. Bang! As expected, the sand materialized into a defensive barrier, absorbing the impact of Chiba's fist. Instantly, the sand exploded into fragments. Gaara's absolute defense was effortlessly shattered, and Chiba's punch, piercing through the sand, struck Gaara's cheek with force. Gaara fell to the ground, rolling several meters away. When he arose once more, his face bore deep cracks, rendering his already fearsome visage even more terrifying. The onlookers, Sakura and Konohamaru, gasped in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. That Sand Village guy is truly terrifying. He gives me such an eerie feeling, Sakura remarked. Indeed, he is quite fearsome, Mabuki agreed, nodding vigorously. Konohamaru reassured them, do not fear. I believe Brother Chiba can defeat him. After all, he is incredibly formidable. Naruto added, absolutely. If it's Chiba, he will surely prevail. Chiba glanced at his fist, inwardly lamenting that he had not exerted enough strength. He had forgotten that Gaara was also encased in a layer of sand armor. Despite the earlier embarrassment Gaara experienced, the sand armor provided him with an additional layer of defense. Chiba's earlier punch had inflicted no substantial damage. Gaara cackled ominously, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, fixing his predatory gaze on Chiba. Very well, you have given me quite a surprise. You managed to breach my absolute defense of sand. This only heightens my excitement. Observing Gaara's arrogant demeanor was indeed irksome to Chiba. You should be excited, Chiba replied coolly. I can make you even more exhilarated. If the battle continued, Chiba would not hesitate to unleash a fourth-level dark energy of the Gentle Fist. Such force would undoubtedly leave Gaara exhilarated enough to find himself in a hospital for a week or two. At that moment, he would no longer be able to put on airs or boast so brazenly. Excellent. Gaara nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly crouched down and clapped his hands against the ground, preparing to unleash another of his signature ninjutsu. Just then, a tall figure darted in, grasping Gaara's shoulder firmly. Stop. Gaara, do not engage in combat here. Clad in standard blue ninja trousers and a green ninja vest, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure and a white cloth wrapped around his head obscuring half his face. This individual was none other than the elite Jonin, Maki, the mentor of Gaara and his siblings. Gaara felt somewhat displeased, but chose not to argue. His bloodshot eyes regained some clarity as he stood up, crossing his arms and silently observing from the side. Maki squinted and smiled. Addressing Chiba, my apologies for the trouble they have caused you. They are ninjas from Sunagakure come to participate in the Chunin examinations. I am their leading instructor, and I hope you will not take offense at the earlier incident. Though his words were courteous, Chiba understood the underlying threat concealed within Maki's smile. He was capable of defeating Moonlight Gale in an instant, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, their arrival in Konoha was certainly not merely for the Chunin exam, as their collaboration with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha was likely underway in the shadows. No problem. Welcome to the Sunagakure ninjas, Chiba replied with a smile, choosing to say little more. He had no desire to engage deeply in the plans between Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. As long as those close to him remained safe, Chiba could continue his life with peace of mind, spending each day training with Hinata, replicating various bloodline limits. And enhancing his own abilities seemed far more appealing than wading into such murky waters. Furthermore, his impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely mediocre. Whether he lived or died held little significance for him. Teacher, Gaara. A female voice echoed from around the corner of the alley as Temari assisted Kankuro, who was slowly approaching from behind. Kankuro had been sent flying to another street. Due to the expansive greenery separating the alley from the center of that street, they could not traverse directly. Is Kankuro all right? Maki inquired with a nod. Temari replied, he is fine, but he should get checked at a hospital. Indeed, Kankuro was unharmed. Though his cheek was somewhat distorted from the blow, with blood staining the corner of his mouth, it seemed he would need to visit a hospital for realignment. Gazing at the shattered pieces of the crow puppet on the ground, he wore an expression of desolation. When his eyes fell upon Chiba, his countenance shifted to one of sheer terror, clearly indicating that the psychological impact Chiba had inflicted upon him was profound. Being struck from one side of the street to the other would leave anyone with lingering fears. Glad to hear he is okay. Well then, we shall take our leave, Chiba said. Maki seemed reluctant to stir trouble, choosing not to pursue the incident involving Kankuro speeding. With a casual wave of his hand, he and a few others passed directly by Chiba. Gaara's gaze remained fixed on Chiba, unwavering. After walking a distance of 5 or 6 meters, he suddenly turned back and inquired, hey, what is your name? I find you quite intriguing. Chiba understood that Gaara's expression of interest implied he was being considered as the next target for a hunt. However, Chiba paid little heed to this, merely responding before turning towards Naruto. Did Gaara wish to instigate trouble? Let him come. The identity of the hunted was not so easily determined. Hinata Chiba? Excellent. You are now my prey. Just ensure that before I come to eliminate you, you are not taken down by someone else, Gaara murmured with a smirk, quickening his pace to catch up with Maki and the others. As Chiba approached, he noticed that Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi were gazing at him with unabashed admiration, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Chiba, are you all right? Naruto called out to him. Chiba nodded. What could possibly be wrong? Those individuals cannot do anything to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Konohamaru rushed forward and hugged Chiba's leg, nuzzling his cheek against him. Big brother Chiba, you are truly amazing. I've decided that from now on, I will acknowledge you as my big brother and no longer follow Naruto. Chiba could only stare in disbelief, pushing Konohamaru's forehead in an attempt to dislodge him. Yet, Udon and Moegi came running from the other side, clinging to Chiba's other leg. We want to join too. Chiba shouted in exasperation, hey, enough already, especially you, Udon. Can you refrain from wiping your snot on me? Naruto's face twitched as he pointed at Konohamaru's back, scolding, Konohamaru, you are utterly lacking in loyalty. A betrayal is one thing, but to do it right before my eyes? With the power of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Naruto's injuries from the fishbone needles had completely healed. In just a short time, there were no traces left of the needle marks. Konohamaru turned to reveal a gap-toothed grin. Hee, Naruto, I'm sorry, but Big Brother Chiba is just too incredible and handsome. Udon and Moegi nodded vigorously in agreement. Humph. Naruto crossed his arms, visibly frustrated, puffing out his cheeks and tilting his head. The 3 young ones clung to Chiba's pant leg, refusing to let go, insisting that he accept them as his little brothers. Chiba, however, was unwilling to take on such lively companions. The thought of having them cling to him daily, much like they did to Naruto, was quite bothersome. Moreover, Chiba needed to cultivate his relationship with Hinata and had no time to be entangled with them. Ultimately, after Chiba produced 500 taels of silver to purchase a new ball for Konohamaru, they merrily departed. Certainly, a ball would not cost 500 taels, at most. It would be merely 100 taels. This left them with an additional 400 taels, allowing for such a decisive exit. Naruto, Sakura, let us dine together. It is my treat, Chiba called out to the two. Now that he was affluent, it was time to be generous. It served as an opportunity for Naruto and Sakura to spend time together, given Naruto's evident affection for Sakura. Naruto nodded, sure, Chiba, it's rare to see you so generous. Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. What did he mean by rarely generous? As if he had been parsimonious in the past. Of course, Sakura smiled, her eyes narrowed, indicating her agreement. Let us go. Chiba took the lead towards the barbecue restaurant, and the group began to converse as they walked. The next day, after breakfast, Chiba and Hinata made their way towards the woods outside the Ninja Academy. Their purpose was to meet up with Chiba and train together. Today, there was no special training session arranged by Yuhi Kurenai. In truth, they could train individually at home, but the spaciousness of the outdoor area provided a more conducive environment. And training together was far more motivating. Chiba, Hinata. Good morning. From a distance, Inuzuka Chiba spotted Chiba and Hinata on the wooden bridge, waving and calling out. Akamaru barked enthusiastically beside him. Several months had passed, and Akamaru had grown slightly larger. It remained uncertain whether this was a trait of ninja dogs, typically. Ordinary puppies mature into large dogs within 6 months. Yet, Akamaru's size had only increased a little. Good morning, Chiba. Chiba and Hinata waved in return. As they conversed, they approached Chiba. He asked, another new day, what training shall we undertake today? Chiba replied, let us stick to the usual routine. A mixed training session with the 3 of us, you 2 against me. Since the formation of Yuhi Kurenai's team, the training methods had varied each time. Chiba needed to develop rapport with Akamaru, while Hinata required practice in her gentle fist technique and was busy developing new techniques. Generally, Kurenai arranged the specifics of their training. Whenever she was absent, the 3 of them opted for straightforward mixed sparring, where Hinata and Chiba teamed up to engage Chiba. This approach not only enhanced Hinata and Chiba's skills, but also deepened their mutual understanding. That suits me perfectly, Chiba nodded. I have no objections either, Hinata added. Let us begin. Chiba spread his feet apart, activated his Byakugan, and prepared to welcome their oncoming attacks. Inuzuka Chiba wasted no time, swiftly tossing a small pill into Akamaru's mouth. Akamaru's fur transformed to a vibrant crimson, each strand standing on end. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, and he morphed into a duplicate of Inuzuka Chiba, crouched low to the ground. Tooth for tooth, the 2 figures spun rapidly, transforming into a swirling vortex, darting towards Chiba from opposite directions. Chiba leaped backward. The 2 whirling tops collided midair. Yet their onslaught was far from over. After a brief rotation, they surged once more toward Chiba. Here they come again. I shall not hold back, Chiba declared, unleashing a punch. A golden elliptical shield coalesced around his fist, crashing down upon the 2 rotating figures. The Inuzuka duplicates bore the brunt of the blow. Their spinning abruptly halted as they were sent flying backward, rolling several meters before finally coming to a stop. Rubbing the swelling lump on his head, one of the Inuzuka Chiba complained to Chiba, Chiba, that was quite unscrupulous of you. What on earth can withstand your fist? The other Inuzuka Chiba erupted into a cloud of white smoke, reverting to the original form of Akamaru, who howled in protest, seemingly voicing his discontent. Chiba mused to himself that he had not exerted much force. It was merely a level 3 gentle fist technique designed to counter the might of his own clone. However, Hinata was quite serious, not offering Chiba a moment to explain as she charged in from the flank to launch her gentle fist attack. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With a delicate shout, an intricate trigram array materialized beneath her feet, flickering momentarily. This was a newly mastered technique Hinata had developed recently. However, it was no longer the defensive 8 trigrams from her original story, but rather an offensive version. How she learned it was beyond Chiba's knowledge. But he had a good rapport with Niji, who had provided guidance, enabling Hinata to master the 32 palms within just a few months. At this moment, Chiba found himself within the confines of Hinata's offensive trigram array. In a flash, Hinata moved swiftly, covering 3 meters in an instant to stand before Chiba, both palms raised in unison. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Bang, bang. The force of every palm was immensely fierce, a stark contrast to the previously timid Hinata. Regrettably, while Chiba was unfamiliar with the 8 trigrams, he possessed substantial knowledge of the gentle fist. As Hinata assumed her starting stance, Chiba had already summoned ice release. Extending his palm outward, he formed a thick, rectangular block of ice. Each of Hinata's strikes left a deep imprint on the icy surface. Alas, the ice was exceedingly sturdy. It wasn't until the completion of all 32 strikes that the formidable ice was finally shattered. Oh, Chiba, you have finally transcended mere brute force and unveiled new techniques. Inuzuka Chiba approached with a look of astonishment, gazing at the shattered ice scattered across the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was his first encounter with Chiba employing ice release. Akamaru barked twice in agreement. Chiba's lips twitched. What did he mean by finally not relying solely on fists? Was that truly the impression he had left? Yet, to be fair, he realized he had not possessed many alternative techniques in the past. He He was untrained in the true style of soft fist and knew nothing of bagua palm. Chiba, is this your bloodline limit? After delivering 32 strikes, Hinata was left panting, her heaving chest rising and falling rhythmically. It was also her first experience witnessing Chiba's ice release, and she was somewhat surprised. Indeed, this is a bloodline limit. A newfound ability I have recently developed, Chiba admitted candidly. Such a thing could not be concealed. Once utilized, it would be evident to all. If questioned, he could simply claim to possess an array of chakra from various ninjutsu, leading to the serendipitous creation of a bloodline limit. Although this reasoning seemed somewhat tenuous, a bloodline limit could indeed arise from a combination of multiple ninjutsu chakra, in addition to one's own lineage. Moreover, Chiba was confident that few would delve too deeply into the matter. Most would react with astonishment, much like yesterday's Konohamaru and Naruto, and today's Akamaru and Hinata. Inuzuka Kiba shook his head in exasperation. You truly are a freak. With you, I find nothing surprising anymore. Congratulations, Chiba. Hinata smiled warmly. Chiba nodded. All right. Let us resume training and unleash your full potential. Kiba and Hinata stepped back, creating distance as they assumed their combat stances. Well, everyone seems quite diligent in their training. However, before Chiba and the others could commence their next round of combat, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Niji? Chiba instantly recognized the owner of the voice. Turning to look, he confirmed it was Hyuga Niji approaching from the direction of the wooden bridge. Accompanying him were a young man and woman. The man sported a watermelon-style haircut, with eyebrows as thick as caterpillars, dressed in a tight green outfit. With his Leaf Village forehead protector tied around his waist, it was Rock Lee. The woman donned a white martial arts uniform, a large scroll slung across her back. With large eyes and her black hair styled in a bun, she appeared quite lovely. It was Tenten. Niji, Hinata greeted timidly, her voice barely above a whisper. She was aware that Niji still harbored some disdain towards her. Although he had reluctantly accepted her due to Chiba's influence, she could still perceive the faint hint of rejection in his gaze. Who are these people? Kiba questioned, bewildered, as he stood behind them, his head filled with inquiries. Niji first nodded politely towards Hinata. Subsequently, he cast his gaze towards Chiba and remarked, Chiba, it has been a while since we last met. Have you been occupied with cultivating new techniques? Chiba nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, but what brings the three of you here? Before Niji could respond, Rock Lee, ever the outgoing one, approached Chiba with enthusiasm and extended his right hand, saying, Greetings, I am Rock Lee. I've long heard from Niji about a prodigious youth within the Hyuga clan, one who surpasses even him. I have insisted that Niji bring me to meet you. Hello. I am Hyuga Chiba, Chiba replied, somewhat bewildered, as he politely shook hands with Lee. What was Lee's intention? Was it merely to meet the Hyuga genius? Before Chiba could ponder further, he was pushed aside by Tenten, who stumbled toward him. Hello, I am Tenten, Niji's teammate and companion. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she extended her right hand towards Chiba. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she could hardly divert her gaze. To her surprise, Konoha had such a handsome young man. She had never encountered anyone like him before. Hello, Tenten, Chiba greeted, shaking her hand. Tenten nodded vigorously, gripping Chiba's hand tightly. Seemingly unwilling to release it, her infatuation evident in her gaze. Hinata, observing this interaction, felt a flicker of displeasure cross her face, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. Chiba noticed this subtle shift. Although Tenten was indeed beautiful and charming, he did not wish to see Hinata distressed. He swiftly withdrew his hand and turned to Niji, asking, Niji, did you three come here expressly to find me? Niji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, more specifically, it is Lee who wishes to meet you. Lee? Chiba replied, puzzled. Turning to Rock Lee. Absolutely, Chiba-kun, Lee affirmed earnestly. I insisted that Niji bring me to meet you. I have heard that he could not last even a single round against you, so I wish to witness it for myself. With that, Rock Lee bowed deeply, requesting, Chiba-kun, please consent to a match with me. I yearn to understand the extent of the gap between us. It will undoubtedly be resolved with a single punch, Inuzuka Kiba interjected. Unable to suppress his commentary, he was all too familiar with Chiba's prowess. There was nothing that Chiba could not resolve with a single blow. If there were, it would merely indicate that Chiba had intentionally held back. Although Hinata and Niji remained silent, their expressions conveyed their agreement. Nonetheless, Lee exhibited no signs of retreating. Understanding the disparity between himself and a genius was crucial for him to ascertain the level of effort he needed to exert, thereby allocating more time for training. With sincerity, Rock Lee implored, "Chiba-kun, I beg you to grant me this request." "Certainly," Chiba replied with a nod. He would never refuse a challenger as earnest as Lee. "Certainly." Chiba did not deliberately make any concessions to accommodate Xiao Li's feelings. After the clash began, Rock Lee initiated the confrontation with a swift leaf whirlwind aimed directly at Chiba's face. In response, Chiba retaliated with a level 2 gentle fist technique, sending Xiao Li flying and inflicting some muscle tears on his foot. Thus, this duel concluded in a rather simplistic and unexciting manner. Although Xiao Li felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he ultimately understood that he was no match for Chiba and reluctantly conceded defeat. In the southwestern region of Konoha village, a series of interconnected lofts had been constructed. Typically, these houses stood mostly vacant, but with the Chunin exams approaching, they had become bustling with activity. Each room was now occupied by ninjas adorned with forehead protectors. Indeed, these individuals were foreign ninjas who had come to participate in the Chunin assessments. This distinctive style of accommodation had been specifically built by Sarutobi Hiruzen to impress visiting dignitaries. Within the third-floor hall of one such loft, a group of ninjas bearing the forehead protectors of Sunagakure sat cross-legged around a tea table, engaged in animated conversation. Among them were familiar figures, including Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, who had encountered Chiba just the day before. Maki sat alone to the left of the table, while a figure clad in a white robe occupied the prominent position at the table's center. This individual wore a conical hat inscribed with a large character for wind. He was none other than the Kazekage, Raza of Sunagakure. However, this was not the true Raza. Rather, it was Orochimaru impersonating him after having eliminated the original in a bid to manipulate the Sunagakure forces for an assault on Konoha. Raza inquired, "Well then, hasn't Team Maki mentioned that I have pressing matters to attend to? Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance." Maki nodded respectfully, saying, "I apologize, Lord Kazekage. But there is indeed a critical issue that requires your attention." Raza gestured for him to proceed. Maki explained, "The situation is as follows. Kankuro and Gaara encountered a peculiar young boy upon entering the village yesterday. He proceeded to recount Chiba's use of ice release and the formidable punch that could shatter Gaara's absolute defense. The crux of the matter was that despite his youth, Chiba's strength was formidable and could potentially disrupt their plans to attack Konoha. They had meticulously devised strategies for this operation, assigning specific personnel to counter the likes of Copy Ninja Kakashi, Hyuga clan leader Hayashi Hyuga, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, it seemed imperative that Chiba also be included in this strategic consideration. Upon hearing about the ice release, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. Old habits resurfaced. The mention of a talented child sparked his desire to recruit him. Yet, he still harbored some skepticism, casting a glance towards Gaara and the others for confirmation. Orochimaru possesses considerable knowledge about Konoha, yet it remains uncertain when Konoha will rid itself of such a prominent figure. Merely a piece of trash, nothing more. If you are concerned, I shall eliminate him tonight." Gaara rose, folding his arms, and turned to leave. "Halt, Gaara," Maki reprimanded sternly. "Wait, Gaara." Both Kankuro and Temari quickly interjected. Temari urged, "Gaara, do not jeopardize Lord Kazekage's plans. It is unwise to expose ourselves prematurely, especially your abilities. We must not allow outsiders to gain knowledge of them." I know, you are all so tedious," Gaara retorted impatiently, yet complied by leaning against the doorframe without moving. Kankuro added, "Father, Maki-sensei is correct. That boy named Hyuga Chiba possesses formidable strength, having shattered my crow with a single punch." Temari nodded in agreement. Indeed, that youth is exceptionally strong and warrants our attention. Orochimaru acknowledged, "Yes, I comprehend. We shall proceed as planned. I will have someone keep an eye on that boy. You all attend to your own matters. I will step out for a moment." With that, Orochimaru rose and made his way outside. It was only after leaving the attic that he removed the white cloth from his face, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ha, playing the role of their father is indeed exhausting, but fortunately, the Chunin exams are fast approaching. Perhaps it is time to pay that old coot Danzo a visit." At the root base, Danzo sat in a lavish hall, slowly savoring a cup of tea. His mood had improved recently, a hint of a smile gracing his usually stoic visage. The reason for his uplifted spirits was none other than a letter from Orochimaru, announcing plans to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams. An assault on Konoha, indeed. If Orochimaru could eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi, Then Danzo would seize the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage. This day had been long awaited, and he was thoroughly prepared. All route operatives on missions had been summoned back, leaving only the anticipation of Konoha facing an external threat. Of course, Danzo was not waiting to devise a rescue for Konoha. Rather, he intended for all route members to remain within the base, and once Hiruzen fell, the route members would emerge to seize control of the situation under Danzo's command. Mr. Danzo, you seem to be in good spirits today. A hoarse voice called from outside the hall. Startled, Danzo quickly lifted his gaze. Through the paper shoji of the hall, he discerned a figure standing outside. Before he could rise, the individual stepped into the hall and removed the Kazakage hat from their head. It was none other than Orochimaru. How curious that you would don such an attire, remarked Danzo, somewhat taken aback. However, with his astute mind, he had already deduced that something must have transpired with the wind shadow. Hehehe, what is this? Has an old friend arrived and not afforded me the courtesy of a seat? Orochimaru inquired with a smile, having already taken a seat across from him. Danzo offered Orochimaru a cup and poured him some tea, inquiring, "What brings you here at this hour, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru teased, "How heartless of you. After all I have done for you, conducting numerous experiments and providing assistance, is it not customary for an old friend to stop by for a chat?" The experiments he referenced were, of course, the cultivation of Hashirama's cells and the transplantation of the Uchiha Sharingan. Without Orochimaru's support, Danzo's formidable abilities would have been unattainable. Nevertheless, it seemed Orochimaru understood that Danzo was even colder than he, and refrained from further jesting. He then addressed the matter directly. "I am here to inquire about someone. There is a young man from the Hyuga clan named Hyuga Chiba. Do you possess any information regarding him?" Hyuga Chiba, Danzo murmured, repeating the name. His mind raced as he recalled reports of a new generation of graduates, among whom was a talent named Hyuga Chiba. However, news of Chiba's significant prowess had not spread widely. Hyuga was not one to gossip, and although the Hyuga clan was well known, no one would publicly boast about such matters. Despite Danzo's extensive network of informants throughout Konoha, the Hyuga clan had always operated with great discretion, not even hiring outsiders, making it impossible for Danzo to infiltrate their ranks. Thus, he was genuinely unaware of Chiba's affairs. Shaking his head, Danzo replied, "I have only heard whispers of a talented graduate from the Ninja Academy." "What of it?" Orochimaru responded, "It is nothing alarming. Merely that those from Sunagakure have reported to me that this Hyuga Chiba is quite remarkable, skilled in ice release, and possesses immense strength akin to Tsunade's. I simply wish to consult you." Upon hearing this, Danzo's interest was piqued. He was quite eager to recruit talented individuals into Root. However, he did not overtly express this enthusiasm and merely asked Orochimaru, "Do you require my assistance in uncovering his background?" Orochimaru nodded, "Certainly, the sooner the better. You have far greater ease in navigating Konoha than I." It was a straightforward exchange, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them, a testament to their long-standing collaboration. Danzo acknowledged with a slight hum, then raised his voice to call out, "Someone come in." Swiftly, two shadowy figures entered, kneeling before Danzo. In unison, they queried, "Lord Danzo, how may we serve you?" Both individuals wore black masks that obscured the upper halves of their faces. Two young girls, one with short black hair and the other with long brown hair tied in a ponytail, both around the age of 14 or 15, were the capable assistants of Danzo in the original narrative, known as Oil Woman Torian and Mountain Man Fu. However, at present, none of the Root members possessed names. Only code names, as Danzo had yet to bestow them with proper names. Danzo spoke in a low voice. "A. B. I have heard there is a boy named Hyuga Chiba in Konoha recently. I need you to investigate his background." "Understood, Lord Danzo." They replied in unison before vanishing from sight. They were no strangers to such tasks. Investigating meant uncovering all pertinent information regarding Hyuga Chiba and monitoring him closely. "Goodbye, Chiba-kun," they called out. In the early evening, a group of friends who had been training together prepared to head home, with Tintin blowing kisses and bidding farewell to Chiba. The injured Lee had already been taken to the hospital. Meanwhile, Chiba's trio, along with Niji and Tintin, had spent the entire day training in the woods. This was the essence of a ninja's life. Aside from missions, much of their time was devoted to the monotonous routine of training. Fortunately, having company made it bearable. Resting together and chatting during breaks was quite pleasant. On their way back to the Hyuga clan, Hinata, Chiba, and Niji walked side by side. The sky had turned completely dark, and the forest path was alive with the sounds of chirping insects. Hinata glanced at Chiba and then at Niji, softly saying, "Thank you." Niji and I, for teaching me how to practice the gentle fist today. As Chiba was unable to impart any knowledge on the 8 trigrams, Niji had taken it upon himself to guide her. Niji replied, "No need for thanks. I am doing this for Chiba's sake." Hinata felt a pang of disappointment and lowered her head. She genuinely wished to improve her relationship with Niji, yet his perpetually cold demeanor made it exceedingly difficult. Chiba, walking between the two, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wishing he could smack the back of Niji's head. While everyone knew Niji's words held truth, there was no need for such bluntness. How hurtful could those words be to his little cousin? She merely wished to bond with her older cousin. Was that so wrong? By the way, Hinata, your gentle fist has improved recently. Chiba exclaimed as he threw his arm around Hinata's shoulders, deliberately shifting the topic to divert her attention. Really? Thank you, Chiba and I. Hinata felt warmth in her heart. During her most awkward moments, Chiba was always the first to come to her rescue. Simultaneously, this intimate gesture caused her cheeks to flush crimson, her heart fluttering with joy, yet feeling bashful as she buried her head against his chest. Did the little lady not run away today? Chiba mused inwardly. It was a rare sight. Her shy demeanor was utterly adorable. If only Niji were not present, he would have certainly leaned in to kiss her. Chiba furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an unusual presence behind him, as if someone were watching. His perceptive abilities quietly activated, and he discerned that, indeed, 2 figures were stealthily trailing him from several hundred meters away, uncertain of their identities. Chiba chose not to raise any alarm and continued forward with determination until he reached a bustling street. It was only then that he waved to Hinata and Niji, saying, "Oh, I've just remembered that I have a matter to attend to. You two should head back first." Hinata and Niji turned back with puzzled expressions. Hinata inquired, "Chiba and I, is there something I can help with? I'll accompany you." Chiba gently patted Hinata's head and shook his head, saying, "No need. You should return with Niji for now, and come find me at my home early tomorrow." The reason for parting ways with them was, of course, to ascertain the identities of the 2 persistent followers. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. "All right, Chiba and I'll be on my way." Niji said nothing further but nodded at Chiba before continuing on his path. "Goodbye." Chiba waved farewell and watched as they receded into the distance before he turned and made his way toward a more secluded area. Activating his Byakugan, he expanded his field of vision to a full 360 degrees. With the ability to see within a 1-kilometer radius, he immediately recognized the faces of the 2 pursuers, Kamizuki-fu and Yamanaka Torian. Chiba was taken aback, unable to fathom why they had fixated on him. Had he inadvertently entered a monitored zone? Should he endure their surveillance or confront them and send them packing? After a brief moment of hesitation, he opted for the latter. His strength was formidable enough now, and there was no reason to live in fear or anxiety. In the entirety of Konoha, no one could pose a threat to him. Why should he tolerate such indignity? Why should he endure being watched wherever he went? It would be far more satisfying to confront these 2, deliver a sound thrashing, and send them on their way. A smirk graced his lips as he strode purposefully toward a narrow path at the edge of the district. Upon traversing the alley, he re-entered a dimly lit forest trail. Kamizuki-fu frowned and asked, "Why is he heading that way again? Isn't that the direction toward the Hyuga clan?" Yamanaka Torian shook his head. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he remembered something he needed to do." Regardless, they were confident that their distance ensured they would not be detected. Indeed, the range of Hinata's Byakugan was extensive, a fact they were well aware of. However, they had meticulously controlled their angles and positions, convinced of their anonymity. With a swift motion, Yamanaka Torian and Kamizuki-fu leapt into action, darting across rooftops in pursuit of Chiba's departing figure. Minutes later, Chiba arrived at an abandoned neighborhood. On the desolate street, the dimly lit street lamp cast a faint glow as Chiba ambled forward. Yuzuki and Kazuki trailed behind, increasingly perplexed. It was rather peculiar for Chiba to arrive at such a deserted place at this hour. However, the 2 dared not underestimate the situation and cautiously followed from a distance, adjusting their pace to match Chiba's. Kazuki whispered, "What on earth is he doing here at this time of night?" Yuzuki shook her head. "Perhaps he has come to pay respects at a grave?" Kazuki broke out in a cold sweat. "Don't be ridiculous. Who goes to pay respects at a grave in the dead of night? Moreover, this isn't even a grave site." Yuzuki scratched her head. "I'm not sure. But since Lord Danzo instructed us to investigate him, let us just keep following." As they conversed, Chiba had already halted beneath a street lamp several dozen meters ahead, standing motionless like a wooden post, inciting a wave of intrigue. Kazuki questioned, "What is he up to?" "He has been standing there for 5 minutes. Yuzuki mused. Maybe he's relieving himself? Kazuki, exasperated, replied, who takes 5 minutes to do that? Even a water buffalo wouldn't have such a large bladder. Before Kazuki could voice his further thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed from above, that's merely a decoy to lure you two fools. Shocked, the two exchanged horrified glances. In the next instant, Chiba beneath the street lamp erupted into a cloud of white smoke. They looked up to see another Chiba leaping down from the treetop, swinging his fist towards Yuzuki's face. Not good. Retreat. Kazuki reacted swiftly, gripping Yuzuki's arm and leaping backward. With a thunderous boom, Chiba's fist struck the cement ground, creating a massive crater. Debris and mud erupted, blinding Yuzuki and Kazuki, forcing them to draw their limbs close and shield their heads from the onslaught of stones. Ice release. Chiba's assault was far from over. With a swift motion of his right arm, he conjured 8 kunai encased in ice, which hovered before him. Whoosh. Under Chiba's command, the icy kunai shot forth, heading straight for the pair. Oh no. Just as they prepared to land and spread their limbs, the kunai reached them too swiftly to mount any defense. The kunai pierced their arms and thighs with a sharp hiss, the overwhelming force propelling them backward. Where they slammed against the wall, sprawled out. They screamed in agony, but their training under root had equipped them to suppress their cries, stifling their sounds within a heartbeat. The oil woman turned her head in anguish to glance at her companion. Foam. How are you? I'm fine. Yamazaki Foam gritted his teeth. He strained to pull his right arm free from the ice-embedded kunai. If only he could free one hand, he could save himself and his companion. Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? Shinya saw through Yamazaki Feng's intentions. The ice release was unleashed once more, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, 8 ice kunai shot forth, striking their calves and shoulders. The specially crafted long ice kunai embedded deeply into their flesh, the tips firmly pressed against the wall. The piercing pain elicited screams from both of them. At last, they could no longer contain their agony, and cries escaped their lips. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. If you dare move again, next time, it will be your heads that are pierced. As he spoke, Chinya stepped forward, scrutinizing their faces. Despite their masks obscuring half their features, Chinya recognized them at once, having read the original text. Indeed, they were Yamazaki Fong and the oil woman. Chinya inquired in a grave tone, which village sent you as spies? Why are you wearing the headbands of Konoha? Although he knew the answer, he had to adhere to the formalities. It would be too direct to reveal that he knew they were from the root. Yamazaki Fong gritted his teeth in pain and replied, You misunderstand. We are not spies. We are Konoha ninjas. Slap. Shinya delivered a resounding slap to Yamazaki Feng's face, exclaiming, Nonsense. How dare you lie? You are clearly spies. Yamazaki Feng's lip was split, his face swollen, and he looked utterly aggrieved. The oil woman interjected, Wait. Don't act hastily. We truly are Konoha ninjas. Shinya scoffed. Am I to believe you simply because you say so? Then tell me, why are you following me? Upon hearing this, both fell silent. It was not that they were unwilling to speak, but they had been afflicted with the tongue root curse seal, preventing them from divulging anything about the root or Danzo. Slap. Slap. Speak. Speak. Shinya struck both of them again. He understood the implications of the tongue root curse seal, but he had to feign ignorance. By punishing them, he intended to teach Danzo a lesson, ensuring that he would think twice before sending anyone to shadow him. He wanted Danzo to realize that Shinya had means to easily deal with his root subordinates. Yamazaki Fong and the oil woman's cheeks swelled like those of pigs, tears of helplessness streaming down their faces, unable to utter a word. Shinya stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. I've got it. I will hand you over to the 3rd Hokage. He will surely make you speak in the interrogation room. Yamazaki Fong and the oil woman shook their heads vigorously, their eyes filled with resistance. They are indeed core members. The failure of their tracking mission could be overlooked, especially if it remains unknown to Danzo, who might still afford them a semblance of mercy. However, should they be delivered to the 3rd Hokage, it would undoubtedly spell greater trouble for Danzo. In such a scenario, even if they were rescued by him, they would likely endure a fate far worse than death. Their eyes brimmed with desperation, nearly pleading on their knees before Chiba. Sigh, fine. I suppose I must drag the two of you useless beings to the Hokage's office. The journey is rather long, and it would surely tire me out. So, I shall leave you both here for the time being. Chiba muttered to himself, turning as if to head toward the Hokage building. Yet, he merely concealed himself around the corner, utilizing his Byakugan to keep a vigilant watch on the two. Yamanaka-fu, visibly anxious, whispered, Tsunade, we cannot be sent to the interrogation room. That would be our doom. The oil woman, Tsunade, nodded vigorously, indeed. We must devise a means of escape. They exchanged a determined glance, seemingly resolute in their decision. Gritting their teeth, they forcefully withdrew their arms from the ice spikes that had impaled them. After dislodging the icy spears, they disregarded their bleeding wounds and sprinted in a singular direction. As Chiba lingered in the shadows, watching through the pale perspective afforded by his Byakugan until Fu and Tsunade vanished from sight, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. What is that old coot Danzo up to? Has he taken to monitoring me? He muttered before pivoting toward his clan's quarters. Chiba was confident that this lesson would deter Danzo from meddling in his affairs henceforth. As anticipated, 2 weeks passed without any unusual occurrences. Knock, knock, knock. Chiba and I. It's time to rise. Another morning arrived, and Hinata habitually descended to knock on his door. It's not locked. Just come in, Chiba called from the kitchen. Today, he had risen early, foregoing sleep to prepare noodles, and they were nearly ready. The door swung open, and Hinata stepped inside, inhaling deeply. It smells delightful. Chiba and I, you're making noodles again, aren't you? Chiba nodded. Indeed, it's oil-splashed noodles. Come and serve, it's ready to eat. Hinata smiled in response, hurrying to the kitchen to bring the noodles to the table. This was not her first experience with Chiba's culinary skills. She had developed an inexplicable fondness for his cooking. It was not merely the taste that captivated her, but rather the unique techniques he employed. For instance, the oil-splashed noodles were a preparation never before seen in the ninja world. They appeared novel and offered a pleasant texture. Hinata, feel free to dig in, Chiba said, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. Hinata nodded in agreement. Once seated at the dining table, they began to enjoy their meal with satisfied slurps. As Chiba savored his noodles, he initiated a new round of system replication for the day. Ding! The replication of the bloodline limit sample was completed. The power of the Sharingan bloodline was acquired, granting him a modest amount of Uchiha clan's bloodline strength. Congratulations! The initial phase of the Uchiha clan's bloodline power has been successfully replicated, and you have obtained a single Tomo Sharingan. The system notification chimed repeatedly, leaving Chiba momentarily taken aback. A single Tomo? What does this mean? He opened the system panel to investigate further. To his surprise, an upgrade progress bar appeared next to the single Tomo Sharingan. Sharingan. 1 Tomo, 100 more replications needed for the next upgrade. Goodness, does this imply that to upgrade to the 2 Tomo level, he would need to replicate it 100 more times? And what are the 3 Tomo in the Manjiki Sharingan? The replication requirements could potentially escalate. Fan inquired, System. Is that what you mean? Ding. You are correct. The Sharingan is a superior and advanced bloodline limit ability. Generally speaking, the more exceptional the ability, the greater the number of replications required. This was quite understandable, akin to leveling up the Gentle Fist to level 7, which necessitates more replications. However, the thought of having to replicate the Manjiki Sharingan several hundred or even thousands of times made Chiba consider temporarily abandoning the idea. Why? Because at present, his offensive capabilities were already sufficient. Moreover, with the assistance of Hinata's Byakugan, his ocular technique abilities were more than adequate. Rather than pursuing that, he might as well replicate other abilities for variety. For instance, the Nara clan's shadow imitation and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer were both excellent options. With this in mind, Fan accessed the system panel to take a closer look. To his astonishment, he discovered that the system had leveled up once again. Each bloodline limit sample in the system's inventory now possessed a similar upgrade progress indicator as the Sharingan. Nara clan bloodline power, 50 replications needed to master this ability. Yamanaka clan bloodline power, 50 replications needed to master this ability. Hinata's variant Gentle Fist, current level 6, 300 replications needed for the next upgrade. Indra's bloodline power, 2,000 replications needed to possess this bloodline power. Ashura's bloodline power, 2,000 replications needed to possess this bloodline power. Goodness! The bloodlines of Ashura and Indra indeed live up to their heritage, requiring a staggering 2,000 replications. Nevertheless, Chiba was in no rush. There was plenty of time to spare. At least he could now see the progress bars. Chiba, I'd like another bowl, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed as she raised her half-finished bowl of noodles. With a fond pat on her little head, Chiba chuckled. Go help yourself in the kitchen. I saved some for you. He was well aware of Hinata's hearty appetite. A mere bowl or two of noodles serves only as a light sustenance for Hinata. Today, time is of the essence, as she must soon depart to partake in the first examination of the CH selection. Thus, she could only prepare a modest meal to satisfy her hunger. With a determined nod, Hinata hastened back into the kitchen. It is only when she shares a meal with Chiba that she feels free to be herself, unencumbered by the weight of appearances. Dining at home with her father and Hanabi necessitates a certain decorum, where every bite is measured, and the atmosphere is laden with unspoken expectations. This discomfort drives her to frequently seek refuge in Chiba's company, primarily to enjoy his culinary offerings. After their meal, the two tidied up briefly before making their way downstairs to meet with Inuzuka Chiba for the first examination. The initial assessment is rather unremarkable, primarily consisting of a written test. However, it is not merely a straightforward examination. It is designed to assess the participants' investigative acumen. The questions are intricate, and the answers are elusive to most. Among the candidates, two examiners will masquerade as students, racing to complete the questions with utmost speed. Subsequently, all candidates must discreetly transcribe the correct answers under the vigilant gaze of over a dozen invigilators. Should any candidate employ blatantly inadequate methods that attract the examiner's attention, the entire trio would face disqualification. "All right, everyone, I trust you comprehend the rules of the examination," proclaimed a tall, burly man with a scarred face, his piercing gaze sweeping over all the candidates. He is the chief examiner of this written test, as well as the captain of the interrogation division, known as Marino Ibiki. The students, however, remained silent in response to Ibiki's inquiry. Unperturbed, Ibiki continued, "If there are no declarations, I ask the invigilators to take their positions. The assessment will commence shortly." With his words, a cadre of invigilators, who had been waiting outside the classroom, entered through the door and positioned themselves around the room, their eyes surveying nearly every hidden corner. Any act of cheating would undoubtedly be caught. As the examination began, all who received the test papers furrowed their brows. The more astute candidates quickly recognized the complexity of the assessment and began to scan their surroundings for useful clues. Chiba assisted his peers in navigating through the challenges, prompting tears of gratitude from Shaoli. The three teachers masquerading as candidates swiftly scribbled on their answer sheets, a sight not unnoticed by the others. Each individual began to employ their unique investigative strategies to transcribe the answers. Gaara activated his Eye of Sand, a third eye hovering from the ceiling, discreetly observing the answers without drawing attention. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, utilizing its replication ability to mimic others' notes and replicate the answers. Every day, stealthily transporting ninja tools to the ceiling, they utilized the reflective properties of these tools to create refractions for copying answers. Shino employed insects to spy, arranging them to form the correct responses. Niji activated his Byakugan, directly perceiving the answers. "Candidate 38, you are disqualified for cheating. Step forward." The other two teammates of Candidate 38, while some displayed sophisticated methods of deceit, others were rather inept. Those whose tactics were easily discernible were mercilessly exposed by the proctors and dragged out of the classroom. "I refuse to accept this. I am unwilling to concede. Others have cheated as well. Why am I the only one caught?" Upon hearing such cries, Ibiki wore a cold smirk, addressing the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the consequence of cheating is the elimination of your teammates as well. Always consider the repercussions before taking action." Naruto, terrified, felt his heart race. Hastily diverting his gaze from his deskmate's answer sheet, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The examination comprised 9 questions, each presenting a formidable challenge. Only the academically gifted could hope to answer them. Naturally, Chiba had no intention of answering the questions himself. He had activated his Byakugan early on, completing the exam just as the impersonating proctor put down his pen. Chiba scanned the room, unable to suppress a smile at Naruto's comical expression, observing the others. He noted that most of the 12 young ninjas had their own methods for tackling the exam, while the likes of Sakura and Hinata, both academically inclined, were diligently working through the questions alone. Meanwhile, Lee and Naruto were utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. Ice release. Without hesitation, Chiba unleashed his ice technique, offering assistance to Lee and Naruto. Naruto clutched his head, despair evident on his face as he muttered, "What should I do? I can't answer a single question. Will I drag Sakura and Sasuke down with me?" Lee, equally distressed, tugged at his hair, lamenting, "How is this happening? I can't answer even one question." Suddenly, both realized something was amiss and looked down at their desks. A A glistening ice mirror was slowly forming beneath them. The correct answers to the 9 questions were inscribed alongside the expanding ice. For Chiba, who could manipulate ice, executing such a task posed little challenge, though the inadequate moisture in the air required him to expend a bit more time. Chiba? Chiba-kun? Naruto and Lee's faces brightened as they turned to Chiba. They were aware of his ability to perform the ice technique and immediately thought he was quietly assisting them. You can do it. Chiba encouraged them with a thumbs up, shaping his lips into a cheer. Right. Naruto nodded vigorously and promptly began writing down the correct answers. Chiba-kun, I am truly grateful, sobbed Shaoli, tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for the impending examination, he would have rushed over to embrace Chiba immediately. As the two began answering questions, Chiba cast another glance towards Hinata at the back. Her brows were furrowed, and her pen had come to a halt, seemingly stumped by a particular question. Chiba couldn't help but marvel at her sincerity. Why not utilize those wonderfully perceptive eyes? Ice release. He once more employed his ice release technique, conjuring an ice mirror beneath Hinata's desk. However, this time, the message for Hinata was not the correct answer, but simply 4 characters. Look with Byakugan. The moment Chiba noticed the ice beneath the desk, Hinata turned her gaze towards him. Seeing him smile back, warmth blossomed in her heart. She nodded vigorously, obediently activating her Byakugan, and began to write down the answers as per Chiba's exam sheet. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Ibiki glanced at his pocket watch, then lifted his head to announce the end of the examination time. He surveyed the room, stating calmly, "Congratulations, you have all avoided elimination. But do not presume this signifies you have passed the first round of assessments. There will be an additional question." The essence of the additional question was whether or not to proceed with answering it. Should even one member out of the trio answer incorrectly, all 3 would be permanently eliminated, forfeiting their chance to advance to CH Nin and relegating them to a lifetime as Genin. Conversely, if all 3 answered correctly, they would be congratulated for passing. Such rules were indeed exceedingly harsh. Fearing the loss of their opportunity to advance, over half the participants chose to forego the additional question. However, Chiba, having read the original story, was well aware of the plot. He understood that the content of the additional question was simply whether to answer or not. Answering would count as passing the first assessment, not answering would signify failure. Thus, without hesitation, Chiba activated his ice release once again, providing a reminder to the members of Team 12. An ice block quietly materialized on each desk, inscribed with a single word, answer. The significance of Chiba's reminder was not lost on them. Congratulations on successfully passing the first assessment, Ibiki remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, surprised by the number of candidates who had progressed through the initial exam this year. He then explained the content of the additional question, which closely mirrored what Chiba had conveyed. This revelation left Team 12 astonished, their gazes filled with disbelief as they looked towards Chiba, particularly Ino, Tenten. And Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "Chiba-kun is indeed the most formidable person in the world. Following his guidance will never lead one astray." Jingya longed to rush over and embrace Chiba, wishing to use her newly blossomed softness to provide him with a soothing back massage. Truly, Chiba-kun is remarkable, deserving of my admiration. Day after day, she would rest her chin in her hands, gazing dreamily. Today, Chiba-kun looks so handsome. How I wish I could be his girlfriend. Suddenly, the classroom door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. A shuriken flew in, embedding itself into the wall opposite. Attached to the tail of the shuriken was a rope, which unfurled a banner that obscured Ibiki's upper body. The banner boldly proclaimed, "Proctor of the second CH Nin exam." With a flourish, a woman clad in a yellow cloak burst into the room, leaping onto a chair and striking a pose she deemed impressive. "Little ones, I am your proctor for the second assessment, Mitarashi Anko." Ibiki's lips twitched in annoyance as he pushed aside the banner, remarking, "Anko, are you not a bit too hasty? The formal proceedings have yet to conclude. You're just too slow." Ibiki, Anko dismissed with a wave of her hand. "We can't let you delay the entire exam." Before Ibiki could respond, Anko scanned the classroom and noticed the number of students still present, her face reflecting surprise. "Ibiki, did you intentionally leave so many behind this year?" Ibiki scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. "The candidates this year are somewhat exceptional. It appears they are more competent than in previous years, which is beyond my control." Anko sighed. "Well, it doesn't matter. In the second assessment, I believe a significant number will be eliminated. As she spoke, a mysterious smile graced her lips, hinting at the arduous nature of the forthcoming challenge. Indeed, some students appeared intimidated, raising their hands to inquire. However, Anko refrained from immediate clarification, instead choosing to keep everyone in suspense, instructing them to gather outside the Death Forest to the east of Konoha at 2 p.m. With that, she swept away dramatically. The participants from the first round began to disperse, bustling out of the classroom. Chiba-kun, shall we head home? Hinata approached eagerly, intending to ask Chiba a question. However, two girls dashed past her, swiftly wrapping their arms around Chiba's, one on each side. Who else could it be but Ino and Tintin? It was a surprise to discover that Tintin exhibited such infatuated tendencies. Ino leaned against Chiba's arm, playfully nuzzling him. Chiba-kun, may I treat you to lunch today? Please don't refuse me. Though Tian may not possess such a fierce demeanor, she firmly pressed Qianye's arm between her soft bosoms, saying, Qianye-kun, I would also like to dine with you. Shall we go together? Qianye appeared utterly bewildered. Indeed, Ino had blossomed remarkably, both soft and ample, though perhaps slightly less so than Hinata. Tian's figure was also quite appealing. Despite her usual practice attire that concealed her shape, her curves were undeniably generous. Although Qianye held no aversion towards these two girls, upon noticing Hinata's sorrowful expression not far away, he forcibly withdrew his arm from their embrace. Well, dining together is fine, but please do not take advantage of me. I am a rather conservative man. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qianye hurriedly jogged ahead, leading Hinata out of the classroom. Wait for me, Qianye-kun. Tian and Ino quickly followed suit. They did not mind having Hinata join their meal. Inside the classroom, the remaining members of the 12 Small Strong had yet to depart. All eyes were fixed on Qianye as he led the three girls away, with expressions of disbelief. Shali lamented, I had also intended to give Qianye-kun a loving embrace, but it seems I cannot compete with the enthusiasm of the girls. Ningxi, with a skeptical expression, remarked, a loving embrace? Li, I think you should reconsider. Why? Shali asked, perplexed, as he opened his arms with a smile and approached Ningxi. Ningxi, come, let us share a loving embrace to celebrate our successful passage of the first assessment. Get lost. Ningxi retorted with a single word, turning to exit the classroom. All right then. Li, unfazed, cheerfully followed behind. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and, with a smirk, inquired, Hey, Sasuke, you and Qianye are tied for the top of our grade, yet you are not as popular as he is. Why is that? Having grown accustomed to bantering with Sasuke, Naruto seized every opportunity to tease him. Sasuke, arms crossed and maintaining his aloof demeanor, replied nonchalantly, What of it? I do not relish being surrounded by a throng of girls. It is far too noisy. Sakura, having overheard Naruto's jibe at Sasuke, was ready to explode, fists clenched. However, upon hearing Sasuke's words, she quickly sidled up to him, wrapping her arms around his, and sweetly declared, Exactly, Sasuke-kun wouldn't be interested in Ino. Having me by his side is more than sufficient, hee. Get away. Sasuke abruptly shook off her grip and briskly walked toward the exit. What? Sakura was left feeling disheartened, her spirits visibly dampened. Naruto quickly moved to comfort her, saying, Sakura-chan, it's all right. Don't be sad. I'll be here for you. Get lost. Before he could finish, Sakura unleashed a fierce roar, spitting a spray of saliva in his direction. Terrified, Naruto retreated step by step. And only after watching Sakura walk away did he lament tearfully, Why must I always be the one to suffer? Shino remained entirely concealed within his trench coat, revealing only a portion of his face. He ambled up to Naruto, awkwardly attempting to offer comfort. Naruto-kun, do not be disheartened. When everyone else turns against you, I will always stand by your side. Shino yearned for a close friendship, and he found Naruto's presence rather agreeable. However, Naruto's face contorted in fear as he recalled certain unsavory scenarios, retreating step by step while clutching his backside. What do you intend to do standing behind me? Shino, realizing the potential misinterpretation of his words, hurriedly clarified. Naruto-kun, please do not misunderstand. I could stand in front of you instead. He then recognized the awkwardness of his phrasing and quickly amended. What I meant to say is that I can be your best friend. Should you be in need of such affection? Naruto's expression morphed into one of sheer horror as he backed into a corner, incredulously exclaiming, Shino, I never imagined you were this kind of person. You must keep a distance of at least 3 meters from me from now on. Do not approach me casually. With that, Naruto bolted from the classroom, leaving Shino in a state of bewilderment. What went wrong? I merely wish to befriend Naruto-kun. At that moment, a youth sporting a slick-back hairstyle and clad in a Tai Chi outfit approached Shino. He was Shino's current teammate, named Shigemura Hagoku. Hagoku raised an eyebrow at Shino, his eyes brimming with innuendo. Shino, I didn't realize you were fond of men. Do not be disheartened. If Naruto doesn't want to be your friend, I am more than willing to be. Shino felt a shiver run down his spine at Hagoku's gaze, sensing an unsettling chill. Perhaps not, he thought, hastily making his escape from the classroom. Internally, Shino cursed, having long suspected that something was amiss with Shigemura Hagoku, whose peculiar glances had always made him uneasy. It was one thing for him to practice odd techniques like the lightning five-linked whip, but now this revelation of his preference for men. It seemed prudent to maintain a considerable distance from that fellow. Perhaps he should request a reassignment from the teacher. Would it still be possible to switch teams? Meanwhile, Hinata's shift in demeanor and the appearance of Orochimaru unfolded as Chiya accompanied Hinata, Ino, and Tenten to a ramen shop. Tenten and Ino incessantly peppered Chiya with questions, much to his exasperation. However, given their charming and endearing nature, Chiya masked his irritation, striving to respond patiently to all inquiries. In stark contrast, Hinata devoted herself to consuming her ramen, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter. After more than half an hour, while Chiya, Ino, and Tenten had only finished one bowl each, Hinata had amassed a towering stack of over 10 empty bowls before her, astonishing all present. Engrossed in her meal, Hinata appeared to have forgotten entirely about competing with the other girls for Chiya's attention. This realization left Chiya somewhat disheartened. Had his allure for Hinata diminished so drastically? Or was the pull of ramen simply more irresistible to her? As they finished their meal, the clock approached 1 o'clock. With only a little over an hour remaining before the assembly for the second examination in the afternoon, Chiba and a few others decided against returning home and instead headed directly to the outskirts of the Death Forest in the east of Konoha. Initially, Tenten and Ino were uncertain about the exact location of the Death Forest. However, Chiba was aware that the Death Forest was also known as Training Ground 44. Inquiring about the Death Forest might lead to confusion, but mentioning Training Ground 44 would yield clear directions, as everyone was familiar with it. Ino, Tenten, you two should find a place to rest for a while. We have the assessment to attend to this afternoon, Chiba said, settling down with Hinata by a large tree and gesturing for the two girls to go ahead. Ino pouted slightly. Chiba-kun, you truly are heartless. You only want Tenten to keep Hinata company. Now that she has spent a moment with you, you're already complaining about her presence. Ino, ever the dramatist, pretended to wipe away tears and jogged away. Chiba chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. He understood that Ino was also fatigued and recognized the importance of conserving energy for the forthcoming assessment. See you in the examination hall, Chiba-kun. If we cross paths with your team, make sure to go easy on us, Tenten remarked, her demeanor considerably more composed, though her eyes still sparkled with infatuation. Chiba nodded. Rest assured, if I encounter everyone, I will not hesitate to lend a hand. Tenten exclaimed, nodding vigorously before skipping away joyfully. Once the two girls had distanced themselves, Chiba nudged Hinata with his shoulder and inquired, Hinata, why were you so focused on your noodles at lunch? Ino and Tenten were pestering me. Shouldn't you have felt upset about that? Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she lowered her gaze, murmuring, Chiba-kun, I was hungry. So I wanted to eat more to replenish my energy. Chiba leaned closer. Is that truly the only reason? Hinata's face reddened further, her heart racing. No, Chiba-kun. It's because I know you care about me, which allows me to feel at ease with you interacting with other girls. Hinata was easily shy. Yet she possessed a keen sensitivity, despite her occasional vulnerability. She had come to realize through their interactions over the past 6 months that Chiba's teasing was coupled with genuine affection. For instance, when Tenten had been clinging to Chiba yesterday, he noticed Hinata's displeasure and immediately distanced himself from her. Similarly, today, when Ino and Tenten were both vying for his attention, he sensed Hinata's unusual mood and also withdrew. Hinata had observed all of this and gradually affirmed Chiba's feelings for her. To her, as long as Chiba held her in his heart, it mattered little how many other girls might be vying for his attention. In fact, she had only come to this realization just before indulging in her ramen at noon. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. Is that truly how you feel? Then how about a kiss? Chiba wore a mischievous grin, wrapping his arm around Hinata's shoulders. Hinata found herself overwhelmed by his advances, her heart racing to its limits as she felt faint and on the verge of collapse. Really, Chiba, please don't do this. There are so many people here, she exclaimed, hastily wriggling out of his grasp and darting to a nearby large tree, burying her small head once again against her chest. So many people? Does that mean it would be acceptable if there were no one around? Chiba, unable to suppress his excitement, turned his gaze to the surroundings. Indeed, as Hinata had mentioned, many familiar faces who had passed the first assessment in the morning were arriving in droves, seeking places to sit. It appeared that everyone shared the same sentiment, preferring to come early and rest rather than rush in the afternoon. To the right loomed an 8-meter-high iron fence enclosing a forest. A short distance from the fence stood several towering watchtowers, each manned by 2 Leaf Village ninjas, lazily perched at the edges, chatting and laughing while holding binoculars. These ninjas seemed to be the proctors for the second assessment scheduled for the afternoon. Due to the dense trees within the Death Forest, they might not have a complete view through their binoculars. But the height of the towers allowed them to roughly gauge the situation inside and make urgent judgments if necessary. After a casual glance, Chiba leaned against the tree, closing his eyes to rest. As more and more people arrived, the noise grew increasingly raucous. Half awake, Chiba suddenly heard a loud and energetic female voice ring out. Everyone, come gather around. The second assessment is about to begin, and before that, I need to explain the rules. It was none other than Mitarashi Anko, always brimming with enthusiasm. Her personality reminiscent of Naruto's, at least when she wasn't dealing with Orochimaru. When it came to him, Anko would likely lose her composure. Chiba, let us go. Everyone is heading over, called Inuzuka Kiba, with Hinata trailing closely behind him. All right, Chiba replied without further ado, rising to join Kiba and Hinata as they moved toward the crowd. The rules Anko spoke of were not particularly difficult to comprehend. Essentially, the second assessment would pose life-threatening dangers. Before entering, everyone was required to sign a waiver, absolving the Leaf Village of any responsibility should death occur during the second assessment. Of course, those who valued their lives could choose not to sign. However, opting out meant immediate disqualification. Among the remaining participants, 78 had passed the first assessment. To Anko's surprise, despite her deliberate emphasis on the seriousness of the situation, none were deterred. All 78 chose to sign the waiver and participate in the second assessment. What remains is for the 3 of them to enter a small dark room nearby to collect their scrolls. The scrolls are divided into 2 types, the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. Upon entering the examination grounds of the Death Forest, regardless of the means employed, it is imperative to acquire both scrolls before proceeding to the central tower, known as the Center Tower, located at the heart of the Death Forest. Along the journey to this tower, various unforeseen circumstances may arise, such as ambushes or coordinated attacks from multiple teams. Additionally, the forest is home to venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, rendering it exceedingly perilous. As Chinya listened intently to Hongdo expounding the rules, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him from behind. Whirling around, he encountered a woman adorned with the forehead protector of the grass-hidden village, her face alight with a mischievous smile. Upon noticing Chienya's glance, she responded with a playful grin, extending her long, crimson tongue to lick around her lips. Orochimaru. That scoundrel? Chienya was momentarily taken aback. He was perplexed as to why Orochimaru was fixating on him, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Should that rascal dare to instigate trouble, Chienya would not hesitate to deliver a formidable combination of strikes. After the rules for the second assessment were laid out, Hongdo gestured for the teams to form a line and proceed to the adjacent dark room to collect their respective scrolls. Why weren't the scrolls distributed directly? The rationale was simple. This event was a competition for the scrolls. The identity of the team member receiving the scroll or the type of scroll they obtained must remain unknown to the other teams. If such information were to be disclosed, some teams might opt to avoid conflict with those possessing the same type of scroll or choose to unite with them to launch an assault on others. All potential loopholes in these rules had been thoroughly addressed. It was no wonder this was the Chunin exam. Every detail had been meticulously considered. Chinya, it's our turn. Hinata gently tugged at Chinya's arm, indicating the small dark room ahead. All right, let us go. Chinya nodded and, accompanied by Hinata and Kiba, made their way toward the dark room. Upon lifting the black curtain, they found a cramped space resembling a small kiosk. Behind a counter stood 2 Leaf Village ninjas clad in green vests. One of them casually selected a scroll and placed it on the counter before them. Oh, it's the Scroll of Heaven, Kiba remarked. Hinata took the scroll and handed it to Chinya, saying, Chinya, you should keep the scroll. It's safer with you than with us. Chinya glanced at Kiba, aware that he needed to consider the opinions of all team members. Kiba shrugged. affirming Hinata's suggestion. It's best if you hold on to it, Chienya. Very well, Chienya conceded without further hesitation, taking the scroll and stowing it securely in the pouch at his lower back. Soon after, the three emerged from the dim room. With a total of 78 participants, there were only 26 teams of 3. While the number may seem substantial, the time spent acquiring the scrolls was rather brief. The second stage of the CHNIN exams was now officially underway. Approximately 10 minutes later, at the command of Akkad, the iron gate at the perimeter of the Forest of Death was swung open by 2 ninjas clad in green vests. Naturally, not all candidates entered through this gate simultaneously. The Forest of Death is expansive, with various entrances scattered throughout its vastness, to prevent chaos and large-scale battles upon entry. Each main gate allowed only one team to enter at a time. Under the guidance of a ninja, Chiyo and her companions proceeded to the left, walking for another 10 minutes before successfully entering the Forest of Death. The trio walked side by side. Inuzuka Chiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head and his hands cradling the back of his neck, ambled along leisurely. Chiyo, with a weirdo like you on our team. Completing the second stage should pose no challenge, he remarked. Akamaru barked twice, echoing Chiba's sentiment. Chiyo, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, of course, you can just stand beneath me. There won't be any surprises in the second stage. Although this statement held a kernel of truth, it did carry an air of pretentiousness that was somewhat grating to the ear. Chiba grimaced, expressing his annoyance. Hey, Chiyo, could you refrain from being so shameless? Standing beneath you sounds rather odd. Akamaru also bared his teeth in discontent, voicing his dissatisfaction with Chiyo. Hinata, on the other hand, merely chuckled softly, not overly concerned. The trio conversed and laughed, their demeanor exuding a sense of leisure that starkly contrasted with the seriousness of their ninja duties, resembling a casual outing instead. After walking for over half an hour, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Apart from the occasional rustling of birds taking flight from the trees and an encounter with a couple of raccoons, no other creatures were in sight. Akamaru sniffed the air, as if detecting something, and quietly barked twice at Chiba. What is it, Akamaru? Chiba inquired, also taking a sharp sniff. His eyes brightened as he quickly cautioned, Chiyo, Hinata, there's an enemy presence ahead, but their chakra seems quite weak. Hinata activated her Byakugan, her grayish-white vision expanding outward in a full 360-degree view. She spotted 3 individuals stealthily setting up a large net among 2 trees a mere 10 meters ahead, seemingly preparing for an ambush. Chiyo, Chiba, the enemies are in the trees 13 meters ahead, she urgently warned. Chiyo, however, was not overly concerned. If even Chiba could sense that their chakra was weak, it was evident that their opponents were likely inexperienced. He decided against intervening and said to the two, Hinata, Chiba, if the enemy isn't particularly formidable, I shall refrain from making a move for now. I entrust the task to both of you. Consider it an opportunity for practical combat training. Hinata nodded affirmatively. No problem. It's just the chance I need to demonstrate my strength. Chiba chuckled lightly, clearly eager to engage. He too felt that it would be rather dull if their adversaries were vanquished by Chiba in just a couple of punches. It would be far more enjoyable to leave them for practice. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The enemy was about to strike. The trio feigned indifference as they continued to advance. Hinata maintained her Byakugan, quietly relaying information to Chiba and Chiba. Capture them. Seize their scrolls. As Hinata's final words echoed, an eerie call emanated from the treetops. 3 figures descended, brandishing a large net, aiming to ensnare Chiba and his companions. Get ready, Akamaru. Chiba called out. Akamaru nodded, crushing a small pill in his mouth and swallowing it. Instantly, his fur blazed a vivid crimson, standing on end. A cloud of white smoke erupted. Akamaru transformed into a doppelganger of Chiba. Chiba to Chiba. The 2 Chiba figures spiraled upward like a whirlwind, tearing through the net and launching a hefty ninja high into the air. Hinata's face was etched with seriousness. Her movements were barely slower than Chiba's. She leapt onto the tree trunk, propelling herself upward with several agile jumps. Gentle fist. Her palms moved in rapid succession, the sharp chakra at her fingertips slicing through the net. Bang, bang, bang. With successive strikes, she sealed multiple chakra points on one of the enemies in midair. With a thud, the adversary fell heavily to the ground. Hinata descended alongside, planting a foot firmly on the chest of the fallen foe. With a crack, the man's ribs shattered, eliciting a scream of agony. Yet Hinata did not pause. She swiftly turned to charge at the remaining enemy. Chiba's tactics remained consistent. However, It seemed that Hinata had been diligently training of late, as her gentle fist had notably improved. Chiba, arms crossed, observed the skirmish, offering timely critiques to his teammates. He cast a glance at the three adversaries, who all bore the forehead protectors of the Takigakure village, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Wasn't Takigakure known for its formidable prowess, ranking just behind the 5 great nations? How could such inept opponents appear in this CHNIN exam? The truth was, the enemies were not weak. Rather, the trio of Chiba was exceptionally strong, just as Kurenai had previously asserted. There would be no significant surprises regarding the advancement of the trio from Team 10. The prowess of Chiba is well acknowledged, and there is no need for further elaboration. However, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba have also been influenced, persistently striving to keep pace with Chiba. Despite the vast chasm that separates them from Chiba, it does not hinder their progress, as they have quietly distanced themselves from others. At the base of the root organization, Tuanzong entered a hospital room. His gaze fell upon Yamanaka F and oil woman Toryun, both enveloped in bandages and pallid in complexion, stirring a tempest of anger within him. It was not that Tuanzong was particularly concerned for his subordinates. Rather, he was taken aback that a mere newcomer from the Hyuga clan, like Chiba, had the audacity to inflict such harm on his most capable assistant. One must consider the master when chastising a dog, and Tuanzong could hardly contain his fury. "Lord Tuanzong, what brings you here?" Toryun exclaimed, attempting to rise and bow in respect. F did likewise. After sustaining injuries from Chiba, they had fled to a secluded area, bleeding profusely, to tend to each other's wounds without revealing their identities. Upon their return to the root base, they had collapsed, barely escaping death. "Do not rise, Toryun, F." Tuanzong waved his hand dismissively, feigning concern as he entered the room and settled onto a nearby sofa. He began his insincere inquiries. "You need not worry. Focus on your recovery. I have already taken measures to ensure your families are well cared for." Although most of the root members had been subjected to the tongue root curse seal, they were not perpetually confined to the organization. Much like a regular job that allows for time off to be with loved ones. Given the severity of Toryun and F's injuries, returning home was out of the question, hence Tuanzong's mention of family arrangements. "Thank you, Lord Tuanzong," they responded, nodding earnestly, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "Indeed," Tuanzong replied with a nod. Just then, another member of the root organization, who had been prearranged, rushed into the room and knelt before Tuanzong to report. "Lord Tuanzong, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. 20 elite members of the root will soon infiltrate the Forest of Death to carry out an assassination against Hinata Chiba." Tuanzong nodded. "Well done. Inform them that they may depart immediately, ensuring that their identities remain concealed at all costs." "Understood, Lord Tuanzong," the individual acknowledged before vanishing from sight. The deployment of 20 elite members from the root was a plan that Tuanzong had previously discussed with Orochimaru, intending to eliminate Chiba decisively during the Chunin exam. Orochimaru's motivation for this was simple. He sought to eliminate the unpredictable variable that Chiba posed, which could jeopardize his plans to assault Konoha. As for Tuanzong's insistence on dispatching 20 elite members, it stemmed from his genuine indignation. Challenging the authority of the root, Chiba can be considered the first. Danzo harbors a measure of vindictiveness. Moreover, he is reluctant to see Orochimaru's plans disrupted, as it would significantly hinder his ambition to unify Konoha, leading to substantial complications. Therefore, uncertainties such as Chiba must be addressed promptly. As for why Danzo chose this infirmary to broach the subject of assassinating Chiba, it is merely a tactic to win the loyalty of others, ensuring that Toryun and Yamanaka F are utterly devoted to him. The tongue-binding curse seal can restrain the members of Root, preventing them from betraying him. Yet it cannot compel their hearts to genuinely align with Danzo or to dedicate themselves entirely to him. Evidently, this method of standing up for his subordinates is a remarkably effective strategy. Currently, both Yamanaka F and Aburame Toryun are gazing at Danzo with utmost gratitude. "Lord Danzo, you are simply too kind to us." "Chiba, I have located their scroll. Unfortunately, it is also a heavenly scroll. The 3 inept individuals from the Forest of Death have already been rendered unconscious." Hinata and Kiba held back, choosing not to take their lives. Chiba did not comment further. While it is permissible to kill during the second examination, there is no need for indiscriminate slaughter, given that the enemy has ceased to resist. Hinata and Kiba's actions were justifiable. "It's all right, take it with you. We have no use for it. When we encounter Naruto and Lee later, we can give it to them," Chiba said. "Yes," Hinata nodded vigorously, jogging forward to hand the scroll to Chiba. Let us keep it with you. All right. Chiba accepted the scroll, placing it into his ninja tool pouch. Let us move on. Chiba, these three are far too weak and easily defeated. Chiba remarked with a hint of arrogance, nudging his nose. Akamaru also appeared somewhat excited, circling around Chiba. Onward, let us continue our journey. The trio proceeded forward, embarking once more on aimless wandering. However, fortune seemed to elude them this time. They walked until dusk, with the sun nearly set, encountering no other groups. A small stream appeared ahead. Without hesitation, they approached the stream and began to set up camp. The three divided their tasks. Chiba went fishing. Hinata took charge of organizing the tent, and Chiba was responsible for gathering drywood for the fire. 40 minutes later, darkness enveloped the sky completely. Under the large tree by the stream, a campfire had been lit. The three sat around the fire, savoring the aroma of the fish skewered on sticks. Chiba, the fish smells delightful. It should be ready to eat, right? Chiba gulped, eyeing the roasted fish with anticipation. Both he and Hinata were inexperienced at cooking fish, so the task naturally fell to Chiba. Yes, go ahead, Chiba nodded, distributing the 4 portions of roasted fish evenly. Each of them, including the dog, enjoyed a piece. Hinata took a bite, revealing a satisfied smile. It smells wonderful, Chiba and I. Your fish grilling skills have improved remarkably. Chiba chuckled, of course. I must hone my culinary skills to cater to your hearty appetite. At his words, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. Prior to the commencement of the Chunin exams, Chiba had anticipated the necessity of camping. Thus, he had equipped himself with seasonings such as salt and pepper. The grilled fish was quite delectable. Just as Chiba took a bite of the fish, savoring the flavor, a sudden roar of a beast erupted from the forest, accompanied by a girl's piercing scream. What is happening? Inuzuka, Chiba's expression shifted in alarm. The three of them stood up simultaneously, gazing towards the source of the commotion. However, the night had fully descended, shrouding the forest in darkness and obscuring their vision. All they could hear were the thunderous footsteps rapidly approaching the stream, along with the escalating screams. Byakugan. Chiba activated his Byakugan, his pale, translucent vision expanding outward. Even in the darkness, aided by this ocular prowess, he could discern the surrounding situation. Approximately 10 meters ahead, a girl adorned with glasses was screaming and fleeing frantically. Behind her loomed a gigantic black bear, towering at 4 to 5 meters, roaring as it relentlessly pursued her. Its massive frame barreled through the trees like a bulldozer, snapping them asunder in its wake. Fortunately, the remaining trees provided some resistance, slowing the bear's advance and preventing the girl from being torn apart. Is that Cheyenne? Chiba's expression shifted in surprise. The girl being chased had vibrant red hair, donned in a light purple shirt and shorts, exactly like Cheyenne. Who else could it be? Chiba and who is Cheyenne? Hinata inquired, her small face displaying confusion. She too had activated her Byakugan, perceiving the unfolding drama in the woods. Just as her words fell, Cheyenne, illuminated by the flickering campfire, dashed towards the stream with a look of sheer terror. Please help me, save me, she cried, but in her panic, she stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground. Roar! The black bear had caught up, raising its massive body and bellowing in fury, seemingly expressing its frustration at having chased such a small creature for so long. The bear regarded Chiba and his companions as if they were merely the next meal. Cheyenne screamed in fright, gazing up at the enormous maw of the bear descending upon her, paralyzed by fear and forgetting to escape. Hinata, it seems we are in for an unexpected feast tonight. As Chiba's words fell, the instant body technique was activated, causing him to vanish without a trace. In the next moment, Chiba reappeared beside K-Rin and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The fist collided violently with the bear's head, resulting in a bone-crunching sound as the black bear's skull shattered. The massive creature was sent crashing backward, sliding across the ground and carving a deep groove before collapsing with a thunderous thud, falling silent thereafter. In the meantime, Inuzuka Chiba's lips twitched. That guy Chiba was as brutal as ever, a sight that never failed to instill a sense of dread. Woof woof. Akamaru barked twice in agreement. However, it seemed he was still hungry, tugging at Chiba's pants leg, likely hoping for some assistance in roasting the bear meat. Are you all right? Chiba asked, slightly bending down to extend his right hand toward K-Rin. I'm fine, K-Rin replied, snapping back to reality from her astonishment. However, the loss of her eyesight made it difficult for her to discern Chiba's features. After a brief search on the ground, she found her eyes and grasped Chiba's hand as he helped her up. Thank you for saving me from that black bear, she began, but as she spoke, She had already put on her glasses, allowing her to clearly see Chiba's face. Under the flickering light of the campfire, his countenance radiated a sunny handsomeness that caused K-Rin's cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue, rendering her momentarily speechless. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Chiba inquired, feigning ignorance, although he was well aware that K-Rin was infatuated. "You're so handsome, and you were incredible just now." K-Rin stammered. Chiba nodded. "Indeed, that's what everyone thinks. You have good taste." A dark line crossed Inuzuka Kiba's forehead as he internally scoffed at Chiba's shamelessness. Opting instead to take Akamaru to check on the bear. K-Rin and Hinata, however, found nothing unusual. Hinata was accustomed to Chiba's teasing, while K-Rin genuinely believed he was handsome, especially with the aura of heroism from saving her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "Hello, I'm Chiba. What is your name?" he said, pretending to get acquainted with K-Rin before enthusiastically inviting her to sit by the campfire while he and Hinata prepared the bear meat. If memory served him correctly, K-Rin belonged to the Uzumaki clan, known for their unique healing abilities. This was an excellent opportunity for replication. Having exhausted today's replication chances, he intended to keep K-Rin in the team overnight, planning to activate replication on her in the morning to gain an additional special ability. "Chiba, do you know that girl?" Hinata asked curiously while slicing the bear's paw. "Well, I suppose I do. I've seen her twice, but she doesn't know me." Chiba fabricated a response, cleverly sidestepping the question. Inuzuka Kiba's sighed. "What a massive bear. Unfortunately, we cannot take this meat with us. We can only indulge a little and let the rest go to waste." Chiba reassured him. "Do not worry. Should we fail to consume it all, other beasts will surely be drawn here by the scent of blood. This bear meat will not go to waste." The trio set to work, slicing off around 10 pounds of bear meat, which they cleaned by the riverside before skewering it over a campfire to grill. During the grilling, they engaged in conversation with Xianglin. However, she divulged little information, merely stating that she was a sensory-type ninja lacking in combat skills. She had become separated from her two teammates in the afternoon, leading to her unfortunate encounter with the black bear. Thankfully, Chiba had come to her rescue, saving her life. Throughout the conversation, Xianglin subtly inquired about Chiba while sitting closely beside him, her bosom brushing against him in an almost infatuated manner. Regrettably, Chiba showed little interest. She was too young and not nearly as developed as Ino or Tenten, let alone Hinata. Her appearance was merely average, and Chiba's sole concern was to replicate her bloodline limit sample the following morning. "Is it possible for me to share a tent with you, Chiba-kun? I lost my belongings during the earlier escape." After their late-night feast of bear meat, they discussed extinguishing the fire and resting. Chiba was spreading insect-repellent powder around when Xianglin approached, tugging at his arm and shaking it. Just as he was about to decline, Hinata rushed over, arms outstretched, blocking Chiba's path. "No, you cannot sleep with Chiba-kun." Xianglin pouted, feeling disheartened. "Why not? There are only 3 small tents here. Do you expect me to sleep outside?" Hinata stammered. "I never said that. In any case, you cannot sleep with Chiba-kun." Chiba could clearly see that Hinata was feeling a bit jealous. He chuckled mischievously. "That's right. Xianglin, how about this? You sleep in Hinata's tent, and let Hinata sleep with me." Xianglin looked bewildered and somewhat disheartened, having not anticipated Chiba's direct rejection. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she repeatedly waved her hands. "No, Chiba-kun, we cannot sleep together." Without giving Chiba a chance to respond, she took Xianglin's hand and led her toward her small tent. "You can rest with me tonight." Little girl, quite the wary one, Chiba thought with a sly grin as he watched Hinata's retreating figure. He had initially aimed to tease Hinata into revealing her feelings, but had not expected her to catch on so easily. As everyone settled into their tents, Chiba left a shadow clone to keep watch, while he himself crawled into his tent to sleep. While he hadn't mastered any other ninjutsu, he had diligently learned the shadow clone technique taught by Yuhi Kurenai. The technique of shadow clone, while not particularly powerful in combat, proves immensely valuable in luring enemies and providing assistance in daily life. It aids in night watch, facilitates chakra refinement training, and even allows one to attend classes in place of their original self. As dawn broke the following day, the first light of morning illuminated the forest, and the early birds began their morning songs, embarking on their daily hunt. Everyone had retired early the previous night, and no unusual occurrences had arisen since. Their sleep quality had been commendable, leading to an early awakening. The zipper of the tent was pulled open, and Chiba emerged, stretching with a yawn. "Good morning, Chiba," greeted Inuzuka Kiba, the second to rise, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Good morning, Chiba replied, casting a glance towards the two girls' tent. Just then, their tent zipper slowly opened from within, revealing a disheveled Hinata, who was adjusting her attire alongside the wild-haired Cheyenne. Rather than comment on Cheyenne's unruly hairstyle, Chiba promptly activated his duplication ability. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully copied the special mutated bloodline sample of the Uzumaki clan. Upon receiving the system notification, Chiba smiled with satisfaction. He had acquired yet another valuable asset. Once he replicated Cheyenne's healing abilities, he would no longer need to seek out a doctor for injuries. He could simply bite himself. Of course, given Chiba's skills, the likelihood of sustaining injury was less than 1%. Nonetheless, possessing an additional ability was undeniably advantageous. The group ventured to the riverbank to freshen up, and after tidying their tent, they began assisting Cheyenne in locating her teammates. Fortune smiled upon them. Barely 5 minutes after leaving the stream, two ninjas approached. They had traced the trail of destruction left by the black bear to this very spot, and upon joining Cheyenne, they prepared to part ways. The forehead protectors worn by the trio indicated they hailed from the Sound Village. Chiba surmised that they had been assigned a clandestine mission by Orochimaru, which necessitated their departure. Otherwise, given Cheyenne's infatuated nature, she would likely have been reluctant to leave Chiba behind. Goodbye, Chiba-kun. Do come find me if you get the chance, Cheyenne exclaimed, her face a picture of sorrow as she waved, tears welling in her eyes. Farewell. Rest assured, I won't be seeking you out, Chiba waved back. Why would he? He had no ulterior motives, and he had already secured the only useful bloodline ability she possessed. Oh, Chiba-kun is truly heartless, so cruel to me, Cheyenne lamented, dabbing at her tears as she swiftly dashed ahead. Her words implied that Chiba had wronged her in some way. Her two teammates exchanged exasperated glances and hurried after her, calling out, Hey, Cheyenne, wait for us. Inazuka Kiba jestingly remarked, Chiba, you truly have a way with women. Wherever you go, they seem to flock to you. As soon as he uttered these words, Kiba quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had overstepped. Chiba would undoubtedly take this opportunity to boast shamelessly. Indeed, Chiba nonchalantly replied, Well, what can I say? It's only natural for a handsome face like mine to attract admiration from the ladies. Kiba's lips twitched in irritation. Were it not for the fact that he couldn't best Chiba in a fight, he would have relished the chance to knock him out. Could you please refrain from being so conceited? Hinata chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She didn't particularly enjoy engaging in their playful banter, but she relished the camaraderie shared among the three. They continued their leisurely stroll, gradually moving away from the outskirts of the Forest of Death, where the remnants of battles were evident. Along their path, two small squads lay in wait, attempting to ambush them. However, they could not escape the keen eyes of Chiba and his companions. Strangely, these squads did not initiate an attack. Even when Kiba provocatively taunted them, the adversaries remained unresponsive. Chiba, dismissive of opponents lacking in spirit, simply took Hinata and Kiba by the hand and moved on. It was only the second day of the second phase of the exam, and opportunities to acquire scrolls were plentiful. There was no need to seek validation from the weak. With their confident strides, it was inevitable that they would attract some eager challengers. Chiba, there is some commotion ahead. It seems to involve Naruto. Hinata occasionally activated her Byakugan to survey the surroundings, and this time she detected Naruto several dozen meters ahead. Naruto? Chiba paused, quickly activating his Byakugan as well. His vision expanded outward in a 360-degree view, capturing everything within a kilometer radius. Just as Hinata had said, 30 meters ahead, Naruto was under attack by a giant python. To their shock, the creature swallowed Naruto whole. How could this happen? Hinata gasped, her face a mask of disbelief. Kiba, unable to see the unfolding scene, grew anxious. What's wrong? Hinata, stop being so dramatic and tell me what is happening. Hinata replied, Naruto has been swallowed by a snake. What? Naruto is dead? Kiba exclaimed in alarm. As a member of the same group that often skipped class together, he had a relatively positive impression of Naruto, despite their limited interactions. The thought of losing a classmate was undeniably distressing. Don't worry, Kiba. Naruto will be fine, Chiba reassured him, giving Kiba's shoulder a comforting pat. The scenario was unfolding much like in the original story. Naruto, having been consumed by the python, could utilize his shadow clone jutsu to burst his way out of the creature's belly. The real danger, however, was likely posed by Sasuke. Surrounding Naruto lay the remnants of a fierce battle, with numerous trees fractured and toppled. Sasuke, cradling the unconscious Sakura, swiftly fled in a particular direction. Orochimaru. Akin to a venomous serpent, slithered through the trees, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. "Hinata, take Chiba and assist Naruto, while I pursue Sasuke," Chiba commanded, clearly wishing to shield Hinata and Chiba from danger, for Orochimaru was indeed a formidable foe. "Understood, Chiba. Please be careful," Hinata replied without objection. "All right," Chiba affirmed, leaping onto a tree and hastening toward Orochimaru's position. The chase between Sasuke and Orochimaru unfolded with remarkable speed, already beyond the range of Byakugan's sight. However, Sasuke bore the weight of Sakura in his arms. Orochimaru, with a predatory gleam, continued to toy with his quarry, with Chiba in hot pursuit. He quickly closed the gap between them. Orochimaru glanced back, a chilling smirk gracing his lips upon noticing Chiba's approach. "How delightful. The prey I desire has been lured in, allowing me to eliminate them all together," he mused, his hands moving swiftly to weave seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a powerful exhalation, a tempestuous gale surged forth, accompanied by several razor-sharp wind blades, targeting the path ahead of Sasuke. The wind blades sliced through the trees, leaving deep gashes, and shattered the ground mere meters from Sasuke, causing the earth to erupt. "What?" Sasuke gasped in shock, abruptly halting and glancing back. He beheld Orochimaru coiling like a python amidst the branches, swiftly launching toward him. "Damn it!" Sasuke's pupils dilated in panic, leaving him no time to react. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru's fist struck Sasuke's jaw, distorting his face and sending both him and Sakura tumbling to the ground. "Ah, the last inheritor of the Uchiha Sharingan is truly feeble. Such a level is far from my expectations," Orochimaru jeered, his voice now echoing from a woman's body. She advanced toward Sasuke, a mockery evident in her gaze. Chiba landed gracefully several meters behind Orochimaru, his expression contorted with irritation as he crossed his arms. "Hey, you foul serpent. How dare you disregard me? Are you truly willing to face my combination attack?" Orochimaru continued his advance, but suddenly elongated his neck, turning 180 degrees to gaze at Chiba with a serene smile. "Hinata Chiba, I've heard of you. Possessing ice release and the same monstrous strength as Tsunade, you are indeed quite the remarkable individual. Regrettably, Hinata's Byakugan appears too feeble for my purposes. You do not fall within the realm of my considerations as a vessel." This statement is far from false. In the past, while assisting Danzo with experiments, Orochimaru conducted numerous studies on the Byakugan. However, the ultimate conclusion revealed that the Byakugan's auxiliary combat capabilities were utterly worthless. Chiba scoffed. "You still wish for me to become a vessel? You must think quite highly of yourself." Orochimaru did not engage in further debate, calmly replying, "At present, you do not pique my interest. There are others who will assist me in dealing with you. Should you possess the ability to eliminate all 20 of those individuals, I shall reconsider the prospect of battling you." With that, Orochimaru swiftly darted towards Sasuke. Observing the composed exchange between Chiba and Orochimaru, Sasuke forced himself to overcome his fear of the latter. He first placed Sakura safely atop a nearby tree before leaping back towards Orochimaru with renewed determination. "Chiba, thank you for coming to assist." Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. Reflecting on his earlier cowardly retreat, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. As an avenger, how could he allow fear to render his legs weak in the presence of an enemy? If he possessed only such a disposition, he would forever remain unable to catch up with Chiba or defeat Itachi Uchiha. Fire style, great fireball technique. In midair, Sasuke rapidly maneuvered his hands, tilting his head back sharply as a colossal fireball erupted forth, rolling towards Orochimaru. Whoosh! Orochimaru's speed was so remarkable that he left an afterimage, swiftly altering his trajectory to evade the fireball and launching a punch towards Sasuke from the side. Yet, Sasuke remained unperturbed. With the insight and foresight provided by his double Tomo Sharingan, he adeptly discerned Orochimaru's attack path, executing a series of backflips to evade the blow and regain distance. He hurled several shuriken in retaliation. "No need for thanks. I am currently unable to assist you," Chiba remarked, shaking his head lightly. Just as Orochimaru had previously indicated, shadows rapidly approached from behind. Each figure exuded a formidable aura, encircling Chiba entirely. Clad in black, none bore the insignia of a ninja headband. Some carried ninja swords on their backs, while others wielded kunai in their hands. "Everyone, it appears you have come well prepared. You certainly do not resemble mere candidates for an examination. Has that old coot Danzo sent you to eliminate me once more?" Chiba refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead opting to probe for information. As anticipated, upon mentioning Danzo, The advancing steps of the 20 individuals noticeably faltered. Among them, a portly figure instinctively whispered to a nearby companion, "How does he know about Lord Danzo? Have we been compromised?" "Shoo." His companion quickly hushed him. Regrettably, Chiba had already overheard the words spoken by the rotund man. "Haha, truly, you are a member of the Akatsuki. Then you all must be root ninjas? Stop wasting time with him. Attack with full force," commanded a tall figure clad in black. The others nodded in unison and simultaneously hurled kunai towards Chiba. Boom, boom. The kunai flew close to Chiba, their tails adorned with explosive tags, erupting in brilliant flames. Ice release. Chiba extended his hands outward, conjuring a circular ice wall 1 meter thick around himself. The searing heat waves relentlessly battered against the ice wall. Its surface became pockmarked and splintered, ice shards scattering in all directions. After over 20 explosive tags detonated in succession, the heavy ice wall finally shattered. The 20 black-clad figures encircled the remnants of the ice, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the center of the shattered ice. Where is that guy? Why has he vanished? Has he been reduced to mere fragments? How did he disappear? Confusion reigned, as the ground was littered only with broken ice, with no trace of Chiba to be found, not a drop of blood, nor a severed limb. "Hey, you fools, I'm right here." Chiba's voice rang out from above. The group collectively looked up, finding Chiba smiling and waving at them. Before he leapt from the tree, launching a punch at one of the assailants. He had not vanished into thin air prior to creating the ice wall. He had tossed a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal into the sky. Before the ice wall completely disintegrated, he activated the seal to escape. "Be cautious. Avoid close combat. His strength is formidable," the root team leader cautioned once more. Unfortunately, Chiba descended rapidly. The man below had no time to flee and could only swing his ninja sword upward. Gentle fist explosion. Crack. The gleaming fist collided with the sharp blade of the sword, which shattered instantly. Chiba's fist, as expected, struck the black-clad man's face. A surge of dark energy coursed through the man's body. Every bone emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. Each muscle was subjected to excruciating strain. With a splat, the black-clad figure was reduced to a puddle of flesh, collapsing onto the ground. Red and white splattered everywhere, leaving no trace of humanity behind. 1 down, 19 to go. He mused. Chiba rubbed his knuckles, casting a sweeping gaze over the remaining 19 with a relaxed smile. A chorus of swallowed gasps echoed around him, as his gaze sent chills down their spines. Several slightly stout individuals were drenched in cold sweat, their clothing soaked through. Is this Hinata Chiba truly a monster of tenfold proportions? The intelligence merely indicated his strength, but it never suggested such an outrageous degree. How could he possibly reduce a person to mere pulp with a single blow? This is utterly terrifying. Yet, despite their fear, retreat was not an option. As members of the Root, they were compelled to obey orders unconditionally and fulfill each task assigned by their superiors. The consequences of failure would lead to enduring the excruciatingly harsh punishments awaiting them upon their return, a fate far more unbearable than death itself. "Everyone, proceed according to the original plan. Engage in long-range combat," commanded the tall squad leader. They had already distanced themselves from Chiba by nearly 10 meters, maintaining a circular formation to encircle him at the center. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. One of the water release ninjas quietly completed over 40 hand seals for his jutsu. Suddenly tilting his head back, he expelled a torrent of water from his mouth, swiftly coalescing into a magnificent water dragon that surged toward Chiba. Earth release, earth flow bullet. Following the water technique, another ninja executed his earth release. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded dramatically. As he opened his mouth, a barrage of round, black mud balls erupted forth, hurtling toward Chiba in a dense swarm. Useless. Your ninjutsu is ineffective against me. Chiba remained utterly unfazed, standing still. Ice release. He raised his right palm high above his head. The water dragon's assault halted mere centimeters from his hand, rapidly crystallizing into blocks of white ice in less than a second. The water dragon's attack ceased, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture of a dragon, seemingly held aloft by Chiba himself. With a slight elevation of his left palm, he conjured a thick ice wall behind him. The black mud balls that had been shot toward him crashed against the ice wall, failing to inflict any damage. What? How is this possible? The Root ninjas gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The ice release actually froze the water dragon bullet. This is utterly terrifying. "Here is a gift for you," Chiba bellowed, swinging his right arm with force. The ice dragon held high in the air was hurled toward his adversaries. Wind release. Wind cutter. A root ninja skilled in wind techniques swiftly executed his signature jutsu. He unleashed a flurry of wind blades, shattering the airborne ice into countless fragments. With the colossal mass of ice neutralized, the remaining shards posed no threat to them. Some dodged left and right, while others wielded their katanas to deflect the icy debris. Indeed, these elite members of the root displayed their extensive combat experience and agile prowess. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the head of the ice dragon had already been marked with the Flying Thunder God technique by Chiba. Thunder rumbled. The icy dragon's head was cleaved in two by a root ninja, crashing heavily at their feet. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God technique was activated. Chiba vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the ninja in the next moment. Gentle fist explosion. A powerful punch was unleashed with ferocity. Caught unawares, the ninja instinctively raised his blade to block. The outcome mirrored that of the previous encounter. The katana shattered on impact, and his body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Another one. Chiba chuckled, his movements unwavering. He bent down, delivering another punch that struck the ground with tremendous force. A deafening explosion resonated. The earth trembled, fissures spreading like spider webs across the surface. Trees around them toppled as if shaken by an earthquake. The root ninjas, taken by surprise, stumbled, with several falling to the ground. Some even plummeted into the crevices. Whoosh! Chiba surged forward, swiftly reaching two cloaked figures, and unleashed another powerful strike. Gentle fist explosion. Bang! Bang! This time, a double strike was executed. The first assailant was reduced to mush, and the second met a similar fate mere moments later. The surrounding root personnel were left in a state of shock. Their eyes wide with disbelief, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. What kind of monstrous entity were they battling? This was utterly terrifying. For down, 16 remaining. Chiba surveyed the area, counting heads while also observing the battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru. Initially, Sasuke managed to hold his ground with sheer determination. However, it appeared that Orochimaru had no intention of underestimating him. He unleashed his swiftest blows, striking Sasuke as if he were a mere punching bag. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Sasuke's face. He let out a pained scream, his back crashing against a tree, slowly sliding down into unconsciousness. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was indeed impressive, yet young Sasuke required further cultivation. Orochimaru muttered to himself, suddenly pivoting to gaze at Chiba. The priority now was to eliminate this bothersome youth. If he guessed correctly, the technique Chiba had just employed must be the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Throughout his battle with Sasuke, Orochimaru had kept a watchful eye on Chiba's actions. Witnessing Chiba reduce a man to pulp with a single punch left him astounded. This was a different kind of strength compared to Tsunade's brute force, which lacked such devastating effects. Moreover, that Flying Thunder God technique was one Orochimaru had painstakingly practiced for years without mastering. Unexpectedly, after the demise of Namake's Minato, I find his essence manifested in a young boy. Whoosh! Orochimaru's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he appeared atop a towering tree before Chiba. A cold smirk graced his lips as he spoke. Hinata Chiba, you truly have astonished me. Have you even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? You are indeed remarkable. Facing Orochimaru, Chiba maintained a calm demeanor, untouched by any tension despite the presence of his formidable opponent. Armed with the most powerful offense, the swiftest speed of Flying Thunder God, and the strongest defensive ice techniques, Chiba stood as an invincible entity. Not even Orochimaru, accompanied by a dozen elite shinobi, could pose a threat to him. Even if the legendary Sannin and Sarutobi Hiruzen were to join forces, they would still find themselves at a loss against Chiba. Everyone, attack! Commanded the leader of the Root Squad. They exhibited no surprise at Orochimaru's involvement. The directive from Danzo was clear: collaborate with Orochimaru to eliminate Hinata Chiba. Shadow imitation technique. One of the cloaked figures crouched low, clasping his hands together. The shadow before him twisted and elongated rapidly, advancing towards Chiba. Oh, is that a member of the Nara clan? Chiba mused, slightly taken aback. He bent his knees and leaped into the air, evading the shadow's grasp. Shadow sewing technique. The shadow splintered into several serpentine forms, lunging towards Chiba in the sky. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Two other root ninjas unleashed their fire techniques. Flames surging from either side towards Chiba above. They did not expect the fire to injure Chiba, but the illumination would cause the shadows to expand and grow more powerful. This was their hastily devised strategy. Should Chiba attempt to defend with ice techniques, those shadows would pierce through, inflicting damage upon him. However, Chiba did not adhere to their anticipated strategy. At some point, he had gathered a multitude of specially crafted kunai infused with the Flying Thunder God technique between his hands and flung them in all directions. Swish. The kunai were narrowly avoided by the root ninjas, embedding themselves into the earth or the tree. Everyone, be cautious. He intends to use those kunai to close in on us. The root squad leader shouted, though his warning came too late. As the flames and shadows approached, closing in within a meter of Chiba, he abruptly vanished from view. In an instant, he materialized between the two root ninjas. With a swift motion, he unleashed two straightforward yet powerful punches, striking simultaneously with unadorned force. What appeared to be a light and airy fist nonetheless reduced two root ninjas to mere pulp. 6. Orochimaru, why do you not take action? Are you content to watch as I annihilate your subordinates? Chiba's voice echoed in the air. Whoosh. He vanished once more, reappearing 5 meters in front of another root ninja. After all, he was a seasoned jonin. Following the captain's warning, they had hastily distanced themselves from the range of the specially designed kunai of Flying Thunder God. How infuriating. Earth release, earth pillar. As Chiba charged forward, a stout root ninja nearly lost control of his bladder in fright. Aware of his lack of speed, he realized that mere flight would not suffice. So he opted to unleash a ninjutsu. With a sudden clap of his palms against the ground, the earth trembled ever so slightly, and sharp earthen pillars erupted outward from before him. Chiba bent his knees and leaped into the air, deftly avoiding the piercing onslaught of the stone spires. Utilizing his ice release ability, a pale blue chakra emanated from beneath his feet, swiftly crystallizing into a small mirror-like ice surface. Propelled by the force of this icy platform, he hurtled downward toward the stout ninja. Do not come any closer, you fiend. The stout ninja, now terrified, released a few drops of urine as Chiba approached like a harbinger of death. Instinctively, he brandished a kunai for defense. However, the kunai shattered upon contact with Chiba's fist. As fragile as parchment, boom, Chiba's fist struck the stout ninja's face with tremendous force. The explosive power of his soft fist technique once again reduced the stout ninja to mere pulp. You all assist from a distance. At last, Orochimaru made his move, discarding any semblance of disdain and acknowledging Chiba as an equal. Calling out to the root ninjas, he swiftly formed hand seals, not intending to engage in close combat. After all, Chiba's fists were truly terrifying. Soft body technique. Orochimaru elongated his form, resembling a colossal serpent, and leapt from the tree, burrowing into the ground. Crack, crack. He rapidly tunneled beneath the surface, displacing the soil and creating a long mound. The speed of his burrowing quickened to an almost dizzying pace, encircling Chiba in a whirlwind. What is he attempting? Tilling the earth? Chiba crossed his arms, not overly concerned. He was genuinely curious to see what Orochimaru had in store. It was only when the ground beneath him suddenly sank, dropping several centimeters below the surface level, that Chiba began to sense something amiss. 10,000 Snakes Purple Formation. Whoosh. Orochimaru ceased his spinning and burst forth from the ground. With a resounding clap, he joined his hands to form a seal. In the next instant, Chiba felt an overwhelming sense of danger rising from below. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. Chiba instantaneously shifted 8 meters away. Just at the moment he departed, an immense circular formation, unleashed by Orochimaru, erupted forth with serpentine creatures, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, that emerged from the soil, soaring skyward, surpassing the treetops. The entire 6-meter diameter of the circle was teeming with those dark serpents, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Should anyone be engulfed by that tide of snakes, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds in an instant. Wind Release. Wind Cutter. A root ninja of the Wind Release, lurking in the shadows, clandestinely initiated a surprise attack. He tilted his head back, exhaling blades of wind that slashed from the side. Sizzle. The wind blades sliced through the thick ice shield. Once the wind blades had passed, the ice barrier dissipated. The Wind Release ninja then found himself confronted by Chiba, who turned his grim visage towards him and asked, "Did I permit you to launch a surprise attack?" The Wind Release ninja, taken aback by Chiba's fierce gaze, instinctively retreated a few steps. He felt a pang of despair. This Hyuga Chiba was indeed terrifying. After all, he was part of an opposing faction. Was it not reasonable to ambush him? Yet it felt as though he had committed a grave offense. Without further ado, Chiba cast several specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, closing in on him. In but a few exchanges, the Wind Release ninja was reduced to a mere pulp by a single punch. Out of 20 elite Umbu, 8 or 9 had already perished, leaving only half of their number remaining. However, after executing one serpent formation, Orochimaru promptly unleashed another. The serpent array, 10,000 snakes. With his limbs sprawled on the ground, his mouth grotesquely elongated, splitting his cheeks to the ears, he presented a nightmarish visage. A throng of black snakes slithered forth from his gaping maw, accumulating into a mound 2 to 3 meters high, writhing toward Chiba. Orochimaru was, as ever, utterly repulsive, thought Chiba, unable to suppress a grimace. Before he could mount any counteroffensive, he suddenly sensed the light above dimming. Through his Byakugan's 360-degree vision, he observed the large black snakes that had previously ascended now coiling atop the treetops, forming an encirclement around him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless gigantic pythons coiled around the surrounding trees, raising their forebodies and opening their cavernous mouths, hissing and flicking their tongues menacingly at Chiba. Clever, they sought to ensnare him. But did they think he was powerless against them? Chiba smirked. He could easily activate Flying Thunder God to escape this snaking trap, yet he chose not to. Instead, he aimed to utilize his ice release to confront Orochimaru's tactics head-on. Hiss, hiss. The massive serpents coiling around the towering trees seemed to perceive a challenge. Suddenly lunging down the trunks with ferocity, their jaws gaping wide as they aimed to strike at Chiba. Ice release. Chiba sidestepped deftly, crouching slightly to establish a solid stance. With his palms extended outward, chakra surged forth, enveloping him in a 3-meter-wide elliptical ice shield. Yet, it was not merely a defensive measure against the onslaught of serpents. That notion was impractical, setting aside the formidable biting power of the serpents perched above. The sheer horror of being engulfed by the dense wave of snakes unleashed by Orochimaru would be overwhelming. Thus, this ice shield served not only as a barrier, but also as a means of offense, a strategy he had devised over the past 2 days. From the surface of the 3-meter ice shield, numerous wrist-sized apertures spontaneously formed, each oval in shape, wider on the outside and narrower within. Swiftly, shurikens in the form of ice blocks materialized within these openings. Following this, as Chiba augmented the release of his chakra, the shurikens launched forth like bullets, zipping through the holes with blinding speed. The destructive power of these chakra-compressed projectiles far surpassed that of any human-thrown shuriken, their tips generating a distortion in the air as they penetrated the mouths and bodies of the colossal serpents, each one effortlessly impaled. Thud, thud. The descending serpents were instantly riddled with gaping wounds, crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, the towering wall of serpents ahead, rising to 3 meters, was met with a cacophony of hissing as the ice shuriken struck. Countless black serpents were severed into pieces, crushed beneath the weight of their brethren. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tide of serpents, halted 5 meters before the ice shield, could advance no further. The relentless barrage of ice shurikens proved devastatingly effective, preventing the serpents from advancing at all. The height of the serpent wave began to dwindle, and the number of writhing bodies surrounding them increased. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. At last, the number of serpents dwindled significantly. Orochimaru, realizing the futility of continuing this ninjutsu, rose from the ground, eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Chiba, murmuring to himself, to wield ice release to such an extent, discarding the clan's curse seals and the useless Byakugan, Chibakuin. Your physique is truly remarkable. Chuckling ominously as he cradled his fractured jaw, Orochimaru reveled in the moment. Having wandered the ninja world for years since his defection from Konoha, he had encountered ice release users before, yet he had never witnessed one as exceptional as this. Moreover, there exists the exceedingly peculiar fist strikes that captured Orochimaru's utmost fascination. 20 meters behind the battlefield, 3 small heads concealed themselves within the thicket, their eyes wide in awe of the unfolding conflict. Who else could it be but Naruto? Having escaped from the belly of the serpent by employing the technique of multiple shadow clones? Alongside him were Hinata and Chiba, who had rushed to offer assistance. However, upon their arrival, they found themselves of little aid, as Naruto had already burst forth from the serpent's belly, emerging triumphantly. Subsequently, Hinata led the two to seek out Chiba, having already utilized her Byakugan to discern Chiba's solitary struggle against overwhelming odds. Among the trio, it was only Naruto who, in his naivety, insisted on rushing to aid Chiba. Yet, before he could dash forth, Hinata and Chiba promptly restrained him. The ominous aura emanating from the 20 opponents was palpable to both Hinata and Chiba, while only a foolhardy youth like Naruto would disregard such a formidable presence. Thus, the current scene unfolded, with the 3 concealed in the underbrush. furtively observing Chiba's valiant stand against multiple adversaries. Chiba is truly magnificent, managing to contend with so many formidable foes on his own. While that serpent master is utterly terrifying and repulsive, Naruto exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement as he witnessed Chiba dismantling the serpentine formation. However, as he praised Chiba, he could not resist taking a jab at Orochimaru. Chiba, his forehead beaded with sweat, once more gestured for silence, admonishing, "Shh. Naruto, you mustn't be so dramatic. We cannot reveal our position. Doing so would not only be of no help to Chiba, but would also become a burden, causing him further trouble." Hinata, her expression grave, added, "Indeed, Naruto-kun, please refrain from such outbursts. Otherwise, I will not be able to forgive you." The inability to assist Chiba weighed heavily on Hinata's heart. Yet, Chiba's words were wise. This scale of battle was beyond their capacity to influence, and their presence would merely serve as a hindrance. Feeling a bit sheepish, Naruto scratched his head and apologized. "I understand. I got a bit too excited just now, haha." Chiba replied, "It's all right, but Chiba is indeed a formidable individual. What is there that he cannot accomplish? To stand against more than 20 elite ninjas with merely his own strength. Surely, even the third Hokage would find such a feat daunting." Naruto retorted, "Chiba, did you not say that Chiba is a freak? We ought not to regard him as an ordinary person." The trio continued their hushed discussion, their eyes glued to the battle. Are there several mice hiding there?" Orochimaru glanced back, having noticed the commotion stirred by Naruto's earlier antics, which had not escaped his keen perception. However, he paid no heed, stepping deliberately upon the bodies of the black serpents, gradually making his way toward Chiba. "Hinata Chiba, I must confess, I have become increasingly intrigued by you. Would you care to accompany me? I command numerous formidable bloodline limit ninjas akin to yourself. Should you choose to join my ranks, you shall find camaraderie among those peculiar beings." Orochimaru was forced to retreat after being struck by a substitution technique. His words, coupled with the beguiling expression on his face, elicited a chuckle from Chiba. It appeared that her old habit of luring children had resurfaced. The prospect of acquiring the abilities of his bloodline limit ninjas, such as Kimimaro-s Shikatsumiyaku or Hyuga-s bloodline elimination, was indeed tempting. "I'm not interested." With that declaration, Chiba dashed toward Orochimaru, hurling two kunai in his direction. What a pity, Orochimaru chortled ominously, his battle strategy clear. He intended to deny Chiba any opportunity to engage him closely. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. With a swift motion of his right arm, it transformed into a massive serpent, lunging toward Chiba. The specially crafted kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique was deflected aside by the serpent-esque strike. Yet, at the moment of impact between the kunai and the serpent, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing midair. With both hands outstretched, he seized the serpent, which was as thick as a thigh, and forcefully yanked it backward. "Oh no!" Orochimaru exclaimed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Alas, it was too late. The serpent, originating from his transformed right arm, was now being pulled with immense force, rendering him powerless to resist. Without any warning, his feet left the ground as he was propelled toward Chiba, who hovered above. However, Orochimaru was not one to submit easily. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals, completing a series of wind-style ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fierce winds, interspersed with sharp wind blades, directed toward Chiba. Chiba's response was equally swift. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he had left a Flying Thunder God mark upon the serpent that had transformed from Orochimaru's arm. In a flash, Chiba vanished from the air, choosing to forego his attack on Orochimaru. A cold smirk crept upon Orochimaru's lips. Indeed, youth comes with its naivety. The lack of combat experience was evident. He did not allow his body to continue its reckless flight through the air. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. His other arm morphed into a serpent, coiling around a nearby tree. Utilizing the force of the pull, he was propelled toward the tree, once again transforming into a sinuous creature, writhing and darting amidst the surrounding trees. Observing the distant figure of Chiba, he scoffed. "I have already stated that I shall not grant you the opportunity to approach me. After all, your monstrous strength surpasses even that of Tsunade, which is truly alarming." Before he could finish his sentence, Chiba vanished from his sight. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and in an instant, Chiba materialized before Orochimaru. Soft Fist Explosion. With a powerful swing, his fist, radiating with a golden luminescence, struck fiercely against Orochimaru's back. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the air. Orochimaru's body, entwined with a massive tree, disintegrated into a muddy mess, scattering across the ground, not granting me the opportunity to approach. You must be capable of that. A cold smirk graced Chiba's lips. One of the legendary 3 shinobi was nothing remarkable after all. His gaze shifted to the remaining 11 root ninjas, who stumbled back in fear. What should we do, Captain? Hinata Chiba is too terrifying. We are no match for him. Indeed, this individual is simply a freak. How do we even begin to fight him? The squad leader gritted his teeth, rallying his comrades. We have no choice. If we fail our mission, we die regardless. It is better to seize that 1% chance. With that, the squad leader charged toward Chiba, hands moving in preparation to release a jutsu. The remaining team members exchanged glances, perplexed. What 1% chance? Against Hinata Chiba, it's more like a 1 in 10,000 chance. Even one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, was obliterated by a single punch. What could we, a mere band of lesser ninjas, possibly do? Aside from the squad leader, whose resolve had been strengthened, the other 10 members lacked any fighting spirit. However, they understood the truth in their leader's words. To be killed by Chiba's fist would at least be a swift end, but to return to the root base and endure inhumane torment would be far worse. It was preferable to meet death at Chiba's hands. Let us go for it. With a collective resolve, the 10 ninjas followed their leader's lead and launched a counterattack against Chiba. Lightning release, thunderclap, water release, water barrier, earth release, mudslide. A chaotic array of jutsu was hurled toward Chiba. Yet, he merely utilized the specially marked kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique, effortlessly dodging the barrage of attacks. With a surge, he closed the distance, wielding his fearsome fists, commencing a new wave of slaughter. Some distance away, at the site where Orochimaru had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, a series of bubbles began to rise, accompanied by a violent thrashing. Suddenly, a slick figure, covered in a viscous white substance, emerged from the remnants of the flesh. Orochimaru, now partially transformed, glared at Chiba with eyes filled with venomous hatred, panting heavily. Curse it! I was compelled to employ the Orochimaru's substitution technique. That little brat has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to such an extent that he rivals even Minato. I cannot continue this battle here. Certain techniques create too much commotion and must not be revealed prematurely. Although I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Chiba, utilizing Orochimaru's substitution technique would significantly diminish his strength. Continuing this fight is utterly pointless. Resolute in my decision, Orochimaru swiftly burrowed underground. The earth trembled as he vanished behind a thicket. Bang! Chiba unleashed a powerful punch, striking the head of the root team leader, who fell lifelessly. Yet, this time, the leader's body remained intact. In fact, all 6 individuals ultimately slain retained their complete forms. It was not out of mercy that Chiba wished to bury them respectfully. Rather, the ambush by the root members necessitated leaving behind evidence to confront that old scoundrel Danzo. Gazing towards the direction of Orochimaru's escape, a cold smirk crept across Chiba's lips. Trying to flee? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Orochimaru's resurrection through the substitution technique was not beyond Chiba's keen observation. The only reason he did not immediately pursue and eliminate Orochimaru was to first address the nuisances posed by the root members. After all, Orochimaru bore a Flying Thunder God mark on him. This mark is irremovable. As long as Shinfan desires, he can teleport to Orochimaru's side at any moment. However, an unexpected development arose. When Chiba sought to utilize the Flying Thunder God mark on Orochimaru to sense his presence once more, he found himself unable to establish any connection with the mark. This revelation left Chiba astonished. Such a situation had never occurred before. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Orochimaru had assumed a new body after his rebirth, or he had discovered some means to obscure or erase the Flying Thunder God mark. Given the current circumstances, the former possibility seemed more plausible. Orochimaru's true form is that of a white phosphorus serpent. The substitution technique merely allows him to invade another's body and exert control over it. Thus, strictly speaking, the body of that woman from the grass-hidden village was not Orochimaru's own. When that body was reduced to pulp, the Flying Thunder God mark vanished along with it. Chiba, are you all right? Hinata emerged from the thicket and hurried towards him. She had been anxiously concerned for Chiba's safety, even though she understood his formidable strength. Her heart could not help but worry. Now that the enemies had been vanquished or killed, Hinata could no longer contain her anxiety and was the first to rush forward. Let me see where you are hurt. Hinata wore a worried expression as she clutched Chiba's arm, her gaze flitting anxiously over him. I'm fine, Hinata, Chiba asserted. pulling the petite girl into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of her small body and the softness pressing against his chest, Chiba couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction within. This was the perfect moment to strengthen his bond with her. Hinata was easily shy. He knew that increasing their physical contact would gradually diminish her reservations towards him. Recently, he had contemplated new strategies to win over the little girl. Chiba and you. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness as her heart raced, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, being held in Chiba's arms filled her with an indescribable happiness, prompting her to offer little resistance. Following closely was Inuzuka Kiba, who jogged over, exclaiming, "Chiba, you're such a freak, I can hardly describe you." Having spent ample time with Chiba, Kiba believed he had a grasp on the extent of Chiba's eccentricities. However, witnessing Chiba single-handedly take on over 20 elite shinobi and emerge victorious revealed just how terrifyingly formidable he truly was. Comparing ourselves would only be disheartening, Kiba mused, never daring to measure himself against Chiba. Nevertheless, he felt immense joy for having such a remarkable friend. After all, not everyone could experience the privilege of standing by someone so extraordinary. It's nothing to be concerned about, Chiba. We're still teammates in the red team. Nothing has changed, Chiba replied nonchalantly. Finally, Naruto rushed over, exclaiming, "Chiba, you're amazing." His enthusiasm was palpable as he playfully punched Chiba on the shoulder. Yet, he remained troubled about Sakura and Sasuke's safety, exchanging a few words with Chiba before darting off in search of them. "Chiba and please let me go." Hinata eventually regained her senses, realizing that she shouldn't maintain such proximity with him. With a swift motion, she wriggled free from his embrace. Her face as red as a ripe persimmon, her head nearly buried in her chest. Unable to resist the charm of Hinata's adorableness, Chiba reached out and affectionately patted her head. Then, addressing both Kiba and Hinata, he said, "I need your help with something." "What do you need?" they asked in unison. Slightly taken aback, Chiba gestured towards the bodies of the black-clad figures, stating, "Please search these individuals for any identifying items, such as ninja headbands, letters, or orders." "Understood." Hinata and Kiba replied, promptly beginning their search through the fallen bodies. The 20 root ninjas lay lifeless, with only 6 or 7 remaining intact, providing them the only opportunity to uncover any leads. After issuing his request, Chiba knelt down, tearing away the black cloth from one of the fallen's face, prying open his mouth to inspect his tongue. Without the tongue root curse seal, how could this be? Chiba felt somewhat disheartened as he promptly approached the next individual, continuing to repeat his previous actions. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of the tongue root curse seal, and after examining all 6 individuals, the result remained the same. At this moment, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba had also completed their search. They laid out the items they discovered on the ground, piece by piece. Kiba inquired, "Chiba, we've finished searching. Let us see if there's anything you need." Chiba glanced at the array of items on the ground, which consisted mostly of kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, silver coins, ropes, and traps, among other things. There was even a book titled Paradise of Affection. Alas, there was no evidence related to the root organization. Sigh. That old coot Danzo is indeed meticulous in his dealings. Chiba exhaled softly, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Capturing Danzo's weaknesses was far from a simple task. "What exactly are you looking for, Chiba?" Hinata asked with concern. She and Kiba were puzzled, gazing at Chiba in anticipation of an explanation. Subsequently, Chiba recounted the existence of the root organization and the matter of being followed by its members a few days prior. Hinata and Kiba exchanged glances, astonished. Kiba remarked, "To evade my keen senses and Hinata's Byakugan while being tracked? These root members are indeed formidable." Hinata added, "Chiba, why would they follow you? And why send so many jonin to assassinate you? Have you offended them in some way?" "No, I spend every day with you. Where would I find the time for that?" Chiba shrugged, equally perplexed as to why that old man Danzo had suddenly targeted him. After their discussion, the trio still arrived at no conclusive results. However, the Chunin exams must continue, and there were no other Konoha ninjas in this forest of death. Thus, Chiba ultimately decided to dig a grave with the 2 of them, to bury the bodies of these root ninjas to prevent them from being devoured by wild beasts. The corpses were indeed evidence. Even though there were no traces left by the root, their faces would remain unchanged. As long as they could investigate these individuals' records to determine if they had ever been affiliated with the root, the outcome would be clear. After the second examination was completed, Chiba planned to discuss the matter with Yuhi Kurenai to seek her insights. "Chiba, Hinata, Kiba, Come help me. Sakura and Sasuke are unconscious. Naruto shouted ahead, waving his hand. We're coming. After finishing the grave, Chiba picked up the book Paradise of Affection from the ground and stowed it in his bag. Then set off with Hinata and Chiba towards Naruto. Sasuke had succumbed to the curse mark, while Sakura had fainted from fright. Both were unable to awaken for the time being. Chiba proposed that they find a quiet place to wait for the two to awaken. As there was still ample time before the second assessment, so there was no need to rush. Naturally, Naruto had no objections. The group continued on their journey, seeking a sheltered hillock where they placed Sasuke and Sakura upon a large stone. By the way, Naruto, what type of scrolls do you possess? Chiba inquired. He carried 2 heaven scrolls himself and could offer one to them if needed. I can't recall, Naruto replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. The trio of Chiba was momentarily speechless. It was quite absurd that Naruto had been fully engaged in the scroll contest, yet remained oblivious to the nature of their own scroll. Chiba remarked, Naruto, you truly are something else. What? It's only natural I wouldn't know if the scroll is on Sasuke, Naruto retorted, though even he found his explanation somewhat flimsy. After rummaging through Sasuke's ninja tool pouch, Naruto finally produced a scroll. The cover bore the character for heaven. Chiba shrugged his shoulders in resignation, stating, It seems we are left with no choice. I have 2 heaven scrolls here, so you must rely on yourselves. Don't worry, we'll manage, Naruto assured, thumping his chest confidently. Sakura awoke that afternoon, uninjured but merely shaken. However, Sasuke had taken quite a beating from Orochimaru, sustaining internal injuries and being marked with a cursed seal. He remained in a deep slumber until the following morning, when he slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Upon opening his eyes, he immediately spotted Sakura asleep on top of him. Not far away, Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. Chiba had just emerged from a small tent, stretching lazily. There were also 2 other tents, clearly belonging to Hinata and Chiba. Sasuke-kun, you're finally awake. That is wonderful. The movement stirred Sakura, who burst into tears and embraced Sasuke tightly. Her sobs roused the others nearby. The zipper of the small tent opened, revealing Hinata and Chiba, both appearing drowsy. Naruto sprang up from the stone, visibly pleased to see Sasuke awake. Chiba turned to Sasuke and asked, You're awake, huh? How do you feel? Throughout the previous afternoon until dawn, the curse seal on Sasuke had been pulsating and flickering incessantly. However, there was little they could do but wait for Sasuke to recover on his own. Sakura, let go of me, Sasuke said, pushing her away as he propped himself up with his hands. He addressed Chiba. I'm fine. It was you who saved us yesterday, right? Instinctively, he touched the back of his neck, feeling the spot where he had been bitten. An ominous energy stirred within, as though it awaited his command at the slightest thought. I suppose so, Chiba replied. Chiba nodded, not overly concerned. He had no desire to engage in extensive conversation with Sasuke, nor would he exert himself to devise a solution for the curse mark afflicting him. Ultimately, Chiba regarded Sasuke as merely an ordinary friend. If it were someone like Naruto, the earnest lad, Chiba might consider offering assistance without expecting anything in return. As for Sasuke, this individual was inherently imbued with a certain malevolence. While Chiba did not harbor any aversion towards him, he certainly did not hold him in high regard. Hinata, you're awake, Chiba said as he approached her, playfully pinching her slightly dazed face. Yes, Chiba and I. Good morning, Hinata responded, her cheeks instantly flushed. She felt quite delighted by his affectionate gesture so early in the day. Chiba nodded. Good. Hurry up and get ready. We will be departing shortly. He then turned to Chiba. And you too, Chiba. Chiba rubbed his face and nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. Naruto inquired. Chiba, aren't you coming with us? Chiba shook his head. It's better for everyone to separate. We haven't obtained any scrolls. And now it is already the 3rd day. If we delay any further, other teams will surely reach the central tower, diminishing our chances of successfully acquiring the scrolls. The time frame for the second exam was 7 days. This meant that if they failed to procure both types of scrolls and reach the central tower within that period, their assessment would be deemed a failure. Chiba wished to avoid such an outcome. Well, you do have a point, Naruto conceded. Despite his desire to remain with Chiba, he recognized the soundness of his reasoning. Continuing together would significantly increase their chances of encountering adversaries. Hinata and Chiba emerged from the tent, beginning to pack their belongings. After washing up briefly with the fresh water from their canteens, Chiba prepared to bid farewell to Naruto and the others. Wait, Chiba, Sasuke suddenly called out. Chiba looked at him in confusion. What is it? Sasuke wore a somewhat sinister smile as he asked. I feel an immense surge of power within me. Are you interested in having a spar right now? Chiba was taken aback. Are you sure? Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba regarded Sasuke as if he were foolish. After all, just yesterday they witnessed Chiba single-handedly defeat over 20 elite ninjas. That spectacle remained vividly etched in their memories. Sasuke, I think you should reconsider, Naruto advised. We're not even on the same level as Chiba. I feel he is exponentially stronger than even Kakashi-sensei. Kiba crossed his arms, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Exactly, Sasuke, there's really no need to seek out trouble by challenging Chiba. The collective response from his peers caused Sasuke's smile to falter. As a seeker of vengeance, he had always held a deep-seated obsession with his own strength, refusing to accept that his contemporaries could surpass him. Otherwise, he would feel that his resolve for revenge was crumbling. Despite the terrifying strength of Chiba shattering Sasuke's beliefs, the power granted by the cursed seal instilled within him a renewed sense of capability. Sasuke spoke in a low voice. What is this attitude? I can feel that I am no longer on the same level as before. Challenging Chiba is absolutely within my reach. Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hinata remained skeptical. Only Sakura stepped forward, offering her encouragement. Absolutely. How can you underestimate Sasuke-kun? He is the strongest in my heart. The others fell silent, casting Sakura incredulous glances. Chiba replied, Very well, I shall indulge you. However, I must first warn you that the use of cursed seal power will alter your disposition, gradually consuming your will. Cursed seal? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching for the mark on the back of his neck, asking, Are you referring to the mark left on my shoulder? Chiba nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Do you not sense that your disposition has already been affected? Sasuke furrowed his brow. He did not entirely dismiss Chiba's words. He too could feel the malevolent aura emanating from the cursed seal. Yet what of it? As long as it granted him strength, enabling him to swiftly gain power and fulfill his family's vengeance, any alteration to his disposition was inconsequential. Perhaps that grotesque, serpentine individual from yesterday spoke the truth. To gain power, one must pay a price. If the cost was merely a shift in his disposition, then it was well within his capacity to bear. I understand your meaning, but I am indifferent. Come on, Chiba. Let me see the extent of the gap between us. Sasuke leaped down from the stone and assumed a combat stance, instinctively calling forth the wicked power from the mark on his neck. Instantly, dark, cursed seal markings spread across his body. All right, as I said, I will oblige you. Chiba nodded, beckoning Sasuke to attack at any moment. Kiba and Naruto gazed at Sasuke with expressions of disbelief. They had already formed conclusions regarding the outcome of this duel. As you wish, Sasuke shouted, transforming into a black shadow that dashed towards Chiba's back, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Chiba's head. Without turning around, Chiba merely tilted his head to evade the attack. He then retaliated with a punch thrown backward. Boom. The impact of fist meeting foot reverberated. Sasuke's pupils dilated as he felt as if his foot had been struck by a massive hammer. His body uncontrollably rolled backward, tumbling over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? Sasuke was filled with frustration, disregarding the intense pain radiating from the sole of his foot. He rose and charged at Chiba once more, launching another punch from the side. Unsurprisingly, he was once again sent flying by Chiba's counterattack. The back collided heavily against a great tree, and blood spilled from the mouth as one slowly slid down to the ground. Sasuke-kun. Sakura hurried over, crouching to assess Sasuke's injuries. Upon seeing him in such a pitiful state again, her furious gaze turned towards Chiya, and she exclaimed, Hinata Chiya, how could you strike my Sasuke-kun with such ferocity? You are nothing but a brute who knows only how to wield sheer strength. You show no mercy to your comrades at all. Are you all right? Chiya's lips twitched. This lovesick fool was indeed insufferable. Inuzuka Kiba could no longer hold back and defended. Sakura, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? It was Sasuke who issued the challenge. Chiya merely defended himself. How does that equate to what you call a lack of mercy? Hinata, too, felt a sense of injustice for Chiya. If Chiya had truly held nothing back, Sasuke would have already been reduced to pulp. Though not particularly eloquent, she stood up for Chiya, asserting, That's right, Sakura. Chiya saved you yesterday. How can you say such things about him? Sakura, still seething with anger, found her ire escalating further as she retorted, Did I ask him to save me? His rescuing me is merely his own delusion. Just because he possesses a bit more strength, what makes him so special? Does being strong allow one to strike others at will? Naruto was taken aback by Sakura's shrewish demeanor, something he had never witnessed before. Hinata's face flushed with indignation. Pacing in place, unsure of how to counter. What did you say? Try uttering another word. Chiya could not bear to see Hinata bullied. Even if Hinata were to endure such treatment, it was intolerable. With a fierce glare directed at Sakura, an aura of chilling menace enveloped her. Sakura felt a sudden coldness seize her. This intense killing intent was familiar. She had sensed it before from that serpentine woman. Fear flickered in her eyes as she dared not meet Chiya's gaze. Yet, she deeply understood that they both belonged to Konoha, and he would not truly harm her. To maintain her pride, Sakura stubbornly retorted, I stand by what I said. It's not wrong. In a swift motion, Chiya vanished from sight, reappearing beside Sakura, grasping her collar and lifting her off the ground. My patience has its limits. If you dare to babble one more word, I will not hesitate to end your life. With that, Chiya flung Sakura aside. She tumbled like a rolling gourd, landing several meters away, her skin scraped in various places before finally coming to a stop. Chiya, please calm down. Sakura is just speaking nonsense. Let us not escalate this situation. Naruto urgently interceded, rushing to check on Sakura's wounds. Yet he received little gratitude in return. Inuzuka, Chiba, and Hinata approached slowly, standing behind Chiya, offering no further words of admonition. Evidently, they are aligned with Chiba. Sakura's recent remarks were utterly excessive. A slight retribution from Chiba is hardly unwarranted. Cough, cough. Sasuke violently coughed twice, the curse mark receding, restoring some clarity to his mind. Only now did he comprehend that the power he believed he had acquired was, in the presence of Chiba, merely a triviality. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he gazed up at Chiba, his eyes brimming with resentment. If only he could enlist Chiba's assistance in seeking vengeance against Itachi Uchiha, the one who annihilated his clan. Surely, Chiba's prowess could facilitate that. However, this thought flickered through his mind and dissipated almost instantly. Chiba had no obligation to aid him, nor would he permit such a scenario. In that moment, his yearning for power intensified, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. Applause erupted suddenly, and shortly after, 3 figures emerged from the nearby thicket, 2 men and a woman, all adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunagakure. The foremost figure, with striking red hair and a prominent kanji for love on his forehead, carried a gourd on his back. It could only be Gaara. Following him were Kankuro and Temari. Hinata, Chiba, I have searched high and low for you. At last, we meet again, Gaara declared, a bloodthirsty grin curling at his lips. With the strength of their team, they had secured 2 scrolls on the very first day. Yet, Gaara did not rush towards the central tower, instead wandering through the forest of death, intent on finding Chiba to continue their unfinished battle from that day. Is it you? Chiba remarked, his demeanor remaining largely unchanged as he regarded Gaara. The moment they laid eyes on Gaara's demeanor, it was clear to everyone that this group had come seeking trouble. Inuzuka Kiba sighed, lamenting, honestly. Another fool rushing towards their demise. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke exchanged glances with Gaara's trio. Though none spoke, they all silently concurred with Kiba's assessment. To provoke Chiba, an individual of such extraordinary caliber, was nothing short of courting death. What did you say? Gaara shot a piercing glare at Chiba with his bloodshot eyes. An intense aura of malice enveloping him. Although Gaara's strength was not overwhelmingly formidable, the years of psychological torment and the lives he had extinguished had forged a palpable aura of menace around him, startling Chiba. Instinctively, Chiba took 2 steps back. Unable to meet his gaze, that guy truly has a terrifying presence. Behind him, Kankuro crossed his arms and scoffed. It has always been others who meet their end before Gaara. Anyone recognized by him is bound to lose their life. What a pity, Hinata, Chiba. Although your strength is commendable, it pales in comparison to the likes of me, Gaara, a true anomaly. Temari sighed lightly, her face etched with helplessness as she murmured to herself, since entering the forest, Gaara has already slain 5 or 6. If these individuals were to meet a similar fate, it would truly be unfortunate for that handsome fellow named Chiba to perish. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Sasuke, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment, realizing there was yet another striking figure. Chiba, intrigued, inquired of the trio before him, So, are you here to kill me? Gaara waved his hand dismissively. No. To be precise, it is I who shall end your life. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he cackled. The thrill of personally eliminating such prodigies and stripping them of their promising futures is exhilarating. Ha ha ha. On the Konoha side, aside from Chiba, the others could not help but frown. Gaara's twisted demeanor had evidently cast a psychological shadow over them. Chiba, this man is terrifying. You must be cautious, Hinata warned. Naruto and Chiba said nothing, confident in Chiba's capabilities. Ruffling Hinata's hair playfully, Chiba reassured her, "Fear not. I shall not perish before marrying you." Chiba's words caused Hinata's face to flush a deep crimson. How could he utter such things in front of so many? Overwhelmed, she dashed away to hide behind a large tree, unwilling to emerge. Chiba found her bashful reaction utterly amusing. Hinata's shyness was simply adorable. The others, preoccupied with Gaara and his companions, failed to catch the exchange between Chiba and Hinata. "Hinata, Chiba, come forth. Let me experience the extent of the joy you can bring me." Gaara's visage twisted further into a grotesque snarl. The cord from the gourd on his back flew off with a resounding pop, releasing a cascade of fine sand that billowed behind him. Chiba gestured for Inuzuka, Chiba, and Naruto to retreat before turning his attention to Gaara, stating, "If you desire it, I can forever remain devoid of joy." "Humph," Gaara scoffed. Crossing his arms, the ground before him erupted in a frenzy of sand, surging toward Chiba. Chiba swiftly evaded, distancing himself from the swirling grains. In the next moment, as he regained his view of Gaara, he was astounded to see Gaara ascending rapidly into the air, propelled by the sand beneath his feet. Kankuro sneered, muttering, "Gaara can fight in various environments. He has specifically devised this technique to counter Hinata Chiba, while Hinata Chiba can utilize ice release to maneuver in the air. As long as Gaara maintains sufficient altitude, Hinata Chiba will be unable to reach him in the slightest. Even if he could utilize ice release for continuous footstep displacements, his aerial combat prowess would significantly diminish. In contrast, Gaara's ability to manipulate sand from a distance is utterly effortless for him. This strategy has been devised by the Sand Village based on the current intelligence regarding Chiba. Gaara is acutely aware that Chiba's punches are extraordinarily formidable, capable of breaching even his absolute defense. Thus, he deliberately avoids engaging in close combat, denying Chiba any opportunity to approach. What is his intent? Ascension? Chiba gazes upward at Gaara, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Temari and Kankuro retreat a bit further. Gaara does not respond, but instead directs his attention to his companions. Without awaiting their reply, he initiates the next round of ninjutsu. Sand burial. Oh no, that rascal Gaara. Temari and Kankuro's expressions turn to shock as they hastily retreat. Crack. Crack. Just as they flee, the ground begins to tremble slightly. Trees are uprooted by the yellow sand surging from beneath. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, torrents of yellow sand surge skyward, cascading down towards Chiba. That scoundrel. It seems he began laying the groundwork for this while we were conversing. Chiba frowns, comprehending the underlying mechanics. Such a colossal ninjutsu requires prior preparation. He must have mobilized the sand beneath and channeled chakra to create this magnificent spectacle. However, Chiba remains unperturbed. Hinata and Inuzuka Chiba are within the attack range of this ninjutsu. Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura have become ensnared in the sand, crying out as they sink rapidly. Chiba resolves to rescue his comrades first. Hinata and Chiba bear Chiba's Flying Thunder God seal, which he has stealthily marked on them, unbeknownst to them. Swish. The Flying Thunder God technique activates. Chiba appears beside Inuzuka Chiba. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He swiftly hurls 3 specially crafted kunai toward Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. However, just as the kunai are en route, swish. The Flying Thunder God technique activates once more. This time, Chiba materializes next to Hinata, grasping her arm firmly. Another use of the Flying Thunder God transports the two away from the sand pit. Swish. In a flash, Chiba, Hinata, and Chiba find themselves in the graveyard where Chiba battled Orochimaru the day before. Hinata and Chiba are momentarily dazed, struggling to grasp the situation. Chiba vanishes once again from their midst. Swoosh. At this moment, the 3 kunai Chiba had thrown finally embed themselves into the sand. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura found themselves nearly buried in sand, with only their upper bodies flailing desperately. Suddenly, in a flash of light, Chiba appeared beside Naruto, wielding a stick as thick as an arm, and thrust it forward with great force. The orange tracksuit worn by Naruto was pierced from behind. Thereafter, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, transporting Naruto to Sasuke's side. Employing the same method, he assisted both Sasuke and Sakura in turn. A single stick had penetrated through 3 living beings. Once again, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God, bringing all 3 back to Hinata and Chiba's side. Confusion clouded Naruto's mind as he grappled with the fear of being buried alive. Sakura, in a state of relief, collapsed onto the ground, patting her flat chest. We were saved. That was terrifying. I thought I would be buried alive. Sasuke, the quickest to react, realized that it was Chiba who saved them all. Thank you, Chiba, he said, his eyes reflecting a complex appreciation for Chiba's formidable strength. Hinata and Chiba, having gathered the situation through their brief exchange, understood that Chiba was their savior. Hinata ran up to him, grasping his arm. Chiba-kun, thank you for rescuing us. Chiba gently touched her cheek and smiled. No need for thanks. It was within my capabilities. Chiba, filled with envy, remarked, Chiba, honestly, what is the name of that jutsu? The way you fly around is so impressive. I wish I could do that. Chiba replied. What do you wish to learn? I could teach you. Chiba scratched his head awkwardly. I do want to learn. But do you think I have any chance of mastering it? Upon voicing this question, he felt utterly lacking in confidence, yet a glimmer of hope lingered within him. Wondering if Chiba might actually teach him. Chiba candidly responded, Of course, there is no chance. You will never master it. What? You are truly insufferable. Chiba's lips twitched. Feeling as though he had been teased by Chiba, an impulse to confront him bubbling within. Just moments ago, he had been thrilled at the thought of learning the Flying Thunder God technique, only to have Chiba extinguish that hope entirely. Chiba, thank you for saving us, Naruto exclaimed. Now understanding the situation, and jumped onto Chiba's back, his face brimming with joy. Chiba, taken aback, gave Naruto a couple of playful smacks on the rear. Get down quickly. Don't go around hugging me like that. I have no interest in men. Humph, I'm not interested in you either, Naruto retorted, jumping down with a pout. Instinctively turning to glance at Sakura. The implication was unmistakable. His interest lay solely with her. However, all he received in return was an eye roll from Sakura. Chiba observed Sakura's demeanor with a sense of discontent brewing within him. What could Naruto possibly find appealing about this woman? Nevertheless, it was Naruto's choice. And Chiba felt it inappropriate to interfere excessively. He merely issued a caution to Sakura, stating, some individuals ought to think before they speak or act. Otherwise, they may become quite irksome. After delivering his admonition, Chiba cast a glance at the others and continued, All right. You all should find a secure place to rest or wait for me here. I will go deal with that fellow carrying the gourd. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hinata had intended to say something further, but Chiba had already disappeared. The group was momentarily at a loss for words. Inazuka Chiba suggested, Everyone, staying here is rather dull. Let us proceed and witness how Chiba handles that guy. Hinata nodded in agreement. Yes, I wish to go as well. I want to reunite with Chiba sooner. They exchanged glances and dashed forward. Wait for me. Naruto waved his hand, eager to follow, yet mindful of his two companions. He inquired, Sasuke, Sakura, shall we go together? Sure, Sasuke agreed without hesitation. In the air. Gaara crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in frustration. That scoundrel. How did he manage that? He had keenly observed Chiba's rapid movements as he saved others, and the technique known as sand burial was specifically devised for him. Even if Chiba possessed immense strength and could utilize ice release, Gaara was confident he could entomb Chiba beneath the earth. However, Chiba's displayed abilities had utterly caught him off guard. Watching Chiba's agile and heroic rescues had left Gaara momentarily dazed. Such a captivating ninjutsu truly exists? It is far more intriguing than manipulating sand. Temari remarked, Hinata, that lad Chiba is quite extraordinary. He managed to rescue everyone under those circumstances. Several dozen meters away, atop a towering tree, Kankuro wore an incredulous expression. He and Temari had fled the danger zone swiftly and had witnessed Chiba's recent heroics. Temari nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Chiba-kun is truly the man I admire. He is both dashing and powerful. Kankuro, exasperated, retorted, Enough already, Temari. Whose side are you on? Shouldn't you lament the failure of Gaara's technique? Temari clasped her hands to her chest, her waist twisting playfully. Of course, I support Gaara. But that does not diminish my admiration for Chiba. He is simply too charming and captivating. With a flash, Chiba reappeared atop a large tree at the edge of the sandy expanse, gazing up at Gaara suspended in the air, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. You scoundrel. Just moments ago, the act was quite convincing, yet it was unexpected that he had been covertly scheming behind the scenes. Gaara remained indifferent, Hinata Chiba. You must understand that discreetly preparing one's ninjutsu in advance is not an unreasonable tactic. The essence of ninjutsu lies in deception. Chiba was fully aware of this, however. Gaara's demeanor was undeniably irksome to him. Had it not been for Chiba's timely response, several from Konoha would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the trap. Therefore, today, Gaara must be met with a series of relentless strikes. You wish to create distance to engage me, do you? Apologies. In my presence, distance holds no significance. Chiba flung a specially crafted kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique towards the airborne Gaara. Not so fast. Gaara waved his hand, conjuring a cascading waterfall of sand that obstructed the kunai mid-flight. Yet, Chiba remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he activated the flying thunder god technique, repositioning himself in the air. You seek your own demise, Gaara bellowed, clenching his right hand tightly. The swirling sand enveloped Chiba entirely. Sand-binding coffin. Gaara's palm tightened further. However, Chiba merely waved his right hand lightly, causing the grains of sand to explode outward. Ice release. An ice mirror materialized beneath his feet, serving as a springboard for his ascent. Surely you do not believe such ninjutsu will affect me, Chiba proclaimed, launching another specially crafted kunai. 61. Detonate the pufferfish. Send Gaara flying. This time, Gaara was caught off guard. The kunai approached, yet his surrounding sand automatically defended against the attack. With a whoosh, the flying thunder god technique activated. Chiba vanished from his original position, reappearing directly before Gaara. Gentle fist explosion. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. The chakra-infused active sand formed a thick wall, but it was of no consequence. Under the force of Chiba's strike, the layer of sand burst outward in an instant. Gaara, caught within, was struck squarely by Chiba's blow. Gaara cried out in agony, propelled backwards. Under the impact of the fourth level of the gentle fist's hidden strength, the layer of sand armor enveloping Gaara shattered instantly. This came as no surprise. Blood spurted from Gaara's mouth, his face contorted in pain, and his jawbone was deformed from the blow. Yet, Chiba had no intention of letting him off so easily. Before he plummeted to the ground, he hurled another specially crafted kunai. Whoosh! The kunai flew beside Gaara. Chiba raised his hand for another punch, penetrating the sand's automatic defenses, and struck fiercely at Gaara's abdomen. Once again, a piercing scream echoed as Gaara spewed blood, plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, creating a substantial crater upon impact. His eyes, filled with resentment, gazed sorrowfully at Chiba. Beside him, Temari and Kankuro were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Kankuro wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering, "That scoundrel, Hyuga Chiba. Could he have actually killed Gaara?" Temari quickly suppressed her infatuation, expressing her concern, "Surely not. Although Gaara's absolute defense has been breached, let us not forget he still possesses Shikaku." Kankuro swallowed hard. That may be true, but Hyuga Chiba is exceedingly formidable. He might very well eliminate Gaara before he can even summon that beast. Exchanging a knowing glance, they both recognized the grim possibility. Determined, they gritted their teeth and rushed toward the battlefield. Kankuro shouted, "Gaara, hang in there, we're coming." Temari removed her large fan, pleading, "Chiba, please show mercy. Do not kill Gaara." After all, Gaara was their brother, despite not being regarded as family by him, more like servants summoned at will. The bonds of blood still compelled them to fight for his sake. Chiba descended to the ground, strolling leisurely toward Gaara. He paid no heed to Temari and Kankuro's cries, merely smirking in disdain. "What's this? Weren't you intent on killing me? Can't you rise again?" A violent fit of coughing erupted from Gaara, blood spilling forth once more. Gasping for breath, he strained to lift himself, glaring at Chiba with bloodshot eyes. "Hyuga Chiba, you are quite impressive. Today, I shall ensure your demise." Chiba continued his steady pace, responding nonchalantly, "You said the same earlier, but alas, you lack the requisite strength." Though Chiba felt a twinge of sympathy for Gaara's plight, he had refrained from unleashing his full power, sparing him from being reduced to mere pulp. However, having such a monstrous adversary constantly fixated on his life was exceedingly vexing. Thus, today, Chiba resolved to thoroughly subdue this arrogant individual, demonstrating that he was not the pinnacle of existence. Many others surpassed him. "Die!" Gaara roared once more, fervently gesturing with his hands. The surrounding sand surged violently, sweeping toward Chiba. "Is that all you've got?" Chiba casually flicked his wrist, dispersing the oncoming sand with ease. Even when the sand reformed into two arms, attempting to ensnare his ankles, Chiba remained unfazed, simply shaking his feet, shattering the sand once again. This was the overwhelming might of absolute strength. The chasm of power between Gaara and Chiba was insurmountable. Unless it is an expansive sand technique, akin to what was just witnessed, it poses but a slight threat to Chiba. Other methods, in the presence of Chiba, appear merely as child's play, utterly insufficient. At this juncture, Kankuro and Temari finally arrived. Forbidden technique. Scorpion. Kankuro retrieved a scroll from his person and deftly unfurled it. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the scroll, revealing a colossal ant-like puppet before Kankuro. The crow had already been shattered by Chiba and could not be reconstructed in a short span. Thus, this scorpion puppet was Kankuro's sole remaining recourse. However, the puppet was not entirely complete, making it cumbersome for him to control. Yet, with no alternative, Kankuro resolved to make a desperate effort to rescue Gaara. His fingers deftly shot forth threads that connected to the joints of the scorpion. Clack, clack, clack. The scorpion emitted a series of sounds as it soared towards Chiba. Each of its feet revealed sharp blades, and its maw opened wide, resembling serrated teeth, poised to snap at Chiba. Without even lifting his gaze, Chiba effortlessly thrust his fist forward. Bang! The golden surface of his fist collided with the scorpion's gaping mouth. In an instant, the scorpion shattered violently, wooden fragments scattering in every direction. Damn it! My scorpion! Kankuro felt a pang of anguish. This was his last resort. He never anticipated it would be obliterated by a single punch from Chiba. His heart ached. As a puppeteer, he had never experienced such defeat. His two most cherished puppets had been reduced to mere splinters by the enemy. Wind release, Kamaitachi. Tamari unfurled her large fan and forcefully swept it forward. A tempest surged forth, concealing sharp wind blades that hurtled towards Chiba. Tamari's mastery over wind release had reached an extraordinary level. Those wind blades skillfully avoided Gaara, who lay on the ground, and targeted Chiba instead. Yet, this too proved futile. Chiba slightly elevated his palm, activating his ice release ability. A robust shield of ice coalesced before him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of slicing resonated as the wind blades cleaved through the ice, leaving deep grooves. Alas, the advanced technique of Kamaitachi was insufficient to breach Chiba's ice release. Even if it could, Chiba could swiftly amplify his chakra output, generating a thicker layer of ice for defense. Curse it! Our attacks are ineffectual. What should we do? Temari gritted her teeth. We must engage in close combat to buy Gaara a moment. Kankuro clenched his jaw, resolutely charging towards Chiba, desperation driving him to protect his brother at all costs. A puppeteer unexpectedly engaged in close combat, facing the formidable Chiba, a master of melee. Wait, Kenjiro. Temari wished to intervene, but it was already too late. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and rushed alongside Kanjiro toward Chiba. Suddenly, Shikaku appeared, and panic ensued. Hinata Chiba, do not harm my Gaara. Kanjiro swung his fist at Chiba. Fool. Chiba retaliated with a punch. His fist, released after Kanjiro's, struck first. A resounding crack echoed as Kanjiro felt his ribcage shatter, blood gushing from his mouth as he was propelled backward. Kanjiro. Temari's heart shattered, her voice a desperate cry. She feared that Kanjiro had been slain by Chiba's single blow. However, Chiba had refrained from delivering a fatal strike. With relentless motion, she unfurled her fan, the sharp blades morphing into a long sword aimed at Chiba. Chiba bent his knees slightly and leapt over the incoming fan. With a light touch upon the blades, he descended before Temari, executing a sweeping kick that struck her chest. A thunderous impact resonated. Temari felt the painful compression of her body, propelled backward. Do not come any closer. If you dare approach again, I will not hold back. Chiba cast a glance toward Temari and Kanjiro, both writhing on the ground in agony. Kanjiro was severely injured, devoid of strength to advance. Temari fared somewhat better, as Chiba had shown restraint in her attack. Hinata Chiba, you scoundrel! Gaara's furious roar pierced the air. At that moment, witnessing his comrades risking their lives for him, a flicker of emotion stirred within his twisted heart. After all, everyone was acutely aware of Chiba's immense strength. Temari and Kanjiro's willingness to rush in for his sake was a testament to their genuine affection. In the brief moment that Temari and Kanjiro had bought, Gaara attempted to rise and continue the fight. Yet, he found himself unable. The weight of Chiba's punches had rendered him powerless, causing waves of excruciating pain to ripple through him. His audacity stemmed from the knowledge of his final trump card. Sankofen Jutsu. Trembling hands formed 2 sets of hand seals before him. Gaara fiercely shut his eyes. Having not slept for years, he succumbed to a deep slumber at that instant. Only in sleep could Shikaka seize control of his body and emerge to battle. You bastard! At last, I can emerge. Ha ha ha! A piercing cry echoed through the sky as a tempest of sand surged upward. Chiba was forced to leap backward repeatedly, creating a substantial distance between himself and the impending threat. The howling winds surged violently, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. In the next instant, a creature towering several dozen meters emerged in the heart of the forest. It resembled a raccoon, its entire form composed of sand, adorned with striking black stripes and possessing a colossal tail sprouting from its rear. This being was Shikaku, the One-Tail, akin to the tailed beast sealed within Naruto's body. Beside him, Kankuro and Temari were momentarily paralyzed with fear, their pain momentarily forgotten. It's here. Shikaku has truly manifested. Temari's voice trembled. Kankuro clutched his chest and quickly urged Temari, Temari, we must leave this place at once. Staying here could prove fatal. Right. Temari nodded vigorously, grasping Kankuro's arm to assist him as they hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, over 100 meters behind them, Hinata and Chiba were in hot pursuit, drawing near. The sudden appearance of Shikaka startled them, causing them to halt in their tracks, hesitant to advance further. What on earth is that? Chiba gulped nervously. Naruto instinctively touched his abdomen, remarking, that creature looks somewhat like the monster I encountered in the sewers. Sasuke quickly inquired, Hinata, can you ascertain what's happening over there? Is Chiba battling that creature? Yes, Hinata replied, nodding earnestly. She then activated her Byakugan, her vision expanding rapidly to encompass the surroundings. Indeed, Chiba is over there. He seems to be confronting that monster. As she spoke, Hinata scrutinized Shikaku's appearance. When she noticed Gaara partially emerging from the gourd atop the creature, seemingly in slumber, she paused in surprise. It's the one with the gourd. He must be the one who summoned this monster. Chiba, feeling a chill of apprehension, remarked, so it is that guy. I suspected he was peculiar before, but I never imagined he would prove to be so formidable. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a powerful being following Chiba, one that far surpassed him in strength. Overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy, he felt woefully weak, as though anyone could easily defeat him. Simultaneously, at the periphery of the Forest of Death and near the central tower, all the ninjas from Konoha noticed the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding in the forest center. After all, Shikaku's massive form towered above the treetops, making it nearly impossible to overlook. At the lookout tower, an observer lowered his binoculars, his face a mask of shock as he leaped down to report to Enko, this is bad. Captain Enko. A gigantic monster has appeared in the central region of the Forest of Death. Red Bean sat upon a stone, savoring her dumplings while swinging her slender legs devoid of excess flesh. Upon hearing the report from the newcomer, she paid little heed. What nonsense are you spouting? The Death Forest is currently an examination site. What monsters could possibly be lurking here aside from the candidates? The green-vested ninja, with a bitter expression, hastily clarified. It is true, Captain Red Bean. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You must see for yourself. With that, he removed the telescope hanging from his chest and handed it to Red Bean. Reluctantly, Red Bean began to grasp the gravity of the situation. She accepted the telescope, nimbly leaping onto the tower's wooden blocks and descending to its summit. Without even needing the telescope, she immediately spotted the colossal creature at the heart of the forest. What on earth is that monstrosity? Red Bean exclaimed, her expression one of shock, as she hastily employed the telescope for a closer inspection. As a seasoned jonin, she possessed some knowledge about tailed beasts. Though she had never encountered Shikaku, she had seen its likeness in illustrations, and thus recognized it at once. This is Shikaku. The One-Tail? This is truly troublesome. How did things come to this? Red Bean lowered the telescope and forcefully slapped the shoulder of a nearby green-vested ninja, commanding, you. Return immediately to the Hokage's office and inform Lord Third. Tell him that Shikaku from Sunagakure has appeared in the Death Forest. He must urgently elevate the security status of the entire Konoha. Furthermore, have him dispatch reinforcements at once. Yes, Captain Red Bean. The green-vested ninja replied, not daring to delay, and sprinted towards the Hokage's office. Red Bean furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, though I lack the strength to confront Shikaku, I should ascertain the situation. With that, Red Bean leaped down, swiftly diving into the depths of the Death Forest. At the center of the Death Forest, Shikaku, having just emerged, was in a state of heightened excitement. Being confined within that seal for so long had been unbearable. Finally free, it struggled to contain its exhilaration. Let me see. Where is that little brat Gaara wishes to capture? Shikaku squinted and scanned the surroundings. Chiba, with a twitching lip, looked up at Shikaku and called out. Hey, you big lug, this must be intentional. I'm right here in front of you. Shikaku glanced down at Chiba, clutching its belly in laughter. Ha ha ha. A tiny thing like you is certainly not easy to spot. Humans are truly diminutive. Chiba scoffed, retorting, as if your size grants you any real prowess. You're just a creature trapped in a human's belly all day. Shikaku's forehead erupted in a fuming vein, its rage flaring. You little brat. What does your recent statement imply? Do you hold me in disdain? Do you dare to challenge my strength? An enraged roar summoned a fierce gust of wind, swirling the dust upon the ground. The towering trees behind began to bend under the force. Chiba, compelled to shield his face, was somewhat relieved that this creature, Shoha, was composed of compacted earth, thus devoid of any foul breath. Otherwise, the sheer volume of its roar would have drenched Chiba entirely in saliva. Shaking his head, Chiba retorted, I do not believe you. For you lack the capacity? You insolent fool. You infuriate me. Shoha emitted a piercing roar that echoed across the heavens. Without hesitation, it lifted its massive foot, akin to a small mountain, and brought it crashing down towards Chiba. In a flash, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, retreating 20 meters, wisely opting not to confront the blow head-on. Even though Chiba's fists were formidable, strategy was paramount in battle. Recklessness was not an option. The ground trembled as Shoha's foot struck with tremendous force. Wind release, air bullet. Without a moment's pause, it struck its belly, unleashing a swirling vortex of wind the size of a tree trunk towards Chiba. The gust sliced through countless trees in its path, carving a straight chasm into the earth. Yet, Chiba, having activated the Flying Thunder God, effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Curse you, you slippery creature, like an eel. I refuse to be thwarted. Shoha roared in frustration. This time, it opened its enormous mouth and inhaled deeply, drawing in a massive surge of air. Wind release, sand scatterbomb. With its limbs sprawled against the ground, Shoha unleashed a torrent of sand projectiles, each the size of a basketball, erupting from its mouth like bullets from a machine gun, relentlessly assaulting Chiba. Chiba could only rely on the Flying Thunder God to dodge the barrage. Such a potent attack rendered ice techniques ineffective for defense. Escape through the Flying Thunder God was the most prudent strategy. The air resonated with thunderous explosions as the sand projectiles struck the earth and hills, creating widespread devastation. Before long, the towering hill behind Chiba had been reduced to a honeycomb of craters, smoke billowing from the destruction. Exhausted, Shoha finally ceased its relentless assault, panting heavily, its raccoon-like visage marred by frustration. However, Chiba remained undeterred. The minuscule chakra expended by using the Flying Thunder God was inconsequential for him. He exhibited no signs of fatigue or discomfort. He seized the opportunity when Shoha was momentarily unguarded and sprinted towards him with fervor. Whoosh! He leaped onto a sturdy tree trunk, using its height to propel himself skyward, descending rapidly towards Shoha. Shoha, take this punch. Shenya's fist coiled with latent energy, ready to unleash its force. You're merely courting death. Shoha scoffed, his colossal palm swinging upward to grasp Chinya in midair. Soft fist explosion. Boom. The radiant light of Chinya's fist collided with Shoha's hand. In an explosive burst, Shoha's massive palm shattered, sending sand and debris flying in all directions. Undeterred, Chinya's fist continued its descent, cleaving through Shoha's enormous arm, severing it cleanly in two. How painful! The severed sandy limb crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, accompanied by Shoha's piercing, anguished wail. In that fleeting moment, Shoha comprehended the magnitude of Chinya's terror and dared not underestimate him further, fearing another onslaught. As Chinya's feet touched the ground, Shoha slapped his chest fiercely, launching a counterattack. The sand on his chest writhed violently, forming numerous sand-like projectiles. In the next instant, bullets of hardened sand erupted from Shoha's chest, bombarding Chinya. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sand bullets struck the earth, creating deep craters several meters in depth. Chinya, recognizing the peril, did not dare to underestimate Shoha, a tailed beast. He swiftly retreated. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from his position, reappearing 10 meters away. As the sand bullets rained down again, Chinya nimbly evaded them with agile movements. Shoha, are you satisfied with my punch? Chinya proclaimed, leaping atop a large boulder, gazing at Shoha with a smirk. Don't get too cocky. That was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Shoha gasped heavily. Despite his body being composed of sand, he still felt pain from Chinya's assault. Most critically, his left arm was severed, making regeneration impossible in the short term. This meant he would be at a significant disadvantage in combat against Chinya. That kid, Hinata Chinya. Is he truly a monster? Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Akato hurried towards the center. As she leaped atop the treetops, she observed the unfolding battle through her binoculars. Although she could not discern the entirety of the conflict, she distinctly witnessed the moment when Chinya soared into the air and severed Shoha's left arm. Previously, I had only heard from Zairong about a remarkably powerful individual under her command. At that time, Hongdo was somewhat skeptical, dismissing it as mere bravado. However, in retrospect, Zairong's words were indeed understated. Qianye's prowess transcended mere strength. It was akin to a monstrous aberration. He was capable of battling tailed beasts single-handedly, with a decisive strike. He vanquished Shikaku, leaving Gaara in a state of trepidation. Kanjiro and Temari had already retreated to a place of safety, concealed within the thick foliage of a grand tree. Observing the clash between Qianye and Shikaku, Temari swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Hey, Kanjiro, do you think Hinata Qianye could actually defeat Shikaku?" Kanjiro's face turned pale, and with a sense of resignation, he replied, "Given the current circumstances, it is certainly within the realm of possibility. I can't help but wonder if there's a monster residing within Hinata Qianye's very being." Previously, he had heard from Master Maki that Konoha possessed the Nine Tails. Could it be that the Nine Tails was sealed within Hinata Qianye? Temari's eyes brightened, as if the revelation clarified why Qianye possessed such astonishing strength. "I concur with your assessment. Kanjiro, you truly are insightful." With the appearance of the colossal Shikaku, other competitors in the examination were hastily making their way toward the heart of the Forest of Death. They were not there to engage in combat, but rather to satisfy their curiosity about the individual daring to confront such a formidable creature. In the vicinity of Inuzuka Chiba, Hinata, and Naruto, the trio had also found a suitable vantage point to observe the spectacle. They were perched atop a hill, their heads barely visible, ensuring their safety. Hinata's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Qianye is holding his ground against that monster." Chiba nodded, seemingly unfazed. "Rest assured, Hinata, Qianye will be fine. As far as I remember, there's nothing he can't handle." Sakura scoffed, retorting, "What an exaggeration. That monster is Shikaku, the one-tail of Sunagakure. Don't assume that just because Qianye can damage one of Shikaku's arms, he can defeat it." As an academic achiever, she had some understanding of the tailed beasts and had at least seen images of Shikaku in her studies. Her words elicited displeasure from Chiba and Hinata, who were averse to any disparagement of Qianye. Hinata opened her mouth, hesitated, and ultimately chose not to speak. She was aware of her inability to argue effectively against Sakura. However, Chiba was undeterred by such reservations. Casting a sidelong glance at Sakura, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Sakura, just watch closely. When Qianye defeats Shikaku, I hope you retain this confidence." Wind release, sand bullet. The three-legged Shoha crouched low to the ground, launching yet another round of attacks. Once again, it employed its previous tactic, expelling sandballs the size of basketballs from its mouth with a swift hiss. Boom, boom. Chiba deftly dodged to the left and right, the explosions reverberating around him. Yet, not a single sandball struck him. With the aid of his Byakugan and the Flying Thunder God technique for mobility, Shoha's feeble attempts at assault proved utterly futile. "Shoha, still relying on the same old tricks. Don't you possess any other techniques?" Chiba taunted, even as he retreated. Indeed. Shoha's fury was ignited. As the barrage of sand bullets came to an end, he unleashed an enraged roar towards Chiba. "Damn you, little brat. Don't get too cocky. I'll take you down in no time." Sliding back, Shoha abruptly lifted his head, opening his mouth wide. A tumultuous swirl of red and black chakra rapidly coalesced at his lips, transforming into a small black orb that spun incessantly. As Shoha released more chakra, the orb's size grew swiftly, soon matching the dimensions of his mouth. "This fellow possesses some skill after all," Chiba mused, realizing that Shoha's earlier assault was not as futile as it seemed. Firstly, Shoha understood that Chiba's punches were extraordinarily formidable. Thus, he had no intention of engaging Chiba in close combat. Instead, through a relentless onslaught of sand bullets, he aimed to force Chiba away, creating distance between them. This strategy was intended to afford him the opportunity to gather the tailed beast bomb and unleash his most powerful strike. However, Shoha made one critical misjudgment. Regardless of where he roamed, Chiba had a habit of leaving behind a Flying Thunder God mark. Just moments before approaching Shoha, he had already placed a mark on the large tree from which he had leapt. That tree remained largely intact, the mark still present. Whoosh! Chiba vanished from his spot, reappearing atop the tree's branches. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique directly at Shoha's face. "Curse you!" Shoha bellowed, realizing the imminent danger. He hastily raised his remaining hand, attempting to swat the kunai from the air. Yet, just as his massive palm was about to make contact with the kunai, whoosh! Chiba vanished from the tree, reappearing midair, and unleashed a powerful punch towards Shoha's enormous hand. Gentle fist explosion. Bang! The impact of his fist collided fiercely with Shoha's colossal palm. In an instant, Shoha's palm erupted, causing him to scream in agony as his massive frame trembled. Yet, Chiba's onslaught showed no signs of abating. As he unleashed his fist, a solid ice mirror had already formed beneath his feet. Utilizing the force of the ice mirror, Chiba surged forward, aiming directly at Shoha's head. Huh! A resounding shout echoed. The residual force of Chiba's soft fist crashed heavily upon Shoha's jaw, even though half of the power had been dissipated upon shattering Shoha's enormous hand. The remaining force struck Shoha's jaw with devastating impact, inevitably fracturing half of his skull. The cry that erupted from Shoha's belly was piercing and harrowing. The once cunning eyes of the raccoon-like creature now reflected sheer terror. He dared not engage Chiba any further, hastily retreating into the seal within Gaara's body. "You scoundrel, Gaara! How dare you summon such a monstrous brat to battle? I shall hold you accountable for this." His voice gradually diminished, ultimately fading away. Following this, Shoha's colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, akin to a great mountain suddenly crumbling, burying a vast expanse beneath it. At that moment, the slumbering Gaara awakened. Feeling utterly feeble, devoid of the strength to even move, he could only gaze in horror at Chiba, who approached him slowly from a distance. "What kind of monster are you? Stay away." Panic enveloped Gaara completely, despite having just slipped into slumber. He had witnessed Shoha's struggle for dominance during the battle and had come to fully comprehend Chiba's terror. Gaara, like Shoha, began to feel a profound dread towards Chiba. This was the first time he had experienced such fear since the death of Yashimaru, albeit now stemming from a primal fear of death. Whereas his earlier fear had been rooted in the loss of loved ones and companions. As Sarutobi Hizashi and the Anbu arrived, Chiba continued to advance inexorably. A smile graced his lips as he regarded Gaara with a calm demeanor, remarking softly, "Fear, primal terror, this must feel rather alien to you." Gaara was indeed terrified, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. To him, Chiba's smile appeared as the grotesque visage of a Grim Reaper. Chiba slightly bent down, seizing Gaara by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. "Remember this sensation, this feeling of dread. It is the same emotion that arises in others when you thoughtlessly strip away their lives. Gaara, your happiness need not be built upon the suffering of others. Cherish those who treat you well." "Gaara!" From afar, Temari shouted, rushing towards him recklessly, dragging her body with all her might. Chiba chose not to end Gaara's life, not out of mercy, but rather due to the lack of necessity. His punishment had been sufficient. Chiba had already cast a deep shadow over Gaara's psyche. With a casual flick of his wrist, Gaara was flung away by Chiba. Thud! Gaara fell heavily to the ground. Struggling against his immobilized body, his near-unconscious mind fixated on Chiba. Why does he not kill me? The opportunity was so ripe. Cherish those who treat me well? What does that mean? A multitude of questions surged within Gaara's heart. Turning his gaze to the approaching Temari, who was racing forward without regard for herself, and to Kankuro, who was coughing blood with fractured ribs yet still managing to walk, Gaara began to grasp something profound. So, it was indeed about them. Hinata and Chiba were referring to such bonds that he had only ever envied. Could he truly possess them? Perhaps he had always held them, only to overlook their existence. "Gaara, are you all right?" Temari reached him, casting a bewildered glance at Chiba before rushing to inquire. "I'm fine, Temari," Gaara weakly replied. "You two talk. I'll take my leave." Chiba nodded at Temari and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Chiba vanished, reappearing beside Hinata. "Wonderful. Chiba, you've defeated that terrifying monster," Hinata exclaimed, her Byakugan activated, immediately sensing Chiba's presence. Overcome with excitement, she opened her arms and leaped towards him. This was indeed anticipated. Chiba chuckled, embracing Hinata warmly. This little girl finally responded positively, willingly throwing herself into his arms. It seemed his efforts over the past few days had borne fruit. Of course, it was to be expected, Inuzuka Kiba nodded. He then cast a scornful glance at Sakura, saying, "Some people were so certain that Chiba could never defeat Shikaku. Doesn't this seem like a slap in the face? Humph, what is so impressive about it?" Sakura crossed her arms, her expression one of indignation. Naruto exclaimed, "Chiba, you're incredible! You managed to defeat such a colossal foe." Before Chiba could respond, a figure clad in a light yellow cloak rushed forth from the thicket. Hinata Chiba. The voice belonged to a woman. Everyone turned to see Mitarashi Anko. Isn't she the proctor for the second exam? What brings her here?" Kiba questioned. Naruto scratched his head, pondering that he must have been drawn here by that formidable creature. At the foot of the slope, Akamichi hurried towards Chiba, her eyes widening in astonishment as she surveyed the crowd. Clearly, she had not anticipated the presence of so many new Konoha genin participating in the Chunin exams. At that moment, Hinata was still nestled in Chiba's embrace. Realizing her situation, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily extricated herself from his hold. Chiba gently ruffled Hinata's hair before turning to Akamichi and inquiring, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Akamichi pouted, retorting, "How can you even ask me that? What on earth happened? Why were you battling Shikaku?" With a sigh of resignation, Chiba gestured towards Gaara, who was being assisted away by Temari a few dozen meters away. What else could it be? We ran into trouble. Among the participants in the Chunin exams was the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, and we had a conflict. I merely forced Shikaka back into its seal. Akamichi's lips twitched in disbelief. This rascal had managed to downplay the fact that he had repelled Shikaku. She had observed their battle through a telescope as they traveled, and she had witnessed the ferocity of Chiba and Shikaku's confrontation. Her inquiry stemmed from her disbelief. It felt as though she were dreaming. How could one person shatter Shikaku with just a few strikes? Naruto quickly interjected to support Chiba. "Teacher, Chiba isn't lying. We all saw it with our own eyes." Inuzuka Kiba chimed in, "That's right. We were all present to witness it." Akamichi felt a wave of frustration. She thought to herself that she was already aware of this. What she truly wished to understand was the nature of this Hyuga Chiba, and how he possessed such extraordinary strength. Before she could voice her questions, a flurry of dark figures darted through the trees towards them. Akamichi glanced back and instinctively remarked, "Has the Umbu arrived already? They are remarkably swift. Even the third Hokage is here." Indeed. Among those shadows was an elderly man clad in a white robe and wearing the Hokage hat, who was being escorted by others as they approached. "Akamichi, what is going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen halted before Chiba and the others, a frown creasing his brow. He had only grasped the general outline of the previous battle. "Third Hokage." Akamichi replied, "I apologize, but the crisis should be considered averted. Shikaku has been defeated." Sarutobi nodded, awaiting further clarification. Akamichi continued, "The one who defeated Shikaku is this genin named Hyuga Chiba, who is also a participant in the Chunin exams." "Chiba?" Sarutobi's expression shifted in surprise as he turned his gaze towards Chiba. He recognized Chiba, as he was a prodigy tied with Sasuke for the top rank in their class. However, Chiba had seldom visited the Hokage office for task assignments. Each time, it was entrusted to the likes of Yuhi Kurenai, allowing him to evade responsibility. As their encounters dwindled, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the busy Hokage, gradually began to forget about Chiba. He had heard from Akamichi that Chiba possessed formidable strength, yet he paid little heed, regarding Chiba merely as a gifted individual worthy of cultivation. "Chiba, did you single-handedly defeat Shikaku?" Sarutobi stepped forward, grasping Chiba's hand, his voice quivering with emotion. "Yes, Lord Third." Chiba nodded, momentarily taken aback by the sudden warmth from Sarutobi. "Excellent. Ha ha ha." Sarutobi laughed heartily, gazing at Chiba as if he were a cherished treasure, which only heightened Chiba's discomfort. He withdrew his arm from Sarutobi's wrinkled hand, waving it dismissively. "Lord Third, please, I am not inclined towards such affections." "What?" Sarutobi was momentarily stunned. The others around them were equally bewildered, never expecting Chiba to make such a jest at that moment. Realizing his own indiscretion, Sarutobi cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Well then, Kurenai, quickly take a few people and intercept Gaara's Jinchuriki. We must seek clarification from Sunagakure regarding this matter." Kurenai nodded. "Understood, Lord Third." She beckoned to several Umbu and led them in pursuit of Gaara and his entourage. At that moment, Chiba sensed pairs of eyes lurking among the nearby thickets, undoubtedly the competitors participating in the Chunin exams. Sarutobi noticed as well, but he paid it no mind. Addressing Chiba and the other Konoha genin, "You all have worked hard. How did the exams go?" Naruto shook his head. "Lord Third, we encountered many dangers. Just yesterday, we were pursued by a serpent-like creature, and Sasuke even got bitten." "What?" Sarutobi exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing the mention of a serpent, he instinctively thought of Orochimaru. Could it truly be Orochimaru who had come? He murmured to himself, then called to Chiba's group, "You young ones, come with me. Tell me in detail about the events of the past 2 days." Chiba, finding no reason to resist, followed Sarutobi. The others said nothing further. Subsequently, Chiba and his companions recounted their encounter with Orochimaru, the pursuit by 20 Konoha ninjas, and today's encounter with Shikaku, revealing everything to Sarutobi. Initially, Chiba had intended to discuss the matter of the 20 ninjas with Kurenai first. However, with Saratobi present, there was no longer any need for concealment. Let us speak candidly, for it is far more expedient. Indeed, Saratobi Hiruzen has come to understand that Chiba has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which astonished him greatly. He even took Chiba aside to inquire whether the mysterious villager who had appeared during Naruto's theft of the sealing scroll was, in fact, Chiba himself. Chiba did not withhold the truth. He candidly acknowledged it. This was not a matter of Chiba being reckless and revealing such information. The mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was witnessed by many and, therefore, could not be concealed. Moreover, Chiba's current prowess was formidable enough that he had no fear of Saratobi Hiruzen taking punitive action against him. Furthermore, Chiba believed that Hiruzen would not confine him or subject him to interrogation simply for having acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, Hiruzen did not dismiss the idea of others learning such a formidable ninjutsu. However, he was rather possessive and would only allow those loyal to him to learn it. Given Chiba's display of exceptional strength, which surpassed Hiruzen's own, the latter would likely seek to ally with Chiba, binding him to his side. Rather than behaving as foolishly as Danzo, who would resort to assassination at the slightest disobedience. It is evident why Hiruzen became Hokage while Danzo, despite his scheming for years, could never attain such a position. In terms of perspective and foresight, Danzo was consistently outmaneuvered by Hiruzen. The facts have proven that Chiba's assessments were entirely accurate. Hiruzen, with a gentle and benevolent smile, inquired, "Chiba, I did not expect you to have endured so much these past few days. Are you unscathed?" Chiba shook his head, responding, "No, Lord Third. Are you not angry with me for stealing the Flying Thunder God technique?" Hiruzen shook his head in return, stating, "How could I be? I was indeed quite upset about the theft of the technique, initially fearing it might have been a spy from another village pilfering our important ninjutsu. Now that I know you have acquired it, and have quietly grown to this extent, I, as your third Hokage, bear no ill will towards you." With a sigh, he continued, "Alas, since Minato's departure, it has been over a decade since anyone has mastered this technique. Your success in learning it signifies the continuation of the second Hokage's legacy." Chiba offered a smile, refraining from further comment or judgment, as he was uncertain of the sincerity behind Hiruzen's words or whether they were merely a means to foster camaraderie. "Chiba, strive diligently and grow swiftly. Once the Chunin exams are concluded, I shall consider whether to assign you to the Umbu or to transfer you to another significant department. Talents like you are indeed rare. Perhaps one day you might even assume the mantle of Hokage, ha ha ha." Saratobi Hiruzen patted Chiba on the shoulder, offering words that felt both encouraging and promotional. Afterward, he walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, heading off to assign duties to the Umbu personnel. "You three, go dig up the bodies of those ninjas who ambushed Chiba and bring them back for information verification." "Yes, Lord Third." Chiba quietly watched Saratobi Hiruzen depart, remaining silent. On the surface, the old man seemed quite amiable toward him, having neither pursued the matter of Chiba stealing the sealing scroll nor hesitated to hint at promotion. However, Chiba understood that the majority of Hiruzen's motivations stemmed from a desire to win him over. "Me, take on the role of Hokage? I have no interest in that for the time being." Sighing, Chiba made his way toward Hinata and the others. Strictly speaking, what Saratobi Hiruzen had just said was perhaps devoid of substance. Chiba knew that Konoha was about to face formidable invaders, and it was likely that Hiruzen would be killed by his own apprentice. Thus, the notion of Chiba joining the Umbu seemed even less feasible. "Chiba-kun, what did Lord Third say to you?" Hinata inquired as she jogged up to him. Chiba instinctively ruffled Hinata's hair and smiled. "Nothing much. Lord Third said we should proceed with the exam. How about we leave here now?" As he spoke, Chiba's gaze grew profound, directed toward a thicket behind them. In that place, several pairs of eyes were still quietly observing. Those were the ninjas participating in the Chunin exam, some of whom were still watching the spectacle unfold. "Kiba," Chiba called out. "Received." Kiba grinned. His keen nose had already sensed the presence of others concealed in the foliage. Soon after, Chiba's trio dashed toward the direction of the thicket. They still needed to retrieve the scrolls. Those onlookers could serve as a distraction. 67. Enter the central tower. Replicate the body flicker technique. "Oh no, those people are charging at us. Run. What are you afraid of? This is the Chunin exam. Even if they are Konoha ninjas, the Umbu won't intervene." The individuals concealed in the thicket also noticed the commotion. Some chose to flee, while others prepared to fight. Inazuka Fawn. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Chiba never even had the chance to intervene. Inazuka Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, unleashed the toxic dragon drill, incapacitating one of the attackers on the spot. The remaining two were within Hinata's range of the 8 trigrams palms. A flurry of gentle fists erupted, accompanied by Hinata's spirited shout. The two assailants were quickly knocked unconscious. "Let me see what scrolls they possess," Chiba remarked with a faint smile, glancing at the trio. They bore the forehead protectors of the hot water village. Clearly 3 inexperienced youths. After the trio meticulously searched, they finally discovered a scroll of the earth. Chiba raised the scroll and exclaimed, "Found it. How wonderful." Both Inazuka Kiba and Hinata were elated, rushing over to celebrate with a high five. "Naruto, you all will have to manage on your own. We shall proceed directly towards the central tower." Waving goodbye to Naruto, Chiba, accompanied by Hinata and Kiba, swiftly departed from the area. "Oh right. I haven't utilized today's 2 copying opportunities," Chiba suddenly remembered and promptly activated the system's copying function. "Congratulations, you have acquired a small amount of the Nara clan's bloodline power." Congratulations, the copying of the Nara clan's bloodline power has been completed. Following the 2 instances of copying, Chiba successfully mastered the Nara bloodline. However, upon assessing his body, he felt no significant changes. Regarding the usage of the shadow imitation technique, Chiba found himself utterly bewildered. Could it be that I copied a counterfeit? Surely there should be some form of intelligence enhancement. System, how do I utilize the shadow imitation? Ding. The shadow imitation differs from ice release. It requires mastering the unique hand seals of the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Oh, I see. Chiba realized that acquiring the hand seals for the shadow imitation technique would not be overly difficult. He planned to inquire with Shikamaru later, confident that he would not be stingy with information. The trio continued on their path, and soon encountered Gaara and Temari, who were surrounded by a group of Konoha's Umbu, making their way back towards the outskirts of the forest. This, perhaps, was a fortunate turn of events for Temari and the others, as both Kankuro and Gaara had been rendered incapable of further combat. The Umbu's assistance would not only escort them away but also aid in their recovery. Upon spotting Chiba and his companions, a complex expression flickered in Temari's eyes. She entrusted the unconscious Gaara to an Umbu, issuing a few instructions before sprinting towards Chiba. "Chiba-kun, thank you." Chiba looked at her quizzically and asked, "For what exactly?" Temari offered a bittersweet smile. "Don't misunderstand. It's not for you defeating us. I'm not that petty. I genuinely appreciate your mercy in not dealing a fatal blow to us." "Ah, I see." Chiba waved dismissively. "It's nothing, really. You don't need to thank me. In truth, I have a rather favorable impression of the 3 of you. Please convey to Kankuro and Gaara not to act overly arrogant in my presence. Otherwise, I may have to teach them a lesson." Temari was taken aback, puzzled by his words. However, she interpreted Chiba's sentiment as a good-natured one. "Chiba-kun, can I take that to mean you have some interest in me?" A blush crept onto her cheeks as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Chiba found himself momentarily speechless. If that's how you choose to interpret it, I suppose it's acceptable. Let us go, Hinata, Kiba." With that, Chiba led the 2 of them forward, sprinting away into the distance. Handing over, Shumaru gazed longingly at Chiba's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Had he just implicitly accepted her unspoken confession? "Hey, Shumaru-san, it's time to go," urged a member of the Umbu. "Understood. I'm coming," she replied. The trio leaped over the forest tree trunks with agility. Inazuka Kiba turned to Chiba, teasingly inquired, "Chiba, have you been flirting with the girls again? Surely you should afford some opportunities to the rest of us fellows." Chiba waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I was merely jesting. My interest lies solely with Hinata." Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Any lingering feelings of jealousy evaporated instantaneously. Chiba then turned to Kiba and remarked, "Kiba, if you aspire to pursue a girl, you ought to first address the canine odor that clings to you. Otherwise, no girl would wish to come near you." "What? It's not as bad as you make it sound," Kiba retorted, somewhat insecurely sniffing his sleeve. "What woof?" Akamaru barked at Chiba, expressing his discontent. The trio continued on their path, too weary to even consider lunch. Their journey progressed smoothly, and they finally arrived at the periphery of the central tower by dusk. One cannot help but note the vast expanse of this deathly forest. Chiba's group was not among the first to arrive. Several others had already reached the destination ahead of them. For instance, the trio from the Sound Village, Tosu, Saku, and Kin. Strangely, they had not undertaken the mission assigned by Orochimaru to hunt down Sasuke, as depicted in the original narrative. There was also the rough-browed trio, Niji, Lee, and Tintin. Additionally, two other groups of ninjas from nearby villages, whom Chiba did not recognize, were also present, identifiable by their headbands. Chiba, over here. Niji, with keen eyesight, quickly spotted Chiba and waved enthusiastically. We're here. Niji, Tintin, Lee, Chiba responded with a wave. The group congregated and engaged in light conversation, sharing tales of their battles within the woods. It was then that Chiba learned that Niji's team had actually been among the first to arrive. They had reached the location 2 days prior. This meant they obtained their scrolls on the first day and arrived at the central tower the following day. Under Lee's enthusiastic guidance, they proceeded to the dining hall for dinner before being assigned accommodations by the ninja in charge of lodging. Before long, 2 to 3 days had elapsed. The 7-day limit for the second exam had arrived. Only 7 teams succeeded in passing the second examination. While most others had perished within the forest, their chances of emergence extinguished. There were also individuals like Gaara's team, who were severely injured and hospitalized, unable to participate in the competition. Inside the first floor of the central tower, in a spacious hall, a ninja clad in a green vest and adorned with a black scarf wrapped around his head surveyed the surroundings while elucidating the rules for the upcoming assessment. Occasionally, he coughed discreetly into his hand, exuding an air of frailty, reminiscent of the moonlit swift winds. Esteemed participants, congratulations to all who have successfully passed the second round of assessments. If you continue to excel in the subsequent 2 evaluations, you shall officially ascend to the rank of a true nin. The third assessment commences now, conducted through a draw where participants will face off in pairs. The victors shall advance to the next round, while those who falter will forfeit their eligibility for the nin promotion. On the second floor above the hall, a multitude of ninjas stood behind a railing, quietly absorbing the rules of the assessment. Among them was Chiba, who initiated a replication technique aimed at the moonlit swift winds. Ding! Congratulations, you have collected a sample of the Moonlight Clan's bloodline limit. Congratulations, you have acquired a fraction of the Moonlight Clan's bloodline power. The moonlit swift winds excelled in the technique of invisibility, a bloodline limit of the Moonlight Clan that allowed the body to enter a state of invisibility, making it exceptionally suited for ambushes and surprise attacks. However, as the only heir of the moonlit swift winds, this technique would fade into obscurity upon his demise in the original narrative. 68. In a transaction with Shikamaru, the third assessment concludes. Now, may the third Hokage draw the first group of participants. The moonlit swift winds coughed discreetly and gestured towards a high platform on the second floor. The crowd turned their attention to the platform, where Sarutobi Hiruzen, donning the Hokage hat, nodded in acknowledgement. He then pressed a remote button. A screen suspended above the second floor began to display names in rapid succession until it finally settled on the participants. Rock Lee. Lee, let us see your performance, exclaimed Mike Guy, giving a thumbs up. Understood, Teacher Guy? Lee saluted, his white teeth gleaming as he leaped directly over the railing to confront his opponent. Sakurak Lee offered no further words, jumping down from the second floor to face Lee. Their rivalry had already been established during the first assessment, though they had yet to engage in a formal duel. Chiba scanned the surroundings and made his way towards the Ino-Shikacho trio nearby. Hey, Chiba-kun, are you here to watch me? Ino, spotting Chiba from a distance, rushed over and wrapped her arms around one of his, playfully nudging him with her newly developed softness. Chiba felt a surge of delight but shook his head, replying, Ino, I'm here to find Shikamaru. What? Can't you at least tease me a little? That would make me happy, Ino pouted, feigning distress, yet her playful nudging did not cease. Oh, Chiba, good to see you, Asuma greeted with a smile. Recently, he has been pursuing Sunset Red, often mentioning Chiba in conversation. Hello, Teacher Asuma, Chiba responded politely. Shikamaru, cradling the back of his head, asked with mild surprise, Chiba, what brings you to me? Although Chiba was once an exemplary student, he was not as aloof as Sasuke. However, the interactions between him and Shikamaru were limited, so they were not particularly close. What else could it be but a desire to learn the Nara clan's shadow jutsu hand signs? Yet, in front of so many people, Chiba refrained from being direct. Shikamaru, I have something to ask of you. Could you come with me for a moment? Sure. Shikamaru nodded after a brief hesitation. Chiba playfully nudged Ino's forehead. Ino, could you please stop taking liberties with me? It's rather inappropriate. It's only because I like you, Ino pouted. Chiba felt a wave of frustration, and the others nearby were equally speechless. Nevertheless, they were somewhat accustomed to Ino's bold personality, so it did not come as a shock. After finally extricating himself from Ino, Chiba led Shikamaru to a secluded corner of the staircase. What is going on, Chiba? You seem awfully mysterious, Shikamaru inquired. Chiba smiled, pulling out a large bundle of scrolls and thrusting them into Shikamaru's arms. I wish to make a trade with you. Shikamaru, taken aback, sat down on the stairs and began examining the scrolls laid out before him. There were scrolls for water style, water surge, earth style, earth split, and wind style, wind cutter, 4 types of jutsu training scrolls, each possessing 2 or more scrolls for various attributes. Most of these scrolls had been obtained from root ninjas and other shinobi during past missions. What do you want in return for these? Chiba asked. It's simple. I need you to tell me the hand signs for the Nara clan shadow jutsu. Shikamaru, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Chiba was not a member of the Nara clan. What use would the hand signs be to him? He did not immediately agree and, with suspicion, asked, What do you need the hand signs for? Chiba replied candidly, to train, of course. Do you believe that I can master the Nara clan shadow jutsu? Shikamaru shook his head with a chuckle. Impossible, don't joke around. Chiba rummaged behind him and suddenly produced an oversized backpack, presenting it to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, if you share the hand signs with me, I assure you I will not disclose any information to outsiders. This bag contains 10 million ryo, all for you. Scrolls might not tempt him, but surely money would. Based on Chiba's observations, the Nara and Akimichi clans were not particularly affluent families. Indeed, when Shikamaru unzipped the backpack, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a substantial sum of money, coupled with those ninjutsu scrolls, would undoubtedly stir one's heart. With Chiba's assurance, Shikamaru felt even more at ease. All right, it's a deal, he agreed. Chiba promptly provided a notebook and a pen, indicating he should begin writing immediately. Without hesitation, Shikamaru recorded several of the most commonly used ninjutsu techniques, including the shadow imitation technique, shadow sewing technique, and shadow strangulation technique. Handing the notebook back to Chiba, he cautioned, Chiba, make sure my father never learns of this. He has warned me countless times that these things must remain confidential. Rest assured, it won't come to that. Chiba replied, patting Shikamaru on the shoulder. The two then returned to their original position, with Shikamaru now burdened by a bulging backpack, while Ino and Choji buzzed with inquiries beside them. Chiba's smile deepened, for although he would not rely on these shadow techniques as a trump card, each ninjutsu possesses its uniqueness, and when utilized effectively, can yield surprising results. The third examination proved rather dull. Chiba scarcely paid attention. A glance around revealed no sign of Orochimaru, likely having retreated to recover after sustaining injuries. In the first round, Lee was initially suppressed by Sakura, whose wave attacks were particularly challenging. However, once Lee activated the 8 gates, Sakura found herself unable to retaliate. In the subsequent match, Chiba faced Inuzuka Kiba, who promptly conceded. The remaining competitors advancing included Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Neji Hyuga, Toshi, and Kodo. In total, 8 individuals progressed, 6 of whom hailed from Konoha. Originally, characters like Gaara and Temari were expected to advance without issue, but alas, both Gaara and Kankuro were incapacitated by Chiba, forcing Temari to withdraw as well. Thus, the final outcome evolved into this. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the railing, waving his hand. Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. The third examination officially concludes here. We shall look forward to the fourth examination, where we can witness the prowess of this new generation of ninjas. After Hiruzen's address, Moonlight Gale stepped forward to announce the rules for the upcoming examination. The fourth round would take place 2 weeks hence, allowing participants, many of whom bore injuries, time for recuperation and training to enhance their abilities. As Hiruzen concluded his speech, the competitors and their respective instructors dispersed. In truth, the Chunin exams encompass far more than a mere test. The annual CHNIN exams, hosted by various hidden villages, invite participation from ninjas of neighboring settlements. And the underlying reason is none other than profit. The great ninja villages leverage their renown, alongside meticulously structured evaluation systems and venues, to attract ninjas from smaller villages to compete. The primary objective is to stimulate local consumption. Whenever the CHNIN exams are announced, it is widely known that the final showdown will be open to the public. This means that during the climactic battle, spectator seating is arranged, with ticket prices set quite high. The allure of witnessing ninja confrontations is undeniably potent for the general populace, drawing affluent merchants and wealthy individuals to the village to partake in local commerce. As for the ninjas from surrounding small villages, why do they willingly accept the role of mere tools for exploitation? In their own villages, they can attain recognition in the CHNIN evaluations by simply reporting their results. One reason is that some small villages possess ninjas but lack the infrastructure of a proper ninja village to support such a system. Another reason is their desire to utilize the platform of the great ninja villages to enhance their own reputations. If they can reach the finals, regardless of the outcome, merely making an appearance will ensure they are remembered by many. Come on, Chiba. Hinata tugged at Chiba's arm. All right, let's head home. Chiba nodded in agreement. Soon after, the trio followed the main group, making their way out of the forest of death. A 2-week interlude awaited them. Chiba could once again enjoy leisure time with Hinata while practicing together. Simultaneously, a plan began to quietly form in Chiba's mind regarding how to deal with Shimura Danzo. Danzo was not a benevolent figure, having already harbored intentions to eliminate Chiba. From this moment on, Chiba resolved not to let him off easily. However, he had no desire to recklessly confront the entirety of Root head-on, despite his lack of fear. Caution was advisable, as Chiba was backed by the Hyuga clan. Any misstep could jeopardize the entire clan. Thus, the matter of eliminating Danzo would have to wait until Orochimaru launched an assault on Konoha. Only when chaos enveloped the village would be the opportune moment to strike. 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. One afternoon, Chiba was suddenly alerted by the system's prompt. Ding. Temporary mission activated. Mission details. Rescue Moonlight Gale. Completion rewards. Double today's replication rewards. It had been quite some time since a system task had appeared, leaving Chiba momentarily bewildered. If memory served him correctly, Moonlight Gale's demise was the result of inadvertently overhearing a conversation between Kabuto and Maki. However, he was inadvertently discovered by the other party, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the Sand Village's Maki. The system has now issued a task, indicating that today marks the fateful day of Moonlight Gale. Upon opening the system panel, he noted that the number of times he had performed the technique of phasing, 2450, had reached 24. With today's rewards being doubled, he would achieve 22 instances. In just over 10 days, this ninjutsu would be within his grasp. Well, since he found himself with idle time, he might as well save Gale's life. Chiba murmured to himself, having made up his mind. In the southwestern region of the Leaf Village, on a gradually dimming road, a ninja clad in a green vest and wearing a scarf was walking slowly forward. From time to time, he would cough discreetly. He was none other than the sole heir of the phasing technique, Moonlight Gale. He had just completed a shift handover with his colleague, and this road was his essential route home. Yueying should have prepared dinner by now. He longed to return home as swiftly as possible. A warm smile graced his lips as he recalled her charming silhouette, just as he intended to leap onto the rooftops and hasten home. 2 figures unexpectedly emerged from a corner ahead, stealthily surveying their surroundings before slipping beneath a dim stone bridge. Gale recognized both individuals. One, wearing a cloth headband that obscured half his face and donned in the distinctive garb of the Sand Village, was none other than Maki, the leader of the Sand Village's elite ninjas. The other, adorned with the Leaf Village's ninja headband and sporting glasses, appeared quite youthful. It was Kabuto. As a longtime proctor, Gale had a vivid impression of Kabuto, who had repeatedly failed the Genin examinations, leaving a lasting mark on Gale's memory. What could possibly bring them together? Sensing something amiss, Moonlight Gale wasted no time in activating his phasing technique, rendering himself invisible as he stealthily followed them. Mr. Maki, everything should be prepared on the sand side, correct? Indeed. Everyone is already camped 10 kilometers outside the Leaf Village. Once the time is right, we shall launch a full-scale assault. However, you must ensure that the promises and rewards you offered are honored. Rest assured, Mr. Maki. Lord Orochimaru is known for his integrity. He will not go back on his word. Concealed behind a stone pillar, Gale absorbed these shocking revelations. A surge of astonishment coursed through him, causing him to involuntarily take a step back, only to inadvertently step on a twig. The faint crack echoed in the stillness. Though the sound was not overly loud, it reached the ears of both Kabuto and Maki. A glint of murderous intent flashed in their eyes as they both rushed toward the pillar. However, all they found were a line of footprints, with no trace of Gale remaining. I will go and eliminate him. This person must not be allowed to live. Maki's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he darted off in pursuit. On the other side, under the moonlight, the swift winds propelled him forward in a desperate dash. He knew that the most pressing matter was to convey the news to the third Hokage. Alas, He had not ventured far before being overtaken. On a rooftop, the two adversaries faced each other. "Examiner, you have heard things that were never meant for your ears," Maki remarked coldly. The swift wind slowly drew his katana, declaring, "You intend to attack Konoha? I shall not allow you to succeed." A sneer crept across Maki's face as he replied, "Regrettably, you are incapable. The dead cannot reveal the truth." With that, Maki lunged toward the swift winds. The swift winds did not retreat. He chose to confront his foe head-on, for his speed was outmatched, and only through battle could he grasp a sliver of hope. "Konoha style," he exclaimed, leaping into the air, unleashing a torrent of blade light aimed at Maki. Armed with a kunai, Maki deftly danced it before him, the sounds of clashing metal resonating in the air. Their movements were so rapid that after images flickered, the battle fierce and unrelenting. On the opposite side of the rooftop, a figure crouched behind the branches of a large tree, quietly observing the clash. This individual was Chiba. He had stealthily followed the swift winds since dawn, but had refrained from intervening. Why not intervene? Why not eliminate Maki directly? It was because Chiba was waiting for the moment when the swift winds would be severely weakened, allowing him to dash out and save him, thereby fulfilling his mission. The reason was simple. Chiba did not wish for the plans of Sunagakure and Otogakure to be disclosed to the third Hokage so prematurely. Firstly, he had no desire to alter the course of events. Secondly, he needed the chaos wrought by Orochimaru's assault on Konoha to eliminate Danzo. Without such turmoil, it would be exceedingly difficult to seize the opportunity to dispose of Danzo. Thus, he would wait until the swift winds could no longer speak, and then emerge to save him, even if just to complete the task. As for the remaining 2 days, the gravely injured swift winds would spin them in unconsciousness. Even if there was a chance for him to awaken, Chiba would administer a sedative to ensure he remained in slumber. On the rooftop, the battle between Maki and the swift winds raged on. After a fierce exchange, they momentarily separated, retreating a few steps from one another. The swift winds held his katana firmly, his expression one of vigilance. In stark contrast, Maki bore a mocking smile, as though the preceding skirmish had been effortless. "Enough of this. I have had my fun. Your Konoha style is commendable, but you are no match for me," Maki declared. With those words, he swiftly moved his hands. Wind release, wind slash. The hand seals completed, Maki's cheeks puffed, and he unleashed a powerful gust, sending debris swirling toward the swift winds, concealing sharp wind blades within. How formidable! The swift winds gasped, for his expertise lay solely in the art of stealth and swordsmanship. Faced with the oncoming wind blades, he could rely only on the katana in his grasp. The katana danced continuously, weaving an impenetrable veil of blades with the leaf flow sword technique. The gusts of wind, intermingled with the sound of tiles clashing, produced a cacophony of sharp noises against that blade illusion. However, it did not inflict any harm upon the moonlight gale behind it. Yet, Maki's assault was far from over. While Gale struggled to resist, Maki had stealthily maneuvered to his right side. "Examiner, you must perish today." A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as the kunai in his grasp was enveloped by a translucent blade of wind, swinging fiercely towards the moonlight Gale. With a sharp sound, Gale was unable to evade, and a long gash was carved into his chest. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his green vest. He let out a cry of anguish and collapsed to the side. To eradicate the roots of the threat, Maki understood that such an injury alone would not suffice to ensure Gale's demise, as information leakage was still a risk. With a swift motion, he charged forward again, wielding the wind blade to strike at Gale's throat. Ice release. However, this time, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. From the sidelines, Chiba sprang into action, leaping onto the rooftop and swinging his right hand forcefully. A gust of chakra surged forth, coalescing into a block of ice before Moonlight Gale. With a slicing sound, the sharp wind blade kunai effortlessly cleaved the thick ice in two. Yet, the fallen Moonlight Gale remained unscathed. "Who?" Maki seethed in rage, pivoting to glance aside. His only response was a kunai hurtling towards him. A cold smile crept across Maki's lips as he swung his wind blade. With a sharp crack, the incoming kunai was severed in midair. However, this was no ordinary kunai. It was a specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Chiba vanished only to reappear before Maki, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at him. "What?" Maki's face paled in shock, realizing the dire situation. The dim surroundings obscured Chiba's form, but through this close-range technique, he discerned it was indeed Chiba. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed his impending doom. Instinctively, he swung his wind blade in defense and retreated swiftly. Soft fist explosion. The golden glowing fist collided with the sharp wind blade. Unsurprisingly, the wind blade twisted and dissipated, while the kunai shattered into fragments. Maki's right arm was obliterated by the force of the punch, shattered bones mingling with flesh, creating a mist of blood in the air. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, allowing him to escape in time. His right arm lay in ruins, but he had narrowly avoided being struck down entirely. A chilling scream echoed through the air as Maki clutched his right shoulder, from which his arm had been severed, his eyes wide with terror as he awaited Chiba. His voice, sharp and twisted, trembled as he uttered, "You are Hinata Chiba?" "Indeed, I am," Chiba affirmed with a nod. "You bastard." Maki cursed vehemently before turning and fleeing without hesitation. He was no fool. Why linger here any longer? With each passing second, the peril to his life intensified. As for the potential leak of information, that was an unavoidable consequence. With a monster like Hinata Chiba capable of killing the likes of Tsukikage in a single blow present, there would be no further opportunity to eliminate him. "Chiba, hurry. Do not let him escape. He is from Sunagakure." As blood rapidly drained from his body, Tsukikage felt his temperature plummeting, his consciousness fading. The wound on his chest was grievously deep, exposing several fractured ribs. "There is no need to rush. I will ensure his demise," Chiba assured, crouching down to tend to Tsukikage's injury. Once he fell into unconsciousness, Chiba hoisted him up and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a whoosh, the two vanished from the rooftop. In the next moment, Chiba materialized in his own home, carrying Tsukikage. Maki was marked for death. Only with his demise could Chiba safeguard his plans from destruction. A strategy for pursuing him had already formed in Chiba's mind. He had previously inscribed Flying Thunder God markers in the vicinity of Maki's escape route, leaving no avenue for Maki to elude his grasp. With a swift motion, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He disappeared from his location, reappearing at a bustling intersection. Maki, in a desperate sprint, suddenly halted. His face a mask of terror as he gazed ahead. Chiba had blocked his escape. What do you want?" Maki stammered, his composure shattered. Chiba smiled faintly. "You are a seasoned jonin of Sunagakure. How is it that you were reduced to such incoherent babble? What else could I possibly want but your demise?" With that, he hurled a kunai. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet, Maki, his nerves taut, prepared in kind, launching his own kunai in response. Clink! The two kunai collided midair, deflecting off to the sides. In the instant Maki threw his weapon, he leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby building, attempting to seize the opportunity to flee. Futile. Once I have set my sights on you, death is your only fate. Chiba dashed across the rooftops with a speed surpassing Maki's, quickly closing the distance. In the blink of an eye, Chiba stood behind Maki. In a moment of sheer panic, Maki turned to face him, only to feel the force of Chiba's fist crashing into his back. No scream escaped his lips. Maki's body was obliterated, reduced to a gruesome puddle of flesh and blood, splattering across the rooftop. Without any hesitation, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Chiba vanished in an instant, only to reappear in his own home moments later. He entered the room where Moonlight Gale lay, flicking on the wall light to assess his injuries. The bleeding had ceased, and though his complexion was remarkably pale, it appeared that he would not suffer any serious consequences. A period of recuperation would suffice for recovery. However, to ensure he could slumber for an adequate duration, Chiba retrieved a pre-prepared syringe and administered a dose of anesthetic into his body. Given the substantial dosage, coupled with his injuries, he should remain in a deep sleep for 2 to 3 days without any issues. The following morning, a familiar voice echoed through the door of the Chiba residence, rapping insistently, "Chiba-kun, wake up." In the kitchen, Chiba's lips curled into a smile as he called out, "Come in, Hinata, the door is open." As she bounced into the room, Hinata's face radiated joy as she inquired, "Chiba-kun, are you making breakfast for me again?" Chiba nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Today I've prepared 6 bowls of noodles. That should be enough to fill your stomach." "Thank you, Chiba-kun," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as she defended herself. "But it's not that I can eat a lot. It's just that your noodles are simply too delicious." Observing Hinata's earnest attempt to salvage her image, Chiba found her utterly adorable. He instinctively reached out to pat her small head and reassured her, "Don't worry. Regardless of your appetite, I will always marry you in the future." Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, leaving her at a loss for words. Recently, Chiba-kun had taken to teasing her more frequently, yet she found herself delighted by it nonetheless. After breakfast, Chiba deviated from their usual routine of training and decided to allow Hinata some relaxation before the impending final assessment competition. There was no need for rigorous training at this juncture, as it would provide little benefit. Curious, Hinata asked, Chiba-kun, if we're not training, where shall we go? With an arm around her shoulder, Chiba suggested, let us take a stroll outside. Today is our special date. Hinata blushed once more. Yet she did not shy away or refuse. Burying her face in his chest, she nodded shyly in agreement. Thus, the two departed from the Hyuga clan grounds, wandering aimlessly. Due to the ongoing Chunin exams, Konoha was bustling with visitors, making every street feel crowded. Consequently, Chiba decided to take Hinata into the wilderness for a change of scenery. Of course, the excursion was merely for a breath of fresh air. He harbored no mischievous intentions of engaging in any outdoor training. Chiba-kun, look ahead. Isn't that Naruto? On the road, Hinata suddenly pointed ahead. Chihaya looked up and indeed saw Naruto approaching. Beside Naruto stood a tall man with long white hair cascading down his back. Dressed in a loose dark red kimono, and slung across his waist was a large scroll. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. At this moment, Naruto was with Jiraiya? It seemed he was persistently pestering Jiraiya to learn the summoning technique. Hey, Chihaya, Hinata. In the distance, Naruto spotted the two and waved. Calling out to them, Chihaya waved back, and soon the four of them gathered together. Jiraiya regarded Chihaya with a hint of surprise in his gaze. Although he had only recently returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, he had already gleaned some information regarding the events that transpired in the Forest of Death. Jiraiya mused to himself, is this the boy who defeated Orochimaru and single-handedly repelled the Guardian of the Crane? He certainly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Naruto pointed to Jiraiya and introduced, Chihaya, Hinata, this is the perverted sage. Upon hearing this, both Hinata and Jiraiya exchanged peculiar glances. Hinata was puzzled by the odd title, while Jiraiya vehemently opposed such a lewd moniker, roaring at Naruto, you brat. How many times must I tell you not to call me the perverted sage? Then, crossing his arms with an air of self-importance, Jiraiya struck what he believed to be a handsome pose and began a grandiose introduction. Indeed, I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya the Great. Everyone was left speechless. Chihaya felt utterly exasperated. Jiraiya's self-introduction was overly juvenile, rivaling the antics of Guy and Lee as youthful representatives. Hinata tugged at Chihaya's arm and whispered, Chihaya, so which one is actually his name? Naruto, unimpressed, picked his nose and said, Hey, perverted sage, can we stop wasting time and continue my training? Jiraiya fell flat on the ground. Despite his grand and elaborate self-introduction, none of the three children even acknowledged it. At the very least, a feigned enthusiastic cheer would have alleviated Jiraiya's embarrassment. The youth of today truly lacked decorum. Ultimately, Jiraiya could only awkwardly scratch his head and ask Chihaya, You must be Hyuga Chihaya, right? I've heard Naruto mention you frequently these past few days. Would you be interested in accompanying me for a stroll? Sure, Chihaya nodded in agreement. Although surprised that Jiraiya had extended an invitation to him, Chihaya did not refuse. Subsequently, the four of them began to walk leisurely ahead. In their casual conversation, Chihaya learned that at this point, Naruto had not yet fully mastered the summoning technique. In other words, he was still at the stage of summoning tadpoles. Yesterday, Jiraiya made Naruto fulfill all of his wishes, such as confessing to the girl he likes and indulging in his favorite foods. The purpose was to compel Naruto to realize some of his dreams and subsequently push him off a cliff, forcing him to learn to harness the Nine-Tails chakra and summon the Toad Gamabunta without any means of retreat. Just as he was about to continue, Jiraiya abruptly halted. Naruto, puzzled, inquired, What are we doing here, perverted sage? Without a word, Jiraiya raised his palm and pressed it against Naruto's chest, gently pushing him backward. Naruto was propelled through a dense thicket of trees and found himself suspended in midair, just beyond the cliff's edge. Naruto's face was a mask of terror as he flailed his limbs, ultimately plummeting downward. Just as Jiraiya had anticipated, in the midst of his descent, Naruto unlocked his potential, utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra to summon Gamabunta. However, Gamabunta was not cooperative, bouncing around and attempting to dislodge Naruto from his back. Will he really not die like this? Hinata gasped, covering her mouth. The heart-stopping scene was almost too much for her to bear. Not only her, but Chiba also felt a cold sweat for Naruto. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Do not fret, little ones. I have faith that Naruto will manage just fine. He then turned to Chiba with a serious expression, saying, Now, Chiba, let us have a serious discussion. Confused, Chiba asked, About what? Jiraiya replied, we shall discuss how you have cultivated your strength and, more importantly, what Orochimaru shared with you in the Forest of Death. As he observed Jiraiya's earnest demeanor, Chiba understood that Jiraiya was primarily concerned about Orochimaru. Given Chiba's current capabilities, any dealings with Orochimaru could undoubtedly pose a threat to Konoha. Ultimately, Jiraiya was still wary of Chiba and concerned for the village's safety. Chiba stated, "I did not discuss much with Orochimaru. He and 20 jonin from the route attempted to ambush me, but I turned the tables on them." As he spoke, Chiba activated his replication ability against Jiraiya, yielding no results. Reality proved that Jiraiya did not possess any bloodline power. Jiraiya was taken aback. The assault by Orochimaru and 20 jonin was casually dismissed by this young man. It seemed that the tale of him defeating Shikaku was largely true. Jiraiya couldn't help but ponder the odds of victory should he engage this boy in battle. At present, it appeared that he had no chance of winning. "You truly are a frightening little fellow," Jiraiya sighed softly. Chiba smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I only take action against those I dislike, and I hold you in high regard." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Little one, you possess quite the discerning eye." Chiba nodded. "Indeed. Aside from your lecherous tendencies, you are not without merit. You are deeply loyal and exceptionally kind to us juniors." Upon reflection, Chiba found it challenging to extol any further virtues. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to comment on his looks. Jiraiya did not contest this. Despite the significant age difference, conversing with Chiba felt effortless. Although it was their first meeting, there was an undeniable camaraderie between them. "Young Chiba, may I inquire if you are aware of Orochimaru's purpose for infiltrating Konoha?" Jiraiya was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Sasuke, so he turned to Chiba, the sole individual who had dealings with Orochimaru. Chiba nodded. "Certainly. He seeks to obtain the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Jiraiya asked in surprise. "You mean the last descendant of the Uchiha?" Chiba affirmed with a nod. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time. Meanwhile, Hinata silently held on to Chiba's arm, listening intently without interjecting. She had long known that Chiba harbored many secrets, but she never pried, content with the knowledge that he cared for her. That alone was sufficient. Their discussion revolved around Sasuke's curse mark and Jiraiya's indirect inquiries about Chiba's astonishing training speed. In Jiraiya's mind, he was constantly weighing whether Chiba was indeed the prophesied child foretold by the Sage of the Frogs, the one destined to alter the fate of the ninja world. In many respects, Jiraiya felt that the title suited Chiba remarkably well. With strength surpassing Tsunade's, mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, and the ability to wield ice release, it seemed plausible that he could save the ninja realm. However, in terms of personality, he doubted that Chiba embodied the traits of a prophesied child. Chiba struck him as a youth with little ambition, content merely to lead a stable life, seemingly indifferent to the safety of Konoha. Could such a person truly be the prophesied one? "Mr. Jiraiya, we must take our leave now. I hope to see you again," Chiba said as he prepared to depart, pulling Hinata along. Until next time, Chiba, Hinata, Jiraiya waved goodbye. On their way, Hinata linked her arm through Chiba's and curiously asked, "Chiba, that Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary three. He is teaching Naruto-kun ninjutsu. Does that mean Naruto-kun has become one of his disciples?" Chiba nodded. "Indeed." Hinata, still intrigued, inquired, "And what about that enormous toad? What level of strength does it possess?" "Its size is reminiscent of a small mountain," Chiba remarked. "Perhaps he possesses strength on par with that of a Kage, though I cannot ascertain the specifics. It is indeed challenging to gauge one's true capabilities. However, it is safe to assert that he is not someone who could be easily subdued by a mere handful of ordinary J-nin. Thus, defining him as Kage level seems entirely justified." Chiba then noted another observation. Hinata had recently become increasingly loquacious, especially when in his company, speaking without much reservation. 2 days later, within a secluded fighting arena on the eastern edge of Konoha, 8 ninjas stood at the center of a vast circular combat stage. These 8 individuals had successfully passed the 3rd examination of the Ch-nin selection tests, including Chiba and Hinata. They stood in a line facing a green-vested ninja, who had a toothpick perched in his mouth. Nara Shikamaru, the examiner for the 4th assessment. Surrounding the circular arena, a grand tier of seats was filled to capacity with spectators. Many had already placed their bets on the ninja they believed would triumph, waving their arms in cheers and encouragement. Among the audience were numerous familiar faces, representatives from various clans, as well as their supervising instructors, including Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, Irika Yumino, and Mitarashi Anko. the likes of Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamu, Inazuka Kiba, Gara, Temari, and Kankuro were all present. At the pinnacle of the stands, two broad seats were positioned side by side. Seated within were two figures garbed in flowing white robes, one adorned with the Hokage's hat and straw cloak, and the other with the Kazekage's hat and cloak. The figure beneath the Hokage's attire was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the one shrouded in white cloth, impersonating the Kazekage, was none other than the deceitful Orochimaru. Ha ha. Lord Kazekage, the crowd responds with great enthusiasm. It appears this year's CH9 exams are more vibrant than ever, Hiruzen chuckled, glancing towards the Kazekage. The latter nodded, a fleeting glimmer of scorn flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Hokage-sama, it seems we can commence the examination now. Hiruzen paused momentarily before smiling. You are quite eager, Lord Kazekage. Very well, let us heed your wish. The fourth round of the CH9 selection test shall commence. With the command issued, the green-vested ninja stationed beside the Hokage gestured towards Nara Shikamaru. Acknowledging the signal, Shikamaru addressed the 8 participants. All right, the examination will begin shortly. We shall employ a draw system. Those who draw matching numbers will face each other in combat. Numbers 1 through 4 will represent 2 sets of pairings. The matches will proceed in the order from number 1 to number 4. The crowd expressed no dissent as the drawing commenced with Shikamaru. Chiba drew number 4. While his opponent was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, the expression on Sasuke's face was complex, revealing a hint of frustration as he regarded Chiba. He had witnessed Chiba's prowess and realized that his fate was unfortunate for encountering such a formidable opponent. Doubts began to creep into his mind, contemplating whether to concede defeat. Hinata drew number 3, her opponent being Kodo, the girl who utilized bells to create illusions and launched needle attacks. The others were paired as follows: Lee against Tors, and Neji against Naruto. Neji, feeling a sense of relief, patted his chest, grateful he had not drawn Chiba. Naruto, immediately disheartened, exclaimed, Hey, what do you mean? I am quite strong too, you know. Neji offered a faint smile, replying, No matter how strong you are, I could still contend, but against Chiba, I have no chance whatsoever. This sentiment was wholeheartedly endorsed by the esteemed Sasuke, although he could only contemplate it internally, as his pride prevented him from vocalizing such thoughts. Not just Sasuke, but the others shared the same belief. How could one compete with someone capable of shattering Shikaku with a single punch? This was inherently an unfair competition. With the drawing concluded, Chiba and his companions departed the arena, ascending the staircase towards the second floor. Meanwhile, the first match between Rock Lee and Tors commenced under the command of Kakashi. I know you, Watermelon Peel. Your speed is remarkable, Tors remarked, raising his modified left arm. I look forward to your guidance. Lee said nothing further and swiftly charged at Tors. Tors, not daring to underestimate his opponent, remained fully alert to Lee's assault. Canola Hurricane. Lee leaped, delivering a powerful kick toward Tors. Tors raised his left arm to block. The force was tremendous, causing Tors to slide back 3 or 4 meters, leaving deep imprints in the ground. However, as Lee's kick struck Tors' arm, Tors unleashed a sonic attack. A resonating sound erupted, sending shockwaves outward, and Lee's face contorted in pain as he clutched his ears, letting out a pained cry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lee swiftly performed several backflips to create distance. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed blood trickling from his ears. What is happening? Your attack clearly did not hit me, Lee exclaimed, bewildered. During their previous match, Tors had effortlessly defeated his opponent without revealing much of his true capabilities, leaving Lee caught off guard. Tors chuckled, Your speed is impressive, but alas, even the swiftest becomes vulnerable in close combat. I am nearly invincible against close-range fighters. Is that so? I refuse to accept that, Lee declared. Determination etched across his face as he dispelled his astonishment. With a swift motion, he appeared before Tors, executing a kick. Futile, Tors sneered, raising his left arm to defend. Yet, with the soles of his feet merely 10 centimeters from the left arm, he suddenly halted midair. For the master of physical techniques, Xiaoli, this temporary exertion of force was a trivial feat. Whoosh. In an instant, Xiaoli's figure moved so swiftly that it left an afterimage as he arrived behind Tuasi, delivering another fierce kick. Bang! Tuasi was propelled into the air, his face a portrait of astonishment. How could this be? Bang! Once more, Xiaoli's foot answered him, striking fiercely against his back and sending his body soaring once again. In a state of rigidity, Tuasi found it impossible to leverage his strength. Xiaoli crouched on the ground, his hands pressed against the surface. With a slight exertion, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind Tuasi, unbinding the straps that restrained his hands. The bindings danced through the air, ensnaring Tuasi's body tightly. Lotus Blossom. Tuasi's body was forcefully rotated in midair, his head facing downward, spiraling rapidly toward the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was struck, creating a large crater. Tuasi's head buried itself in the soil, his legs collapsing weakly, succumbing to silence. This spectacular scene ignited a fervent cheer from the audience. Noariganma, casually chewing on a toothpick, leapt down to confirm Tuasi was unconscious before announcing, in the first match, Rock Lee wins. Xiaoli was ecstatic, bouncing up and down in place, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I have triumphed. Teacher Kai, I have succeeded. I can become a nin on the spot." On the spectator platform, Mike Guy stood at the railing, tears streaming down his face. He understood the immense effort Xiaoli had invested to reach this point. This moment of glory was undeniably well-deserved by Xiaoli. Qinya and Niji exchanged smiles, sharing in Xiaoli's joy. Soon, the ninjas tasked with clearing the battlefield entered. Lifting Tuasi away, Xiaoli also departed from the arena. Noara Gunma called out loudly, "Next, let the participants for the second match take the stage. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Niji." With a swagger, Naruto jumped down from the second-floor railing, while Niji remained calm and unhurried, turning to walk into the corridor and slowly descending the stairs from the entrance. The two faced each other in the center of the arena, standing approximately 10 meters apart. The second round of the nin exam commenced. With a sweeping gesture, Noara Gunma signaled. As his voice resonated, he leaped to the elevated platform behind him. Naruto, arms crossed, boastfully declared, "Humph. Lord Naruto's strength has recently surged. I will not lose to you." Summoning Gamabunta had inflated Naruto's confidence. Niji activated his Byakugan, veins protruding around his eyes, raising a hand to beckon Naruto forward, indicating, "Enough chatter, come at me." Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto formed hand seals, unleashing multiple shadow clones. 30 shadow clones swiftly emerged, surrounding Niji in a tight formation. Sighing, Chiba lamented, "Naruto, will you ever employ a different tactic?" He stepped away from the railing and returned to his seat. Hinata smiled gently, choosing to remain silent as she settled beside Chiba. The monotony of Naruto's battle bored him, prompting him to glance around, seeking any signs of unusual activity. Indeed, his gaze fell upon a figure clad in a black cloak, an Umbu member, who emerged from a rear passage. After surveying the surroundings, the individual began to weave hand seals. Nirvana Technique. A flurry of feathers manifested above the audience, cascading down slowly. The onlookers' eyes grew increasingly hazy, and they collapsed into their seats, succumbing to a deep slumber. The once boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. Undoubtedly, they had all succumbed to the illusion, rendered unconscious. The cloaked figure, having cast the Jinjutsu, slowly removed their hood, revealing none other than Kabuto, his gray hair tied back, sporting a pair of round prescription glasses. Chiba mused. So Kabuto has truly commenced his plans. As Kabuto's jutsu took effect, the hidden sand and sound ninjas, who had been lying in wait, exchanged knowing glances. On the platform, two of Orochimaru's guards stepped forward, each wielding a black sphere which they hurled forcefully to the ground. With two resounding explosions, the spheres detonated, creating a loud noise but minimal destruction. Instead, thick red smoke enveloped the entire platform, rising into the sky. "What is happening?" Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, bewildered as he rose from his seat. In an instant, the Wind Shadow had left his position, appearing behind Sarutobi and wrapping one arm around his neck while brandishing a kunai threateningly against him. "What do you intend to do, Lord Wind Shadow?" Sarutobi glanced back, maintaining his composure befitting the Hokage, unperturbed. The Wind Shadow tore away the white cloth concealing his face and removed the conical hat that symbolized his title, letting out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha, Sensei Sarutobi, you truly are getting old. Can you not even recognize me? Is that you, Orochimaru?" Sarutobi, upon hearing that distinctive raspy voice, immediately recognized his former pupil. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What are you planning, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his elongated tongue, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What am I planning? Soon, you shall understand. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Third Hokage." Two Umbu guards nearby, startled by the unfolding events, finally grasped the situation. Before they could react to the attack, amidst the crimson fog, Zwajin and Jirobo surged forth, piercing the chest of the two individuals. Simultaneously, several kilometers away from the protective walls of Konoha village, the sand and sound ninjas, who had long been poised for action, launched their offensive upon witnessing the billowing red mist rising high above the central area of Konoha. This crimson haze served as the signal for assault. Even the ambush troops surrounding Konoha executed this command. The cacophony of battle cries and explosions reverberated continuously. With the aid of the Dragon Cave summoning beasts, the protective walls of Konoha were rendered as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of external foes. Within mere moments, the walls were breached, and a multitude of ninjas surged into the city, igniting a fierce melee. The arena for the Chunin exams, along with other observation areas, had transformed into a battlefield for the ninjas. Shadows collided violently, and from time to time, Konoha and sand ninjas fell heavily to the ground, devoid of life. Chinya. What on earth is happening? Hinata, bewildered, struggled to comprehend how the Chunin exams had devolved into such internecine strife, or rather, a clash between opposing forces. Not only Hinata, but also Niji, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and other observers were equally ensnared in confusion, their eyes reflecting a shared perplexity. Chinya chose not to elucidate the situation, for his immediate intent was to confront Danzo at the root. He inquired, Hinata, it seems the enemy has invaded Konoha. Shall I take you home? The bewilderment in Hinata's eyes dissipated, replaced by a growing resolve. She shook her head, stating, No, Chinya, I wish to remain and protect Konoha, fighting alongside everyone. To protect Konoha? Chinya did not refuse. Indeed, this was not entirely unfeasible. With Hinata's considerable improvement in strength and the presence of Niji, Shikamaru, and the others, the danger appeared manageable. However, the battlefield could not be here. Very well, he nodded, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. Niji stepped forward, asserting, Chinya, let us descend and confront the enemy together. Count me in, added Rock Lee, alongside Ino, Chiba, Naruto, and Sasuke, who all stepped forward in solidarity. Only Shikamaru remained, feigning indifference as he hid behind a chair, hoping to escape the fray. Chinya surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. Take a good look around. The battles here are fought by jonin. Even if you wish to engage, this is not the place for you. To speak frankly, do not take offense. But your abilities dictate the scale of your undertakings. The battles of jonin are beyond your current capacity. From behind the chair, Shikamaru raised his hand. I concur with Chinya. We must not involve ourselves in this conflict. Instantly, the group felt a wave of despondency wash over them. The truth is indeed harsh, yet it is still quite disheartening. Rock Lee inquired, Chiba-kun, what do you suggest we should do? After a moment of contemplation, Chiba replied, Let us proceed this way. I will send you in 2 groups to different locations. One group will assist at the hospital, which may also become a battlefield. However, there will be other Konoha ninjas present, ensuring your safety to a greater extent. The other group will escort the children from the ninja school and nearby villagers to the safe passage for refuge. Smiles emerged on everyone's faces. This plan resonated well with the current situation and truly reflected their values. Shikamaru stood up, smiling as he said, This is the best course of action. We shall follow Chiba's lead. Each of us can contribute to Konoha. The group nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. Aside from Niji and Sasuke, who bore a hint of battle intent in their eyes, there was no dissent. Chiba nodded affirmatively. Very well, I will transport everyone now. Consequently, the group divided into 2, forming 2 circles as they awaited Chiba's teleportation. Chiba first grasped Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Sakura, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, directly transporting them to the large tree outside the Konoha hospital. The markings had been placed there previously. At this moment, the hospital had yet to descend into complete chaos, as the battle had just commenced, leaving many areas still uncertain about the unfolding events. Go inform the hospital personnel of the situation. Chiba instructed Shikamaru before vanishing in a flash. In a swift motion, Chiba returned to the observation area. Now it is your turn. He seized Hinata's arm and activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In an instant, they all disappeared from sight. The next moment, Hinata, Sasuke, Naruto, Chiba, Niji, and Lee found themselves at the entrance of the ninja school. Chiba stated, You shall organize yourselves into groups to inform the school staff, while also evacuating the surrounding populace. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison, their expressions grave as they dispersed. Watching them depart, a subtle smile graced Chiba's lips as he murmured to himself. Now it is time to settle the score with that old turtle, Danzo. Should he send someone to monitor? Should he dispatch a large force of elite ninjas for a surprise attack? Or perhaps join forces with Orochimaru for an ambush? without a doubt. Danzo had already been marked for death. In a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, disappearing from sight. The next instant, he found himself atop a great tree, scanning the surroundings through the gaps in the leaves. A short distance below, he could see the entrance to the root base. One must admit, the root base was constructed with remarkable grandeur. Majestic stone lions guarded either side of the entrance, which resembled a fortified city gate. The surrounding walls stood at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters. On top of these walls, numerous root ninjas were lined up in squads, patrolling with strict military discipline. Chiba leapt from the towering tree with unwavering resolve, striding purposefully towards the entrance of the root base. Halt! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach, commanded the gatekeeper ninja, raising a hand to stop him. Yet Chiba paid no heed, his pace unyielding. Who goes there? You are not allowed to come any closer. Approach further, and you will be apprehended. The two gatekeepers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion. The guards flanking the entrance also turned their gazes towards Chiba in unison. Chiba remained silent, advancing with deliberate calm. I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? The gatekeeper's irritation flared, and both rushed toward Chiba, intent on physical confrontation. With a casual flick of his fists, Chiba struck twice. The sound of impact resonated, and the two gatekeepers were reduced to mere pulp, collapsing in a gruesome heap. The sight stunned the remaining guards, their faces pale with shock. One rotund guard, trembling, pointed at Chiba, stammering, "He is Hyuga Chiba. I recognize him." Hyuga Chiba? Isn't he the one who single-handedly slew the One-Tail, Shikaku? The news had evidently spread despite the third Hokage's efforts to contain it. The members of the root were well informed, even amidst the attempts to suppress information. Despite their awareness of Chiba's formidable strength, the guards were bound by the laws of the root, leaving them no choice but to stand their ground. Retreating would spell a more gruesome fate. Damn it! Do not let him enter. Seize him. 8 guards drew their kunai, charging at Chiba with intent to subdue. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba clasped his hands together, forming a seal. The shadows before him elongated and split into multiple tendrils, swiftly piercing the throats of the 8 guards. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed relentlessly as they clutched their throats, writhing in agony, their eyes filled with despair. Chiba stepped over their fallen forms, crossing the threshold into the root base. Above, the patrolling members of the root, alerted by the commotion below, leapt from the walls to confront Chiba, swiftly positioning themselves in his path. In an instant, mere meters ahead of Chiba, dozens of ninjas had gathered, with more hastening to join their ranks. Chiba's gaze remained calm and indifferent as he addressed them, summoned Danzo, that old turtle, to face his demise. Otherwise, I shall annihilate his entire root base. His words sent ripples of shock among the surrounding ninjas. Yet, none dared to mock him, for they were well aware of Chiba's capability. Do not jest. We will not allow you to succeed, bellowed a burly captain, brandishing his katana as he charged first. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba suddenly formed a hand seal, causing his shadow to rapidly extend and divide into countless phantoms that pierced through the bodies of 10 individuals. The remaining ninjas surged forward, charging at Chiba once more. Ice release. Chiba waved his hand to the left, and a multitude of sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly impaling 8 ninjas. They were impaled by the intersecting ice spikes, while some who had not sustained fatal injuries could only emit blood-curdling screams. Bang, 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 bang. Chiba deftly evaded the attacks from other approaching ninjas, delivering a few light punches that easily reduced them to a pulp. His expression remained composed. The act of slaying so few did not weigh heavily on his conscience. He continued to stride deeper into the base, calmly stating, I will say it once more. Summon that old turtle, Danzo, or I shall slay everyone here. The surrounding root ninjas were terrified, retreating step by step. Their weapons were held defensively before them, yet they offered no solace. This Hinata Chiba was truly formidable. Ultimately, a few astute individuals chose to quietly turn and flee, racing deeper into the base to report the situation to Danzo. Deep within the root base, in a grand tower-like structure, Danzo stood in the center of the first-floor hall. His eyes slightly narrowed. Before him knelt a large contingent of elite root ninjas, awaiting his command, approximately 400 to 500 in total. Danzo spoke in a low voice. Have all personnel been summoned back? Yamanaka Fury replied, Lord Danzo, all root members outside have been gathered. The remaining forces are prepared and stationed elsewhere. Good. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. He had waited far too long for this day. For the position of Hokage, he had secretly battled Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years. Yet, his Sharingan had never surpassed that of Hiruzen, preventing him from seizing the Hokage title. But today, his opportunity had finally arrived. Orochimaru had led an invasion into Konoha, and Danzo had over 1,000 root ninjas at the ready. Once the opportune moment arose, he would seize control of Konoha in one fell swoop. Lord Danzo! It's bad. At that moment, a panicked root ninja rushed into the hall, kneeling with a thud. What is the matter that you are in such a rush? Danzo's eyes narrowed further, his displeasure evident. The person before him was unfamiliar, despite being a member of Root. They had not attained the requisite rank to stand before him, much like the hundreds of ninjas in the hall, all meticulously trained elites of Root. While the lesser members awaited elsewhere, the ninja hurriedly exclaimed, Lord Danzo, the situation is dire. I beg your pardon, but Hyuga Chiba has already infiltrated the base. What? Danzo gasped in astonishment, while the others stood frozen, their eyes fixed upon the messenger ninja. Danzo pressed on. What does he intend to do? The ninja replied hastily. He stated that if you, Lord Danzo, do not leave, he will slaughter the entire Root organization. Those were his exact words. Before the ninja could finish, Danzo became a blur, instantly appearing before him. A kunai slipped from his sleeve, ruthlessly slicing across the ninja's throat. Lord Danzo. The ninja clutched his throat in disbelief, collapsing weakly to the ground. Danzo's face was a mask of malice. No wonder this man could not ascend to the elite ranks of Root. He couldn't even convey a message properly. How could he dare to insult him as an old turtle? Was he incapable of delivering the message in a more palatable manner? If he did not perish, who would? As his ire subsided slightly, Danzo glanced at the other Root ninjas. He was about to issue a command when he noticed their terrified gazes fixed upon him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Danzo sought to salvage his image, hastily explaining. This individual must be exaggerating. We cannot allow such rumors to disrupt our morale. With that, he turned to Oil Girl Toryun and commanded, Toryun, take your men and investigate immediately. The others were to lie in ambush within the Great Hall, awaiting Hyuga Chiba's arrival to apprehend him in one fell swoop. Yes, Lord Danzo, Toryun replied, turning to gather his trusted allies as they prepared to depart. At that moment, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A kunai flew in from outside the hall, embedding itself in the ground at the center of the chamber. With another whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Hyuga Chiba. Chiba smiled nonchalantly and said, no need for all that, old turtle, I have already arrived. The moment the messenger ninja fled, Chiba had activated the Flying Thunder God technique, evading the encirclement and following the messenger from the rooftop. Despite the throngs of Root ninjas clamoring behind him, Chiba's speed was simply too formidable for them to catch up. Only then did the Root ninjas finally arrive outside the tower's Great Hall. Damn it, that rascal Hyuga Chiba has entered the tower. What now? Lord Danzo is inside. A multitude of Root ninjas surrounded the entrance, with more rushing in from the distance. Yet none dared to enter the Great Hall immediately, for they lacked the qualifications to do so. Without Danzo's summons, entering the hall recklessly would result in a death sentence. In the midst of a massacre, Danzo's gaze was fixed intently upon Chiba. Though his expression appeared calm, the fury and malice in his eyes were unmistakable. For many years, no one had dared to insult him as Chiba had. As he methodically unraveled the bandages and seals on his hands, Danzo issued a somber command. 8B. You two shall lead and make every effort to eliminate Hinata Chiba. The youths known as A and B were none other than Yamashiro Kaze and Y Ninja Torikian, both of whom were designated by codenames within the organization. Yes, Lord Danzo, Torikian replied. Exchanging a glance with Yamashiro Kaze, they both leapt down to command their respective teams. Beginning their orders. Kill him, they shouted in unison. The elite members of the Root organization surged forward, charging directly at Chiba. With a disdainful smirk, Chiba scoffed, questioning the efficacy of their numbers. Ice release. With a swift thrust of his palms, Chiba conjured a 2-meter-long oval ice barrier around himself. The shuriken and kunai that were hurled toward him struck the ice shield, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds as they fell to the ground. In the next moment, numerous holes erupted across the surface of the ice barrier, and a flurry of ice kunai shot forth with remarkable speed. Indeed, this was the very technique Chiba had employed against Orochimaru's serpent horde in the Forest of Death, and it proved equally effective against the Root ninjas. The chilling sounds of piercing blades echoed as many of the advancing Root ninjas fell in droves. The ice barrier transformed into an infinite kunai launching apparatus, continuing to unleash a relentless barrage. Everyone, be cautious. Use the bodies as shields. Yamashiro Kaze remained sharp-minded, leading the charge. He wielded his short blade defensively. But upon witnessing the staggering loss of his comrades, he unhesitatingly seized a fallen ninja's corpse to shield himself, utilizing it as a makeshift barrier. In a dire situation, such tactics proved invaluable. After approximately 50 or 60 ninjas had perished, the remaining members followed suit, grabbing their fallen comrades to shield themselves. The sounds of kunai embedding into flesh persisted. Many of the corpses serving as shields were rendered unrecognizable. Yet switching to another body as a shield was a trivial task for them. Such clever tactics, Chiba observed as the ice barrier was compromised. Choosing not to rely on that method any longer, he let the ice shield dissipate. From his system space, he summoned a multitude of specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. With a swift turn, he flung them outward, scattering them throughout the hall, where they clattered and clanged as they struck their targets. The root ninjas struggled valiantly, wielding their weapons in defense. However, in the next moment, Chiba activated the flying thunder god technique. Whoosh! Chiba vanished from his original position, reappearing in the midst of the root ninjas, and unleashed a powerful punch. The gentle fist explosion. With a single strike, he released the 6th level of the gentle fist's hidden energy. A golden, oval-shaped energy shield, measuring 1.5 meters in width, enveloped Chiba entirely. Any root ninja that came into contact with the shield was instantly reduced to a pulp. In a single blow, he obliterated 8 foes. The surrounding root ninjas were left in shock. What manner of monster is this? He is even more terrifying than a god of death. Danzo narrowed his eyes, aware that within the confines of this grand hall, the numerical advantage of the root ninjas could not manifest. The space was too cramped for a proper confrontation, forcing them into close combat with Chiba. Close quarters combat meant being vulnerable to Chiba's devastating punches. Rather than face such a fate, it would be wiser to lure Chiba out to the plaza beyond the hall. There, the root ninjas could unleash their jutsu in resistance. Hinata Chiba, if you wish to kill me, come out and face me, Danzo shouted as he swiftly exited the hall. He was still in the process of unsealing his right hand, which proved to be quite troublesome. However, Chiba appeared in no rush to pursue Danzo, having already discerned his intentions. What others could conceive, Chiba certainly could as well. I am in no hurry. You may amuse yourself outside for a while, and I shall come to deal with you shortly. As he spoke, Chiba struck again with a fierce punch, once more releasing the 6th level of the gentle fist's hidden energy, this time dispatching 10 more root ninjas. Damn it! Danzo seethed, gritting his teeth. This Hinata Chiba is utterly shameless. With no other option to provoke Chiba, he commanded the remaining ninjas, everyone, retreat from the hall. Follow me out to face him. Upon his command, Danzo leaped outside to the plaza. The other ninjas, hearing Danzo's order, immediately abandoned their assault on Chiba. Retreating from the hall, they too were fearful, recognizing that engaging in close quarters combat within the hall held no advantages. Had Danzo delayed his order, they might have lost dozens, if not hundreds, of comrades. How tedious! Please, indulge me a little longer. Chiba was not inclined to let them escape so easily. The hall was littered with specially crafted kunai for the Flying Thunder God technique, and there were more at the entrance. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God activated. Chiba vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the hall. Instantly, those root ninjas attempting to flee halted in their tracks, wary of getting too close to Chiba. Ninjutsu attack, commanded Yamanaka Kurenai. The remaining ninjas within the hall understood the directive at once. One by one, they began to move their hands, forming seals as they unleashed ninjutsu towards the entrance of the Great Hall. Oil Woman Toryun and Yamashiro Wind exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Subsequently, the two of them broke away from the group, leaping onto the rafters of the Great Hall and swiftly escaping through the ventilation openings above. Water release, water barrier. Lightning release, earth walk. Wind release, wind cutter. In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth, rushing towards Chiba. The surface of the water crackled with electricity, while a violent gale swept above it, laced with sharp blades of wind. However, such techniques were evidently ineffective against Chiba. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, he traversed through the oncoming ninjutsu attacks, reappearing once more at the center of the Great Hall. It was clear to Chiba that most of the ninjas within the hall were elite fighters. To eliminate Danzo, it was imperative to first deal with these adversaries, as they would incessantly obstruct him and create numerous complications. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba's shadow began to spread from beneath his feet, dispersing outward like countless black serpents, swiftly piercing the throats of over a dozen root ninjas surrounding him. Ice release. Chiba forcefully stamped his foot against the ground, unleashing a torrent of chakra that coalesced into a multitude of sharp ice spikes, radiating 360 degrees from his form. In an instant, the majority of the great hall was filled with densely packed, razor-sharp ice spikes. The elite root ninjas within the hall were all impaled, some already lifeless, while the survivors were skewered upon the spikes, rendered utterly devoid of combat capability. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Oil Woman Toryun and Yamashiro Wind emerged from the ventilation shaft and immediately organized a counterattack. Act. With a commanding gesture from Oil Woman Toryun, the surrounding root ninjas surged forward. They encircled the area, raising their hands to vigorously strike against the walls of the tower. Countless explosive tags were affixed to the walls, igniting with flickering flames at the edges. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions erupted, flames mingling with black smoke as the mechanisms set within the first level of the tower were activated. These mechanisms were nothing but specially installed explosives within the walls. The moment the explosive tags detonated, the explosives within the walls were ignited, leading to an even more deafening roar of explosions. The entire tower began to collapse, evidently intending to entomb the root ninjas within alongside it. Upon witnessing this scene, Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk. With such words, "That scoundrel Hyuga Chiba must be dead by now." Yamashiro F., bowing respectfully, remarked, "Lord Danzo, with such a sudden and unexpected attack, he had no chance of survival." Before he could finish his sentence, a shout suddenly erupted from the right. "Hey, what are you doing? There's no need to blow up your own building. Are you intent on demolishing your own base?" The crowd was taken aback and hurriedly glanced toward the source of the voice. There stood Hyuga Chiba on the rooftop of a tall building, waving in greeting to Danzo. Chiba was capable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. How could he possibly fall victim to such a futile trap? Long before the tower began to tilt and collapse, Chiba had activated his Flying Thunder God to escape. Moreover, during his approach, he had discreetly left a mark of the Flying Thunder God on the rooftop. "Scoundrel!" Danzo spat in fury, turning to Oil Woman Toryun. With a look of reproach evident in his eyes, Toryun realized he should not have issued such an order. He had, in a moment of confusion, overlooked Chiba's ability to escape using the Flying Thunder God. However, one must admit that the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly overpowered. With its incessant teleportation, how could one possibly engage in combat with him? Chiba remained on the rooftop, not descending immediately. He cupped his hands around his mouth, channeling chakra to amplify his voice, and shouted to all members of the root base, "Listen up, members of the root. I, Hyuga Chiba, have come here today solely for Shimura Danzo. Why am I targeting him? Simply because he is exceedingly treacherous and malicious. He has committed numerous vile acts. Just days ago, he conspired with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to assassinate me. Therefore, I declare today that he must die. I harbor no grievances against the rest of you, nor do I wish to inflict harm upon you. However, should you insist on staunchly defending that old fossil Danzo, then you cannot blame me if my subordinates show no mercy. You must have heard of the formidable strength of my fists." His voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the vast root base. In an instant, the members of Root began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that the one capable of shattering Shikaku with a single blow had come to confront their leader, Danzo. If the third Hokage's strategy was to win hearts through feigned benevolence, then Danzo's approach was to exert oppressive control over his subordinates through his rank and power. This could be discerned merely from the cursed seal of the tongue. Only those with severely flawed minds, or those frequently engaging in nefarious deeds, would concoct such a thing. Would the members of Root exhibit absolute loyalty to Danzo? Certainly, some would. For instance, individuals like Oil Woman Toryun and Yamashiro F., who had been indoctrinated from a young age, were undoubtedly loyal to Danzo. There would surely be others like them, but their numbers would be decidedly limited. Most individuals are merely apprehensive of Danzo's ruthless tactics and are constrained by the tongue-binding curse seal, leaving them unable to resist. However, as Chiba's voice reverberated throughout the entire root base, those ninjas who were not genuinely loyal to Danzo and had not been afflicted by the curse seal immediately halted their advance. Who is Hyuga Chiba? He is a being capable of vanquishing Shikaku with a single blow. Could the ninjas of Root possibly obstruct his intent to slay Danzo? The answer is evidently negative, and everyone is acutely aware of this truth. With Danzo on the brink of death, why should they continue to fight for a leader they despise? In that moment, many began to reconsider their resolve. "I just remembered, my mother is gravely ill at home. I need to return immediately to take her to the hospital." "Me too. My father has developed hemorrhoids, and I must escort him for surgery. I forgot my equipment. I need to go back home to fetch it. As the first individual turned to flee, a multitude quickly followed suit. The ninjas already afflicted by the tongue-binding curse seal were left bewildered. You bunch of scoundrels. If you wish to escape, at least conjure up better excuses. Hemorrhoids? A gravely ill mother? Come on, the village of Konoha is under invasion by rogue ninjas. And you think you can just leave to take someone to the hospital? The one claiming to have forgotten his equipment was even more absurd. His ninja tool pouch was clearly bulging at his waist, making it evident that he had it with him. Before long, the ninjas who had not been cursed had mostly fled. Why stay? Hyuga Chiba declared his intent to kill Danzo. Their roles as mere pawns would lead only to their demise, so it was wiser to return to their own homes. The root base, originally housing over 2,000 members, was suddenly reduced by more than half. As for those remaining, the ninjas under the tongue-binding curse seal stood frozen in place, uncertain whether to continue supporting Danzo or to follow the others in retreat. No one could decide, for if Danzo triggered the curse seal, they would perish instantly. At the moment the seal was placed upon them, their fates had already been grasped in Danzo's hands. Suddenly, a portly individual shouted, "Do not fear. Even if Lord Danzo intends to activate the tongue-binding seal, he cannot do so all at once. He can only target us one by one. We can escape." After this well-meaning admonition, the rotund man turned and fled. The tongue-binding curse seal indeed has its limitations. Once beyond the control range of the curse seal, even Tuanzo could not activate it. Moreover, he now faced the relentless pursuit of Chiba. In a moment, word spread rapidly. Reinforcements from the root organization, summoned from various locations within the base, had all fled. Only around 100 loyal ninjas remained in the plaza outside the tower, those who were truly trusted by Tuanzo. Damn it! Why did they all run away? What is happening? Tuanzo observed the fleeing ninjas with growing fury, his shoulders trembling in anger. In a fit of rage, he activated the tongue root cursed seal. One unfortunate soul, unable to escape in time, clutched his throat, writhing in agony before succumbing to a tragic death. Yet, this was the extent of Tuanzo's power. The earlier assumption made by that fat man was indeed correct. The tongue root cursed seal had to be activated one by one. Once outside a certain range, Tuanzo was powerless against them. Chiba leapt down from the rooftop, sauntering toward Tuanzo, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. TSK. Tuanzo, aren't you the leader of the root? How is it that you are left with so few subordinates when the root boasts thousands of ninjas? Shadow stitching technique. Tuanzo roared, his anger reaching a fever pitch, leaving him slightly dazed. In that moment, he understood that the root members had been frightened away by Chiba. Why would they dare to flee, even with the tongue root cursed seal binding them? It was simply because they were convinced that Tuanzo would meet his demise. Capture him, Tuanzo commanded solemnly. Despite his fury, the immediate concern was to eliminate Hyuga Chiba, with the seal on his right hand released. Tuanzo wasted no time and unleashed a wind technique toward Chiba. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A mass of air was drawn into his abdomen, causing his chest to swell. As he opened his mouth to exhale, a barrage of wind projectiles shot forth, resembling bullets aimed directly at Chiba. Not only Tuanzo, but the remaining ninjas, upon receiving the attack command, also launched their assault on Chiba. Wind release, wind cutter. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Earth release, earth split. Over 100 ninjas simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, creating a formidable display of power. However, Chiba remained unfazed, his demeanor relaxed in the face of the overwhelming onslaught. With the Flying Thunder God technique, they were utterly powerless against him. Swish. The Flying Thunder God activated, and Chiba instantly shifted over 20 meters, appearing alongside the group. As he sprinted toward the center of the plaza, his 10 fingers deftly maneuvered a multitude of specially crafted kunai, launching them forward with a flourish. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo exhibited remarkable combat awareness, immediately turning to unleash another gust of wind. The violent and sharp wind blades whipped up the earth and debris of the square, hurtling toward Chiba's direction. The remaining root ninjas also began to release their jutsu, creating a torrential wave of techniques that surged toward Chiba. However, this time, Chiba had already closed the distance between them. The specially designed kunai of Flying Thunder God were either deflected or blown away, yet Chiba paid no heed. He suddenly leapt into the air, evading the onslaught of jutsu. With arms crossed before him, a multitude of specially crafted kunai appeared between his fingers. Whoosh! With a swift flick of his hand, the kunai soared toward Danzo and his companions. This time, Danzo and his group found themselves devoid of the luxury of time to cast their jutsu. Some frantically pulled out kunai to throw, attempting to intercept the airborne projectiles. Despite their disarray, the sheer number of them enabled a degree of success. A barrage of kunai was flung skyward, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. All of Chiba's thrown kunai were deflected away. Ice release. Chakra surged from beneath his feet, and an ice mirror materialized beneath him. Utilizing this mirror, Chiba launched himself with great force. With a whoosh, he transformed into a blur, charging directly at Danzo. He brandished an ice shield, which he held before him, effectively blocking the incoming kunai from below. This ice shield was notably robust, serving not only to deflect the kunai but also to guard against Danzo's potential use of Kodo Amatsukami. The activation of Kodo Amatsukami necessitated a crucial condition. Like all genjutsu, it required eye contact or for the participants to remain within a certain proximity. Lacking these prerequisites, Kodo Amatsukami could not be easily initiated. Otherwise, an already formidable genjutsu would render its user omnipotent and able to ensnare anyone merely by gaze. Chiba had invested considerable effort in devising a strategy against Danzo over the past days. Gentle fist explosion. Chiba descended like a cannonball, delivering a devastating punch that instantaneously claimed 3 lives. The impact shattered the ground beneath him, causing the earth to tremble violently. The root ninjas desperately shielded Danzo, retreating rapidly as they leaped back. With only a handful remaining, they dared not engage Chiba in close combat, opting instead to rely on ranged techniques for a more prudent approach. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God technique activated, in the direction where the root ninjas had retreated. A specially designed kunai was embedded in the ground, the same one that had been deflected earlier. It was now perfectly positioned for use. Unsurprisingly, Chiba materialized amidst the crowd. With a sudden, forceful swing of his fist, 6 individuals were instantly crushed to death. The root ninjas, stricken with terror, hastily retreated in disarray. Yet, their efforts proved futile, for Chiba was swifter than they. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Chiba single-handedly pursued and slaughtered a large group of root ninjas. Wherever his fist landed, it reduced foes to mere pulp. In less than 3 minutes, over 60 of Danzo's loyal elite had perished, including Commander Yamanakaze, who met his demise with a single blow. Yamanaka Takaru attempted to charge forward, hoping to unleash his microbial bacteria and perish alongside Chiba. However, fate denied him this opportunity. A shard of ice coalesced in Chiba's palm and pierced through his skull. The violet bacteria swiftly spread, corroding the ice spike. With a mere flick of his wrist, Chiba sent the contaminated ice spike hurtling towards Danzo, who was shielded by a hapless loyalist. The unfortunate soul met his end as the ice spike impaled him, the insidious bacteria rapidly consuming his body. Furious, Danzo seethed with rage. He had been striving to activate his Kodo Amatsukami to seize complete control over Chiba. Should he succeed, he would possess a formidable weapon at his disposal, able to dictate life and death. Alas, Chiba continually evaded this opportunity, strategically positioning himself behind the root ninjas. Never fully exposed to Danzo's line of sight, this rendered Danzo's Kodo Amatsukami ineffective, leaving him feeling powerless. Clenching his fist, Danzo commanded in a low voice, "Scatter. All of you. Disperse. I will handle him." The remaining root ninjas paused, bewildered. Was Danzo truly driven to madness? How could he face this foe alone when so many had failed? Nevertheless, confusion aside, none dared to defy Danzo's order. They hastily retreated, scattering in all directions. At that moment, a smile crept across Chiba's lips. He had awaited this opportunity. He had deliberately refrained from approaching Danzo too soon, instead methodically eliminating the root members to corner Danzo. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba clasped his hands together. As the root ninjas fell back, his shadow swiftly extended and surged forth. The instant Danzo caught sight of Chiba's form, he had yet to activate his Kodo Amatsukami when he suddenly felt his body fracture into countless shadows, which had already pierced through him. In consideration of the safety of Konoha, the decision was made to eliminate Danzo. His wrist joints, shoulder joints, leg joints, abdomen, heart, and lungs were all pierced, leaving a gaping hole in each. However, these injuries were not the most critical aspect. The pivotal moment came when one of the shadows penetrated Danzo's right eye, swiftly extracting his eyeball in less than a heartbeat. Danzo barely had time to react. How could this happen? His face turned pale with horror as he immediately activated his left hand's Izanaji. His pierced body transformed into a mere illusion, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared 10 meters behind, The wounds inflicted by the shadows had indeed disappeared. Yet, his right eye remained vacant, devoid of its eyeball. Izanagi is a peculiar technique that allows one to restore their body, but it necessitates activating the jutsu before the impending harm is realized. Unfortunately, Danzo's right eye had already been gouged out prior to the activation of Izanagi. Thus it could not be restored. Only the injuries caused by the eye were healed, while the eyeball itself had vanished, now being toyed with by Chiba. Humph. Hinata Chiba, do you think you can so easily bring about my demise? You are merely dreaming. Danzo's cold scoff was interrupted by an unsettling realization. Why was his right eye shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light? He raised his hand to touch his right eye and was stunned to find it absent. Where is my Sharingan? Are you searching for this? Chiba opened his palm, revealing a red-eyed orb resting quietly within. Vile scoundrel! Danzo's vision blurred with rage, nearly causing him to faint. How could this Hinata Chiba be so monstrous? How did he accomplish all of this? How did he seem to know I would activate Konoha Mitsukami? Remaining hidden from sight? The chilling realization struck him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. If he had been evading Konoha Mitsukami, it meant that Chiba had foreseen his every move. The sequence of events that had just transpired was meticulously calculated by Chiba, aimed solely at extracting his right eye. Staggering backward in shock, Danzo posed his burning question to Chiba. Nodding, Chiba replied, "You are absolutely correct. It is time for you to depart this world." With that, Chiba lunged forward, recklessly initiating close combat with Danzo. In that moment, Danzo felt his spirit plummet to despair. He realized that his dreams of becoming Hokage, a plan he had nurtured for a lifetime, were now irrevocably shattered. Because today, he was destined to perish by the hands of this youth. Izanagi was indeed perverse, capable of preserving his life. Yet, the eyes in his right hand were limited in number, only 9 in total. After dying 9 times, he was ultimately fated to meet his demise. The reality unfolded precisely as Danzo had anticipated. After a futile struggle marked by desperation, he succumbed beneath Chiba's fists, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh upon the ground, leaving no trace of Shimura Danzo in existence. Is it true? Lord Danzo is dead? This was not an unforeseen outcome. How could he possibly stand against the twisted prowess of Hyuga Chiba? The remaining dozen or so root ninjas were pallid, their faces ashen. They had even forsaken their resistance, casting aside their kunai and swords, slowly closing their eyes. There was no escape. If Chiba desired their deaths, there would be no means of evasion. "Hey, you all come here," Chiba called out, beckoning the group. The remaining 30 or so root ninjas appeared utterly bewildered. "Come on. Why are you standing there?" Chiba urged again. "Oh, all right." They exchanged glances before reluctantly approaching. Though fear gripped their hearts and uncertainty clouded their minds regarding Hyuga Chiba's intentions, they reasoned that death was inevitable. It was nothing of great consequence. Chiba scanned the group and inquired, "Among you, who holds the highest rank?" A ninja sporting a handlebar mustache stepped forward, timidly raising his hand. "That would be me." "What is your command?" Chiba asked. "What is your position?" The mustachioed ninja replied, "I am a squad leader, 1 rank below Mr. Yamashiro." "Very well," Chiba nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching, he patted the ninja on the shoulder. Before he could utter a word, the mustachioed ninja trembled in fright, tightly shutting his eyes, fearing he was about to be struck down by Chiba. Yet, in the next moment, he cautiously opened his eyes, finding no excruciating pain coursing through him. Chiba looked on in exasperation. "Why are you so tense? I have no intention of killing you." The mustachioed ninja let out a nervous chuckle. Despite his earlier display of cowardice, none of his companions mocked him. Why? Because they all understood his plight. Hyuga Chiba was terrifying, an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. This youth before them was akin to a deity of death. Chiba inquired, "What is your name?" The mustachioed ninja stammered, I am Mikawa." Chiba nodded, Mikawa. Do you know why I have slain Danzo?" Mikawa's eyes darted, and he replied, "I know. It is because Lord Danzo sent someone to assassinate you, thus you seek revenge." Before he could finish his sentence, Chiba's gaze sharpened with curiosity, causing Mikawa to hastily clamp his mouth shut. His mind raced, desperately searching for the right response, and soon he conjured another answer. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ahem. My apologies, Lord Chiba. I misspoke earlier. It should have been that Lord Danzo conspired with the traitorous Orochimaru, harboring intentions of treachery against Konoha. Hence, your actions in eliminating Lord Danzo, this traitor, were driven solely by your concern for the safety of Konoha." A smile graced Chiba's lips as he nodded in satisfaction. "Mikawa, you are indeed correct. My actions were motivated by the imperative of Konoha's security. A wave of silence swept over the crowd, as they realized that this Hinata Chiba possessed an audacious side. Anyone present could see through the facade. He was merely acting out of personal vendetta. Yet he spoke with such pompous righteousness. It was clear he sought to absolve himself of any wrongdoing. Nevertheless, despite their thoughts, none dared voice dissent, for their very lives were clasped tightly within Chiba's grasp. This was a palpable truth. With Danzo's demise, the tongue-binding curse mark that had restrained them was automatically lifted, signifying that they could now resume a semblance of normalcy. Compared to swearing fealty to a deceased Danzo, everyone now cherished their own lives far more. What loyalty could one owe to a corpse? Continuing to do so would be sheer folly. The invasion had come to an end. Those root ninjas who had been subjected to the tongue-binding curse were well aware of many of Danzo's secrets, including his attempts to assassinate Chiba and his clandestine dealings with Orochimaru over the years. They understood the gravity of the situation. Therefore, strictly speaking, Chiba's assertion that he had slain Danzo for the protection of Konoha held no weaknesses, as Danzo indeed had colluded with Orochimaru. Chiba surveyed the assembly, and seeing no one daring to challenge him, he nodded with satisfaction. Mikawa, I need you to inform the fleeing root ninjas of my actions in eliminating this traitor who conspired with our enemies. Do you grasp my intent? Mikawa was taken aback momentarily. Then, summoning all his wits, he deciphered Chiba's meaning. Fortunately, he was quite astute and quickly understood that Chiba wished for him to convey to the other root ninjas to remain silent about the matter. Yes, I understand, Mikawa replied, nodding vigorously. Chiba smiled in approval. Mikawa was indeed perceptive, requiring little elucidation. Dealing with intelligent individuals was a pleasure. Excellent. You have performed admirably. Take your group and proceed to notify everyone. Afterward, lead them to join the resistance against the invaders and stand strong against our foes. Mikawa nodded. I comprehend, Lord Chiba. With that, he turned and gestured grandly, leading the group away. Chiba was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to depart when he reconsidered. This visit should not be in vain. The root base possesses profound foundations, having operated under Danzo's command for many years. Wealth and scrolls of ninjutsu are among the considerable assets accumulated over time. With Danzo now deceased and the root ninjas having fled, it seems reasonable for Chiba to take all these resources. Contemplating this, Chiba began an exhaustive search within the root base. The scale of the base was indeed vast. After nearly half an hour of searching, he found himself at a standstill, regretting his decision to send the group, led by Mikawa, away prematurely. Had they remained, his search would not have been so aimless. Fortunately, with the aid of his Byakugan, Chiba soon located the primary storage facility. This structure resembled a fortress, robust and imposing, consisting of 3 stories. The first and second floors were lined with shelves displaying a myriad of peculiar scrolls and documents, including numerous ninjutsu scrolls and unique artifacts. Chiba, lacking the desire to scrutinize each item, activated the collection ability of his system space, absorbing everything into it for later examination. On the 3rd floor, he encountered several large machines housed within a transparent tank. Inside the tank floated a pale green liquid, in which several children, around 2 or 3 years of age, were submerged. Each child was connected to numerous test tubes. It was evident that Danzo was still engaged in such inhumane experiments. Chiba frowned. This was undoubtedly an endeavor to cultivate would-release ninjas. The children had been infused with cells from Hashirama. Among the countless lost children, only Yamato had survived. Despite the passing years, Danzo had continued this clandestine operation, the toll on innocent lives unknown. Chiba chose not to intervene with the children, as he lacked medical knowledge to rescue them, and these experiments served as evidence of Danzo's crimes, which would be preserved for the Konoha ninjas to investigate later. Having traversed the entire warehouse, Chiba found no further useful items. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location and reappearing at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. His purpose for coming here was singular, to find Hinata. Previously, she had been sent here to assist in evacuating the civilians. At this moment, the Ninja Academy was deserted. The sounds of explosions and battle cries echoed from afar, though the conflict had yet to reach this place. Nevertheless, the nearby residents had largely been evacuated, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians. Once more, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Chiba vanished from his original position. In the next moment, he found himself in a cavernous space, a passageway situated above the Hokage rock. This refuge was constructed during the early days of Konoha, established by Hashirama and Madara to safeguard the villagers and provide temporary sanctuary. Within the passage, villagers lined the stone walls, their lamentations filling the air as they engaged in hushed discussions. Hinata stood at the edge of the passage, her head peeking out, her expression grave as she observed the distant battle. Chiba and I. Upon seeing Chiba's appearance, Hinata's somber demeanor transformed into one of joy. Is everything all right? Chiba nodded, offering a reassuring smile as he gently ruffled her hair. Everything is fine. Hinata shook her head. The students from the Ninja Academy and the surrounding crowd have all been evacuated. Chiba inquired, what about Niji and Kiba? Hinata replied. Niji and Kiba chose to go to the hospital to rescue the injured, so they left together, leaving me here. Chiba nodded in understanding. That's fine. I will stay here with you to ensure everyone's safety. Hinata nodded in agreement. Though she did not comprehend why someone as powerful as Chiba would refrain from joining the fight against the invaders, she refrained from probing further. She understood that Chiba had his own reasons for every action, which did not require excessive questioning. Had he considered joining the resistance against the foreign foes or aiding the third Hokage in vanquishing Orochimaru? Chiba had indeed pondered such possibilities, yet he deemed them unnecessary. Events unfold for a reason, and he preferred not to interfere too much. Unless provoked by someone like Danzo, Chiba would not hesitate to eliminate them. As for other matters, he would let them develop naturally. Moreover, with the remaining root ninjas joining the battle against the invaders, Konoha's already formidable combat prowess would only grow stronger. Indeed, as Chiba had anticipated, the prolonged conflict that was expected to last for an extended period concluded in merely half a day. Sunagakure was steadily retreating, and countless surrendering individuals were captured as prisoners. After slaying his mentor, the third Hokage, Orochimaru was sealed and fled with the Sound Four. The crisis was entirely averted. The remaining two highest leaders of Konoha, Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Gate, stepped forward to take charge. They began overseeing the situation, which included managing the Sunagakure prisoners, compelling them to sign treaties and demanding substantial reparations, as well as organizing the funeral for the third Hokage. As for Chiba's act of killing Danzo, with testimonies and statements from Mikawa and the remaining root ninjas, Chiba bore no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he emerged as a hero, a guardian of Konoha who had eradicated a traitor. Half a month has swiftly elapsed since Jiraiya's visit. The aftermath of the battle in Konoha has been largely addressed, however. The scars of devastation are profoundly evident throughout the village. It is clearly impossible to restore everything in a short span of time. Regarding external matters, the tasks assigned to ninjas from outside have been temporarily shelved. During this period, Konoha finds itself in utter disarray. With the death of the third Hokage, who would concern themselves with ninja missions? Those who have not perished or been injured are predominantly engaged by the two advisors to rectify the damage inflicted upon the village. As for Chiba, Hinata, Naruto, and their companions, they remain as genin, having received no assignments during this time. Consequently, everyone is settled into a state of leisure. Ding! Congratulations. The Moonlight Clan's shifting technique has been successfully replicated. Another morning has arrived. Chiba instinctively activated his replication ability, and at last, the shifting technique was complete. As for that fellow, Moonlight Gale, he had long been covertly transported to the Konoha hospital on the day of the Great Battle. Whether he awakens or not has become inconsequential. He is now entirely unrelated to Chiba. Knock, knock, knock. The front door below was rapped upon. The door isn't locked. Feel free to come in, Hinata. Chiba called out habitually as he rose to don his attire. He noted with curiosity that Hinata had arrived earlier than usual that day. However, the next moment, a man's voice resonated from downstairs. Little Chiba, I've come in. Chiba was taken aback. It was Jiraiya's voice. What brings him here so early? How did he find the Hyuga clan? Could it be that the truth about his defeat of Danzo has been uncovered by Jiraiya? With a tinge of apprehension, Chiba dressed and made his way downstairs. Although he was not particularly fearful of exposure, a sense of guilt lingered within him. Upon reaching the first floor, he beheld Jiraiya comfortably seated on the couch, nonchalantly peeling a banana from the table and indulging in it. Jiraiya? How did you know where I live, and what do you seek? Chiba inquired, puzzled. Jiraiya turned with a hearty laugh, his grin carrying a hint of cunning and mischief. Little Chiba, we are friends who have shared pleasant conversations. There is no need to be so guarded around me. Chiba felt somewhat speechless. Given Jiraiya's familiar demeanor, there was no need for excessive formality. Although uncertain of Jiraiya's intentions, it was clear he had a purpose for his visit. Very well, then. Please. Have a seat for a moment. Chiba retreated to the washroom to freshen up, washing his face and brushing his teeth. Afterward, he entered the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. Jiraiya, have you eaten breakfast yet? Would you care for something to eat? Jiraiya nodded fervently. Of course, I want to eat sushi and soy milk. A few more fried dough sticks would be splendid. This fellow had quite a list of demands, and Chiba's expression darkened upon hearing them. He retorted, there's none. We only have noodles. Will you eat them? Jiraiya, unfazed, continued to smile and nodded. Yes, I will. Subsequently, Chiba began to prepare the ingredients and set a large pot of noodles to boil. Why such a large pot, you may wonder. It was because Hinata was coming for breakfast. Hinata had quite the appetite and would surely consume 8 or 10 bowls. Before long, Hinata indeed arrived at the courtyard. Noticing the door was ajar, she stepped inside. Upon seeing Jiraiya seated in the living room, Hinata expressed her surprise. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Jiraiya paused, looking at Hinata, and after a moment's reflection, he finally recognized her. Ah, you are Hinata, right? It was understandable. Hinata was quite reserved around unfamiliar faces. And on that day in the wilderness, it was mainly Chiba who conversed with Jiraiya, leaving Hinata as a mere listener, hence Jiraiya's shallow impression of her. Hinata nodded. Yes. I am Hinata Hyuga. Jiraiya gazed at her, and then glanced towards Chiba in the kitchen, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He playfully gestured with his fingers, asking Hinata, little Hinata, are you and little Chiba in a romantic relationship? What? Hinata's face turned crimson in an instant. How could Lord Jiraiya be so direct? How was she to respond? Fortunately, at that moment, Chiba's voice emerged from the kitchen, providing her an escape. Hinata, come in and bring the noodles to the table. Okay. Hinata replied, turning and hurrying into the kitchen. Soon after, the three of them sat down at the table to enjoy their noodles. Jiraiya was astounded by Hinata's appetite. He truly hadn't anticipated that, despite being a grown man, he and Chiba together couldn't match even a third of Hinata's consumption. She devoured 8 bowls while he and Chiba were sated after just 1. Wow, little Chiba, your culinary skills are impressive, almost rivaling those of a restaurant chef, Jiraiya remarked, patting his stomach in satisfaction. Chiba replied, all right, enough flattery. The meal is finished, so let us discuss why you sought me out. Jiraiya nodded, his smile fading as he adopted a serious demeanor. I'm aware of your act of eliminating Danzo from the Root organization. Chiba was taken aback. So this was indeed the reason for Jiraiya's visit. Had the 2 advisors sent him? He cautiously inquired. And then? Jiraiya continued. There's no and then. I recognize your formidable strength, which places you among Konoha's elite combatants. Therefore, I have a request for you. I need your assistance in ensuring Naruto's safety. Chiba was somewhat taken aback. He had not come to confront anyone. Protecting Naruto's safety? Surely, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, should suffice on his own. Why was he summoned as well? Before Chiba could voice his inquiry, Jiraiya continued, little Chiba, you are aware of Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, are you not? Chiba nodded. Jiraiya elaborated. There exists a mysterious organization that has gathered an exceptionally formidable group of individuals, and they are attempting to seize control of the tailed beasts from the major ninja villages. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto has now also become a target for this organization. Subsequently, Jiraiya recounted the entire situation to Chiba. The organization he spoke of was, of course, the Akatsuki. As for why he insisted on including Chiba in the protective detail for Naruto, Jiraiya implied that the enemy's strength was daunting, and he feared potential mishaps, thus seeking Chiba's assistance. However, from Jiraiya's demeanor, Chiba discerned a hint of bravado. For there was no trace of fear in his mention of the Akatsuki. Instead, it was tinged with a subtle pride. Hence, the rationale for summoning Chiba must lie elsewhere. Chiba speculated that the 2 advisors might have gleaned something from the Root ninjas, prompting them to urge Jiraiya to keep a close watch on him. As Chiba's abilities were exceedingly fearsome, and he was deemed a significant threat. Killing Danzo? On the surface, Chiba had exposed Danzo as a traitor colluding with Orochimaru. Yet, in reality, the 2 advisors would undoubtedly harbor their reservations. After all, they had shared a history with Danzo and held some emotional ties to him. As for Jiraiya, he was not entirely swayed by the advisor's words. In Chiba's estimation, he likely possessed his own considerations. Nevertheless, Jiraiya, not fully acquainted with Chiba, sought to involve him in the protection of Naruto to establish a closer connection. Very well, I shall agree to your request, Chiba resolved, no longer inclined to refuse. After all, it was merely about safeguarding Naruto. As Naruto's friend, Chiba had no qualms about that. Jiraiya grinned widely. That's splendid. In 2 days, I shall take Naruto with me to seek out the 5th Hokage to assume the mantle. Chiba, you shall accompany us. Chiba nodded in agreement. Hinata, perplexed, inquired. The 5th Hokage? Lord Jiraiya, has the candidate for the 5th Hokage already been decided? Jiraiya nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon outside. Indeed, if that woman returns, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice for the 5th Hokage. Chiba understood that the woman Jiraiya referred to as Tsunade. Jiraiya, having long been accustomed to a carefree life, could not endure the constraints of the Hokage's responsibilities, hence his desire for Tsunade to shoulder that burden. Hinata tugged at Chiba's arm and asked, Chiba, are you leaving Konoha village in 2 days? Can I accompany you? Chiba glanced at Jiraiya, who shook his head slightly, clearly reluctant to take Hinata along due to certain concerns. Helpless, Chiba gently patted Hinata's little head and reassured her, Hinata, focus on your training at home. I will return as soon as possible, so don't worry too much about me. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly gathered a large stack of bowls from the table and dashed to the kitchen. I'll wash the dishes first. You two continue your conversation. 2 days later, after having breakfast with Hinata, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared beneath a large tree outside the gates of Konoha village. Hey Chiba, good morning. Jiraiya had arrived early, leaning casually against the tree in his iconic loose red robe, greeting him with a smile. Good morning, Chiba replied, glancing around before asking, where's your apprentice? Jiraiya hesitated. Upon recalling Naruto's clumsiness, he sighed resignedly. To be precise, I haven't officially taken that kid Naruto as my apprentice yet. It was that he disliked Naruto, rather. The boy's tenacity and indomitable spirit mirrored his own, which was why he was willing to teach him ninjutsu. However, Naruto could be unreliable at times, and his stubbornness gave Jiraiya pause regarding the idea of formally accepting him as a disciple. As they spoke, Naruto appeared at the village gates, waving and shouting, Hey, perverted sage. Chiba, I'm here. Clad in his signature orange tracksuit and sporting an oversized backpack that bulged with unknown contents, he drew the attention of both Chiba and Jiraiya, who exchanged incredulous glances. Naruto, are you moving house? Chiba inquired. Scratching his head, Naruto chuckled. I just got so excited thinking about the trip with the perverted sage that I packed a bit more food and supplies. Jiraiya shook his head in exasperation. All right. Let us get going while the sun is still mild. Sure, Naruto nodded. Thus, the three set off on their journey to the next town. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak near Konoha village, 2 men clad in loose black robes stood overlooking the path below, carefully observing Chiba and his companions. The black robes were adorned with red clouds, indicating their affiliation with the Akatsuki organization. One man had blood-red eyes, while the other bore a massive blade wrapped in white cloth on his back. They were none other than Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, tasked with capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kisame, grinning with his sharp shark-like teeth, remarked, Itachi, the target has appeared. When shall we make our move? Uchiha Itachi spoke calmly. Do not rush, Kisame. Do you recognize the white-haired man below? Kisame, perplexed, inquired, Who? Itachi replied, He is Jiraiya. Kisame's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Jiraiya of the legendary 3 ninjas? However, a trace of disdain soon crossed his face. So what? The reputation of the legendary 3 is indeed formidable, yet against you, I doubt he would gain any advantage. Itachi shook his head. Do not underestimate him, Kisame. That man is undoubtedly formidable. His strength surpasses ours. Upon hearing this, Kisame reined in his scorn and regarded the white-haired man with renewed seriousness. Acknowledging Itachi's endorsement, he understood this man was not to be taken lightly. Now I see, Kisame remarked, but the young lad in the white robe must belong to the Hyuga clan. Why is he accompanying the Jinchuriki? Itachi replied, I am uncertain. Yet that individual gives off an air of complexity as well. At this, Kisame chuckled, remaining silent. He suddenly pondered whether his exceedingly powerful partner had recently grown timid, to be wary even of a mere youth. He asked, What should we do next? Itachi responded, Every individual has their weaknesses, even Mr. Jiraiya possesses a fatal flaw, his lecherous nature. Let us follow for now. I will devise a way to distract Mr. Jiraiya, and then we shall capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With that, the two vanished from sight. On the streets of a small town, Chiba, Jiraiya, and Naruto walked leisurely. A day had passed since they left Konoha, and evening was upon them. This town was the closest to Konoha. The area bustled with the comings and goings of people, the calls of vendors echoing in the air. Gurgle. Naruto's stomach rumbled, and he patted his belly, looking at Jiraiya. Hey, perverted sage, I'm hungry. Let us find a place to eat. Jiraiya nodded. Yes. Food sounds good. I am hungry as well. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the entrance of an inn. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure walked past them, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiraiya. This was too much for Jiraiya to withstand. He nearly gushed blood on the spot. Not just Jiraiya, even Chiba and Naruto found themselves powerless against such beauty. Her snow-white thighs, the profound curves of her figure, and her stunning visage were utterly captivating. It was only after she had walked away that the trio regained their composure. Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Chiba, Naruto, you two go in and eat first. I have some matters to attend to, but I will return shortly. Hey, perverted sage. You clearly intend to pursue that lovely lady, Naruto exclaimed, unrelentingly exposing his intentions. Jiraiya, seemingly unconcerned, hastily followed the woman, waving his hand as he called out, Children, hurry and eat. I must gather some crucial intelligence. Chiba furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the plot of the original story, which mirrored the present circumstances. Jiraiya was lured away by the woman, leaving Naruto to dine and lodge alone. Was it not then that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki would soon make their appearance? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a long day of travel, he truly felt the pangs of hunger. Let them come, after all. Those two would find it impossible to take Naruto from Chiba's grasp. Come, Naruto, let us eat, Chiba encouraged, patting Naruto on the shoulder as he entered the inn first. Naruto nodded, feeling a rush of excitement at the thought of food. The two entered the establishment, ordering a lavish array of dishes, and began to feast heartily. The inn also offered accommodations, and it was no surprise that they secured a room on the second floor. Naruto's room was adjacent to Chiba's. Naruto, rest well. Chiba smiled, imparting his advice. As he spoke, Chiba casually patted Naruto's back, and beneath the collar of his orange tracksuit, a unique mark silently manifested, the Flying Thunder God seal. Naruto affirmed with a nod, and the two retreated to their respective rooms. Yet, Chiba did not hasten to train or rest. Instead, he opened the system panel to examine the bloodline powers he possessed. Current bloodline powers: Ice Release, Sharingan, One Tomo, Byakugan, Phasing Technique, Shadow Mimicry. Bloodline powers awaiting replication: Bloodline power of the Yamashiro clan, Pure Bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, replicated by Naruto, Special Bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, replicated by Xiangling, Indra's Bloodline. Ashura's Bloodline. The phasing technique had just been successfully replicated. After careful contemplation, Chiba resolved to begin replicating Naruto's unique Uzumaki bloodline. Naruto's Uzumaki lineage was exceptional, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities and a prodigious capacity for chakra creation. While Chiba did not place much value on the regenerative aspect, the chakra production capability was undeniably enticing. If he could attain a chakra level akin to Naruto's, his ice release techniques would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, allowing him to unleash vast expanses of ice with a mere wave of his hand. The thought alone was exhilarating. Subsequently, Chiba planned to replicate and acquire further bloodline abilities, such as the Ketsuyugen of SH10, the Shikatsumiyaku of Kimimaro, the unique bloodline of Suigetsu, and the Ketsurigan of Karui, among others. These were his top priorities. He recognized that he was not yet strong enough. He needed to grow stronger, for in the future, this world would face the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. Those individuals are exceedingly twisted, and few possess the strength to confront them. It is imperative that someone rises to the occasion. If Chiba can acquire formidable power in due time, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to crush the Otsutsuki clan. Having resolved this in his mind, Chiba felt the urge to visit the Sound Village. If all goes as anticipated, Kimimaro will be gravely ill by now. If he arrives too late, he may lose the opportunity to obtain that bloodline power upon Kimimaro's death. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Approaching steadily, they halted before the door to Chiba and Naruto's room. They have arrived? Chiba furrowed his brow, having already risen from his bed. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, someone was knocking on Naruto's door. Given the wooden construction of the inn's rooms, the sounds from the neighboring space were crystal clear to Chiba. Is it Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha? Inside, Naruto, who was meditating, opened his eyes and asked impatiently, "Is it the pervy sage? Or Chiba?" Receiving no answer, he reluctantly got up and approached the door. Creak. As he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Standing at the entrance were two tall figures clad in black cloaks. They gazed down at him with an expression of disdain, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine. Instinctively, he took a step back. "Who are you?" There was no response. Kisame Hashigaki, wielding a large sword, turned to Itachi Uchiha and remarked, "Is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He appears rather weak." Itachi nodded calmly. "That is to be expected. His strength lies within the Nine Tails inside him, as a Jinchuriki. He currently cannot harness its abilities." Naruto's expression changed in shock. The oppressive aura emanating from these two left him breathless. Itachi regarded Naruto with an unruffled demeanor. "Naruto-kun, come with us. If you wish to avoid suffering, do not resist." Naruto remained silent, instead shouting, "Chiba, Chiba, I need help." With the pervy sage absent, Chiba was his only hope. The two before him exuded an unmistakable power, and he felt that only Chiba could handle the situation. "Coming." Chiba's voice resonated from the adjacent room. Subsequently, the door slowly opened, and he emerged. Kisame and Itachi turned their attention to Chiba in unison. Chiba met their gaze without haste. Kisame grinned. "This boy seems rather ordinary, not as formidable as you suggested, Itachi." Itachi shook his head. "Kisame, be cautious. Do not underestimate him." Chiba waved to Naruto. "Come here quickly." "Okay." Naruto nodded, just as he was about to move. The blade wielded by the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, suddenly swept across, obstructing Naruto's path. "You are our quarry. Where do you think you are going?" he declared. As he spoke, Kisame lifted a leg and aimed a swift kick at Naruto's abdomen. The speed of the kick was astonishing, and Naruto stood frozen, unable to evade. In that moment, Chiba waved his right hand, causing the temperature at the entrance to plummet, erecting an ice shield to shield Naruto. With a loud thud, Kisame's foot collided with the ice, which sustained no damage. Both he and Itachi Uchiha were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Ice release, bloodline limit?" It was indeed surprising for the Hyuga clan to possess such a technique. However, Itachi, known for his cautious demeanor, had already discerned from their brief encounter that Chiba was far from ordinary. "Kisame, quickly capture the Nine Tails. I will hold him off," Itachi commanded, swiftly weaving hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flames that coalesced into a massive fireball, hurtling toward Chiba. At such close range, being struck would be catastrophic. Understood. Meanwhile, Kisame swung his Samahata, charging toward Naruto. With a crack, the blade shattered the ice shield, relentlessly advancing toward Naruto. In a flash, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, evading the incoming fireball. In the next instant, he appeared beside Naruto, his fist clenched tightly, and delivered a powerful strike. Gentle fist, explosive strike. With a resounding impact, his golden-hued fist collided forcefully with Kisame's descending blade. "What?" Kisame gasped in shock as his wrist shattered. He felt as though his weapon had been struck by a colossal hammer. Instead of continuing its arc, the Samahata was sent hurtling back, crashing violently against Kisame's chest. "Ah!" He cried out in agony, as his chest was crushed by the impact, blood gushing forth. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. The overwhelming force propelled him backward, shattering the corridor wall, and he was sent flying out of the inn, crashing down onto the street below, causing a commotion. This fellow, Itachi's expression shifted to one of alarm. He dared not underestimate the situation and swiftly retreated, widening the distance between himself and Chiba. His combat awareness was sharp. He had already recognized Chiba's ability to instantaneously appear beside Naruto, a technique of remarkable complexity. Coupled with this terrifying strength, Chiba seemed invincible in close combat. "Who are you?" "I have not heard of such a figure in Konoha," Itachi said, his expression grave as he fixated on Chiba. Chiba spoke, "Hinata Chiba, I recognize you." "You are Uchiha Itachi." Itachi paused, scrutinizing Chiba intently, momentarily rendered speechless. Chiba continued, "Leave now. I have no desire to engage with you. As long as I am here, you shall not take Naruto." Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, sensing an unmistakable aura of danger emanating from the young man before him. At that moment, the previously thrown Kisame Hashigaki leaped back through the shattered wall, gripping his Samahata sword, his chest marred by extensive wounds, yet rapidly mending through the chakra of the blade. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kisame coldly fixed his gaze on Chiba and spoke in a low tone, "Itachi-san, you were entirely correct. This little brat is indeed a tough opponent. What terrifying power he possesses." Itachi nodded in agreement. I have only witnessed such strength in one other individual. The other among the legendary Sannin. Chiba was taken aback. Itachi was referring to Tsunade, implying he considered himself her successor. However, Chiba paid little heed to this notion. Naruto tugged at Chiba's arm and inquired, Chiba, who is Uchiha Itachi, and what are they after? Why do they want to capture me? Chiba replied, Uchiha Itachi is the elder brother of Uchiha Sasuke. Their intent to capture you is, naturally, to seize the tailed beast within you. Naruto nodded, pondering the implications as he gazed at the two adversaries across from him. Kisame asked, what shall we do next, Itachi-san? With such a commotion, Jiraiya will likely return promptly. Itachi affirmed, use all your strength, Kisame. We must capture the Nine-Tails swiftly. If we wait for him to return, our chances will diminish to nothing. Kisame acknowledged with a nod, a smile creeping onto his face. He swiftly began to weave hand signs. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. With a deep breath, Kisame opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a tidal wave, inundating the entire second-floor corridor. The force of the water showed no signs of abating, quickly engulfing vast areas around them. Passers-by on the street were swept away by the deluge. With a resounding crash, Kisame's head broke through the inn's rooftop, and a fountain-like column of water propelled him skyward. The entire inn filled with water until it could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing in on itself. Your water style is countered by my abilities, Chiba declared. On the other side, Chiba seized Naruto and leaped upwards, breaking through the rooftop without being affected by the rushing water. The two stood atop the waves, rising and falling together. Naruto appeared somewhat flustered, while Chiba remained composed, his emotions steady. The two opponents before him were formidable, yet Chiba knew that should he choose, he could effortlessly activate the Flying Thunder God technique and depart with Naruto at any moment. Itachi found himself at a loss for words. He had declared his intent to unleash his full power. I almost forgot that Kisame would unleash his full power, creating such a grand spectacle. At this moment, even Jiraiya, who had initially been unaware of the situation, had to rush over immediately. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly capture Naruto and take him away. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Itachi Uchiha swiftly traversed the water's surface, closing in on the two. As he approached, a series of ninjutsu were completed. A multitude of small fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Chiba and Naruto. Each fireball concealed a rapidly spinning shuriken, making this technique a hidden lethal move. The shuriken could be manipulated by the threads in his hand, enabling a counterattack even if the enemy evaded the fireballs. However, Chiba seemed to have anticipated the intricacies of this technique. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a large array of ice shards materialized before him, hurtling toward the fireballs. Each ice spike was aimed directly at a fireball. Upon collision, they produced a hissing sound. Yet, the basketball-sized fireballs were evidently insufficient to instantly melt the ice spikes. The ice shards shattered the fireballs, sending the concealed shuriken flying in all directions. Hee, here I come, Hinata's little brat. Kisame cackled maniacally. In this vast expanse of water, he was in his element, greatly increasing his odds against the enemy. His confidence surged as he wielded the Samahata. The water columns beneath him surged violently, creating towering waves that rolled toward Chiba. This maneuver was exceptionally daunting, as he could both suppress Chiba with the swirling waves while standing atop them, ready to launch a surprise attack. Yet, Chiba remained unfazed, a cold smirk playing on his lips. As the tumultuous waves surged within mere feet of him, Chiba suddenly extended his palm outward, activating his ice release ability. Chakra surged from the soles of his feet, and the undulating water beneath him instantly solidified into ice, while the advancing tidal wave was transformed into a frozen sculpture. What? Kisame was taken aback. Was such a feat truly possible? This was far too formidable. He was supposed to hold an absolute advantage in the water. Why had everything suddenly turned to ice? However, this was not the end. The frozen tidal wave, under Chiba's chakra manipulation, began to sprout sharp ice spikes from its surface. A series of soft crackling sounds ensued. Kisame, bewildered, felt his feet pierced by the spikes, eliciting a cry of agony. Just as the ice spikes continued to grow upward, threatening to impale him further, the dry persimmon Zetsu swiftly brandished his sharkskin sword, shattering the ice beneath his feet over a vast expanse, finally freeing himself as he retreated hastily. Infuriated, he glared at Chiba with a face twisted in resentment. This boy is truly insufferable. Today, he has suffered significant losses at the hands of this youth on 2 separate occasions. Chiba chuckled lightly. Do not look at me with such disdain. I possess an absolute counter to water-style ninjas. Thus, your advantage in water ninjutsu holds no sway over me. Damn it. The dry persimmon Zetsu trembled with rage. This brat is so arrogant. The most frustrating part is that he cannot refute the truth that his water techniques can be swiftly frozen into blocks of ice, rendering him at a distinct disadvantage. He has indeed encountered his nemesis today. Zetsu, I will hold him off. You go after the Ninetales. Meanwhile, the ever-elusive Uchiha Itachi, still maneuvering, spoke in a low voice. From the very onset of the battle, his left eye had been tightly shut, evidently gathering chakra to activate the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. Chiba was well aware of the prowess possessed by both individuals. Although he boasted to be a Byakugan, he dared not confront Itachi's Tsukuyomi recklessly. In theory, while the Byakugan is one of the three great ocular techniques, it is unlikely to withstand the onslaught of Tsukuyomi. Thus, Chiba remained vigilant, keeping a keen eye on Itachi's gaze. Noticing a blood tear trickle from Itachi's left eye, Chiba acted without hesitation. He stomped his right foot forcefully, activating his ice release ability. Instantly, a square ice block of 2 meters in thickness enveloped both Chiba and Naruto. What? Uchiha Itachi halted abruptly, momentarily taken aback. The Tsukuyomi was primed for activation, but Chiba's maneuver had obscured his line of sight, preventing him from progressing further. This fellow. Itachi sensed that matters were more intricate than they appeared. This individual, named Hinata Chiba, seems to possess profound insight into his techniques. Nevertheless, he would not concede so easily. In the scant seconds before Tsukuyomi could commence, he summoned another ability of his Manjiki Sharingan. Susanoo. A tempest of crimson energy surged around him, coalescing into a colossal skeletal arm that materialized before Uchiha Itachi. The skeletal hand formed a fist and swung violently forward. With a resounding crash, the thick ice block shattered into countless shards, scattering debris in every direction. Yet, in the next moment, Itachi was left bewildered. The space within the ice block was utterly vacant. Chiba and Naruto had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Where have they gone? The dry persimmon Zetsu was riddled with confusion, halting in his tracks. Itachi shook his head. I do not know. They must have utilized some form of ninjutsu to escape. As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Moments ago, Chiba had appeared before Naruto without a sound. He had deduced that this Hyuga Chiba must possess a certain unique space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that he is capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique? Itachi Uchiha's expression turned to one of astonishment. If that were indeed the case, then this Hyuga Chiba was exceedingly formidable. Blood tears continued to flow from his left eye. Witnessing his enemy vanish, Itachi had no choice but to reluctantly dismiss the ocular technique. However, this dismissal did not mean his body was free from harm. The cost of such a technique was exorbitant. He realized that he would likely be unable to employ Tsukuyomi for some time. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them from the distance. He was tall, clad in a flowing dark red robe, with a forehead protector emblazoned with a prominent symbol. It was Jiraiya. On his shoulder, he bore a beautiful woman who was already unconscious, her attire in disarray. The delay in his arrival suggested that he had engaged in some questionable dealings with her. Thank you both for accompanying us on this arduous journey, Jiraiya said with a faint smile, gently placing the woman dressed in a short skirt onto the icy layer created by Chiba. Kisame Hashigaki furrowed his brow. You discovered us long ago, didn't you? Of course, Jiraiya nodded. In a flash, a figure appeared beside Jiraiya. It was Chiba. Where's Naruto? Jiraiya inquired. Rest assured. He has been taken care of, Chiba replied. Jiraiya nodded and turned his gaze towards Itachi Uchiha. So, you are the prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha? Your eyes are indeed remarkable. However, do not think that such trivial illusions cast upon a woman can easily deceive me. I am not one to fall for your tricks. As he spoke, Chiba glanced at the woman beside them. Noticing her disheveled clothing and the marks on her fair skin, Chiba quickly understood. That scoundrel Jiraiya had already taken advantage of her. After Chiba had endured the initial assault, Jiraiya had the audacity to come here and flaunt his bravado. Chiba's expression darkened. Jiraiya was truly shameless. Itachi and Kisame could also see that the woman had been compromised. Itachi narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. Kisame, with his straightforward temperament, could not resist the urge to mock. Jiraiya-sensei, you knew full well this was a trap, and yet you still fell into it. Itachi is right. You have no resistance when it comes to women. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, having been seen through. However, his thick skin allowed him to disregard the jibe and turn to Chiba. Chiba, these two individuals. one a notorious fugitive from Konoha and the other a wanted criminal from the Hidden Mist, are to be subdued with all our might. Chiba remained silent, neither consenting nor refusing. However, the other party took the initiative and struck first. Uchiha Itachi's hands moved with incredible speed, forming seals so rapidly that they left afterimages. Fire style, great fireball technique. He opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball that swiftly coalesced before him, rolling towards Chiba and Jiraiya. Kisame, retreat. Without any further ado, Itachi turned and fled. Understood. The shark-like Kisame quickly followed suit. He was not foolish, with the target, Naruto, already taken by Chiba. Remaining here to engage in battle with these two formidable foes would yield no benefit. In truth, Kisame harbored a sense of pride stemming from his formidable water-style abilities. Yet now, his water techniques were countered by Chiba, and he did not perceive any chance of victory in continuing the fight. You shall not escape, Jiraiya shouted. Hastening his pursuit, Chiba followed closely behind. However, they had not chased far when Uchiha Itachi abruptly turned his head while still running. His tightly closed right eye shed a single drop of blood. Amaterasu. In the instant he opened his eye, a vast expanse of black flames erupted before Chiba and Jiraiya. Chiba quickly halted. These flames were not to be trifled with. It was no jest. Jiraiya also stopped, his expression grave as he glanced at the black fire. When he attempted to circumvent the flames to continue his pursuit, Itachi and Kisame had already distanced themselves significantly, making it evident that further pursuit would not be so simple. Damn it, they've managed to escape, Jiraiya cursed under his breath. Isn't that due to your engaging in that unseemly activity? Chiba retorted. Jiraiya defended himself. Ahem. I was gathering vital intelligence. It was a necessary task. Indeed, gathering it on a woman's belly, Chiba quipped without hesitation. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, and he chose not to elaborate further, instead retrieving a blank scroll from his belongings. With a pen, he inscribed numerous peculiar symbols upon it. Then, placing the scroll flat on the ground, he began to weave hand seals. Ninjutsu, evil sealing technique. He slapped one palm down onto the scroll. The black runes upon the scroll seemed to sprout legs, swiftly extending outward and rapidly consuming the vast area of black flames ahead. In approximately 30 seconds, all the black flames were completely devoured by the runes, drawn into the scroll. Jiraiya collected the scroll, his expression solemn as he remarked, "This fire is quite peculiar. It can even burn through the earth. We must store it away for further study." Chiba glanced at the ground, and indeed, the earth had been scorched, leaving a large, charred pit. Jiraiya remarked, "Let us proceed to fetch Naruto and find a place to rest." Chiba nodded in agreement. He then grasped Jiraiya's arm and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, the two vanished from their location, only to reappear beneath a grand tree. This spot was marked by Chiba during their journey, just before entering the town, not far from the direction of the settlement. Perverted sage, Chiba, you have returned. Naruto stepped forward, inquiring, "What about those two peculiar individuals?" Chiba replied, "They have departed, driven away." Naruto expressed, "Chiba, you are truly remarkable. I wish I could be as strong as you." Nearby, Jiraiya, somewhat displeased, teased, "Naruto, do you not find me formidable? I have been training you for quite some time." Naruto pouted, "Perverted sage. How can you still say that? It was precisely because you were seduced by a woman that those two appeared. You are nothing but a super lecherous old man." Jiraiya, incensed, struck Naruto's head with a heavy thump. "Is this how you speak to your teacher? Is this how you address your elders?" He had intended to teach Naruto a powerful ninjutsu during this outing, but now it seemed unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Naruto became animated and eagerly grasped Jiraiya's arm, pleading, "Perverted sage, what ninjutsu? Is it as formidable as Sasuke's Chidori?" Jiraiya replied, "Chidori? How could it possibly compare to my ninjutsu? The Rasengan was developed by a remarkably powerful ninja." That evening, the trio re-entered the town and found another inn to stay at. Jiraiya, still benevolent, went to compensate the innkeeper for the damages incurred at the previous establishment and paid for the medical expenses of the injured villagers. Initially, Jiraiya had intended to delegate this task to Chiba, for throughout their journey, he had observed that Chiba appeared quite affluent. He would purchase every intriguing item he encountered, never haggling over the price, suggesting he might be wealthier than Jiraiya himself. However, Chiba was not easily deceived by the old man. Given the circumstances of the fights, it was only fitting to spend a little money. After aligning with Naruto, he insisted that Jiraiya handle the matter. Thus began an arduous week-long quest to locate Tsunade. In every town they passed, Jiraiya and Chiba would split up, visiting taverns and casinos in search of Tsunade's whereabouts. As for Naruto, he had begun training in a new technique, having completed the first stage of the Rasengan and commenced the second stage. On the bustling streets of Shortbook Street, people flowed in and out, and Chiba and his companions ambled through the crowd, observing their surroundings. Naruto clutched a rubber ball, energetically bouncing it with fervor. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The ball burst apart, sending Naruto flying and startling the passers-by. Dusting himself off, he joyfully ran towards Chiba and Jiraiya, exclaiming, "I did it. I succeeded, Chiba, perverted sage. This is the third stage of my Rasengan training." Indeed. Several days had passed since the commencement of his journey to find Tsunade. Jiraiya nodded with a smile, ruffling Naruto's hair. "Well done, Naruto. We are just one stage away from completing this jutsu." Excitement surged within Naruto as he urged, "What next? How do I train, perverted sage? Please teach me." Jiraiya shook his head. "Not yet. It's not the right time. Let us be patient." Though slightly discontent, Naruto acquiesced. Throughout his training, he had sustained numerous injuries, particularly in his right hand, which throbbed painfully. Chiba interjected, "It's noon. Let us find a place to eat." "Yes, I'm hungry," Jiraiya agreed. And the trio headed towards a nearby tavern. Upon lifting the curtain, Jiraiya froze at the sight before him. He locked eyes with a woman seated at a table, both momentarily stunned. With her blonde hair tied neatly at the back and a strikingly beautiful face, she wore a loose gray kimono that did little to conceal her ample curves, which drew the attention of every passerby. It was none other than Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Beside her sat another woman clad in a black mesh kimono, sporting short hair and an equally attractive appearance, albeit with a slightly flatter chest. "Shizen." "Jiraiya," Tsunade exclaimed, both astonished to encounter each other in such a setting. Shizen quickly rose, bowing slightly. "Lord Jiraiya." "Ah, Shizen, you've grown up." "Ha ha," Jiraiya chuckled, recognizing her from the Third Great Ninja War when she was just a child, about the same age as Chiba and Naruto now. He gestured for Chiba and Naruto to sit opposite Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade, slightly inebriated, gazed dreamily at the three of them, her attention finally landing on Chiba's face. "This little guy is quite handsome, just to my taste." "Ha ha." Her hearty laughter made her impressive bosom sway, captivating those around. Chiba chuckled in response, refraining from replying. Yet internally mused, "It's all right. If you're well endowed, you can say what you want. I don't mind you being an older cow chasing after young grass." Jiraiya and Shizen were enveloped in a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Naruto was preoccupied with devouring grilled fish. Shizen remarked, "Lady Tsunade, you seem to have indulged a bit too much. Perhaps it's wise to refrain from further drinking." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "I am not inebriated, rest assured." Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Tsunade, have you heard about the recent significant events in Konoha?" A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Tsunade's eyes as she nodded slightly. "Ah, you mean the passing of the third Hokage?" "Yes, I am aware. Just the day before, Orochimaru had sought her out, requesting her assistance in healing his hands, claiming he could also resurrect her brother and lover, granting her 3 days to contemplate the offer. Thus, Tsunade was already cognizant of the happenings in Konoha. Jiraiya nodded and asked, "What are your plans moving forward? If possible, I would like to invite you to return to Konoha with me." The two advisors had specifically sought him out, and to be candid, his purpose for this visit was to persuade her to assume the mantle of Hokage. Tsunade scoffed derisively. "Hokage? Only a fool would aspire to such a position. I refuse." Her brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan Kato, had both harbored dreams of becoming Hokage. Yet their fates had met with untimely demise in battle, leaving an indelible scar on Tsunade's heart, with no one left to protect. What meaning did the title of Hokage hold for her? "Tsunade, do not be so hasty in your refusal," Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Naruto, nearby, was incensed. How dare one insult the Hokage? His unwavering faith was in the Hokage, and he could not abide such disrespect. However, being merely a child, his words lacked weight. Soon enough, under Tsunade's fierce glare and the pressure from Chiyo and Jiraiya, he settled down, obediently continuing to eat his fish. Subsequently, Jiraiya, along with Chiyo and Naruto, took up residence at the inn where Tsunade was staying, mirroring the developments in the original narrative. Tsunade invited Jiraiya out for drinks, but her intentions were far from innocent. She had laced his drink with a sedative. Initially, she intended to present him as a gift to Orochimaru, but her resolve softened. Instead, she allowed him to sleep soundly at the table throughout the night while she ventured alone to the rendezvous point with Orochimaru, seeking a resolution. The prospect of resurrecting her brother and lover had crossed her mind, and she had even felt a flicker of hope. Yet, her rationality ultimately prevailed, reminding her that the resurrection of the deceased was but a folly. Orochimaru was merely deceiving her. Determined to eliminate this perilous threat, she was perhaps influenced by Jiraiya's words. Her dormant feelings for Konoha had been rekindled. After all, it was her grandfather's legacy. As anticipated, a figure clad in a white kimono was advancing slowly from several hundred meters behind Tsunade. This individual is none other than Chiba. His prowess had not been mentioned by Jiraiya, thus it lay beyond the calculations of Tsunade. This inadvertently afforded Chiba the opportunity to stealthily follow and observe Tsunade's true intentions. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Chiba's mind. Ding. Temporary mission activated. Task details. Subjugate Orochimaru. Compel him to submit to the host. Upon completion, rewards for today's replication will be quintupled. Chiba was momentarily taken aback. Subduing Orochimaru? The task seemed daunting indeed. While it might be easy to vanquish Orochimaru, persuading such a headstrong and cunning individual to yield would be no trivial matter. Nevertheless, considering the enticing prospect of a five-fold reward, Chiba resolved to attempt it. What if he succeeded? He could directly replicate Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline today, thereby acquiring a formidable chakra reserve along with astonishing regenerative abilities. The speed of recovery held little significance for Chiba, as few could inflict harm upon him. The paramount concern was indeed the chakra volume. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, traversed several streets until she arrived at the foot of a temple, surrounded by winding walls resembling a labyrinth. Chiba, following behind, found himself somewhat bewildered. What sort of nonsensical architecture was this? What purpose did it serve? Was it merely designed to make people take longer routes? Tsunade halted, her gaze calm as she fixed her eyes on the distance. Not far ahead stood a tall, slender man with long black hair, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a serpentine malice. Orochimaru. Beside him stood a young man clad in a purple vest and light blue ninja trousers, adorned with round spectacles, Kabuto Yakushi. Humph, Tsunade, you have indeed come, Orochimaru sneered coldly. Tsunade frowned slightly. You knew I would come? Of course, Orochimaru replied, you cannot refuse the conditions to resurrect those two, for your love for them is profound. Tsunade. I understand you quite well. Tsunade's eyes fell slightly, shadowed with melancholy. Orochimaru spoke the truth. Her love for those two was immense. However, he erred in underestimating her intellect. Such love did not equate to the abandonment of all rational thought. Her purpose now was to eliminate Orochimaru. Tsunade nodded. You are not mistaken, Orochimaru. Remember your promise. I will heal your hands, but if I cannot see them again, you shall meet a most gruesome end. Her teeth clenched. She resolved to play her part convincingly. For someone as cunning as Orochimaru, one could not afford to be careless. Humph, rest assured, Tsunade. When have I ever deceived you? Come now, Tsunade, reveal your prowess. I know that in this world, only you possess the capability to achieve this. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, advancing slowly, as he raised his bandaged hands, urging Tsunade to commence her healing. Tsunade nodded slightly, extending her palms outward, cradling a vast sphere of verdant chakra energy, awaiting Orochimaru's approach. Suddenly, two kunai were hurled towards her. Tsunade's expression shifted in alarm as she swiftly retreated. Orochimaru's ire ignited. He glared back at Kabuto, his voice laced with venom. Kabuto, are you attempting to betray me at this moment? Kabuto's glasses glimmered ominously. Lord Orochimaru, do not approach this woman. As a medical ninja, I can sense that her chakra is rife with murderous intent. She has no intention of healing you. At this revelation, both Tsunade and Orochimaru were taken aback. Tsunade was astonished that Kabuto possessed such acumen in medical ninjutsu, for most medical ninjas lack the ability to discern such subtle nuances. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Yet he found himself inclined to trust Kabuto's words. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as he turned to Tsunade, demanding, What do you mean, Tsunade? Do you not wish for them to be revived? Tsunade let out a self-deprecating smile, gradually lowering her head. Two streams of tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, glistening as they fell to the ground. The notion of revival is utterly absurd. I must be a fool to have believed your deceitful words. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. She was acutely aware that Orochimaru was lying to her. Yet, she had been striving to convince herself, to deceive herself. Imagining the impossible as possible, Ultimately, however, she had awakened to the truth. What hope could there be for the deceased to return? Orochimaru regarded Tsunade with a chilling smile. His silence heavy. He spoke solemnly. So you have come to understand, Tsunade. To be frank, among all the inhabitants of Konoha, you are the last person I wish to kill. Kindly assist me in healing my hands. Do not compel me to take drastic measures. Tsunade clenched her jaw, wiping away her tears, and glared fiercely at Orochimaru. In that moment, all her sorrow transformed into fury. She despised the man before her. She loathed him for slaying the third Hokage, for ravaging the legacy left by her grandfather, and for deceiving her into nurturing a spark of impossible hope. Enough of your nonsense, Orochimaru. You must die today. With that declaration, Tsunade leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Orochimaru. The ground erupted with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater. Orochimaru deftly evaded the blow, leaping with Kabuto to the safety of the surrounding wall, unharmed. Pharmacist Do adjusted his glasses and sneered. Indeed, you are one of the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade. Your formidable strength is truly terrifying. A single punch from you would likely rival that of Hinata Chiba. A glint of malice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Do's words evoked unpleasant memories of the Forest of Death, where the esteemed Sannin was reduced to mere pulp by a younger foe. Even now, resentment lingered in his heart. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, Do said awkwardly, realizing he had misspoken. In Orochimaru's presence, the name Hinata Chiba had become a forbidden phrase. Die. Tsunade's attack arrived in a swift follow-up. With a resounding crash, she shattered the surrounding wall, bricks tumbling down in disarray. Retreat, Lord Orochimaru. The terrain here is too constricted for my style of combat, Do urged, pulling Orochimaru back in haste. Do not even think of escaping. Tsunade pursued relentlessly. Several hundred meters away, Hinata Chiba, who had been observing intently with his Byakugan, quickly followed suit. On a vast expanse of green meadow, Do and Orochimaru halted, gazing intently at Tsunade across from them. Now, it is my turn to engage you in battle, Do said with a chilling smile, hands weaving through seals. Soon, a layer of thin, sharp chakra surgical blades formed over his palms. Without hesitation, he charged towards Tsunade. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, pondering Do's true strength. As the battle commenced, Do managed to exchange blows with her, utilizing the chakra blades to sever her nerves. However, Tsunade was no pushover. She retaliated with a punch that misaligned Do's nervous system. The two found themselves locked in a fierce struggle. Just as defeat loomed for Do, he resorted to a despicable tactic. He sliced his palm, flinging his blood onto Tsunade's face. Tsunade halted her assault, standing frozen in horror, trembling uncontrollably. Images of her brother and lover's demise flashed rapidly through her mind, a relentless barrage of memories. As expected of one of the Sannin, you are indeed powerful. Yet, regrettably, in my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Do cackled maniacally, advancing to unleash a series of blows upon Tsunade's face. Finally, he pressed his foot against her chest, deforming her ample bosom underfoot, continuing his derisive laughter, so weak. A mere drop of blood can bring you to your knees. You are now nothing but a useless wretch, ha 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 ha. Tsunade's face, marred with injuries, trembled as she remained unresponsive. Just then, a figure clad in a white kimono approached leisurely from the distance. His gaze was as icy as the winter's chill, fixated upon Yakushi Kabuto. The newcomer was none other than Chiba. Hey, you four-eyed brat, swiftly remove your foul feet from him. If you value your life, you'd best obediently step aside. Both Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto turned their heads in unison. Upon recognizing Chiba, their pupils constricted, a wave of astonishment washing over them. The impression Chiba left on them was indelibly profound, particularly for Orochimaru, who had silently begun to harbor a sense of dread towards him, despite his unwillingness to admit it. Orochimaru-sama. This individual is formidable. Yakushi Kabuto hastily retreated to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Chiba, and inquired, Hinata Chiba, what brings you here? Are you here to oppose me? Chiba nodded, halting near Tsunade. Indeed, you may regard it as such. With a pointed finger directed at Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru, he declared in a grave tone, today, one of you must perish. At his words, anger flared upon the faces of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto urged, Orochimaru-sama, do not waste words with him. Unleash that technique directly. Orochimaru remained silent, yet tacitly acquiesced. His hands were currently incapacitated, preventing him from forming the necessary seals to execute ninjutsu. Thus, He could only rely on Yakushi Kabuto to assist him in summoning the aid of the Great Serpent. Without hesitation, Yakushi Kabuto grasped Orochimaru's right hand and began to form the seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a massive plume of white smoke erupted. Following this, a colossal purple serpent, stretching dozens of feet in length, materialized. Sporting two horns atop its head, it bore an ominous hint of impending draconic transformation. The Great Serpent, Manda, surveyed its surroundings with its enormous eyes and thunderously inquired, "Hey, Orochimaru, what have you summoned me here for? Why was there no offering prepared for my summoning?" An offering, Manda required a human sacrifice each time it intervened, and this time, Orochimaru had failed to provide one, inciting Manda's ire. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Yakushi Kabuto interjected, "Manda-sama, Orochimaru-sama is currently facing a dilemma. We implore you to lend your assistance, and we shall ensure an offering is provided afterwards." Manda retorted, "Who are you? I converse with Orochimaru, and yet you, mere insect, dare to interject? Do you have a say in this matter?" At that moment, Chiba had retreated to a nearby large tree, relinquishing the sensation of combat. He returned, looking up at the gargantuan Manda, and casually remarked, "What is the matter? Is this the best you can send to battle me? Just this wretched creature? Orochimaru, your tactics are rather feeble." A sly smile crept across Yakushi Kabuto's lips. Aware that Chiba's words would undoubtedly provoke Manda's wrath, thus circumventing any need for further dialogue with the serpent, Manda glared down at Chiba, seething. "Who do you think you are, you little brat? How dare you insult me, let alone belittle my might?" Chiba said softly, "What is wrong with cursing you? Aren't you just a foul insect? A slightly larger size still makes you an insect. Bastard." Once she was enraged, lunging toward Chiba with a powerful strike. With a thunderous crash, the ground was struck, creating a large pit. However, Chiba had already sprung back, evading the attack. With a swift motion, Chiba hurled a kunai towards Wanshi. "Lord Wanshi, do not let that kunai approach," yelled Yakushi Kabuto anxiously. "That guy can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique and possesses terrifying close combat abilities." "Nanny? The Flying Thunder God?" Wanshi exclaimed in surprise. It opened its mouth and unleashed a foul breath, sending the kunai spiraling away, along with Chiba, who was similarly tossed aside. This was merely a breath attack. Wanshi did not wield wind techniques. Wanshi called out, "Hey, Orochimaru, why can this brat use the Flying Thunder God? Isn't that technique exclusive to that blonde kid?" The blonde kid referred to Minato Namikaze. During the previous Ninja World War, Wanshi had indeed encountered Minato. Orochimaru remained silent, his expression grim as he glared at Chiba. Deep down, he felt that with Wanshi's clumsiness, Chiba should not be a match for him. Yakushi Kabuto offered an explanation. "Lord Wanshi, Hinata Chiba is a new generation ninja capable of using the Flying Thunder God, and his fists are extraordinarily formidable. Do not let him strike you, or the consequences will be dire." With a whoosh, before Kabuto could finish, Wanshi had already coiled its body and lunged forward. Formidable fists? Can they break through my armor like serpentine defense? Let him try. Wanshi was skeptical. Its defensive prowess ranked among the best of all serpents in the Dragon Cave. Typical weapons could hardly leave a mark on its scales. Could a mere boy break through its defenses with his fists? Wanshi found this notion utterly unbelievable. As the words fell, Wanshi charged towards Chiba, opening its massive jaws wide to bite down on him. It must be said, Wanshi was indeed swift. Like a gust of wind, suddenly closing the distance. Yet, Chiba did not hastily retreat. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch. Gentle fist, exploding palm. His golden glowing fist struck fiercely against one of Wanshi's enormous teeth. The tooth, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, shattered with a resounding crack, piercing through Wanshi's throat and creating a massive gash that burst forth from its neck. Activating the Flying Thunder God, Chiba vanished from his original position just before Wanshi's colossal jaws could make contact. With a thunderous boom, the ground was once again struck, and soon thereafter, Wanshi's anguished filled the air. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Wanshi writhed in agony, rolling about in a frenzy. Merely losing a single tooth is not particularly painful. However, when that tooth pierces through the entire neck of the serpent, that is the true agony. The myriad serpents lamented their failure to heed the counsel of the pharmacist, Kabuto. Yet, they now regarded Chiba with newfound seriousness, no longer daring to be careless in the slightest. Simultaneously, an endless rage surged within them. They roared at Chiba, "You wretched child. Today, you shall meet your demise." Ignoring the impotent fury of the multitude, Chiba swiftly advanced toward them. This time, The serpents had learned their lesson. They refrained from facing him head-on. With a swift motion, they retreated, creating a distance of several dozen meters. Then, the serpent raised its head dramatically, plunging it forcefully into the ground, causing its massive body to swiftly burrow into the earth and vanish. Chiba halted, his brow slightly furrowed, deciding against pursuing further. Chasing a serpent that had already burrowed underground would be an unwise endeavor. However, the serpent's attempt to escape with Orochimaru was futile, for Chiba possessed the Byakugan, granting him the ability to see through the depths of the earth. The range of the Byakugan expanded, delving deeper beneath the surface as Chiba began to locate the serpent's whereabouts. One of you must survive, he thought. The soil above posed some limitations to the Byakugan, preventing him from observing too deeply, allowing only a glimpse of about 100 meters. Suddenly, from the ground beneath him, the serpent surged upward with incredible speed. With a loud crash, it erupted from the earth, its gaping maw aimed at Chiba. You insolent brat! I shall devour you. Chiba had already leaped into the air. Faced with that monstrous mouth below, he remained entirely unperturbed. First, he flung several specially crafted kunai imbued with Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the serpent's enormous jaws began to envelop him, the technique activated. Whoosh! Chiba vanished from his position, reappearing several dozen meters away in an open space. With a series of hissing sounds, the kunai he had thrown embedded themselves into the ground. The Flying Thunder God activated once more. Whoosh! Chiba disappeared again, this time materializing beneath the serpent. Oh no! The serpent sensed an ominous turn of events and hastily attempted to flee. Yet, it was too late. Chiba had already wrapped his arms around its colossal tail. Lift off! He bellowed, hoisting the serpent's tail and forcefully flipping it backward. The serpent was immediately sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling and leaving a significant crater. Orochimaru and Kabuto were both thrown aside. Yet, this was far from the end. Chiba's grip on the serpent's tail did not waver as the serpent, dazed and disoriented, struggled to regain its senses. Chiba once again leaned back, exerting tremendous force to hurl the great serpent, Mamba, high into the air, followed by a resounding crash as Mamba was violently slammed to the ground. Damn you, you little brat! Mamba groaned, feeling dizzy and utterly pained. Despite its tough exterior, the impact on the ground was not the source of its agony. The peculiar structure of the serpent's bones rendered it incapable of properly maneuvering its body after such a toss, akin to dislocation. Yet, this was not the end. Up you go. Without a sound, Chiba left a mark of the Flying Thunder God on Mamba's tail. Grasping the serpent's tail, he began to spin in wild circles. The immense body of Mamba produced a whooshing sound as it was swung around. After a dozen spins, Chiba released it, sending Mamba crashing with a thunderous boom onto a nearby hill that towered several meters high. The stones of the hill shattered upon impact, burying Mamba beneath the debris, leaving only its head and tail exposed. Pain and weakness flooded its eyes, yet it still roared in fury at Chiba. You wretched little brat! You are the first to dare treat me this way. I will make you pay with your life today. Before Mamba could finish its threat, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he appeared at the serpent's tail. Soft fist, explode. Chiba leaped into the air, delivering a devastating punch to Mamba's tail. With a resounding crack, the tail shattered, and dark crimson blood gushed forth. It hurts. Mamba let out a heart-wrenching scream, thrashing wildly in agony. Chiba chose not to continue his assault. Instead, he stepped back several meters, crossing his arms to quietly observe Mamba's struggle. He harbored no intention of exterminating Mamba. His mission was to subdue Orochimaru, and capturing Mamba, the summoning beast of Orochimaru, would only serve to further his goals. 100 meters away, Orochimaru and Kabuto watched in shock. They swallowed hard, filled with dread. This Hyuga Chiba was terrifying. Even Mamba could find no advantage against him. Kabuto stammered, Lord Orochimaru, should we escape while we can? We cannot contend with this guy. Orochimaru shook his head. No, he can use the Flying Thunder God. Can you outrun him? Moreover, it appears he has no intention of killing Mamba. Perhaps there is still a chance. Orochimaru's keen perception had revealed that Chiba had several opportunities to eliminate Mamba, but had chosen mercy instead. In such a case, perhaps there remains an opportunity for conversation. A few minutes later, the blood from the tail of the serpent ceased to flow. It halted its struggles and, panting heavily, gazed at Qianye not far away, exclaiming, Little brat, what do you intend to do? Why do you refrain from killing me? The serpent was not foolish. It understood that Qianye had chosen not to deliver a fatal blow. Qianye, clenching his fists, narrowed his eyes and retorted, still calling me little brat. It seems you haven't had enough of a beating, have you? With that, he began to stride toward the serpent. Fear flickered in the serpent's eyes as it raised its massive head and hastily protested. Wait, I was wrong. What would you have me call you? Chinya paused, regarding the serpent with a mocking stare until it felt unnerved, before finally responding. Very well, Wan Shi, you demonstrate some awareness. From now on, I shall refer to you as Little Wan, and you shall call me Grandpa Chinya. What? Wan Shi erupted in fury, ready to retaliate. However, upon encountering the icy gaze of Chinya, it quickly stifled its anger, nodding its colossal head and forcing a smile. Hee, Grandpa Chinya, as you wish, I will heed your words. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the proud Wan Shi? This creature was on the verge of transforming into a dragon, yet had become so subservient? They remained oblivious to the turmoil within Wan Shi's heart. The serpent had realized that Chinya had left a flying thunder god mark on its tail. If it attempted to flee, Chinya could pursue it at any moment. As for shedding its skin to rid itself of the mark, that was a futile hope. Chinya had anticipated this, and, when he severed Wan Shi's tail, had also stripped away a layer of its skin. The mark was firmly embedded in its flesh. Chinya nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Little Wan. You are no longer needed here. Quickly return to your lair. Yes, yes, Wan Shi replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. With a resounding bang, a great cloud of white smoke erupted, and Wan Shi vanished without a trace. Behind them, Kabuto and Orochimaru remained rooted in place. They did not retreat or prepare for another confrontation, for they were acutely aware that they were no match for Chienda at this moment. If Orochimaru's hands were still intact, perhaps he could pose a challenge, but now, it was better to refrain from any jutsu. Kabuto, his voice low, inquired, Hinata Chinya, what do you truly intend? Chinya raised a hand, gesturing toward the two of them, and replied coolly, Did I not already inform you? One of you must perish. Kabuto, exasperated, glared at Chinya through gritted teeth. Ignoring him, Chinya turned his attention to Orochimaru, asking, Orochimaru, you are the master here. You shall decide who lives and who dies. This approach was not without reason. It was simply to eliminate Kabuto, a dangerous threat. Kabuto was far too intelligent. In order to subdue Orochimaru, he could not be allowed to continue existing. 90. The subjugation of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, yet he remained silent, fixating his cold, serpentine gaze upon Chiba, scrutinizing him closely. Only when he was certain that Chiba held no ulterior intentions did he cast a glance towards Kabuto, signaling that Chiba could proceed. A being as cold-blooded as Orochimaru would never regard those who accompany him for any length of time as comrades. During the Second Shinobi World War, upon discovering Jiraiya severely wounded, he contemplated eliminating Jiraiya, viewing him as a liability. Had it not been for Tsunade's fervent intervention, Jiraiya would have perished then. As for his later establishment of the Sound Village, the children he abducted were merely tools for his exploitation, never considered companions. Kabuto's face betrayed his terror as he retreated step by step. He discerned Orochimaru's intentions and trembled as he implored, Lord Orochimaru, do not fall for his trickery. He is forcing you to kill me, only to eliminate you afterward. Orochimaru shook his head nonchalantly. Do not worry, Kabuto. I shall live on in your stead. His tone was devoid of emotion, strikingly indifferent. Kabuto's panic escalated. He glanced at Chiba, then back at Orochimaru, and his fear morphed into rage. You two bastards. You want me dead? Never. With that, Kabuto spun around and fled at breakneck speed. Whoosh. A specially crafted kunai flew forth, aimed at Kabuto. As Kabuto's sleeve slipped, he forcefully hurled a scalpel backward. Clang. The scalpel clashed with the kunai, sending sparks flying as they ricocheted apart. Whoosh. The flying thunder god technique activated. Chiba intercepted the kunai still suspended in midair and hurled it again at Kabuto. Scoundrel. Kabuto panicked, retrieving another scalpel. Yet this time, he had no time to throw it. He could only raise his hand to block the kunai. Whoosh. The flying thunder god activated once more. Chiba appeared instantaneously before Kabuto. Fist of Fury. He delivered a powerful punch, landing squarely against Kabuto's chest. With a sickening squelch, Kabuto's body disintegrated into a gruesome mess, splattering blood and flesh into a small puddle on the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Orochimaru merely observed in silence, his expression unchanging, offering no resistance. For he understood the futility of such actions. Even if he and Kabuto united against Chiba, they could not hope to prevail against this youth. Rather than that, He might as well gamble on the possibility that Chiba harbored some ulterior motive towards him and would, for the time being, refrain from killing him. Chiba turned back, slowly approaching Orochimaru. Truly cold-blooded. I have slain your most capable assistant, yet you feel no pang of sorrow. Orochimaru coldly chuckled and shook his head, declaring, an assistant like this is easily found. It is merely that Kabuto possesses a sharper intellect. To me, anyone can serve as an aide. Chiba nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Orochimaru's ruthless nature required no extensive verification. He swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, Orochimaru, I can assist you in restoring your hands. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Were it anyone else making such a claim, he might have dismissed it. However, the youth before him exuded an aura of terrifying power, harboring numerous miracles and secrets. He believed there was no deceit in the words spoken. The excitement was fleeting, and soon Orochimaru regained his composure. With a sardonic smile, he inquired, you have no obligation to assist me. State your true intentions. Chiba responded, excellent. I relish engaging with astute individuals like you. My goal is straightforward. I will restore your hands, but you must submit to me and serve under my command. What? Orochimaru's brow furrowed in disbelief. As a renowned Sannin, even in the presence of the Akatsuki, a gathering of aberrations, he received utmost courtesy. Yet, this boy dared to demand his submission? Anger welled within him. Chiba cautioned, do not be incensed, and certainly do not provoke me, for you know the consequences. Orochimaru remained silent, though his fury intensified. Chiba continued with a calm smile. What? Do you wish to engage me in a deadly struggle? Are you no longer fearful of death? Do not act so rashly. Orochimaru, you are no longer that impetuous youth. Would you truly relinquish the fruits of your years of research, along with the ninjutsu you have painstakingly collected? Do you not desire to restore your hands swiftly? Orochimaru remained silent, yet this time, his rage had subsided, and he felt a flicker of temptation. Indeed, was he prepared to see the culmination of his years of dedication come to a halt today? Though the cursed seal had been implanted in many, he still had a chance for resurrection. However, emerging from the cursed seal would require many years and face numerous constraints. Noticing Orochimaru's wavering resolve, Chiba pressed on. Moreover, my request for your submission will not compel you to undertake any excessively burdensome tasks. I merely seek your capabilities and desire your assistance. You shall remain the leader of the Sound Village. I will not interfere with your research or personnel arrangements. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's demeanor softened entirely. Sweet words please all. And Chiba's assurances indeed eased his mind. He apathetically nodded. Very well, I can agree to your terms, but you must restore my hands within 1 month. Not a problem. Chiba affirmed with a nod. He then added, however, Orochimaru, there is one more request I require of you. What? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. Chiba replied, reveal the true form of your white phosphorus snake. I wish to inscribe a mark upon your corporeal form. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, visibly displeased once more. The placement of the flying thunder god mark upon the white phosphorus serpent's true form signified that his life would now be firmly grasped by Chiba. Moreover, how did Chiba come to know of the existence of the white phosphorus serpent? Initially, Orochimaru had held on to a glimmer of hope. If Chiba were to mark him as he had done with the myriad serpents, it would bear no consequence for Orochimaru, as he could easily inhabit another's body. This current vessel could be discarded at any moment. Yet now, Chiba had completely severed all avenues of retreat for him. Chiba spoke. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? To be frank, Orochimaru, I do not trust you. You are an exceedingly cold-hearted individual. Dealing with someone like you requires constant vigilance. Only by marking your true form and seizing your vital essence can I feel secure in our collaboration. Of course, you have the option to refuse. The consequence of such a choice would be an immediate severance of our dealings. I stand to lose nothing, while you would meet your demise here. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment, gazing intently at Chiba. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Chiba, your youth belies such audacity, cunning, and formidable power, it is truly astonishing. I accept your terms. With that, Chiba regarded Orochimaru. The latter said nothing further, raising his head as his body began to writhe. Soon, his entire chest expanded, and his mouth tore open to the ears, from which a fearsome white phosphorus serpent emerged. Come forth, Chiba-kun. Chiba frowned slightly, cautiously advancing while remaining alert for any unusual movements from Orochimaru. Yet, it was evident that Orochimaru was behaving appropriately. Throughout the process of inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark, he made no move to disrupt. Only upon completion did Orochimaru retract the white phosphorus serpent back into his form. He inquired in a low voice, "What shall we do next? When do you plan to restore my hands?" Chiba replied, "There is no need for haste. You must first find a suitable vessel, one that you will subsequently inhabit." Orochimaru frowned slightly, taken aback that Chiba was aware of this detail. He nodded, refraining from further inquiries. And then, Chiba continued, "Then, bring the vessel to Konoha to meet me at the appointed time, which will be at noon, 10 days hence. To restore Orochimaru's hands, we must journey to the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, for the Death God mask is concealed within. Only by procuring the Death God mask and deceiving the deity can we perform the impure world reincarnation, thus opening the Death God's belly to release the souls of Orochimaru's hands. We must act swiftly before the Death God consumes Orochimaru's essence." Orochimaru commanded the white phosphorus serpent to emerge from its corporeal form and penetrate into the next vessel. This maneuver would allow them to elude the Grim Reaper's insatiable hunger, while simultaneously liberating the souls of individuals such as Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato. However, Chiba chose not to disclose these intricate details to Orochimaru at that moment, lest he become overly anxious and jeopardize the plan. Understood, Orochimaru nodded, turning to depart with a sense of urgency. The absence of his hands was an unbearable torment. It was not merely the physical pain, but the profound helplessness that accompanied his newfound disability. In a flash, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Chiba vanished from his location. In the next instant, he materialized beside Tsunade. Beneath the tree, Tsunade was seated with her back against the trunk, her countenance still marred by fear. Her eyes were wide, and her body trembled uncontrollably. However, due to the recent actions of Kabuto, who had trampled upon her chest, Tsunade's attire had become disheveled, leaving her bosom partially exposed. Tsunade, Chiba felt his nose bleed as he crouched down to pat her shoulder, yet she offered no response. At that moment, he wondered if a gentle touch would elicit any reaction. Unable to resist the temptation, Chiba's hand slipped into her neckline for a brief moment. In that instant, he was astounded by the softness he encountered. Words could scarcely convey the sensation. Tsunade halted, her body momentarily frozen as she regarded Chiba with a blank stare, devoid of anger or resistance. Nevertheless, Chiba felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. Realizing his folly, he withdrew his hands hastily, repeatedly apologizing. "I am deeply ashamed of my actions. I truly should not have engaged in such beastly behavior. It is merely that your physique is simply too alluring," he trailed off. Noticing that Tsunade was still gazing at him, her expression unchanged. "Speak. What is the matter?" Chiba waved his hand before her face, yet there was still no response. "If you remain silent, I shall continue," he teased, pretending to reach out again, though he had no intention of following through. At that moment, distant shouts reached them. "Chiba! Lady Tsunade!" It was Naruto, Shizune, and Jiraiya. Shizune cradled a small pink pig, presumably Tonton. Chiba's heart raced with guilt as he hastily adjusted Tsunade's clothing before standing up to wave, "Over here." Soon, the trio and the pig approached. Jiraiya appeared exhausted. Directing his ire towards Tsunade, "Tsunade, you've gone too far. How could you have drugged the drinks?" Tsunade remained unresponsive. In a state of panic, Shizune hastily set down the piglet and tenderly embraced Tsunade. She looked up at Chiba and asked, "Chiba-kun, what on earth is happening? What is wrong with Lady Tsunade?" Chiba replied, "She has suffered a bout of hemophobia. She initially came to confront Orochimaru, but I subsequently drove him away." "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. Jiraiya pressed on. "Please provide us with the details. Orochimaru is an exceedingly dangerous individual." Chiba suggested, "Let us discuss this as we walk. We should return first." Thus, the group hastened back towards the inn. Along the way, Chiba recounted the events to Jiraiya and the others, omitting all details regarding his dealings with Orochimaru. Such matters were not for their ears. The following morning, Tsunade awoke from her slumber, instinctively turning her head to survey her surroundings. It was a familiar room, and Shizune was perched at the bedside, holding one of her hands. "Have I returned?" Tsunade thought, feeling slightly disoriented. As she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, she inadvertently roused Shizune. "Lady Tsunade, you are finally awake," Shizune exclaimed joyfully. Tsunade nodded, propping herself against the edge of the bed, and inquired, "Shizune, how did I get back here? Wasn't I fighting Orochimaru yesterday?" Shizune explained, "Chiba-kun sensed that something was amiss and quietly followed you. He was the one who saved you. Lady Tsunade, you must never engage in such reckless behavior again. We should face any challenges together." Orochimaru is far too perilous. Tsunade furrowed her brow, only half listening to Shizun's latter words. She began to recall the events of the previous day, particularly how Chiba had seemingly touched her chest, even slipping his hands beneath her clothing. How scandalous. Fury surged within her, and she smashed her fist into the bedpost, creating a significant dent. Shizun jumped in surprise. Lady Tsunade, what is the matter? Tsunade seethed. Shizun, now, immediately summon that little rascal Chiba. Shizun, taken aback, questioned, Lady Tsunade, what is wrong? Why are you so suddenly enraged? Before she could finish, Tsunade shouted again, hurry. All right, I will go. Please do not be upset. Shizun acquiesced and stepped out of the room. A few minutes later, Shizun led Chiba into the room at a measured pace. Tsunade glared at Chiba with an intense gaze, beckoning him closer with a finger. You come here. Chiba felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, having already surmised that Tsunade had likely recalled yesterday's incident. However, the deed was done, and he must confront the situation. Considering that Tsunade was unlikely to best him in a fight, his fear diminished somewhat. Come here. Tsunade bellowed again. Reluctantly, Chiba approached her. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, her eyes fixed intently on him. She waved her hand at Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, you go out first and close the door. Goodbye, Hinata. Tsunade felt a cold sweat for Chiba, realizing that Tsunade was genuinely furious, and Chiba was likely to face dire consequences. Without hesitation, she quickly exited and shut the door, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Tsunade abruptly stood up, gripping Chiba's shoulder with one hand. Speak. Did you touch my chest yesterday? Chiba was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Indeed, Tsunade had recalled the events of the previous day. However, her direct inquiry seemed rather too fierce. Ultimately, Chiba nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Tsunade tightened her grip on Chiba's shoulder, clenching her other fist and waving it in front of him in anger. Do you even know who I am? You dare lay your hands on my chest. Chiba understood that this matter would not be easily overlooked by Tsunade. He decided to embrace the impending storm. I did touch your chest, but that's because it's impressive and beautiful. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even consider it. You bastard. Before he could finish, Tsunade, in a fit of rage, swung a punch towards Chiba's face. Wait, Chiba shouted. The fist halted 10 centimeters from his face. Tsunade seethed. Do you have any last words? Chiba shook his head. Lady Tsunade, I have no last words. Are you truly going to strike? Do you really think you can defeat me? Tsunade, once again infuriated, raised her fist to strike. This time, however, Chiba refused to remain passive. Just as her fist was about to descend, he swiftly grabbed her chest with both hands, squeezing twice. It mattered little. Tsunade was already aware of his previous actions. Having touched once, he reasoned, why not take advantage of the situation once more? With a swift movement, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his spot just as her fist was about to connect, retreating 3 or 4 meters. Her punch landed empty. Tsunade's anger surged to a new peak as she shouted, Hinata Chiba. Leaping into the air, she swung a punch downwards. With a resounding crash, the wooden floor was shattered beneath her blow. Yet, Chiba had already evaded the attack and remained unscathed. A startled scream arose from a resident dining downstairs. Tsunade paid no mind, springing up again and delivering another powerful punch at the spot where Chiba had just stood. With a crack, the floor splintered once more. But once again, Chiba had escaped her grasp. Hinata Chiba, I will certainly deal with you today. Tsunade, her fury unabated, prepared to strike again. Soon, a chaotic chase ensued between Chiba and Tsunade, with each of her punches wreaking havoc upon the establishment. The guests were all frightened away. The innkeeper lamented, pleading with Tsunade not to demolish his establishment. Alas, his entreaties were in vain. The furious Tsunade could not be deterred. Even Shizun and Jiraiya's attempts to intervene proved fruitless. Ultimately, the inn was nearly reduced to rubble, yet Tsunade still failed to land a punch on Chiba, exhausting herself instead. Hinata, you little rascal. Come here and face your doom. She gasped, resting her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Her attire was minimal, and her ample bosom was almost entirely exposed to Chiba's gaze. Chiba remained composed, having merely evaded her attacks with a few uses of the Flying Thunder God technique, which had little effect on him. He chuckled, if you wish to strike me, it is not impossible. However, there is only one woman capable of doing so, and that is my wife. If you become my bride, I would permit you to unleash your fury upon me. Nanny, Jiraiya, standing nearby, was in disbelief, scolding Chiba for daring to flirt with his goddess, Tsunade, whom he had secretly admired for decades. Shizen remained silent, interpreting Chiba's remarks as playful banter meant to provoke Tsunade. However, Tsunade was not amused. Recalling how Chiba had previously groped her, she became even more incensed. "You little punk. Do you have any idea how much older I am than you? You dare to tease me?" Chiba waved his hand dismissively. "Age is but a number. What truly matters is one's appearance. You are exceedingly beautiful, and I have no objections." Tsunade's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she continued her assault, but to no avail. In the end, despite demolishing the entire inn, she still could not lay a finger on Chiba. Frustrated beyond measure, Tsunade contemplated another strategy for dealing with Chiba, agreeing to Jiraiya's proposal to inherit the title of Hokage. After all, Chiba was still a ninja of Konoha. If she could not defeat him by force, she could utilize her position to torment him gradually. Thus, the group lingered for 2 more days, compensating for the damages to the inn before setting off back to Konoha. On the journey home, Naruto was diligently practicing, successfully mastering the Rasengan through the use of shadow clones. "Chiba, are you back?" Outside the Hyuga clan's compound, Hinata had just returned and, upon hearing of Chiba's arrival, rushed over joyfully. "Hinata." Chiba emerged from the house, smiling at her. Hinata leaped into Chiba's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her small head resting against his chest. Her cheeks were flushed as she shyly murmured, "Chiba, I missed you so much." Feeling the softness of Hinata's form and her increasingly mature figure, Chiba couldn't help but be captivated by her bashful words. In Chiba's heart, an inexplicable surge of desire arose. "I miss you too," he confessed. Gently cradling Hinata's face in his hands, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her cherry-like mouth, catching her off guard. Her pupils dilated, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Instinctively, she wished to resist, yet her body felt weak, rendering her unable to act against him. Their lips met fervently, and as Hinata transitioned from initial tension to gradual relaxation, Chiba seized the moment, coaxing her mouth open, their tongues intertwining in a playful duel. Gradually, Chiba's hands became bolder, slipping beneath her clothing and ascending, savoring the exquisite softness he encountered. "Hinata," he murmured, as her eyes began to glaze over. She melted into his embrace, gazing at him with doe-like eyes. "Hinata, shall we be together today?" he asked, his face inches from hers. Both feeling the warmth of each other's breath, Hinata stammered, "Haven't we always been together?" Chiba smirked mischievously. "What I mean by together is that I shall have you now, and then we will remain together forever." Before Hinata could respond, he swept her into his arms and carried her inside, laying her on the bed and shedding her garments. Her delicate, alabaster form was fully revealed, and Chiba swallowed hard before pouncing upon her, launching into a fervent embrace. 2 hours later, the fervor subsided. Chiba and Hinata lay entwined, both unclothed, the sheets tinged with remnants of their passion. Hinata buried her head against Chiba's chest, basking in the warmth of his embrace. Having experienced such intimacy, she found herself less shy in his presence than before. Chiba leaned down to inhale the scent of her silken hair, his hand caressing her smooth back. "Shall we go again?" he asked. Hinata quickly shook her head. "No, Chiba, it hurts." Chiba chuckled softly, pulling her closer. "If it hurts, we won't do it again. We'll save that for tomorrow." They lingered in each other's warmth until evening, when they finally rose to go out for dinner. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Hyuga clan, they were confronted by a ninja clad in a green vest. "Are you Hinata Chiba?" the ninja inquired, bowing slightly. Chiba nodded. "Yes, I am." "And you are?" The ninja replied, "I am currently Lord Tsunade's bodyguard. There's an elder from the Land of Waves who wishes to see you regarding an important matter." Chiba paused. "An elder? What does he look like?" The ninja responded. "He appears to be in his 50s, wearing a straw hat, and seems quite ordinary." "Tazuna?" Chiba mused. Such attire, coupled with the fact that they are from the Land of Waves, immediately brought to mind Tazuna for Chiba. Could it be that something has happened over there with Zabuza and Haku? "Let's go. Take me to see," Chiba urged. The ninja in the green vest nodded. "Very well. Please follow me." Before long, Chiba, accompanied by Hinata, arrived at the reception hall on the first floor of the Hokage office building, guided by the green-vested ninja. This hall was designated for welcoming outsiders, particularly those entrusted with tasks who needed to register their information and details of their missions. At the moment, there were a few individuals queued up for registration, while Tazuna sat on a nearby bench, this time not drinking, but patiently waiting. "Chiba." At first glance, Tazuna spotted Chiba and waved cheerfully. Chiba nodded and approached, asking, "Old man Tazuna, what brings you here?" Tazuna chuckled. Chiba, what are you saying? Can't I come to Konoha to see you? Thanks to you all, the Land of Waves has been liberated from that scoundrel Kato's grasp. His light-hearted demeanor suggested that there was likely no crisis in the Land of Waves. Since it wasn't an urgent matter, Chiba decided to tease Tazuna. Old man, you speak so sweetly about coming to see me, yet you haven't brought me anything? You came here empty-handed. Tazuna awkwardly chuckled. Well, it's a long story. I do have some good news for you. Chiba inquired, what good news? Tazuna rubbed his belly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chiba, you see, I've traveled a great distance and have been hungry all this time without a meal. Chiba quickly grasped the implication. The old man not only had no gifts but also expected him to treat him to a meal. However, with Chiba's current financial standing, and since he had planned to dine out anyway, he didn't mind. Let's go eat, he said, waving his hand as he pulled Hinata along, leaving the hall. All right. Tazuna cheerfully followed suit. In a barbecue restaurant, within a private room, the meat sizzled and the fat dripped enticingly. The three of them sat at a table, enjoying the grilled meat with various condiments. Tazuna, still a lover of good spirits, had Chiba order several bottles of beer for him. As they feasted, Chiba pressed on. Old man, now that we're eating, can we discuss the matter at hand? Feeling grateful for Chiba's hospitality, Tazuna took a gulp of beer and nodded. Certainly. I came here at the behest of Haku. He asked me to inform you that Kato's company has nearly completed its consolidation. All those unscrupulous money-making ventures have been thoroughly shut down. The venues and equipment have all been liquidated for cash. As for Zabuza, he has managed to amass approximately 2 billion ryo in liquid assets. They mentioned that of the 2 billion taels, half belong to you, Chiba. Allow me to inform you that when you have the opportunity, you should visit the Land of Waves to collect that sum in its entirety. Chiba nodded, realizing the matter at hand. It must be said that Zabuza and Haku are indeed men of their word. When they promised to share half with Chiba, they genuinely meant it. If Tazuna hadn't brought this up, Chiba might have forgotten about it altogether. After all, with 2 billion taels in his pocket, he was already quite wealthy and lacked for nothing. However, an additional 10 billion taels would certainly not be unwelcome. Who would ever complain about having too much money? As Tazuna downed several bottles of beer, his cheeks flushed noticeably, and he began to boast. Chiba, let me tell you, Zabuza and Haku are truly loyal. After the assimilation of the Kato Company, they have not exploited the villagers of the Land of Waves in the slightest. Moreover, to enhance convenience for everyone, they established maritime ferry services. Each household can now enjoy a free boat ride out to sea once a month, simply by presenting their residency permit. Chiba nodded along, casually acknowledging his words. From what he gathered, it seemed that Zabuza had genuinely changed. The cold-blooded killer had begun to comprehend the nuances of human relationships and was considering the well-being of the villagers. Hinata raised a glass of fruit juice, saying, Congratulations, Chiba, on acquiring another windfall. Chiba lifted his glass to clink with hers, responding, Cheers, what is mine is yours. Hinata's face flushed with warmth at his words. After their meal, Chiba assisted the inebriated Tazuna in leaving the barbecue restaurant and found him a room at an inn. Only then did he return to the Hyuga compound with Hinata. That night, Hinata did not return to the back courtyard of her clan, but stayed in the front yard at Chiba's home. The two shared an intoxicating experience. Deeply enamored with the unique feel it brought them, and they continued until the midnight hour before finally drifting into a peaceful slumber in each other's embrace. In the blink of an eye, over a week had passed. During this time, Tsunade had officially assumed her position as the 5th Hokage. There were no grand ceremonies or public gatherings to mark her ascension. She simply began her duties, as the 3rd Hokage had passed away some time ago. Coupled with the recent invasion by the Sand Village, orchestrated by Orochimaru against Konoha, there was a mountain of pressing matters requiring her attention. Tsunade was compelled to commence her work without delay. As for the dissenting voices, only Konohamaru had made a commotion about it. No one else dared to voice objections. After all, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, and who could possibly contest the appointment of such an esteemed individual as the 5th Hokage? In terms of strength, her identity as one of the legendary 3 ninjas was more than sufficient to silence any criticism. And thus, the plans of Zabuza continued to unfold. On that day, Konoha was infiltrated by an unexpected visitor, Orochimaru, the one who had recently laid waste to the village. His return was, of course, to meet with Chiya and restore his hands. At that moment, Orochimaru had employed a transformation technique, taking on the guise of a mature woman. Standing silently at the edge of the forest, despite his efforts to conceal his urgency, it was palpable in his eyes. Beside him lay a bound, unconscious boy with white hair, adorned with the headband of Takigakure, likely no older than 14 or 15. Restoring my hands. I hope that imbecile Hinata Chiya has not deceived me. After parting ways with Konoha, Orochimaru felt a lingering trepidation. He feared that Chiya might indeed be lying to him. And if he were unable to revive his hands, and worse still, marked by the flying thunder god technique, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, a figure appeared, landing beside Orochimaru. It was none other than Chiya. Ah, quite punctual, Orochimaru. Which beauty have you taken over this time? Orochimaru shook his head slightly. Do not jest, Chiya. This is merely a transformation technique. With a loud bang, a white smoke erupted, and Orochimaru reverted to his true form. Let us go, he said, and without further ado, Chiya made his way towards the Uzumaki clan shrine. After the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, Mito Uzumaki had once sent people to Konoha to reconstruct the clan's shrine. Inside the shrine were not only the spirit tablets of the Uzumaki clan's ancestors, but also the death god's mask. The shrine was situated on what had once been the Shinja clan's territory. However, with the decline of the Shinja clan, their residence had fallen into complete disrepair, leaving the surroundings desolate. Yet, the Uzumaki clan shrine remained, albeit in a dilapidated state. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and inquired, Chiya, what have you brought me here for? At the entrance hung a dusty black curtain, which Chiya brushed aside as he entered. You will find out once you come inside, he replied. Subsequently, Chiya recounted the entire plan to deceive the death god to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chiya. You truly are a genius to conceive of such a method. He understood that this plan was indeed feasible. Chiya shook his head slightly. Do not flatter me. I owe this to you. In truth, this method was conceived by you later on. I merely borrowed it. Thank me. Orochimaru was perplexed, but chose not to dwell on it. Approaching the rows of masks, he needed to discern the genuine mask from a multitude of fakes. Such a task posed no difficulty for the well-versed Orochimaru. In one swift motion, he selected the death god's mask. He donned the mask upon his visage, swaying gently as he began to perform the dance of the great god. Seal the corpses. With great fortitude, he endured the pain while his hands slowly began to form the seals. The moment the final seal was completed, a grotesque, towering specter of the death god materialized behind Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Orochimaru retrieved a dagger and slashed open his abdomen. The death god, too, withdrew a dagger from its mouth, slicing open its own belly. Orochimaru continued his incantations fervently. Several souls began to escape from the death god's abdomen, among them the souls of Orochimaru's own hands. At last, he exclaimed, feeling the liberation of his hands, a surge of exhilaration overtaking him. Yet, he remained cautious. Swiftly, he allowed his true form, the white-scaled serpent, to emerge from within him. With a swift motion, Orochimaru slithered into the mouth of the white-haired youth. Meanwhile, the death god swung its blade down, severing the soul of Orochimaru's body and dragging it into its maw to commence its gruesome feast. With the ritual concluded, the death god departed, and Orochimaru was granted a rebirth. He was filled with joy and expressed his gratitude once more to Chiba, saying, Thank you, Chiba-kun. Chiba shook his head, replying, There is no need for thanks. Assisting you serves my own interests as well. We are merely utilizing one another. With a gesture of camaraderie, Chiba extended his right hand. Orochimaru nodded with a smile and clasped hands with Chiba. The notion of mutual utilization resonated with him, alleviating his previous apprehensions about Chiba. Now that he had reclaimed his hands, he possessed not only newfound freedom but also an ally and a pillar of support in Chiba, which naturally brought him joy. His concerns had dissipated, for Chiba had assured him that he would not impede his pursuits. He was free to continue his endeavors in ninjutsu in the path of immortality, unencumbered by the mark Chiba had left upon his essence, as he had witnessed Chiba's adherence to his word. Chiba advised, Orochimaru, make haste to return. Do not linger in Konoha, nor wreak havoc upon it again. You may continue your research unimpeded. In an instant, the flying thunder god technique was activated. As they spoke, Chiba and Orochimaru vanished from the shrine. In the next moment, they found themselves amidst a grove of trees outside of Konoha village. Orochimaru smiled and said, Well then, Chiba-kun, farewell. With a flourish of his hands, he formed the seals. With a resounding boom, white smoke erupted, and Orochimaru vanished without a trace. As the spring festival arrived, Chiba and his companions had aged yet another year. Under Tsunade's leadership as the new Hokage, Konoha had officially returned to its normal course. Ninja missions were constantly being assigned, with little respite in between. However, Chiba took a moment of leisure, ensuring that the tasks he accepted were primarily of a lower rank and devoid of peril. Chiba requested a leave of absence from Hinata, opting to utilize a shadow clone to fulfill his duties. Meanwhile, his true self embarked on a journey to the Land of Waves to attend to a matter of significance. He refrained from disclosing the details to Hinata. Yet it was undeniably important. A sum of 1 billion Ryo was to be securely stored within the system's space. Could such a matter be deemed trivial? Furthermore, the reason for inviting Zabuza was precisely due to the considerable amount of money that needed to be transported from the Land of Waves to Konoha, which posed its own set of complications. The risk of attracting unwanted attention was substantial, and it was prudent to keep such dealings concealed from prying eyes. Thus, it was indeed preferable for Chiba to handle this matter personally. In the Land of Waves, within the confines of a lavish manor, Zabuza wielded his executioner's blade, diligently practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. The massive blade sliced through the air with a fierce grace in his capable hands. Behind him stood a multitude of individuals. Among them not only Haku but also a diverse assembly of people of varying heights and ages, all adorned with ninja headbands from different villages. A notable feature among some was the deep scar etched upon their headbands, signifying their status as renegade ninjas. Approximately 100 or 200 individuals were arranged in several long lines, silent and solemn as they observed Zabuza's training. As he concluded his practice, Zabuza sheathed his sword and turned to Haku, inquiring, "Haku, how are the preparations coming along?"